this is where they held all the water. They held so much water in here that they had enough to get them through the entire year, possibly multiple years. They had so much water that they were throwing water down at the Romans in mockery of them, making fun of them. As you see, this was full, completely full of water, and it's just a remarkable scene.
As you can see, I'm standing here where Herod built this magnificent structure of these columns and this design with the paint that's still there for 2,000 years. And I'm just looking at this, and you know, Herod just didn't do anything half-assed. Like when he did something, he did it full way. And it's really, the camera probably isn't doing it justice. You really got to come here and look at it and touch it. And it's like going back in time and into the past. And and what's also amazing is his intentions were to build this place in case of something happening. And it ended up, not in his lifetime, but you know, generations later, they ended up using it for that purpose. And you know, the Romans just, when they have something, when they will something, it gets done. And that they wanted to come here and conquer the remaining hideout, and they did so.
In the year 66 of the Common Era, a group of Jewish rebels known as the Sicarii overcame a Roman garrison in Masada, which is the one we're looking at right now. It wasn't until the year 70, when the temple fell, that more of these Sicarii fled Jerusalem and joined their brethren. They are part of a larger group known as the Zealots, led by Simon of Perea and Judas the Galilean. Josephus says that the Sicarii raided nearby villages, including Ein Gedi, where he says they massacred 700 women and children. By this year 73 CE, this was the last standout of the Jews against the Roman invasion. The Roman governor Silva headed the Legion 10 under the Flavian command to go and siege Masada. They had to build a giant ramp and a battering ram to use to get inside, which they did. Josephus tells us that 960 women and children were killed. However, archaeology shows it might be not that much, but we just don't know. The Romans set up auxiliary units on all sides of Masada in order to surround the fortress, which they did. As you will see later on in this video, the Jews had enough water and food supply to last for years.
You can read some of this on the signs located around. So this would be the lower terrace, and I just wanted to read a quote. I told Neil 1 second I wanted to go get the quote from Josephus. So this is from Josephus, Jewish War, Book 7, Section 290. The fittings of the interior, apartments, colonnades, and baths were manifold variety and sumptuous. Columns, each formed of a single block, supporting the building throughout, and the walls and floors of the apartments being laid with variegated stones. So this is a comment, and it goes on. You can read more about it. But if you look at the colored panels, imagine in its pristine state. Imagine before. I mean, this is 2,000 years. So throughout the palace, and even when we go into the bathhouse, you'll see some original, but you'll also see some exact replicas. They reproduce these as best they can using the same colors, but they've removed some of the fresco and some of the plating and put it in the museum. But you can see, like up against the wall, see how it's faded, but there's still some left? So they would take the stone. You can look up above, this is natural, but they would take stone and then coat it with plaster and then paint it. We look at these ancient, this is the remains from 2,000 years ago. You can bet that when it was in its original state, this is just absolutely stunning. But look at this place. Yes, but see, some of these panels they've replaced and taken downstairs, so I'm not sure which is which. They don't have them marked, but it does.
That's redone.
Yeah, it looks like it's been redone, I'm assuming, but I mean, totally exposed. But if you look, all of this, up through the columns, all of this would have been just gorgeous. Herod didn't do anything halfway, let's say.
Are we going back up the same way we came?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead and start. Now, when we get to the top, so there were 3 terraces, by the way.
When we get to the top, I'm waiting for you.
Cool. There were lower terrace, a mid terrace, and then the upper terrace where we're going next.
We're going to the upper, did you say?
We are. We're going to the
Okay,
upper
is
terrace.
this one below this?
No, this is the lower terrace
is the
here.
lowest.
This is the lower. That's right.
Okay.
The middle terrace has not been redone and opened. It's kind of, you'll pass it on the way up, but it's not. I can imagine.
I've seen this image before.
Yeah.
Iconic, you know?
Yeah.
And right now, where I'm walking over to is the location where archaeologists found scattered remains, along with some lots that were cast. What I mean by lots, these little pieces of pottery with names of Jewish men on them. The idea was that they would cast lots, decide who would have to kill who next, because they'd rather kill themselves than be taken over by the Romans.
The most important features of Masada to me is that there were quite a few ancient scrolls that were discovered. And one of the things that was discovered, one of the scrolls that was discovered was a portion of Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 37. Now most of you know this. This is a prophecy of Ezekiel. It's called the Valley of the Dry Bones. Most of us know this, but listen to this. This was found in this place. The hand of the Lord was upon me, and he brought me out by the Spirit of the Lord and set me down in the midst of a valley, and it was full of bones. He had me pass among them all around, and behold, there were very many on the surface of the valley, and behold, they were very dry. And he said to me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, Lord God, you know. And he said to me, prophesy over these bones, and say to them, you dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Lord God says to these bones. Behold, I'm going to make breath enter you so that you may come to life. And I will attach tendons and make flesh grow on you, cover you with skin, put breath in you so that you may come to life, and you will know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a loud noise, and behold, a rattling, and the bones came together, bone to its bone. And I looked, and behold, the tendons were on them, and flesh grew, and skin covered them, but there was no breath in them. And then he said to me, prophesy to the breath. It's also spirit, it's ruach. Prophesy, son of man, and say to the spirit, the Lord God says to this, come from the four winds, breathe and breathe on these slain so that they may come to life. So I prophesied as he commanded, and the Spirit entered them, and they came to life and stood on their feet, an exceedingly great army. He said to me, Son of man, these bones are the entire house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We're completely cut off. Therefore prophesy and say to them, this is what the Lord God says. Behold, I'm going to open your graves, cause you to come out of your graves, my people, and I will bring you into the land of Israel. Then you will know that I am the Lord when I've opened your graves, caused you to come up out of your graves, my people. Last verse, and I will put my spirit within you. You will come to life, and I will place you on your own land, and you will know that I, the Lord, have spoken and done it, declares the Lord. So think about the power of the fact that the story that James has told us to this point in this synagogue, and they find among the other scrolls that were discovered at Masada, this prophecy of bringing back to life the entire people of Israel. So when James said that the soldiers would at times run up, certain elite units would run up Masada, and at the top they would be pinned with their unit and given a Hebrew Bible, I think that's very moving.
Now, the last thing that I wanted to show you guys in this video is me going down inside the actual basin. Keep in mind that this is where they held all the water. look how big this thing is. They held so much water in here that they had enough to get them through the entire year, possibly multiple years. They had so much water that they were throwing water down at the Romans in mockery of them, making fun of them. As you see, this was full, completely full of water. And it's just a remarkable scene to know that this was a brilliant, genius architecture by the Herodian dynasty.
These are caves and sarcophagi just so people would bury them to get the stench, keep the stench away, but also probably much more than that. I suspect that this is something royal.
Yeah.
Someone with money is being buried, but we're literally right here on the Sea of Galilee. Of these texts have changed from the geography and the actual locations of investigating. That doesn't mean I'm saying what the text says happened, or what I'm saying is if the text says it, it most likely took place. What it does is it brings to life how I'm going to investigate it and who the author might have been who wrote this material. Are they aware of certain things in this area? So we're dealing with a story where Jesus goes to the Gerasene demoniac and he goes to cast out these pigs. And I do think that this is in some way lifting from the Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. However, what I think by coming here, I can't prove it, and I'm not going to try, but what it has done for me is it made me wonder, whoever this person is, are they aware of the geographic location? Are they then slapping a legend or mythology onto a local geographic area? Read far and wide, go and check out the world and go, wow, it's not just Jewish.
Yeah.
Wow, it's not just Greek. Wow, it's not just Jewish, Greek, maybe whatever people have come into this property. So
might be something new.
Right, and when you start to like read wider and open up your mind, so much more can be explored.
So here, this is a ruin of a sarcophagus. Somebody probably really important was buried here, as you can see from the description here.
Yeah, this was absolutely something, I would say Roman period at least. And this is an archway. These are caves.
Yeah, that's definitely Roman architecture.
These are caves and sarcophagi just so people would bury them to get the stench, keep the stench away, but also probably much more than that. I suspect that this is something royal.
Yeah.
Someone with money is being buried, but we're literally right here on the Sea of Galilee.
And it's like there's a huge city thriving right here around this thing. This history is just so far back, and it makes you wonder, like, so Tiberius, for example, it's his name after Tiberius. He's appointed as the next Caesar. He's adopted by Augustus, who's the son of God to the Romans. Mm-hmm. And so he takes on this basically king of the world power. He can do anything he wants. And this location right here, you and I, since we've been here, people talk about Israel and they think of Judaism, they think of rabbinic Judaism, they think of, Sadducees and the Torah and Moses, but they don't realize the history is Roman and Greek too.
Yeah, there's so much. This is something that I think we miss when we think of Jerusalem, when we think of the area where the Sea of Galilee is, when we start talking about these cities, Magdala, we talk about all this. Sure.
Right.
It's just like what Dr. Tabor mentioned when he mentioned Sepphoris. He goes, that was the largest city in the region there. Like, it was a major city. And Nazareth, which was like this little hillbilly backwater, hamlet, overshadowed one of the largest cities in the region.
Right.
And here you have Nazareth to the point where people don't even know what Sepphoris is anymore. And my point is I think Christianity in our perspectives, whether it be Judaism or Christianity, has kind of overshadowed the much larger world, actually, that was there from the Greco-Roman period.
You know who made a good point today? was the guy who took us on the boat in the Lake of Galilee, the Galilee.
Sea of Galilee.
He
yeah.
said, think about this. I'm a skeptic, you know, I'm a critical approach guy. But I used to say, there's no pigs in Israel. What is this with the pigs, casting demons out of pigs? That couldn't have happened. There's no pigs in Israel. He made a good point. There's a lot of pagans in the north. Mm-hmm. They probably have pigs. It's not that hard to bring. You can bring pigs by boat here and start a farm in the north. Mm-hmm. It's possible. And now that I've seen how, you know, there's little towns, little neighborhoods up here in the north that are Hellenized and pagan, I'm not surprised that if there would be pigs in Israel at that time.
Right, so we're dealing with a story where Jesus goes to the Gerasene demoniac, and he goes to cast out these pigs, and I do think that this is in some way lifting from the Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. However, what I think by coming here, I can't prove it, and I'm not going to try, but what it has done for me is it made me wonder, whoever this person is, are they aware of the geographic location? Do they know that somewhere in the region, within the 1st century or early 2nd century, there were people in certain regions who owned pigs, maybe?
You just made my point for me, exactly.
And it's like, are they then slapping a legend or mythology onto a local geographic area, giving their figure?
And my point is, Mark's not... a lot of people think Mark has... Some people say Mark is like, you know, the dumbed down gospel or whatever. He's actually brilliant. He's the first one to put together this... It's a scholarly text. He knows what he's doing.
Pretty sophisticated.
He's drawing concepts from the Old Testament. He's drawing concepts from the mystery world, and he's not dumb that he's going to say he's going to throw pigs in the narrative when there's no pigs in Israel. I think he knew that this probably was in the north. So I mean, I'm making a big deal out of a little tiny detail. But what I'm saying is, I'm bringing that all back to say this. Especially in the north, because we haven't been to Jerusalem yet. We don't know much about it. We're going to see that. But here, up in the north, it's not as strict. There's no line between Judaism and, you know, the Greek world. Like, it's very mixed.
There's a lot of mixture in the diaspora. I think that when you get to the heartland of Jerusalem, because for so long the prophets spoke about this. I mean, let's be honest, the Judean people in this region really put themselves as the center of the story.
Right.
So the closer you get to that little capital, so to speak, the more religious fervor you find. In fact, why is it every year when the Jews would come to celebrate, the Romans would be on high alert because there's more nationalistic kind of mindset? That's anachronistic, but my point is, it's like, they know that there's, God freed us from Egypt, you know, like, and he's gonna do it for the Romans too. And I like John Dominic Crossan's position on this, even though Del Allison and E.P. Sanders disagree maybe on this whole political angle of investigating the Gospels this way, or thinking there's more to it. But while it's easy to say that many Jews were totally content living under the rule of Rome and they thought, oh, we're cool, and that may be the case, I think the closer you get to kind of Jerusalem or the more religious hometown, they saw themselves as still conquered by a people.
That's the priestly class. That's where they're living at. That's where you have the priesthood. That's where you have the temple. That's where all the big festivals are. So that I can see. I grant that all day. I think that's very, like what you're saying. I don't think there's a lot of pagan stuff happening over there.
I don't know.
But I'm not saying outside of the temple you don't have that.
Right.
And Herod the Great, you make a good point. I wanted to talk about that.
Like
we just saw that he strategically placed temples dedicated to the Roman Emperor Augustus
at Caesarea Maritime.
Yes, but he strategically places one there and one also up in the north, right by the border of Syria.
Yep.
Pretty much on the road to Damascus, which is kind of interesting. But he's playing both sides. You see, he's a smart guy.
Well, he's
not a fundamentalist.
I'm not going to go into what Tabor said today when it came to Herod and his descendants and trying to do with pedigree when it comes to genealogies. But holy smokes, is this guy trying to somehow
He's trying to be the most powerful man. Yeah.
Bro,
he is.
The one thing to highlight about that he said that made me think, holy crap, he killed his own sons.
Right.
Think about it. When he found out his sons were going to take over, if we want to say Herod's a murderer, Who's David?
If you're the king of the Jews, you got to do what the king of the Jews do.
So he takes out his sons the ones that try to come after the kingship, and he's still on the throne till he hands it off. That's it, and he had his 40-year reign. But he's trying. Herod was trying. I just thought that was interesting. But you're right about the pagan and the Jewish world, and you really have to ask yourself, like, even if we said Jerusalem, is it really even fair to say that in Jerusalem it was strict and they didn't have pagan ideas? And
not 100% pure, no. But I would say
more.
It's less than it is here.
So
I would say up in the north here, you have a lot more Orphic stuff, Sibylline oracles, this, that, and the third. The Greek world's mixing. These are Hellenized ideas are very popular. Down in the south, and I'm not an expert in this, but this is just my thought process right now. I would say it's less than that, but not totally. I'd say it's still happening. Yeah. I just think that's how humans are. We can't just be like nobody. We have this textbook idea of like the Jewish world in Jerusalem in the first century, and they were all Torah observant, and none of them. Everybody just they were robots, and they just prayed 5 times a day, and they didn't do anything wrong. No, they were just humans that
we're
had.
All human.
Yeah, we all do what we do, and so yeah.
I love this. We're in front of some sarcophagi. We don't know this particular area that we're at. We're not sure what the ruins of this is. This is authentic. This is not fake. Yeah. This is a real spot of some sort. And we have ran across so much of this. The one thing I do want to mention is just how my entire perception of these texts have changed from the geography and the actual locations of investigating. That doesn't mean I'm saying what the text says happened, or what I'm saying is if the text says it most likely took place. What it does is it brings to life how I'm going to investigate it and who the author might have been who wrote this material. Are they aware of certain things in this area? Tabor said it best yesterday when I was like, hey, do you think that we were talking about where Jesus is going to get thrown off the cliff, the precipice, right? There's many precipices out there. I'm not going to get into the discussion of the details, but it's like when we say, hey, 1 through 3, 3 it absolutely happened, 1 probably didn't happen at all, or 0, it didn't happen. And he's like, you're asking the wrong question. It's not a question of did that happen. We would never know if that actually happened. Is there a precipice, number 1? Well, yes, there are many precipices in this area of Nazareth. Okay, so that could raise the likelihood, did this possibly happen? He goes, he's a kid, they're boys. And so is there a moment when these boys are out here and he's threatening to throw them off? We don't know. At the end of the day, it's just not unlikely that it could have happened.
And this is the last thing I want to say. When I'm going through these texts, my first approach is, why are they putting this there? What historical kernel is there to see? Is this just drawn from some mythology that they're repurposing? Could be the case. Are they trying to fulfill a prophecy that happened in the Old Testament? That could be the case too. Yep. But maybe there is something historical there. And maybe that could be the case. I want to see if I can find it.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair. I think it's a fair approach for this type of stuff.
I think anybody who's serious in investigating this stuff should. And if your entire guards get up because someone might say, hey, Jesus actually probably was born in this place called Nazareth. What do you mean he was born? Prove to me he was even born. Prove to me he even exists to begin with.
And if that's what you want, you're not going to see it.
Yeah, if you want that, that's fine because you just don't trust the text, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, if you don't want there to be a guy, if you don't want this to be true, if you want this, that's how you're going to see it no matter what.
That's it.
You can't force somebody to see, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, if all you want to dwell on is there's mythology, and then when you find kernels of geographic locations or people that really exist, like Herod Antipas, Herod the Great, John the Baptist, like all these real players in the stories that are really real, then you get to Jesus, and every time Jesus shows up, you have to act like he came out of thin air and he's totally invented within that narrative. Go for it. I think that's more ad hoc and less likely than, dude, there's a guy.
But on the flip side of that, it's also just as ad hoc to accept it all because it says it.
Yeah.
So I think it's very healthy to stay healthy right in the middle, have a balance. Don't just accept everything because it's written down.
No.
Be critical about it.
Compare it to other literature.
Give it a fair shake.
Read far and wide. Go and check out the world and go, wow, it's not just Jewish.
Yeah.
Wow, it's not just Greek. wow, it's not just Jewish, Greek, maybe whatever people have come into this property. So
Might be something new.
right, and when you start to like read wider and open up your mind, so much more can be explored. I mean, I'd like to get a shot just to show what the hotel looks like, literally where we're staying at.
Yeah.
This is the hotel that me and Neil are staying at, and if we can
We got
walk
the palm
through,
trees in front of us.
I would love to just walk through here real quick as we're looking. Palm trees, Sea of Galilee. Tell us what you're seeing here, Neil.
The Sea of Galilee is what, that way?
Sea of Galilee, I thought it was back here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's back here.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, we're here in the north in Israel.
Whatever this ruins
We
is.
saw the border of Syria earlier. We were just right at Syria. We pretty much went through the whole north, and we're ready to hit the south tomorrow.
It's amazing. This whole complex, everything that we've saw, we hope that our enthusiasm will rub off on you and you will get as excited as we are, because there's so much. In fact, this made us absolutely want to go and explore Greece. We want to go explore Europe at some point. I'm not saying tomorrow. I'm saying at some point we have to touch down in these locations. Something comes to life when you do
This
it.
will be a normal thing for sure.
And maybe eventually we will have a Gnostic Informant and Myth Vision tour.
Yeah.
We can make something happen.
And that's true gnosis. All right, that was good. That was perfect.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
December of 2019, I get this email from James. He said, we have to talk. There was an article in the Harvard Gazette. The guy's name is Hanan Tigay, and he wrote a book called The Lost Book of Moses. And it was about a Shapira scroll. Tabor and I both order the book, we read the book, and what we find is that Tigay assessed the information and came away with a Shapira scroll was a forgery. Well, here was the one question that was nagging. I said, what did the scroll say? I'm curious. So I began to pore over it, and I found that the text from the manuscript could very well be an ancient manuscript of the Torah. They felt like the forger was copying from lapidary, from stone inscriptions. Here's what they knew. They had the Moabite stela, the Mesha stone. They had that, and they saw there are dots between words. The Siloam inscription is discovered in 1880. It had dots, but they had never seen it used on leather, so they said the forger is trying to play like he knows about ancient writing. Well, now we know. Emmanuel Tove says that at Qumran, there are 13 manuscripts written in Paleo-Hebrew.
Just like this.
Yes, they are written in Paleo, and they have the word divided.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today I'm with Ross Nichols, the Moses Scroll.
The Moses Scroll, Neil.
So this is an interesting book, and a lot of people like to wonder about, people's credentials when they write books about academic stuff. But there's also experience.
Yeah.
People who have that raw experience. They go to the sites, hands-on stuff. This is your guy for that. This guy's been. How many times have you been here in this?
This is trip 18, Neil.
18, but how many?
Kicking up dust.
But you've had trips here that are 6 months long.
Yeah, I stay several months when I come. Usually if I come, I'm going to make the most of it. I'm going to try to stay 3 months, chase down whatever wild, crazy idea I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Lead tours like we're on together with
Right.
you guys. And
Yeah.
So that's part of it. Digging in the soil, that's what I really like to do.
Right. So when I see that, it's something I take that seriously. For people who are hands-on and take that approach. We're talking about the Moses scroll.
Yeah.
And before we even start, I just want to let people know we're going to get into the basics on this. If you want to know more about it, the link's in the description where you can buy the book. Tell us a quick little rundown about why you wrote this book.
Okay, excellent question. Let me tell you. So I'm sort of one of those guys, like you said. I don't have a PhD. I started off like so many people, just studying the Bible. I fell in love with the Bible, worked my way out of Christianity, worked my way out of fundamental Christianity. Years ago, I did a class called Following Jesus Out of Christianity, you know. So then I take the next logical step and I turn to the Hebrew Bible. Well, from a fundamentalist standpoint, Neil, I kind of wanted to remain somewhat fundamentalist, you know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like I believe that the 66 books of the Bible are inspired, inerrant, the holy, you know, all of that. I mean, that was my view. And then I began studying Hebrew very early, and I just pushed my way through the material. Well, as I moved into the Hebrew Bible, I carried some of that same fundamentalist approach. So now I'm looking at the Tanakh, the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim, and I felt like the real truth is here. But I took that same approach. Well, as I worked through it, I began to really delve into some of the academic works. I know you've worked through a lot of this material too. But what I began to notice, primarily after years of teaching through the Torah cycle of readings, you know, the annual cycle of readings, that go back all the way to Second Temple times, I began to notice some strange things. You know, I began to question whether or not the traditional view that Moses had written the Torah was really valid. Could it stand the test? You know, traditionally we say that Moses wrote the 5 books. You can't pick up a Bible without seeing the heading Genesis, the first book of Moses, Exodus, the second book of Moses. Well, as I began to read, I started noticing something, and I didn't know this level of detail, but let me tell you, 592 times Moses is mentioned in the Torah, from the time we meet him in Exodus 2 until Deuteronomy 34:12. You take that section, you find Moses 592 times. Why would that trigger me? Because most people writing an account would not use the third person.
Right.
I started noticing things. You know, it describes Moses' death. Well, we know that dead people don't write. So this is not something I discovered. This is something that academics had discovered all through primarily 18th, 19th century, up into Wellhausen and, you know, all of his work. So I began to question whether or not Moses had written any of it. This led me to the discovery, and I'll tell it to you this way. I delivered a class that sort of unveiled this at a conference, a United Israel World Union conference in April of 2019, and this was the title, Finding the Hand of Moses in the Torah. The Torah within our Torah. Now the approach is this, right? You can sense, I know you're going to pick up on this. I still want to believe that Moses did write something, but what was it?
Right.
So I began to notice there are 7 places, and we may get into this more deeply, but I'll tell you just the high end of it. I noticed 7 things that the Pentateuch tells me that Moses wrote. But it's not from Moses' hand, it's from another author. Someone is telling me that Moses wrote something. Classic example, Deuteronomy 31 verse 9, Deuteronomy 31 verse 24 through 26 says, Moses wrote his Torah, gave it to the priest, and the priest put it mitzad ha'aron, beside the ark. So think about that. Moses wrote the Torah, the author of Deuteronomy tells us, and then it says he put it beside the ark. Well, that's somebody telling me Moses wrote the Torah. It's not Moses saying, I wrote the Torah, right? You get the difference.
Yeah, that's...
So the thing that got me was, I said, wait a minute. We still have 3 chapters of Deuteronomy left that, in other words, it can't be talking about Genesis 1:1 through Deuteronomy 34:12. So Neil, I then said, I have to find that book. There's a fundamentalist in me. Is there any trace of that book? For instance, the Torah mentions the book of Jasher in the book of Numbers.
I've always wondered about this.
Right. So
because we have a Jasher, but it's not the right one.
Yeah,
this
you
is
can
like
go on
medieval.
Amazon and get it, but it's not the book. So we have references to these ancient books, these sources that the authors, whoever they were, of the Pentateuch and other books in the Tanakh, we have references to these sources, but we don't have the sources. So my question was, has this book been lost?
Right.
So I set out on a journey, and I discovered that within the book of Deuteronomy, there's a first-person element to Deuteronomy. It's only in Deuteronomy. Now, if you open up Deuteronomy, you read Deuteronomy 1:1 through 5, and it's a narrator speaking. These are the words which Moses spoke on the other side of the Jordan between this place and that place, so forth and so on. And it's all third person. Guess who didn't write it? Moses. But then you begin seeing, now this is only Deuteronomy, Neil. You start seeing places where the writer, let's just be honest, I'm saying it's Moses. Some people would laugh at that. But here's the deal, it's in first person. So you get this feel where it says, and the Lord spoke unto me saying, well, he's talking first person. So that was what I was working on. Fast forward, I delivered that talk in April of 2019. Dr. James Tabor, good friend of mine, you guys know that we're good buddies. He writes me an email and he said, hey, December of 2019, I get this email from James. He said, we have to talk. There was an article in the Harvard Gazette, if I'm not mistaken, and it was about an author who had written a book. The guy's name is Hanan Tigay, and he wrote a book called The Lost Book of Moses, I believe is the title of his book. And it was about a Shapira scroll. So I read Tabor and I both order the book, we read the book, and what we find is that Tigay assessed the information and came away with he confirmed the scholarly consensus. So up front, I'm going to tell you, Neil, that academics, both at the time in the 19th century, all the way up through modern times, the majority of them say Shapira scroll was a forgery. Well, here was the one question that was nagging. I said, what did the scroll say? I'm curious.
Right.
Right? Because I hear you got all that, you say that you think it's a fake. Well, that's what they said, but I want to look at the raw data. Yeah, I'm not an easy, you can't convince me easily, give me the data. So I began to pore over it, and I found that the text from the manuscript, now if I can show you this.
Show it right here.
Yeah, this is a replica, obviously, and it's not to scale, it's a little bit big. I bought it off eBay, bro. You can get this off eBay. But this is one fragment. So the quick dirty of this is, there were 16 strips of leather that were discovered in a cave in 1878, according to the story, by Bedouin. Now think about this, Neil. 1878, actually it was discovered in 1865.
Paleo,
yeah, it's paleo. So it's discovered in 1865, but in 1878, Moses Shapira, a scroll merchant, like he's working as an agent for the British Museum, he comes in contact with the Bedouin, comes to him and said, hey, I got this scroll, you might be interested. So he buys the manuscript for next to nothing, and he sends the transcription. So you've studied paleo.
Yeah.
So he begins with paleo, and he's transcribing it in modern Hebrew letters. As he does, now there are 16 strips. Now it represents 2 manuscript copies of what Shapira believed could very well be an ancient manuscript of the Torah. Excuse me. So he takes this, sends it to a German scholar by the name of Schlotman. Schlotman looks at it and he says, he doesn't have this, he has the transcription. He writes him a scathing letter. He says, Shapira, this is a forgery. How could you dare suggest that something that doesn't agree with our authentic Bible is real?
Really? And what made him think that?
Because it didn't agree with the canonical text.
Really?
Yeah. By the way, this does have a version of the 10 Commandments, Neil, but it's not the version you know.
Really?
Now, that shouldn't have been a problem. Why? Because in the Bible, all the fundamentalists should know this, in the Bible we have 2 accounts of the 10 Commandments, the 10 words as they're called in Hebrew, Aseret HaDevarim. Exodus 20, Deuteronomy 5. You put those side by side, they don't agree. There's differences. Now this is supposed to be the words of God from Mount Horeb, from Mount Sinai. So, but Schlotman sends back a letter scathing Shapira and says, how dare you? So what ultimately happens with this is Shapira feels bad, because he wants to be a good believer, and he puts it in a gold safe at the Bergheim Bank. He leaves it there, and guess what? It stays there for 5 years.
Wow.
But then he begins to think. He begins to hear about the academic critical assessment of the Torah. He comes across a book that was written in 1860 by a scholar by the name of Friedrich Bleek. Friedrich Bleek wrote a book in German. Germans are the best academics on the Bible, right? So particularly in the 19th century. 1860, the book was written. He gets a hold of it in about 1882. And he reads it and he comes away with this startling conclusion, and it's somewhat the same as what came to me. And that's this. The Torah, as we have it, the Pentateuch, was not written by Moses or about his time. So Shapira then said, wait a minute, this might be authentic. So he goes back, he gets a scroll out of the bank, and he says, that's it. I'm going back to the European scholars, and I'm going to show it to them again. Now he's convinced, Neil. He knows ancient scrolls. He knows old scrolls. Now here's the deal. This is 80 years. It was discovered 80 years before the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Wow.
So now Shapira brings it to Germany. And there's,
they don't even know that there's text that can survive that long.
No, that's it.
That's really important.
That's the point. Now get this, I'm going to tell you this piece. So in 1883, he's got the courage, he's got the conviction, he believes it's authentic, he doesn't care what they think. So he takes it to Germany, and by the way, he's got a couple of scholars. Most people that come on now, the academics that still say it's fake, they don't know all the background. Well,
they're just kind of,
they're parroting what they learned in graduate
to the consensus,
school.
right?
Absolutely. So now I'm into this subject. I downloaded every single thing that the PEF, Palestine Exploration Fund, did. I downloaded every article from the Athenaeum, from all the British papers, and I read through the story, and I recreate that in the book. But the fast version of it is this. He brings it to Leipzig, Germany. And in Leipzig, two young scholars by the name of Hermann Goethe and Edward Meyer, they look at this and they believe it's real. Nobody knows this. It's only in the German personal correspondence between these two. But he believes it's real, they believe it's real. He takes this manuscript, they transcribe it and they published it, and I actually read and used their transcription. Then it goes to England, where David Christian Ginsburg, the great Masoretic scholar, he then transcribes it. So what I did, this is before I even decided for sure if I was going to write a book, I pulled those two transcriptions into one text, making a critical text for the first time. And I worked through it and I provided a translation of it. And you know what I found? Get this, Neil. Remember when I told you I was looking for what did Moses write?
Right.
7 things that the Pentateuch says Moses wrote. Guess what this document contains?
Those things.
Those things that Moses would have written.
Wow.
Now, I took that and I said, now I'm not being silly here. You know, I'm not just saying this is the scroll that Moses wrote, but I tell you what I do think. I think this gets us closer to the authentic, call it Deuteronomy. You know, like the first Torah, if you will. Because get this, it comes before all the priestly interpolations. If you would have, in the 19th century, if I were trying to create a fake, and I wanted to, let's say I looked at all the scholarly material and I said, you know, I'm going to fake them out. The one thing I would have put in it was chapter 12 through 26, all the priestly material. Because that's what a lot of scholars still believe, that represents the earliest.
Yeah.
So that's what he would have done, but guess what's lacking in this? Every bit of that. I mean, you're going to have me back. We're going to have to talk about the details of what's there, what's not there, and what does that really mean?
Right.
I mean, it's just amazing.
Now, but I think this is a good breakdown of what this is. And as you can see, the last thing I want to ask you, this is the last thing I want to end on.
All right.
What is it about this that they looked at and say, nah, this has got to be, like, what are they seeing that makes academics say, this is a forgery?
Yeah, you hit on one of them. One of them is, they just didn't know. I mean, if I were a scholar in 1883 and you told me, hey, Dr. Nichols, we found a scroll, and I said, tell me about it. And they'd say, well, So the story is it was in a cave, kind of near the Dead Sea. And I'd say, wait a minute. It was near the Dead Sea? And you tell me that this is 2,000, 3,000 years old? There's no way. Almost without exception, the scholars of the day said there's no way that a leather scroll could survive in a cave.
But now we know that's
now
not
we
true.
know. But listen,
Wow,
it gets
that's
better.
kind of interesting.
Couple more things. One that you'll hear all the time, it's repeated like people are zombies. They say it's non-provenance. Okay, makes sense. And the reason that these scholars say this, we don't want to encourage antiquities theft. We don't want somebody to say, hey, look, I got some antiquities, but I can't tell you where I got it. I mean, that's just bad business.
Right.
And it encourages theft. So I get that. But here's the deal. They said there's no way it survived. It wouldn't have survived. Now, let me tell you a couple more details quickly that go with that. Number one, the leather, and I'm still working on some of this. This is a replica again. It's a little bit bigger than it was actually.
Sure.
But it was letter to letter, back to back. It was coated on the back with an asphalt type coating. And so notice the asphalt's never going to touch the letters. This is the paleo writing, but it did over time bleed through. But we believe that it was done for the purpose of keeping it flexible. Now, whenever it was also, they found it had linen stuck to it. Now, when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they had linen stuck to them.
So this is
they
the
had
same
asphalt, and not only that, written in paleo.
Same thing, yeah.
But before this, there was nothing ever found written on leather in paleo.
I got this is going to be a tough question right here.
Yeah.
Does any of the Dead Sea Scrolls have those dots?
Yes.
They do?
Yes, they do.
Wow.
So you were
So I
looking
just
at
want to, for anyone who has no idea what I'm talking about, in this text there are these dots in between the words.
Right.
And a lot of ancient Hebrew doesn't do that. There are no dots in between.
Here you go. Here's
Right.
an example. Here.
And so scholars saw that and said, that's later.
Well, what they actually said, it's worse than that. They felt like the forger was copying from lapidary, from stone inscriptions. Here's what they knew. They had the Moabite stela, the Mesha stone. They had that, and they saw there are dots between words. The Siloam inscription is discovered in 1880. It had dots, but they had never seen it used on leather, so they said the forger is trying to play like he knows about ancient writing.
Right.
Well, now we know. Emmanuel Tove says that at Qumran, there are 13 manuscripts written in Paleo Hebrew.
Just like this.
Yes, they are written in Paleo, and they have the word dividers.
I gotta say, this
forger
is
wouldn't
very
know.
convincing.
He wouldn't know.
This is very convincing.
He wouldn't know.
We're gonna go deeper into this, and you can check out part 2 of this video on his Patreon.
And I want you guys to shoot it down.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I don't want people to think, oh, yeah, I believe it. Look at the evidence and see what you think.
And you have just attained true gnosis.
What is it that's shocking, maybe, that we find in there that we don't find in our Bible?
The whole thing is shocking. Let me give you a couple of quick examples. Number one, the 10 words are different. Okay? The 10 Commandments. First of all, everyone knows who studied, if you study religion in general, how do you count the 10 Commandments, right? They're supposed to be 10. They're called Aser HaDevarim. They're supposed to be 10. How do you count them? The Catholics, the Jews, the Lutherans, everybody counts them different because they're trying to make 10 and they just can't get there. And then you have Exodus and Deuteronomy don't agree. Exodus 20 and Deuteronomy 5 don't agree. And then some scholars propose that Exodus chapter 34 is an ancient priestly version of the 10 words. Some propose that Leviticus 19 is a different. This one is unique. Why? Because it doesn't match either, but it makes a lot more sense, and I'll build on that.
And welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today I'm joined by Ross Nichols, who, if you don't know by now, is the author of the Moses Scroll. And I got links in the description for this book, the Moses Scroll. It's the Shapira Scroll. It's taken the internet and the academic world by storm because we don't know what to do about this thing. This is a mystery that needs to be solved. And this book talks about that. And I'm telling you, you were on here about a month or two ago, and we did a video in the desert talking about this thing, and people really enjoyed it. But if you haven't got the book yet, links in the description. On top of that, he also has a YouTube channel, and you guys really need to subscribe. This is one of the channels that I really, really am behind right now, supporting. And as you see how I got the subscription going, hit the subscription. You don't even have to go in the description of my video. It's in the title. That blue hyperlink text, just click that and you'll see the red button for subscribe. It's that easy. Do that right now and come right back. Please subscribe to Ross Nichols. And today we have today we're going to talk about an amazing topic, which is the Siloam inscription. And and what that is here's an image of it. It's an inscription that's underneath Jerusalem in the tunnel of Hezekiah that Hezekiah dug out. And so if you guys paid attention, I have a video on this actually. And I'm just going to pull up just for 1 second before we get this story behind it. And if you see, I hit all the way down Hezekiah's tunnel. And I was with you then during this time. And you guys can watch this video later if you haven't watched it now. We go all the way through the tunnel, and then we find the actual inscription. See, there's Ross right there pointing his flashlight on it. And as you can see, we're looking at the inscription. That's all. You guys can all check that out later. But we're going to get into the story behind it right now. This is a fascinating story. And welcome to Gnostic Informant. And my question for you off the bat is, what is the story about this inscription, this Siloam inscription? When did we find it? And also, if I'm not mistaken, the story is that Hezekiah dug this tunnel out, and he's tied to this inscription as well. Tell us all about it.
Hey, man, thanks for having me, Neil. Look, I miss you, man. It's been, I guess we were together about 2 months ago, hiking through all sorts of places in the biblical Holy Land, as people call it.
It was Indiana Jones stuff going on.
Yeah, there. and then you left me there. I had another tour to lead, and you ran off. I didn't even know you were going to Egypt.
I went to Egypt.
I started seeing you on social media, and I thought, what is he doing? And somebody said, oh, he went to Egypt. So
yeah.
So I guess welcome back to you. I know you've been doing a lot of great interviews, and so thanks for having me on, Neil. Look,
absolutely.
This Siloam inscription. It truly is an important discovery, particularly in the field of archaeology in the Levant, in the land of Israel. It is a very interesting inscription, and the story of it is fascinating. It's so compelling, so interesting that I'm actually working on a book right now about the discovery, the decipherment, and the ensuing debate that took place after it was discovered. And let me tell you, Neil, this debate is still going on today. I want to touch two other things. So after I got back from Israel, you and I haven't spoken a lot. I know you've been busy. I've been busy. But one of the things that I'm working on, a friend of mine knew that I was doing research on the 19th century in specifically in the year 1880. I'm going to talk about the discovery of the Siloam inscription momentarily, but I'm doing research on this discovery. And a friend of mine who is at Haifa University wrote me and he said, hey, Ross, the Albright Institute in Jerusalem is going to host a conference on Conrad Schick. Now, Conrad Schick is a very important figure in 19th century Jerusalem. And this friend of mine said, you will probably want to put in a paper proposal to deliver a paper at this Albright Institute series, this conference. So I did. My paper was accepted, and I'm going back to Israel. I wish you could go with me, but I'm going to go the first week of February, first and second week, because I have some other research to do with some of my friends. So while I'm preparing the paper to deliver at the Albright, this is right around Christmas time, December I guess the 24th, something like that. It was real close to Christmas. An announcement hits social media. And the announcement is that more inscriptions were discovered in this Siloam water system. Notice I didn't say the Siloam tunnel, Neil, because I'm going to describe a much more elaborate. It says you went with me. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We'll catch your viewers up. And so five, Neil, not one, not two, 5 new monumental inscriptions have allegedly been discovered in this tunnel system in Jerusalem. And if that wasn't enough, just last week, they announced that the Siloam pool is going to be excavated by the IAA, the Israeli Antiquity Authority. So everything is focused on Siloam. Of course, I'm focused on it, but it makes me happy that the academic world is now looking in that direction. So let's talk a little bit about the discovery, because that's where I'm really focused right now. In fact, the joke is in my family, I have 6 kids and 9 grandkids. And if anybody calls me, they say, the grandkids call me Saba. They say, Saba, you're not in 1880. It's 2023 now. So I have to pull out of the 1880s. So here's the deal. So 1880, Conrad Schick is over the London mission in Israel. And he's also a teacher. He has students in his class. And 2 of his students, one of which is named Jacob Eliyahu. Jacob Eliyahu is a Sephardic Jewish descent. He is a student of Conrad Schick. And everyone in Jerusalem that's interested in the ancient city knows about this tunnel, right? This tunnel that goes from what we call Mary's Spring to the Siloam pool. When I say Mary's Spring, that's the 19th century name. The biblical name of that is the Gihon Spring. So a tunneling system that goes from the Gihon down to the pool at the southern edge of the city of David. So 2 boys, as the story goes, Jacob Eliyahu and his padna named Sam, decide that they're going to take a bet. They kind of encourage each other. Jacob is going to start in the south. Sam is going to start in the north, and they're going to meet in the middle. Now they have to overcome some fear, Neil, because and you and I'm talking about, it was really bad then. I mean,
if you have any bit of claustrophobia, you can't do it.
Yeah. Well, let me add to that fear factor. No, I don't. I just like to say this because it makes me sound tougher. I've read the reports from 1838 when it was rediscovered in the modern day by the American biblical scholar Edward Robinson. He describes the harrowing story when he went through in 1838. Neil, there were places where he had to scoot on his belly. It was so low at the time because the floor was filled with silt and dirt and mud, and just hold his lips above the water line so he could make it out. I mean, that's how bad. Yeah. So the locals had these. It was bad enough, as you see when we go through now.
I was trying to find an image of this. Is actually one of the good spots where you can actually stand up.
Yeah,
so there are like that's kind of the norm of how thin it gets. But there's also parts where you have to duck your head. Like this guy, you see him standing up tall. That's the easy part.
That's right.
There's like a good 5-10 minutes of walking where you're like this.
Look, and just so your viewers know, the parts you're talking about, the average height for quite a ways is about 4 feet tall.
Right.
And you're wading in about a foot of water.
Yeah.
So not quite, as you remember, it's not quite to your knees, but about a foot. So you're kind of stooped over, and you got to have a flashlight so you don't knock your head as you're going through. But add all of that to a much less cleaned out tunneling system. And they had 2 rumors. One rumor was that a genie lived in the pool, because before they regulated the water from Miriam Spring or the Gihon, the water would rise at certain times, and God help you if you're stuck in that tunnel, see, particularly in the low sections. I mean, that would be pretty scary. If even in the cleaned out tunnel, if the water started rising, I would be moving to get out of that thing. But anyway, so one was that there was a genie that lived in, the other was that it was a dragon. But anyway, two boys. Wow. Now, Jacob Eliyahu is 16 years old at the time. He starts on the southern end. Now, there you go. So the southern end, Neil, is where you come out, where when we went through, and your video shows this, towards the end, we come out. So he comes in the southern end. Now remember, at the time, and even today, there are no lights, so you have to have a flashlight. Well, they had a candle. He has a candle. He has a string tied around his neck with other matches in it. And he's walking, and it's not, the floor is unlevel. There are rocks and rubble. And he trips about 25 feet into the tunnel from the southern edge. And as he stumbles into the water, he comes up and he's feeling his way. He's got his light, his candle, and he says, he thinks he sees letters. Now he's by himself. Sam started from the other side. And we later learn in the story that Sam gets spooked and just leaves. He doesn't even go through. So Jacob says, I think, he's telling himself, I think these are ancient letters. It's on the eastern wall, about 25 feet in, and it's not even all the way out of the water at the time. The water was higher. So he goes back and he tells Schick, his teacher, I think I found some writing. So Conrad Schick leaves the class. I'm sure he probably said, what are you doing there? You skipped class. You're walking through the tunnel. You're supposed to be doing geography right now.
That's someone like you and me, like going down.
Yeah. He's supposed to be in class. He has to go back with wet pants and tell his teacher, hey, you're not going to believe this.
Yeah, we better go down there.
Yeah, he's going to say, well, what had happened was I was. Yeah. So, but he tells him, and Schick goes down, and Schick is a scholar. In fact, he's referred to, not educated in, he doesn't have an advanced degree, but he is self-educated. He's a brilliant man. He is in touch with the Palestine Exploration Fund scholarship team, as well as the German Palestine Association. So he's connected with scholars in Germany and in England. And remember, in the 19th century, Neil, these guys, everybody wants a piece of the Holy Land, right? So you have these two organizations, the Germans and the English, and everybody wants to know if there's anything discovered. The Palestine Exploration Fund is doing a survey of Palestine, and I'm not using the term in the political sense. So some people, Palestine versus Israel, we're talking about the Ottoman period, when everyone referred to this entire region as the Palestine. So now Schick goes in there, and of course Jacob shows him where he found the inscription, and Schick says, by golly, I think you found, I don't know exactly what he said, but he says, I think you found something here. He recognizes that on the inscription are paleo letters. And now this is what we need to get up front. They're lightly etched and they're small. You remember looking at the replica with me, Neil. Remember that the letters are only about a half an inch tall, and they're not carved deeply into the rock. But it looks like the letters, from what he can tell, a lot of the letters have been covered with silicate from the water flowing through the tunnel at the time. But they look very similar to what they were familiar with from the Mesha Stela, the Moabite stone, right? So he immediately dispatches a letter to his friends at the German Palestine Association, a scholar by the name of Sokin, and he tells Sokin on behalf of the German Palestine Association, yep, there's the Mesha stone, the Moabite stela. He tells the guys in Germany, by chance, this is what happened. My student stumbled in the water, found the inscription. And so it sets off a media frenzy, if you will. All the German scholars are wondering, what do we need to do? Well, in Schick's plan, in his letter to the Germans, he tells them certain steps that need to be taken place, that need to be accomplished in order to get a squeeze. Now, let me explain that. If you want to get an inscription, you want to get they couldn't get a photograph of it, but they want to get a replica of it, if you will. So you take a piece, sort of like paper mache, and you press it onto an inscription, and then you let it dry, Neil, and then you peel that off. And then what you have is a reverse image of the inscription. But there are some problems, and Schick identifies these. He said, number one, the letters, part of the bottom part of the inscription is covered by water. So we've got to get the water drained out of the tunnel in order to get a good inscription. He also notes the problem with the silicate that's filled in these letters. So he's got some work cut out for him. He knows that in order to get a good inscription, a good squeeze, he's got to do some work. Now, he agrees to take charge of this work. He says, I'll do it, but I'm going to need some money. Now, that's the letter to the Germans. He then turns around. This is that was June 22nd. He wrote that letter. The Germans published it on July the 7th, 1880. Every scholar in Germany knows about it by July of 1880. Walter Besant is the secretary of the Palestine Exploration Fund at the time, Neil. He says in an article that was published in the British side of the media, he said, I found out about this inscription on August the 3rd. So he notifies the British a little bit later, or they find out about it a little bit later, but within a month, he's notified, in essence, the entire academic world about this inscription. Now, what he also did, he did attempt to replicate what he saw. He sent what he called a copy, which means that he didn't take a squeeze. Remember, he couldn't get a squeeze. So he's standing there with a candle, and he writes down a letter, and he looks. It's hard to make out, but what both groups, the Germans and the English, say is it left much to be desired. Now, one other thing, and you saw this, I showed this to you, right behind on the western wall of the tunnel, directly across from the inscription, there's a niche carved in the rock where he proposed that a lamp was situated. And he further proposed that the inscription was done in situ, meaning whoever did this inscription did it in the tunnel. And but again, the British and the Germans said, we can only make out a few letters. The Germans looked at what he sent them, and they only recognized 4 letters out of the whole thing. And Schick tells both groups that he proposed that there were about 8 to 10 lines of text on that inscription. Now, turns out there are only 6, but we'll get to that. But remember, the bottom is underneath the water level.
Right.
Now, the other thing that I'll point out about the inscription itself, on the eastern wall, when you and I went through, we were looking at a replica. The replica is just affixed to the tunnel wall, but you got to see something, and you videoed it and took some very nice pictures for my presentation. Thank you very much. Of the actual location, which is about 2.5 feet to the south of the replica, where it was dug out from the wall. Another part of the story we'll get to. But that niche behind, on the opposite side of the wall, the ancient Judeans would have put that their lamp there so they could make this engraving. So just to give you a real quick summary of what happens, once the British know about it, the English know about it, as well as the Germans, they begin to make plans. They want to give Schick some money. And because Schick is their man on the ground, he's highly respected. He's their contact in Jerusalem. So they turn things over to Schick. Remember, we're in June of 1880. Now, Schick wants to start immediately, but he's sick. He reports in one of the reports that I found, it's actually called My Work on the Siloam Canal. He says that for several months, he had to fight health issues, and he also had one other problem, the Ottomans. So this is Ottoman Jerusalem. So you don't just do whatever it is you want to do. Everything is watched over closely. So he has to get permission from the Ottomans, and but he has to wait for the right time. Now he says that the time arrived when something interesting happened. The guy he had to get the permit from, the Ottoman that he had to get the permit from, didn't like Europeans, Neil. He was very pro-Ottoman from Turkey, you know, but he didn't have much for anybody other than his own people.
Right.
Well, fortunately for Schick, the guy dies. And the one who takes over happens to be one of Schick's boys, one of his friends.
Okay.
So he goes to this guy and he said, look, you know, now it's November. It's been a few months. And he says, I need permission, but he couches it in the perfect way. He says, Jerusalem always has water problems. And I think if I can work on this ancient system of water tunneling from the Mary Spring to the pool, maybe I can help Jerusalem's water issues.
Right.
So, you know, the Ottomans say, go forward and prosper. Do everything you want to do. If you find anything, Schick, you need to let us know. And he says, yeah, I'll be sure and let you know about that. So he gets to work. So he does begin a process. He goes and he hires locals. And so it's helping the economy all around, right? So he pays them a daily wage initially, and then later he brings them under contract. So he's got quite a few workers. Now, remember at the time, it's not this sweet little water park ride that you and I did. This is bad. But these guys are in there and they're bringing out buckets and pails, and he's got shovels he's given them, and they're having to bring rocks and rubble. And so he works on it for a few months, but it's not easy work. The physical labor is one problem, but another problem is it's in the rainy season. So in Israel, you and I, when we went on our tour with Dr. Tabor, November is a good time if you get it before the rainy season starts. But by the time you get to the end of November, December, that's when you're in the seasonal rainy periods. And so work has to stop during that time off and on. Plus, Schick is getting constant notes from scholars from Germany and England saying, hey, can you go in there and try to make a better copy? So he's working. He's trying to get a better copy to him. But as late as December, January, the scholarly world is still waiting for a good copy of this inscription. They don't even know what it says. They don't know for sure how many lines are on it, and they can't even make out but a few letters. Mm-hmm. So imagine the frustration. Here we're sitting on potentially one of the great discoveries in Israel, and nobody knows what it says. So it's very frustrating for everybody involved, not excluding Schick. He wants to get it too.
Yeah.
So, by February, there is a scholar by the name of Archibald Sayce. Now, you and I talked a little bit about this on the tour. Maybe you had read some things about him as well. Sayce's brilliant. At least the word on the street in the day was that he could work in 20 ancient languages. And he reports on February the 7th of 1881. So it's been 8 months since the discovery. Now, everybody knows about this, and he says there was an accident in Cyprus, and I ended up in Jerusalem. So where does he go? Neil, he goes straight to Schick. He says, I want to see this inscription. Now, this guy's a genius. So he goes into the tunnel and he begins looking at it and trying to get his own copy. So Sayce is the first guy that publishes any attempt to read what the inscription says. And we're already in February. He goes through the tunnel to the inscription on February 7th. He takes a break. He does some other travel he has to do in and around Jerusalem. He comes back on the 26th and he goes back in there. Now he says that this is bad working conditions, Neil. He's in this tunnel. It's not nice like when we went through. He's cramped up. He's got a buddy of his, John Slater, holding a candle for him. Get it closer, John. I can't see it. So he's trying to read it. But he does a pretty good job considering the working conditions. But he reports that he's fighting off mosquitoes and, it's just bad. There's another guy that is working on this very early on too, Neil. And some who have read my book, The Moses Scroll, know this guy's name. His name is Moses Wilhelm Shapira. Shapira is an antiquities dealer. He's a bookseller. He is an agent for the British Museum. Now, Shapira is one of my heroes from the 19th century.
He's a real Indiana Jones type of character.
He is, he is. And he's a scroll merchant. So he's been around the world. He's very familiar with script. He was involved in a lot of things, which some people tend to side with the standard view that he is a forger and a bad guy. I do not hold that view. But nonetheless, we learn later, and I put this in my book, that he was one of the first people down to attempt to make a squeeze. So he's got his own ideas about what this says, but Sayce's in the limelight. Again, February 7th, February 26th. By the 26th, when he goes in that tunnel, he says this. He reports this in the British paper called the Athenaeum. Sayce says, look, Schick is doing incredible work. He says now that he's got the water level down. You remember where we went in at the Miriam Spring, at the Gihon Spring, and you walk through? The tunnel is 1,750 feet, give or take, from the entrance to the Siloam pool. He's working on that whole area. And if you just walk through it like we did, I think, and we were clowning around a little bit, but what was that video length? Is it about 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes?
It's an hour long.
It's an hour long. Okay.
Yeah. It's a far, you're walking, how many miles is it?
Well, it's 1,750 feet.
Yeah.
So it's winding and you have several false starts.
Right.
And now let me interrupt myself, because people had long associated this tunnel with Hezekiah's tunnel, which we'll talk about shortly, about the biblical passages that talk about that. But the question has always been, how do you start on two ends and meet in the middle? How do you do that? Particularly if we're talking about the 8th century BCE, because Neil, if this was actually done in the 8th century BCE, it's one of the most remarkable engineering feats that has ever been pulled off. How do you, again, two teams of builders. Now, what we know, I'm interrupting myself at the point where no one knows what the inscription says. It's located 25 feet in from the southern entrance. But I'm going to take you back to 1838 first, when Edward Robinson rediscovered the tunnel. He said he proposed that the tunnel was built. Two teams of builders worked from either end. This is in a book that was published in 1842, I believe, by Robinson. And it's called Biblical Researches in Palestine or something like that. So it's already an idea that that's the way they did it. So people since that time, and even up to the modern day that we're having our interview, debate how would they have done it. And one of the theories is that, you know, you like banging on the ground above, which many places in that tunnel, you're deep. You know, you're deep underground.
It's mind
Right?
blowing how far down we are.
It is. And so, but it's not only, it's one thing that two teams could meet together in the middle. It's quite another achievement, and this is the big one.
Right.
You have to for water to flow, common sense says from the source to the target, you have to have a drop in elevation.
Right.
They've now, modern times have now looked at this, and it is such a slight drop that it is blowing people's minds as to how they, and remember, it's not a straight
Roman aqueducts. Like you can't even look like they're flat, but they're not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, you know, in places in that tunnel, you showed the photo a moment ago where it's way above the head, you know, and in other places we're ducked down. That's not the builders getting tired and deciding not to. It's, they had to, the ground does this above the Siloam aqueduct, the Siloam tunnel, and they had to work their way down to get the level. I mean, it's phenomenal that they even met in the middle. It's even more incredible that it caused the flow of water from point A to point B, but it did.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The original bit, the people who actually dug this out in the ancient world, like, you know, Hezekiah gets the credit for it. I know there's some disputes on if he really did it or not. We'll get to that. That's it. We will get to that.
Yes, indeed.
But it's amazing because of the technology they had in this time period.
That's right.
Limited.
Yeah.
We're talking about digging hundreds and hundreds of feet below the ground and then digging straight across to another area and meeting another person who's coming in the other way.
Yep. And creating the flow. Yeah. It's
no
it's
lasers, no drills, no, just what do they have? Chisels? What do they have?
Yeah, they were doing it like the old-fashioned way, Neil.
Yeah.
They're whacking it with, you know, iron. It's in the iron. I mean, they're whacking away at it with iron tools. In fact, we'll get to the text in a minute. I'll read you a text from Sirach.
One thing that I remind myself that makes me not too surprised about this type of stuff is the reward that comes from doing this.
Yeah.
So it's life and death to get this water in here. So it's going to get done. Like they're going to put whoever, whether it's Hezekiah, whoever it is, they're putting all their resources in this project. It's getting done.
Yep. That's right. That's right. Oh. Yeah. And so what we have is we have these different water systems, this underground, let's call it the water system, water conveyance system. It's not just the tunnel that we went into. You remember as we walked down into the city of David, you go down, 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 down. And I remember you videoed all of this and you put it on your YouTube channel. People ought to take that journey and watch that video you put out. It's really good footage. And I remember when you posted it, you said, look, this is just raw. Well, I thought that was brilliant because you can edit it, you can make it do this, do that, but
I wanted people to understand what the whole experience was like. They from start to finish, there's no stopping. It's dark. It's tight. It's kind of like, oh, that's how it is. Now the video came out that way too. So
yeah, and that's fine. And if people recognize when they watch that you said at the outset, I want to bring you through this system with me. I want you to walk through this with us and get this experience. Look, a lot of people, unfortunately, will never get to go and do the things that you've done and that I get to do. So you're bringing them with you into this ancient system, this tunnel. It's fantastic. So one of the things that happens is after the discovery, we won't go through blow by blow on who said what but very soon they begin to identify that you get a little bit more information comes forward. So you're dealing with a tablet. When I say tablet, on the eastern wall, 25 feet in from the southern entrance the exit. What?
Is this the one?
That's the replica. That is the replica that's currently on the wall.
But it's in the location where they actually found the actual one.
Yeah, the
Yes.
one that is the where they actually found that inscription. Again, that's the replica. Was about 2 feet to the south, about the same height. That's the one where I said, "Hey guys, come here. I need Neil. I need you to take a picture of me here because I'm doing this lecture, and you kindly obliged, and we got the photo where the actual one was dug out of the wall." But so here's what they began to propose. Now Schick is all in the middle of this. He's the man on the ground. He's going in there and trying to get his workers to keep, it's hard to keep people motivated. They're having problems breathing. At the time, I mean, there's no flow, and it's in the middle. It's horrendous. But here's what he puts out. So here's what we then begin to hear from people like Sayce. He makes his 2 trips. He says in February 26th of 1881, Schick has made some good progress. Here's what we know now. That he believes that it's engraved on the wall in situ. A portion of that rock wall is smoothed for the purpose of engraving an inscription. And it's framed. So like you can imagine the workers chiseled out about a 2 foot by 2 foot square, a little bit more, 2 foot 2 inches by 2 foot 2. And then they engraved an inscription on the polished. I'm not saying but they smoothed it. They prepared it for writing. And then they wrote 6 lines of text. Now, Sayce and Schick and Shapira, by this point, January actually, they know that there are 6 lines of text. Still can't really read it. You can pick up letters here and there, but they're not really able to make a guess. In fact, Walter Besant, the Germans, the English, everybody says that it's the inscription is not discernible at that point. Now, what you're looking at now, we're pretty much settled on what it has on there.
Yeah, you can see it now.
This was a frame. So around this prepared section, 2 foot by 2 foot, is a prepared smooth surface. Now the inscription is written on the lower half, and according to the 19th century scholars, only on the lower half. So some people begin to speculate. Well, is there anything written above it? And the answer to that in the 19th century is no. Is there anything below it? No, it's a frame, and then it's rough rock. It's rough rock above the frame at the top. The inscription is 6 lines. It's located on the lower part of the inscription, the prepared place. But over time, you start getting into April and May. Sayce continues to work and clean up his, but in March, something incredible happens. There is a scholar by the name of Hermann Goethe. Now, I know Goethe because of my work on Shapira. Goethe was the only scholar in the 19th century who looked at the Shapira manuscript and published an academic booklet, 95-page booklet on the manuscript. And I republished that in English with the help of my friends, the Tylers, last year. It's on, people can find that on my website as well. But it's called Fragments of a Leather Manuscript. But that was Goethe. So Goethe, March 23rd of 1880, he arrives in Jerusalem. He's been sent by the German Association for the Study of Palestine, and he arrives there. Now, Schick had proposed from the beginning, when he first sent notice that Sokin published, he said, you know what we need to do? We need to consider cleaning this with a chemical process to get the silicates out of the letters, because they can't make a squeeze. So Goethe starts looking around at talking to the other academics on his way to Jerusalem, and he says, anybody have any recommendations on how to clean this the right way? And it just so happens, I think this is another coincidence, like the guy who hated Europeans dying. Now, there was a booklet that was published by a guy named Hübner, and in his book, it's called, basically, I don't remember the exact title in English, it's a German work, but it's how to prepare a surface to take a squeeze is what it is. And he recommended that you dilute hydrochloric acid and you brush that on, and it will cleanse the deposits out of the inscription so that you can then make a proper squeeze and then you can read it. And so that's what he begins to do. But he doesn't start right away. He gets there in March 23rd, and he works with Schick, and they continue to work to clean out the tunnel to get the water lower. Finally, Schick has a carpenter build a wooden platform so you don't even get your feet wet anymore. So this is getting much better now. So by the summer, the inscription is cleaned. Goethe is working on, what does it say? He published 3 works in German. I've translated them all now for my book research. Schick continues to send better and better squeezes to the academic world, and Shapira is working on it as well. Here's basically what most people propose that it says. I'm going to paraphrase. This is 6 lines of text. It's something like this. People can debate here and there. Behold the excavation. You can look it up on Wiki. That's as good a translation as anything. But basically it describes where 2 teams of workers, starting in the north and the south, worked and worked and worked. As they got closer to one another, Neil, they called. One side said, "Hey, you over there?" The other guy said, "Yeah, keep going." Somehow, pick against pick until they cracked through. Now, this is the story as the inscription. So what we begin to recognize by the middle of 1881 is that this inscription is a notice from the builder or the builders, where it describes what they did. There you go. Look at that. The piercing, the history of the digging, the pickaxes one against the other. And when there were only 3 cubits more to cut through, the men were heard calling from one side to the other, for there was a zeda, we don't know what that means yet, in the rock on the right and on the left. And on the day, and then there's a picture, the Siloam inscription right there. And then it says, the piercing, the workmen struck each to meet the other, pickaxe against pickaxe. There flowed the water from the spring to the pool for a space of 200 cubits, and 100 cubits was the height over the head of the workman. Okay, that is it's supposed to say, and only a nerd like me who's been doing this for a while would know it.
Right.
It's supposed to say the water from the spring to the pool for a space of 200 cubits and 1,000 cubits.
Okay.
And then and then 100 cubits was the height over the head. So let me talk about that for just a second. When the people started getting better transcriptions and started looking at it closer and coming up a little bit more detail about what it might say, Shapira was the first to propose that it told the story of 2 teams working together. And we know that. I put it in the Moses Scroll. I'm writing about it in my Albright lecture and in my new book. But he's the first one to crack the code. And he does it. He publishes that in July of 1881. And what he also says is that it says 200 and 1,000 cubits. Now, everyone at the time, and I mean every scholar at the time, laughed at Shapira, and this is why. They said, Shapira, go back to studying the Talmud, son. Leave this to the scholars, because there's nothing in there about 1,200 cubits. In fact, Shapira, you're saying that the inscription says 200 cubits and 1,000 cubits. We know, because we're brilliant scholars, that in the Hebrew world of biblical writing, you always use the bigger number first. So it would say 1,000 cubits and 200 cubits. And generally, Neil, that's right. Most often in the Hebrew Bible, we see the larger number and then the smaller number, almost without exception. There is one exception. When they laughed at him, They laughed at Shapira for saying 201,000. One scholar by the name of Guta, who's there working side by side with Shapira, he backs him up. And here's what he says. He says, well, maybe you haven't read Numbers chapter 3, verse 50, where the smaller number is first. You know, so I love this kind of stuff because
I love the back and forth.
You have two types of scholars. You have scholars like my friend Dr. Tabor, who is brilliant in the books, but he gets in the field and he's, you know, how many places did we go on the tour where he said, I worked on this tour, I worked on this dig in this year and did this. And then you have another group also brilliant in the books, but they don't get their feet wet. They don't get their hands dirty. Well, Guta was the guy that's in the dirt. He's archaeology. He's doing the excavating. He's doing all this.
You got the hands-on experience, and then you have the like sitting in the classroom types who just read the books, which is fine. But we're talking about two different types of people.
Yeah, and I'm not in any way casting aspersions on people who don't do but I prefer my scholars to have hand-on experience as well. Know the books, yes, know the ancient languages, but this is so anyway. Now later, when you look up, what does it say? Almost without exception, unless there's a typo, it's going to say 1,200 cubits, just like Shapira suggested it said. So he was right all along. So here's what's not in debate. What we're going to talk about is, could it be that this is Hezekiah's tunnel? That's a question. But before we get there, what I want to say is that inscription, people may or may not believe that Hezekiah ever existed or that the Bible is whatever. Here's what I'm going to tell you. What do we know? What we know. Yeah.
Just before you say that.
Yeah.
Sammy Sweetheart sent this super chat a long time ago, right before we started, right as we started. And I think this is relative to what we're getting into. So I might as well just bring it up. Sammy, thank you for the super chat. And the question is, did Hezekiah really pray for water? Or do you think this is a mythologized version of the story?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Perfect timing.
Hey, that's perfect timing, Sammy. Thanks for your question. Let me say this. What we do know is that the biblical text doesn't say specifically that Hezekiah prayed for water. We do know Hezekiah, according to the biblical text, is a man of prayer. Right before the story of this project that he undertook, he is praying. He's praying for his life, actually. He encounters an illness. Isaiah the prophet, according to both Isaiah and the book of Kings, Isaiah goes to Hezekiah and says, get your life in order. You know, you're going to die. And Hezekiah prays to God. And you remember the story about the sundial and so forth. Well, Hezekiah's life is lengthened for 15 years at that point. So we know that Hezekiah is presented as a man of prayer in the biblical writings. In fact, according to at least one writer in the book of Kings, we have other writers evidently for different periods, but one of the writers records that Hezekiah is one of the most righteous kings, and there's none like him. You remember, he has a reform and so forth and so on. Now, we are going to talk about Hezekiah's project. What we do think is there is enough evidence that Hezekiah did a project to bring water into the city because these Assyrians are coming, Neil and Sammy. The Assyrians are coming. And so this would be a time for a righteous man to pray. The Assyrian Empire under Sennacherib is coming to kill you. And
Jerusalem's a walled city, so they're inside their walled city. And they have to figure out a way to keep their resources up.
And for those who may discount the whole story and not trust the biblical accounts, we do have accounts apart from the Bible. For instance, inscriptions, Assyrian inscriptions and writings from the Assyrian side of things, where Sennacherib, the Assyrian king, says, I had that king of Judah caged up like a bird, Neil.
Yeah.
I mean, but he doesn't say I defeated Jerusalem, which is interesting because in the biblical account, Sennacherib comes down to kill, to conquer, and he leaves. There's this midnight murder that takes place, and God, whacks all the Assyrian soldiers, a huge number of soldiers, and they leave. Well, the Sennacherib doesn't say all that happened. He just said, we caged him up like a bird. He's not going anywhere. Because kings normally don't say that I got my tail kicked and had to go back home. But so
Here,
what we, there you go.
Quick, this is the what do you call it? The pillar, right? Pillar.
Yeah.
And it, just so everyone is on the same page. As for him, Hezekiah, fear of my lordly brilliance overwhelmed him. He had auxiliary forces, his elite troops, whom he had brought inside to strike the city Jerusalem, his royal city, and who had provided support: 30 talents of gold, 800 talents of silver, choice antimony, large blocks of ivory beds, etc., etc., etc. We could just skip through all that.
Yeah.
Together with his daughters, his palace women, male singers, female singers, brought into Nineveh, my capital city, and he sent a mounted message of me to deliver this payment to, what does that say? To do obeisance?
Obeisance, yeah, to do obeisance.
Jerusalem survived, and
Yeah.
Sennacherib never returned. So yeah, we do have evidence from hostile sources that are sort of
corroborated.
Yeah. So this, historically, there is evidence that this event's happened.
That's right. So what we know, and leave Sammy's question there, I'm going to touch it a little bit more. But one thing that we know is that the tunnel. Now, when I say the tunnel, I'm talking about the one you filmed, the main tunnel. These tunnels, there are several different elaborate numbering systems, and different scholars have looked at it. Primarily from 1911, a guy by the name of Vincent. 1911, he did a lot of good work on it. Many scholars still use his numbering system. I'm not going to bore your viewers with that, because only somebody who's into it like I am needs to care about that level of it. But here's the deal. Let's call this Hezekiah's tunnel, the main, or let's call it Siloam tunnel. I'm talking the big tunnel with the inscription on the wall. That tunnel is what is being described on the inscription, right? And that tunnel was made, the Siloam tunnel was made by two teams of workers, or that's what the inscription says, and archaeologists tend to support that. Archaeologists can look at this and say, that's what they're doing here. It's obvious to the archaeological eye that in other words, they didn't just start on one end and whack their way 1,750 feet to the pool. First of all, you'd probably be less likely to hit the pool if you just tried to take it that way than you would by working towards the middle from both ends. But nonetheless, that inscription tells the story of the making of the Siloam tunnel. Another question altogether is that tunnel, the inscription, the tunnel that fulfills the biblical narrative of Hezekiah bringing water into the city? So here's a little bit more on what Sammy's asking there. How much of this is, biblical versus what? The inscription, Neil, doesn't have a name of a king. It doesn't. There's no clue from the text contextualizing the building of the tunnel. The only thing we can depend on to help us date, and this is kind of tricky, is the paleography. We can look at the paleography on the inscription and we can say, there are various scripts. In fact, I always keep this with me. This is just one example. You can post something later, or I can give a link, but you can look at a table like this and you go, if I'm in that tunnel and I'm looking at it, I go, well, that looks a whole lot like the Mesha stela, but this particular letter looks different, or this particular letter matches this inscription, which is later. Now, the way that they tie paleographical analysis into dating is if let's say I find an ostraca or something, I think that's it, baby.
Yep.
But people can see that all these different alphabets, and along the top, you'll see numbers which are going to be keyed. So like you see number 13 on the left, and then 12, 11. Each of those, there'll be sort of a map at the bottom that will say this particular script is the Mesha Stela. This is the Siloam inscription, whatever.
Yeah, and you could see when that type of writing was used.
Yeah, that's right. And so the way that became an established and reputable science, part of the math behind that is in an archaeological setting, if you are blessed or fortunate enough to find an inscription, either written on a shirt or who knows what, you look at the surrounding archaeological data and you say, look, we have evidence. This pottery dates to the 8th century BCE. This inscription is found in situ in the same place. Therefore, they're the same. So then you go, and the script tends to match what we see in other 8th century BCE inscriptions, whatever. So there's still debate about the script, by the way, but let me say this. There's nothing on the inscription that says, at least to this point, that says this tunnel was made when the Assyrians were making their way to conquer Jerusalem. Now, here's what I want to do now. I'm going to read a couple of quick texts if I can.
Sure.
And 2 Kings chapter 20, let's start there. Now, a lot of people know this, but if you're going to study the biblical accounts, you have to bring in every relevant text. So sometimes we get, let's call it synoptic storytelling, synoptic narrative in Kings and Chronicles. So you say, well, Kings talks about Hezekiah, Chronicles talks about Hezekiah. Let's put them side by side and study it horizontally and see what we can learn. 2 Kings 20:20, I'm just going to read 2 verses really. And it says this: the other events of Hezekiah's reign and all his exploits and how he made the pool and the conduit and brought the water into the city are recorded in the annals of the kings of Judah. A missing document. We don't have that document anymore. But it basically, 2 Kings 20:20 tells us that that Hezekiah, Kiskiyahu, knows the Assyrians are coming. He tunnels into the city. Remember, the Gihon is located outside the walled city. And Hezekiah, this other story, look at 2 Chronicles 32. That gives us a little bit more. 2 Chronicles 32 also tells with a lot more detail the story of his building projects. So I'm going to read a few verses in 2 Chronicles 32. It says, King Sennacherib of Assyria invaded Judah, 32:1. I'm in 2 Chronicles 32:1, and encamped against its fortified towns with the aim of taking them over. When Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib had come intent on making war against Jerusalem, he consulted with his officers and warriors about stopping the flow of the springs outside the city, and they supported him. And a large force was assembled to stop up all the springs and the wadi that flowed through the land, for otherwise, they thought, the king of Assyria would come and find water in abundance. So the idea is this: you're like, this guy's coming. The Assyrians are coming. Sennacherib's coming. We have to get the water, because you can't have Miriam going outside to get water for her family, and the Assyrians are picking you off with the arrow. This is the main water source of Jerusalem. So there's no doubt, what we know archaeologically is that Sennacherib from Assyria is coming against Jerusalem. We also know that we have good looking hair. I like that beard like that. I want to try to do that.
Yeah.
We also know that the Gihon is the main water source. And at the time, we know archaeologically that Gihon would have been outside of the ancient city. So it makes sense that Hezekiah, and we have other archaeological evidence that there is a King Hezekiah. We found seals and so forth. So the idea is you if there is a King Hezekiah, and I believe there is, shake your head 12-6. Yes, there is.
I think it's
And
pretty
you
obvious.
do have Assyria coming. You're going to bring the water in the gate, because you would say, well, I'm not going to let him come get my water. You know, in any battle, if you don't have water supply for your people, there you go.
That's Hezekiah's stone too.
Look at that. I love
Notice
that.
the Ankh on the right side. That just shows that Egyptian culture was still kind of influencing
Mhm.
the Israelites in that time period. But
That's
yeah,
right. Yeah, so we know some things. Now, people could argue about if there are things, for instance, like Sammy's question, or do you think this is a mythologized version of the story? There's no doubt that we find in ancient history, we find that going on. We find embellishments. We find where a certain ruler is presented in a certain way. And sometimes that's, quite elevated over what the truth may be. But here's what I also want to look at. So look at 2 Chronicles 32, verse 30. This says, it was Hezekiah. I'm reading the JPS, so I'm going to tell you something about the Hebrew here. Who stopped up the spring of water of Upper Gihon, leading it downward west of the city of David. Hezekiah prospered in all he did. All right. So I was curious because I love to read the biblical text in the supporting documents from Assyria, and I want to put the whole picture together. But one thing plagued my mind, Neil, and it's affected other students of this as well. If you have the Assyrians coming, they're coming now.
right.
Like, you're not going to say, hey, let Hezekiah know I'll be there in a couple of years. I'm coming to get him. So whatever preparations he needs to make, they don't have that kind of time. But you do have your water outside the city. Now, if I'm Hezekiah, I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to say, hold up. I can't let him get the water, and we need the water. There are a couple of options. How about you build a big wall east of the Gihon and expand the city wall? That seems to be a hell of a lot easier to me than digging a tunnel 1,750 feet to the south. You get it? Now, the other thing is, I could dig, if I wanted to make a tunnel from the Gihon where it anciently came out of the ground, I could bring it inside the city by making my waterwork move west, right? Just go west until, because it's east of the city wall. I don't have to go 1,750 feet. The Assyrians are coming, Neil.
Right.
I got to get the water in the gate. That's the main thing. I either build me a wall or I dig west. Go west, young man. Go west. So we do know that there are parts of this tunneling system that are west from the Gihon Spring to the west further. And then you remember when we go in, you're going down, you go around. When we stood together, and you remember that blue lit area, and there was even a sign there that said the Gihon, and it had, I think there was a verse on that display where it says where they brought Solomon down to anoint him king at the Gihon. So we know that there are more tunnels than just the long tunnel. In fact, we were a good ways from the Siloam tunnel when we saw this. Remember looking down and you see all the tunneling network there? That's the Gihon. Now, what I find interesting is that this text in 32:30, the Hebrew indicates that Hezekiah, the English I just read said he went downward west. Downward's not in the Hebrew. If I look at that translation, I say, if I'm looking at a Bible map and I go, I want to make it look like that Siloam tunnel, that does go downward to the west. All the Bible says in 32:30 is that he went, it says extended westward, La'ir David, to the city of David. So I'm thinking that he doesn't, you can still have the Bible ring true, give it a thumbs up on this point. Hezekiah brought the water into the ancient city, just like it says, Lamata, to extend it, Ma'ava, to the west, right? And then you got the fulfillment. You don't have to imagine if you're one of the workers. Let's say you're the foreman of the work crew, and they come to you, and the official for the king says, "Hey, Hezekiah said to get your people together because he needs you to build a tunnel because the Assyrians are coming." You're like, "Well, okay, you just need the water in the gate." Well, yeah, I do need it in the gate, but he wants it. He also wants you to dig a 1,750-foot tunnel to the south to pour into a pool. Well, why don't we just build a pool? You said the Assyrians are coming to kill us. How about we just build a wall around it? And then that would be easier, wouldn't it? You get the dilemma,
Right?
So you're thinking, what? So long story short, some scholars have proposed that what Hezekiah did is brilliant. It was impromptu, it was quick, and it was in preparation for impending death.
Right.
You got to get the water in. Now, the question of whether this other tunnel belongs to the time of Hezekiah is another question altogether. So if people are listening and they're fundamentalists and they say, yeah, but I believe Hezekiah, all you have to believe if you want to be a fundamentalist, a biblical fundamentalist, is he did a wonderful deed. He got the water inside the old city. Done. Put a check mark in it.
But
right?
it's quite possible, and this answers Sammy's question if this is really a miracle or not. It's quite possible that there already was an existing amount of work being done down there, and Hezekiah sort of finished off what was already started.
Could be. Could very well be. In fact,
I'm just giving it all angles,
Well, let me tell you this, that is it's a very valid point. What we do know is this: when you first walk into the city of David, some of those areas, particularly around the Gihon Spring, this water source wasn't just important in the 8th century BCE. In Jerusalem, this water source, the Gihon Spring, would have been important to the Canaanites and the Jebusites. And in fact, we know that to be the case. Archaeologically, some of that tunneling network is associated with the Canaanite period. We're going to talk about a new inscription, allegedly, that's been discovered in that tunneling system in an area that is called the Canaanite Pool.
Now, I switched to this one. This is the next super chat. Thank you, Sammy, for that super chat, by the way. That was a great question. But this kind of, this is actually a good question. Where does the water come from?
Yeah. Well, so the Gihon Spring is the easy answer. The Gihon Spring is this perennial spring. It's there in the old city. It's right there. You can see it. You can step across. You can walk in the waters of the Gihon. To this day, we did it on the tour. Neil and I did this. So the Gihon is the easy answer. It's mentioned like 6 times in the Hebrew Bible. It's located in what we call the city of David. You can find it easily on any Bible map or Google it, Gihon. And the Gihon Spring is connected, and I'm certainly not an expert at this field, but it is connected to a water table that is under the ground. This is one of the exit points, one of the only exit points, particularly in the 8th century BCE. But again, you have to do 2 things. You can't let the Assyrians come stop up your water, right? That would be a death blow. You can only survive so long without water. And if that's the only known water source, which many propose it was in the 8th century BCE, then you gotta protect it. Now, in Kings, 2 Kings 22, in 2 Chronicles 32, the translators usually say he stopped up the water, right? Well, he didn't stop. That didn't even make sense. What are you talking about, stopped up? But in Hebrew, the root word there can mean conceal. So for what it's worth, I would suggest, and I'm still looking into all this, Neil, I'm going to be spending lots of time in this tunneling system and looking to the experts that, you know, have written about this and studied it. Particularly one guy I'll mention, Neil, I think you might like this. Other of your viewers might like to watch or read this. It's an article by Shlomo Gil. He's a very brilliant guy, lives in Israel. His paper is called, it's on Academia, by the way, Shlomo Gil. It's called A New Perspective on the Various Components of the Siloam Water System in Jerusalem. Long title, but he looks into this question of the entire system. It's people think like you and I, we go through, the sign says, welcome to Hezekiah's tunnel. You go through you go through all this stuff, and then you walk through the Siloam tunnel. The implication is this 1,750-foot tunnel was dug in the days of Hezekiah when Sennacherib's coming. Okay. He gets into some really late-breaking, newer, modern scholarship in some of the proposals. To your point, Neil, we have some evidence that this system was important to many, many people before the Israelites ever had this as their capital, right? And so we have to really look at this. In fact, there are inscriptions found in this general area by a guy we're going to talk about in a few minutes that are ancient, more ancient than the paleo we're talking about. In fact, they're Canaanite, right? Proto-Canaanite is what they're being called. So great question. The water comes from the Gihon, and then you could go down that trail. You go, well, where does the Gihon come from? I promise you that by the time I get into that part of my book, I'm going to have to know. So I don't know that much about the water table now, but I do want to see that on a map.
Yeah.
And see, does this actually feed into the same as another water source that's mentioned in the Christian Bible, you know?
Yeah.
So that's a good question.
Thank you for that question, Jamie.
Now, if we continue on this train of thought about if Hezekiah gets it to the west, he's done a great deal. Whether he utilizes, and in fact, that's smarter if you already have an older system that you can tie. Neil, the Assyrians are coming, man.
Right.
You're like, that would be like stupid not to use what's already there.
Sure.
So it seems to me that the Hebrew Bible is telling us Hezekiah gets credited with concealing the Gihon with a wall, if you will, and then bringing it into a pool to the west of the city. Now we know archaeologically Manasseh, who is the king who follows Hezekiah, if you look at any Bible map in any Bible worth its salt, any good Bible map will show you, if you have a map of the ancient city of Jerusalem based on archaeological discovery, you have Manasseh's wall. Manasseh's wall is a further fortification, in my view, of what was done in the time of Hezekiah. But you got to get your water inside the gate. That's mission number one. And now, whether or not they took it from that point at that time or later, it doesn't matter, right? You could get the biblical text and give it a check and say, yeah, that happened. Either way.
By the way, I'm not skipping anybody, but I just pulled this one up because it's so relevant to what you just said. Conceal the constellation package says, thank you. Conceal the spring. You'd think the Assyrians would know where all this stuff is. an important military source you think would be common knowledge, even if it wasn't Assyrian lands?
Let me tell you this. You don't know how good of a question that is.
Yeah.
It is a great question. Thanks for that question. You think like I do, because when I'm writing this, what I do is I'm going to look at the biblical text. That is a very important piece of what we have. Now, again, I recognize that some people don't think the biblical text is important. You know, maybe they don't believe it's accurate, that it's been embellished, whatever. But you have two views here. You can say, well, I'm going to go to what archaeology finds, and then if the Bible seems to somehow give me a story about that, I'll look at it. And that's sort of a minimalist approach, whereas a maximalist would say, by goodness, the Bible says that Hezekiah did this. I'm going to put his name on the plaque. It happened, you know. And so that kind of person takes the Bible and then goes to archaeology. Well, what we know from the biblical account is that you do have Assyrians who are scouting the area out before Sennacherib's invasion. And this event that happens in the 8th century BCE, this is not the first time the Assyrians have been here. And there are other expeditions where the Assyrians came and took captives. So do you think, according to this last super chat, they're exactly right? This is a known location. Now, when I say conceal, I don't mean necessarily that the staff of Hezekiah met and they said, we need to build a wall and paint it like it's Mordecai's restaurant.
Yeah, camouflage or something.
Yeah, we're going to... They know it's there, but I mean conceal and reinforce and so forth. So it's...
Put some troops there so nobody can... Yeah, they have to
that's right. So even if... And then you further that. You not only build around it to conceal it out of vision. Yeah, they may know where it is. And this person's point, they're probably exactly right. They know where the water source is. They're going to come down the Kidron and they're going to go up and, you know, shut the water off if they can. So that is a good point. But I think you do two things. You conceal it, you build around it, you secure it, and then you don't stop the waters, but you're basically redirecting the waters to a location where it's not easy for the enemy to come and say, hey, knock that pipe loose, and we're just going to pour their water out into the Kidron Valley. You know, so it is an amazing project. And there's more to it than most people know, but that's a good point. Very good point.
Wow. Now, is there anything else that we didn't cover before we start going to super chats in general? Because I did show the only ones I showed were ones that were just you were already on the subject. I just didn't want to double dip on the subject. That's why.
Yeah, I'm fine. We can take some questions. Okay. I just want to get to at some point, and maybe some of this will come up about some recent discoveries in Siloam. But let's see what we have here.
Okay, so we might be veering around different topics, but it's cool.
That's fine.
Dafa Rafiali, thank you for the super chat. What is the most severe Bible historical error? I mean, I guess it's your own opinion on this one, but yeah, what do you think about? Like, what's the first thing that pops in your head when you think of historical error?
Historical error. Well, the wording of that. I don't know. Let me think. Let's see. That is a good question.
Yeah, it is a good question.
I would say that my identification of error is more in traditional views about what the biblical text says. Does that make sense? In other words, one of my fields of study is the Pentateuch, and I've made this. It's a passion of mine. I want to know, the traditional view, for instance, is that Moses wrote the 5 books. In fact, most Bibles, we open it up, it says the 5 books of Moses. I think, Neil, we even touched on this in the video we had, the conversation we had in the desert. But let me just use this as an example to answer this question from Dafa, is that when we read the Pentateuch, Genesis through Deuteronomy, we get certain things in inserted in the text which could not have been written by Moses or at that time. So I'm going to try to, if this is okay for our question here, I'd like to say that historical error is, in my opinion, sometimes identified because of what we call anachronism. So, for instance, when you read a text and you're looking for it to fit a certain time period, a certain author's worldview, and you see something that stands out as that wasn't written at that time. A classic example is Moses writing about his own death, or someone, obviously a later writer, made that point. One other is that if you look at the text, for instance, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, this is supposedly recorded by Moses, and it says, the Canaanites were then in the land. Well, you could read over that and nothing stand out at you. But as far as historical accuracy goes, this could not have been written in the time of Moses, because the Canaanites were still in the land, according to the biblical account, even until Joshua and the children of Israel enter the land of promise and eradicate the Canaanites.
Good point.
So for Genesis 12:6 to say the Canaanites were then in the land, they were then in the land, of course they were, until, all the way up. So telltale signs like that, I hope that that's sufficient in terms of what I consider historical error.
That's a good one. That was a good one.
It's just anachronism for me. What do we know? What do we don't know about a time?
Yeah, I think that was a great answer. Thank you for that super chat, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
The next one is from Constellation Pegasus.
Okay.
Thank you, Constellation Pegasus. I need book references for First Temple Judaism. I have lingering thoughts of this time period before the Babylonian crushing of the ancient Israelites.
Book references for First Temple Judaism. There actually are quite a bit of reports. Let me do this. I'd like to take that question offline. Is that okay, Neil? In other words, there's quite a bit I could discuss. If Constellation Pegasus, if you'll email me at rossknichols@me.com, maybe we could talk a little bit about that offline, because I'll get a little bit more around when you say First Temple Judaism. Can we narrow that down any particular interest? Is that fair?
Yeah, that was.
I'll be happy to do that, and I'm not trying to deprive the rest of your audience of that, but for me, I would start, obviously, I'll give the whole group this. I would start obviously with the biblical accounts,
Sure.
And then I would build from that. And when I look at the biblical text, I look for extra biblical support and or anything which may contradict. It's like when you flashed the picture of the Mesha Stela earlier, that story, we do have a story of a King Mesha in 2 Kings chapter 3. And we also have this monument that's discovered. This has been remade by Monsieur Clermont-Ganneau in the 1800s. But so we have an account in the biblical world, and we also have an archaeological discovery which tells the similar story. I started to say similar. So, but anyway, let's do it that way. Constellation Pegasus.
That's great. Hopefully, Constellation, you definitely should reach out, and that would be kind of interesting to see how that plays out. Thank you for that super chat.
Thank you.
Yaakov, good to see you, Yaakov. Always good to see you. How much did Hezekiah really dig during the war?
Excellent. And we did touch on this, Yaakov. It's again, it is an excellent question, and it shows that you're thinking when you read the text and you go, okay, I read the text. I know that Hezekiah is credited with bringing the water inside the city, but the biblical texts are not, we don't get a whole lot of information. Again, the text that you need to look at, 2 Kings 22, 2 Chronicles 32, And Isaiah chapter 22, verse 9 through 11, by the way, let me read that one.
Yeah.
It's like a good Bible class we're having here today, right?
Yeah,
I love this.
absolutely. I love it.
All right. Isaiah chapter 22. Remember, Isaiah is a contemporary with Hezekiah. This is the same time. Typically, Isaiah, the prophet, is dated, his prophecy or his prophetic career is dated from 740 BCE to 700 BCE, about 40 years. And it overlaps a little bit with this Sennacherib invasion. So Isaiah 22, verse 9, and you took note of the many breaches in the city of David, and you collected the water of the lower pool, and you counted the houses of Jerusalem and pulled houses down to fortify the wall, and you constructed a basin between the two walls for the water of the old pool. Now, the reason I didn't go into this too much, but my theory right now, and it's always subject to modification as I uncover new evidence. My working hypothesis is that Hezekiah, according to Yaakov's question, he just has to get it in. Well, this is interesting because in Isaiah, who's a contemporary, he talks about this pool, but he also talks about fortifying the wall, and there's something going on between two walls. So could it be that he conceals the to the east of the Gihon with a wall, and then he's got this little tunneling project that goes west, and then you got another wall. You have another wall. That could very well be. I have one other reference here that gives us a little bit of information. This is from, this might be more your specialty than mine, Neil. It's in the Apocrypha. It's found in Sirach.
Nice.
And it says in chapter 48, verse 17, listen to this. Hezekiah fortified his city and brought water into the midst of it. He tunneled the sheer rock with iron and built pools for water. In his days, Sennacherib came up and sent the Rabshakeh. He lifted up his hand against Zion. Doesn't tell us how far he tunnels. It just says he brings it in. So the question, how much did Hezekiah really dig before the war or during the war? We don't know. I know that's people want a little bit more information. My guess is that it was in phases, whether Hezekiah completed the entire project or not. Look, if you follow Hezekiah and you already have water in, maybe Manasseh says, hey, let's keep coming down. Let's keep coming down. In fact, Shlomo Gill's paper, he dates the tunnel, Siloam tunnel. Let's talk about the big tunnel. He dates it to the Hashmoneans. Now, what's interesting, this is why you have to really look at this, because so many different scholars have different views. We know it's done in phases. The system, the network of water supplies done in systems, in phases. Ronnie Reich, the archaeologist Ronnie Reich, and Eli Shukran did a lot of research here. Eli Shukran with the IAA is a big archaeologist. He knows this area better than anybody. And when they worked together on this project, I don't remember the exact date, Neil. I know every date from 1880. I just don't know it, recently. But what they say is they date the Siloam tunnel construction before the time of Hezekiah, right? They say the tunnel is earlier, whereas Shlomo Gill puts it later. So you got to look at, and the verdict is still out, I guess you would say.
Right.
But I do think we have enough evidence to at least suggest that Assyrians are coming. Hezekiah is a real person. Hezekiah is a king. You're not going to leave your water outside the gate. You're going to get it inside as quickly as possible to keep the enemy from taking your water.
Yeah, I think like most biblical stories, there's kernels of historical truth there. There's also layers of allegory, mythology. Is also, you get all that. You get
Yeah,
any story. Like the people don't just write stuff out of nowhere. Like these ideas come from something.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I think with Hezekiah, there's a lot to say. There's a lot of evidence that shows that
yeah,
these stories do have historical truth to it.
yeah. That's right. And what you're going to see is you do see. I'm pointing this out. I teach a weekly class on Saturday mornings, and we're working through Jeremiah right now. Jeremiah is one of my favorite. Not only my favorite person in the Bible, but he's one of my favorite that period of time. So I'm really looking at Jeremiah, and what we do see sometimes, I highly recommend when people want to look at the historical period, whatever you're interested in, like Constellation Pegasus has an interest in a certain time period. So I highly recommend that people look at the story from the sources we have. And even within the Bible, we have sometimes in Kings and Chronicles, we have different reports. They don't line up in every detail. So you have to consider that you do have some political spin from time to time. I've told my friends, the people that study with me, my students, sometimes I'll say it's almost as different in places as CNN and Fox. You read an account in Kings and Chronicles, and you're like, what? You telling me Manasseh repented? That isn't what Kings said. So you get some of that, but somewhere, often the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? It's a good place to start.
Yeah, it's like in the Gospels as well. Constellation Pegasus. Oh, by the way, thank you, Yakub, for that question. Constellation Pegasus, how do you stop an outside water supply? Why wouldn't the Assyrians be able to use the same kind of engineering to bed it back?
To get it back is what
it
means.
Yeah. Interesting ancient engineering capabilities for sure.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, again, these are some thoughts that I had too. If I'm attacking somebody today, if I'm a military strategist and I want to attack, and I think, man, I need to choke them off from their water source. And if, as we suppose, they knew where the water source was, that's going to be the point you're going for anyway. So whether you get control of the water source back or not, that this is new construction. That the water supply is right behind this wall. You don't know how much tunneling he's done, but you could certainly start there if that's where you wanted to. But just one other point, I will tell you that what we know about ancient Jerusalem, let me just say it this way. Look at Jerusalem today. The most easy attack point is in the north, right? So, Neil, if you're going to come in, Constellation Pegasus question, why don't they just take it back? The eastern side of the city is one of the more difficult to attack. You have the benefit if you're inside the wall of the terrain. The weak point at Jerusalem is not the east, because if you're in the city of David, you've got the Kidron is protecting you. Yes, your water supply is there, but you have a clean shot as the enemy comes up. They have to come up to get you, right? So in one sense, I get your question, and I have entertained the same thinking, but that eastern side's not easy to attack. The north is much easier. So I think that what Hezekiah's engineering is, he's got to protect, he's got to conceal, he's got to enclose that within the walls. But
because they have to go through the Qumran, Dead Sea, all the mountainous region to get to the east, rather than if they come from the north, it's all flat, easy terrain.
Yeah, and if they wanted to attack the eastern side, they would have to enter into, this Kidron up above and come down. And I mean, it's just, it's not the easy point. You're going to attack from the north. If you're going to attack Jerusalem, you're coming from the north. In fact, that's why you read that in the Bible. Remember, Jeremiah gets a vision. He gets two visions, and the second one is, what do you see, Jeremiah? He said, I see a pot tilted from the north. So you go, oh, a pot tilted from the north means that the enemy's coming from the north. And if you read any book on geography of Jerusalem, you're going to see, well, that's where the enemy's going to come from, because it's the easiest way in.
Yeah.
Even today. I mean, the north. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can see this map. It might be small, but if you're coming from Babylon, obviously you probably wouldn't take an army straight through the desert.
Yeah.
You probably would go along where the water is, where you're on the Euphrates and Tigris, and you'd go north, and then you wouldn't just go right across the Jordan River where you can just get ambushed. You'd probably go around where the land is. So that makes a lot of sense what you're saying, why they would come from the north.
Yeah.
Now, I could be wrong. That was just my total amateur approach to this. I could be missing something, but that's
it's a good point, and we're all basically speculating, but we can do that with a good degree of certainty if we know historically where have the enemies come from when in antiquity, when Israel was attacked, when Israel and or Judah is attacked. You could have people, if Egypt is attacking, then you're going to have them coming up through from the south where Gaza is today, most likely. That's where you're going to come. You're going to follow.
Those are the two ways you go through Israel. Is north.
And look, that's why Jerusalem has a history, as people often in guidebooks you'll read, it's been conquered this many times by, you look through history and you'll see, but it's basically a trek that goes from the north east all the way down to the southwest, and it's like whichever way they're coming.
Right.
Generally, that's the two angles, but not the east. It's just a little tougher.
You got 3 times by the Romans, Pompey the Great, Gaius, what's his name? During the time of Augustus, his name was I can't remember his name, but he was one of the generals under Augustus. That happened again. Then it happened with the Vespasian. Antiochus the Fourth in the Greeks world. They're just constantly getting the story of Israel in history is so fascinating because they're always wedged between two major empires.
Yeah.
I mean, during the Seleucid period, you have the Ptolemies and Seleucids, and Israel's literally wedged in between these giant empires. Or you would have the Romans and the Parthians, or it was always something. The Egyptians and the Babylonians. Israel was always right in the middle. So it was just a fascinating story.
Oh, it is. It's called, in some books I've read, it's like a land bridge, and that land bridge, unfortunately, has been used plenty to cross from one point to another. This battle, when Assyria, if you study the period, the first temple period, constellation Pegasus has asked about, it's a big period of time we're talking about, but you're talking about, you have these world powers. You've got Egypt, you have to know, you've got Assyria, you've got Babylon, you've got all these different kingdoms, in fact, and they're all rising up from time to time.
Yeah.
As one loses its grip on world domination, they're followed in the wings by the next.
I love this map right here, because this is the map of the Antiochus period, post Alexander the Great. You see Macedonian empires split up. You got the Seleucids in yellow. You got the Ptolemies in blue. You see Rome starting to rise up in Carthage. Anyways, look at Jerusalem. Yeah. Notice how Israel is this little rectangle of yellow surrounded by all blue.
Yeah.
Now, why is that? Why am I bringing that up? Because the Seleucids controlled Israel, most of it, but they were surrounded by the Ptolemy Empire. They had all the borderlands. They had the coast. They had so they were surrounded by Ptolemies, but also controlled by Seleucids. Just imagine trying to live there and having these giant Greek empires controlling everything.
Well,
It's
and
mind
in the yeah, in the biblical period, you know, when you read these stories of these battles and these different groups and world powers, and you know, when did the Babylonians, when did the Assyrians, you know, you start reading this, and what's fascinating to me is that you look at the biblical text and you get these names that we can go in and validate in other sources. We know these people from different sources. We can go and find evidence of these people. I remember in the last year when I was traveling, we went to the British Museum. You see this huge relief, you know, of Sennacherib, and I mean, just the ancient world knows these people. So when somebody might ask me, you know, you spend a lot of time reading this ancient stuff. I mean, it's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
You know, I want to know the different characters. I want to know the different world powers. I want to read about, if I read a story about Mesha in 2 Kings 3, when I hear that there is a stone that was discovered in 1868 that tells the same story, I want to look at them side by side. What does this one say? What does that one say? If there is an inscription in a tunnel that seems to be associated with the Gihon, you know, my mind automatically associates the story that we read in 2 Kings 20, 2 Chronicles 32. Now, I'm not going to just say, well, there it is, that proves everything. But what I am going to say is the preponderance of evidence says that the biblical account may shed some light on this historical event. I'll give you an example. Richard Elliott Friedman is one of my favorite scholars for the Pentateuch. And he's by no means a fundamentalist, you know. I mean, he is an academic, particularly in the criticism or analytical study of the Pentateuch. And he said, imagine if we didn't have the Bible. Now, he wrote about this in his book on the Exodus. We didn't have the Bible, and we found all of these key things. So let me give you an example. Let's play like, just for a moment, that we didn't have the biblical text, and in 1880, Jacob Eliyahu just wants to climb through a tunnel, and he finds this ancient inscription. Imagine if people looked at it and they said, well, but then let's say that a week later they find this ancient scroll and it says King Hezekiah made the water come into the city. Can you imagine how it would change things?
Right.
But now, because we have the biblical text, the discoveries that we find now, we should go to the biblical text. But there is a school of thought that says, no, I'm not going to look at the biblical text. You know, they almost refuse to look at it. And you're like, I'm not saying you have to be a fundamentalist, but by goodness, at least take a look at it.
Yeah, I think Maccabees
It would change everything if we didn't have the Bible, because some people they have an a priori position that the biblical text can't be right. Their a priori position is probably going to blind them from seeing something quite amazing, honestly, from time to time. That's the case.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think the book of Maccabees is a good example of having tons of history packed in there. There, like, whoever wrote that story had access to a lot of different sources of what was going on at the time. But I agree with you on that. I think you should at least take a look and see what you can find. You know.
Yeah. Hey, can I bring in a little bit of some exciting stuff now, in case I can't see if you have more super chats, but throw them up.
Do, but it's okay. You can do whatever.
All right, well, let me say this. I touched on it briefly. We have the announcement that has come out about more inscriptions that are found, and I'm going to open it up. I'm not just talking about the Siloam tunnel that's traditionally called Hezekiah's tunnel. I mean the network of tunneling underneath the city of David, from the Canaanite pool through the pool of Siloam. We have an announcement came out in December that Professor Gershon Galil, he's at the University of Haifa, former chair of the Department of Jewish History. He and Eli Shukran, I mentioned him early as one of the specialists at the IAA who's done a lot of work in the city of David and the tunneling system and so forth. Announcement came out about 5 inscriptions that were discovered in the pool of Siloam. I'm sorry, in this system from the Canaanite pool. 5. Now, the criticism, there is a bit of criticism and there's challenge because the announcement wasn't made according to standard scholarly protocol, meaning
Wow, I just found that too.
Gershon Galil didn't put out in an academic publication yet. He didn't put out anything that says, you know, I'm proposing that these inscriptions, 5 monumental inscriptions, tell the story about Hezekiah and the tunneling, bringing water inside the gate. But he is saying, Neil, that at least one of the inscriptions that he discovered says some very interesting things.
Wow, there's some drama going on behind this.
Oh my goodness, man. It's like a soap opera. I am right up in the middle of it.
Dude, on the bottom, at the end of the article, it says, when approached by the Times of Israel, Galil acknowledged that he sees himself as the target of the open letter, which he said was written by bitter and jealous colleagues with an axe to grind, including its initiator, Meir.
Yeah.
So people are just criticizing this his take.
Yeah,
right?
well, let me tell you who's not criticizing it yet.
You?
Me. Now, not that it would matter if I did or not, but I tell you, I'm being objective. Okay, so there is a protocol. There's not really, I don't think there's a rule book that says you have to do it this way, but generally, if you're going to claim that you have 5 inscriptions that you've discovered, you need to, you know, allow that to be challenged. Well, here's how it's going to be challenged. Now, I'm looking at notes. I don't like to do that, but I will tell you that he is publishing a book. Eli Shukran and Galil are publishing a book called The Inscriptions of Hezekiah, King of Judah. Now, this book is supposedly coming out. Now, I've talked with Professor Galil on message. You know, I've exchanged messages with him. He's not, he hadn't given me any inside information, but he did say, wait, it's coming. Now, I want to believe this because I love the study of the ancient world. I love archaeology, and I hope he's right. I also recognize that the proof is in the pudding. Until it comes out, because we don't have really good photographs. But get this, Neil, this is what I'm excited about. Again, none of this is proved. Please don't think I'm saying that this is, I'm saying here's the allegation.
Sure.
You were with me and we're looking down inside. That's another one, by the way. So this is, by the way, this is the 3rd. I've written about all of these on my academia page, Neil, if people want to check that out.
Sure.
But I've written, this is the Jerusalem stone tablet inscription. There's the Mount Ebal curse amulet. So there's a bunch of stuff out there. Each of these 3 incidents, there are 3 major ones. The curse amulet at Mount Ebal, that was released, that was announced, but they didn't put it through academic channels. They claim that it's one of the greatest discoveries because this Jerusalem inscription is found, by the way, in the same area near Siloam, city of David, and this is considered one of the earliest inscriptions, if he's right. So anyway, so the world is, you have a group, the thing you pulled up a moment ago, 32 scholars, basically without naming Galil, although he picks up that they're talking about him, says, we don't do things like this. I want to say, let them say that. I'm waiting for the proof.
Right.
I'm going to tell you right now, Neil, as soon as that book shows up, I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to get that bad boy sent to my house expedited, quick as possible.
Sure.
Because I'm excited. Because listen to this. When we first walk in and you're filming, bring in the Gnostic, you're going to get exposed to true gnosis right here, and you're filming, and we look down in the Canaanite pool. Now, you can't go down there. Remember, that's not open to the public, but down in the pool, it's called the Canaanite pool. These tunnels have been numbered. There was a tablet. Now, remember, in the Siloam tunnel, Neil, that inscription was written on a tablet. And I told you it was framed, and then it was prepared for writing, and someone in antiquity inscribed an inscription. That's on the south. At the north, on the right-hand side of Tunnel 4 at the Canaanite pool, there is a tablet. It was discovered in 1909 by a guy by the name of Vincent. Vincent found the tablet, and look, Neil, he looks at it, and he says, oh, they didn't write anything on it. It was prepared for writing, but no one wrote anything on it. And that's a different photo you're showing there.
Okay.
That's a different story.
Okay.
But that's okay. But that it also involves our boy Galil, our Professor Galil.
Yeah.
But this tablet that was discovered, that's been announced by Eli Shukran and Galil, he says it's 11 lines, 64 words, 243 letters. This is not insignificant.
Wow.
Let me tell you. So again, for 113 years, we've known about this tablet. It's at the north. It's not at the south where the other ones. We've known the tablet's there for 113 years. The same story has been put forward. It's a tablet, but no one ever wrote on it. You want to hear what he says was written on it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, let me find this. I'm going to use his message to me.
Nice.
And by the way,
So is this even leaked out yet or no?
It is, yes.
Okay.
So I don't have any secret, but I just wanted to use the message that that he sent me because he was responding. Okay, so this is called Inscription number 3. So in other words, he's writing a book with about 5 inscriptions. He says he reads it. He's looking. Let me make sure everybody understands. He's looking at a tablet with a frame around it from the ancient world, and he says that he sees letters no one else has seen. And he's going to publish in his book good photographs where we can look at it too. I'll have to come back on when that happens. Okay, definitely. Here we go. Ready for the translation? Get ready. Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, made the pool and the conduit in the 17th year and the 2nd day in the 4th month of King Hezekiah. The king brought the water into the city by a tunnel. The king led the water into the pool. He smote the Philistines from Ekron to Gaza and placed there the Oreb unit of the army of Judah. He broke the images, broke in pieces the Nehushtan. He removed the high places, cut down Asherah. Hezekiah the king accumulated in all his treasure houses and in the house. I'm not finished. House of Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, a lot of silver and gold, perfumes and good ointment.
Wow.
Now here's the deal. If I'm going to tell you I read an inscription and I'm not being true, I'm going to say, look, I saw part of the name Hezekiah, and it's 11 lines, Neil. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't see that and that it's not really there. Imagine what if it proves true, if it's tested and we determine that it's ancient. So anyway, I'm writing back and forth to him. I said, wow, is that in the tunnel? Because I don't know where he's talking about. He saw this. He says, no, it's in the Canaanite pool. I said, okay, I wanted to make sure. he said, I said, thanks for helping me understand. I want to make sure I really get this. Where exactly? Because I want to know, because I'm going to go back to Jerusalem many times. And
Right.
if he'll tell me where it's at, I'm going to hike in there and go see it if I can. But he says it's near Tunnel 4 on the right-hand side of the entrance to Tunnel 4. Now, that's just one. He actually is claiming that within the Siloam tunnel, he's found other inscriptions. So
Where would this be? Because I remember, where is he finding this stuff? Isn't everything already been dug out and looked at?
Well, that's his point. He says no.
Oh, wow.
You know, he's saying, they're claiming, if he's right, this will be some of the greatest archaeological discoveries of all time, particularly the thing I just read.
Right. And that's Asherah too. That's dating it right there.
What's that?
The time periods of knocking down Asherah would be specific to early on. Like this would be going back to, right?
It's basically, yeah, to your point, he's basically what they're suggesting. This almost matches 2 Kings 18. If you read 2 Kings 18, you're going to get a story about all the cool stuff that Hezekiah did, the godly thing that he led when he led this great revival. So one of the things he destroys is Nehushtan, it says. Now, what is Nehushtan? According to the biblical record, in the book of Numbers, chapter 21, the children of Israel rebel against Moses and against God, and snakes bite them, and Moses is told, make a serpent, put him on a stick, and then they begin to worship this. So in 2 Kings 18:4, Hezekiah, one of his reforms is to destroy the Nehushtan, and he does. So, and you mentioned Asherah, all of these things. So what this is, if this inscription proves true, and Galil and Shukran are right, and I hope they are, and it dates to the time of Hezekiah, this will be the oldest validation of a story that we have in the biblical record. Now, if it doesn't, then his career is shot. But if it does, you see the gamble here. If it does, this is the most incredible thing that's ever been discovered.
He's going for the glory in this one.
Hey, either you in or you out, baby. You want in? So I think this is fascinating, and I want to know. Like I said, I can't wait. There are other inscriptions. Let me just say this.
Sure.
I posted. You might not know why I was doing this, but a while back I sent you and Derek a note, and I said, "Hey, man, I need those pictures you guys took with your good cameras of me right there by the." Because I didn't know, but I wanted to look. I posted a cover photo for my Facebook page of me. I think you took the photo, you or Neil, Derek, where I'm pointing at the replica of the Siloam inscription. Professor Galil writes me and he says, basically, I'm paraphrasing, look closely, Ross. He's saying that behind the replica, which is 2 feet to the north of where the Siloam inscription that was dug out of the wall, 2 feet to the north where they put the replica, not where it was actually found, the replica. He says that behind that sign are other ancient letters. So I'm thinking, you got to be kidding me. I was that close. Now, you know what made me laugh is that when we were standing there and you guys were filming and the 2 little boys ran in and they're talking in Arabic or whatever, and I didn't know what they were saying. I have kicked myself. What if those little boys were saying, look, there's an inscription right there. And we're like, get out of here, kid.
Yeah, we call them demons, remember?
Yeah, it's like we were chasing them off. They might have been telling the truth, man.
Because right before they ran down there, you were telling us about the jinn. They're like, there's a era of the Islam, when Islam was dominant here, when the Ottomans lived here, even before that. The story was there was a jinn down here.
Yeah, they're little genies.
Come down here to get the jinn and ask them questions. And also, as soon as you said that, the little kids ran down. We're like, hey,
well, it kind of scared me because you're not supposed to come in from the south. I'm thinking, whoa, and they
and then somebody in our camp was like, they're demons. We're all laughing at them. They were laughing at us too. It was a good time.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. But so we've got with Siloam, just so you know, the reason this is so important, we do have biblical record of a project of a king by the name of Hezekiah, who is attested through archaeological discovery as being a real person, a king of Judah. In fact, on the bulla that we have, you showed it a few minutes ago. It is actually indicative of a monarchical bulla. I mean, and we have other evidence that he existed. So we know there's a king Hezekiah. We know at his time that Assyria also testifies that they were fighting Hezekiah and that they caged him up like a bird. We know from the biblical record in 4 places that he dug some type of water system to put the water inside the city because he's being attacked. We know all these things. And now we've got an inscription in the Siloam tunnel. We've got 2 scholars saying that we have to just wait, but we've got 5 more inscriptions. By the way, the one I read even gives us a date. It says it gives us a month, a day, everything. So, I mean, the verdict is still out, but it's very interesting.
Here's an interesting comment or question, I should say. Thank you, Flip Flopsky, for the super chat. Filled cisterns inside the walls and stopped up the indefensible well?
Filled systems inside the walls and stopped up. Okay. No, I think I know what Flip Flopsky's asking there. The English says stopped up. So but I don't really think that that's the best translation, because the word translated in the JPS, maybe the ESV, I don't remember what King James, a lot of the English translations translate the word, the Hebrew word there as stopped up. He stopped up the well, but he brought the water in. That, I'm like you, that doesn't make sense, Flip Flopsky. But the word in Hebrew can mean concealed or to cover, to build around it. And so I think a better translation is that it was concealed and not stopped up, because once you stop it up, you're not going to fill cisterns. Well, you just, unless you fill a big cistern, and that's not what he did. So yeah, it doesn't make sense. He wouldn't have done that. Good question.
That answers that. Good question, Flip Flopsky. Thank you for that super chat. And Gina McDonald, thank you. What was the final outcome of the war in Hezekiah? What's the aftermath? That's a good question.
Yeah. Well, it is a good question, and thanks for that, Gina. What we know is that it was looking very dire. Early on, Hezekiah is in trouble, basically. What happens is Assyria leaves, Judah lives for another day. Well, what we find is that now the northern kingdom of Israel prior to this is taken captive by Assyria. They're gone. But Judah would survive and would survive and remain strong in the area to some degree until 587 BCE, when the Babylonians conquered Jerusalem. So ultimately they were conquered and carried away captive. That's the story as the Bible and history presents it. History would oblige. And ultimately, the kingdom of Judah, remember the kingdom of Israel's in the north, they're already gone. Assyria did beat them, did not beat Judah. So that was the outcome of the battle. It later, the Babylonian, in fact, what's interesting is that when the Babylonians are coming in 587 BCE, you get to really, when you really start unpeeling that story, you see that Assyria is still an empire, but it's the uprising, if you will, of the Babylonians at that time. So Assyria is starting to wane, and the Babylonians come and conquer Israel in the end. So, or Judah, I should say, the kingdom of Judah.
Yeah.
Who's this handsome fella? Is that Babylon?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar, yeah.
And I was just going to pull up this last map real quick just to show this Babylonian empire that comes in and sweeps all the Middle East pretty much.
Yeah.
The Persian Gulf to the Nile, and even in a little bit of Turkey, you see that.
Oh yeah.
So that's basically was the fate of that time period. But yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, because the question does say and Hezekiah, Hezekiah doesn't live. He dies before he lived. Let me stop. Hold on. Let me rephrase this. He doesn't see the day of Nebuchadnezzar. He dies before that.
Right.
So
Right.
so he actually has sort of a good ending where he survives. Everything's good under his reign. It's the next guy, Josiah. Is that his name, Josiah?
Well, you have Manasseh next, right? So
Right.
Hezekiah, Manasseh, he reigns for a pretty good while. After Manasseh, then as you start getting into Josiah is going to be the king that is the last good king. He reigns for 31 years. He assumes the throne and he's going to reign. He dies by an arrow from Necho of Egypt.
Right.
But after Josiah, it's a quick rundown. So you have Josiah's kids. You could basically list them off. Once you have Jehoiakim, you have Shalom or Jeconiah. Then after Jeconiah, then you ultimately end up with Zedekiah. Zedekiah rules 11 years. All these other guys, just a little short period of time. But Babylon is pulling the strings. They're just setting it up for the conquer. They're toying almost with Judah once Josiah is out of the way. And ultimately, Jerusalem is taken in 587 BCE. Zedekiah is the king. He's been king for 11 years, but it's a bad story.
How long does it take between Hezekiah and the final fall of Judah? How many years is that roughly?
So Hezekiah, I'm gonna standard dating that it's really hard to say. If you look at these chronology charts, they're different.
Yeah.
People come up with different dating schemes. I mentioned this in a class the other day. So let's say that Hezekiah rules from 787 or 715 to 687. All right. So roughly 100 years. So from the time of the death of Hezekiah, you've got roughly 100 years, give or take. I mean, we don't know exactly. All these chronologies are slightly different, but it's not long. I mean, not in the grand scheme of history, it's not very long, but I would say about 100 years. And by the way, Hezekiah is a very godly king, and Josiah, according to the record, is a very godly king. But other than that, you don't have that many righteous kings. They become measured in the literature that we have. How many times have you read when you study this? And they did according to the
most of the kings in the text they're going back to Asherah and the idols, which makes me. And so there's two ways to look at this. You look at it from the perspective, like, okay, they're not righteous. They're not following Israel's ways. They're not following the traditional Orthodox Jew. The way I look at it is that polytheism was still thriving.
Yeah.
And the kings weren't looked at as evil in the time period. They were just doing what was normal in the time period. But later on, when they write these stories in Kings and Chronicles, in a time period when they're writing it, they're looking back in their perspective and saying, oh, they were polytheists. Okay, they were going to idols and Asherah.
Well, I'll tell you, it's interesting. Whenever they're written, what we do see is that, and this is why I like to study the material, even though you may have a little bit of spin, you may have a little bit that this king was so righteous, whatever. But what you also get is you get some bare bones fact that seems to come out.
Exactly.
Like Josiah, one of the things I'm teaching about right now, Josiah, if you read Kings and Chronicles, it says a great revival took place. Chronicles says that King Josiah brings the people in front of him and they all swear allegiance. Remember, they found a Torah scroll at the time, the scroll that Moses wrote. So you have this great revival and all that. But you have two prophets that are prophesying at the time of Josiah's, during his reign. Their names are Jeremiah and Zephaniah. So you think if there's a great revival, Chronicles says this, Neil. Chronicles says during the whole days of Josiah, the people followed God's ways. Now that tells me if I go to Jeremiah and Zephaniah, which claim to be written at the same time, I ought to see, boy, everything's going great. If you're Jeremiah, you can look out the window and go, man, It's so nice to see these
That's
people.
not what it says.
But that's not what it says. It says you're going down. This place is going down. It's going to burn to the ground, and all that.
Wow.
So you get sort of a telltale. So earlier we had a question about historical accuracy. You sort of get both. I mean, you get some of the truth from the historical record, and then you match that against the biblical text, and you say, and sometimes the text gives two sides to the story. I think that what we get, particularly with Hezekiah, since we're talking mainly about Siloam, Hezekiah most likely was very righteous. Hezekiah tried to do the right thing. He was at least remembered as a very good and godly king who did good things for the people of his day.
Right.
And I think that if we have monumental records that support that, I think that would be quite fascinating. We all have favorite. I know people differ in their political views, and even your listeners or viewers do. So I don't. To me, it doesn't matter where someone falls out. It's not my field. But we all have our favorite political leaders. In our lifetime, we look and say, "I really like this person," or "This person did a lot of good for the economy."
Right.
That's going to vary. Well, in the biblical account, you get that same stuff.
Right.
You do. You get certain people who tend to be more inclined towards a certain ruler. There are political leaders that they liked in antiquity. I say they probably 50%. Back to one of the discoveries that Galil claims, this Canaanite curse, the Jerusalem stone tablet inscription. If he's right in his transcription, again, I put my own understanding of this on my academia page, where I take a crack at it. And I even created a key on my academia page where people can go have some fun with one of the most ancient scripts. I show them the letters that are in there, and I say, now go find it. You can print it out like a coloring sheet.
Yeah.
But it's basically this. It says, "Cursed are you, cursed, 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 ruler of the city, governor of the city, curse, you'll die, curse you, curse you." Well, let me tell you, whoever took the time to engrave that in a stone tablet, they didn't vote for the governor of the city that they were writing about. They wanted him to die a miserable death.
Wow.
So you have political tension at the time. But what I find interesting about a figure like Hezekiah is they seem to be one of those that kind of transcends party. Again, are there any presidents in American history that most people, whether their views are different today, they could look at those people and say, that's an Abraham Lincoln or that. And I'm not saying everybody needs to like Abraham, I'm just saying.
Sure.
But Hezekiah seems to be one of those guys in the Bible that just everybody loved him. And you can understand that, because to the question a moment ago, how did this battle turn out? They lived to see another day. Yeah. They had water. The Assyrians, yes, they came, but they went the same way they came, the Bible says. They didn't attack.
100 years is a long time too. People it's almost like when you read the text, you're like, yeah, Hezekiah, he almost pulled it off, but they end up getting conquered anyway. But it's but wait a minute, pause it. 100 years went by.
Yeah.
That's like the difference between us and before World War II.
Oh, yeah.
World War I, actually.
World War I is actually a good example.
But that's a long time that went by before they ended up falling. But, it's not,
Yeah, that's right.
That's a good question, and thank you for that super chat. Constellation Pegasus was another one. Thank you, Constellation. I'm remembering now. The Romans came from the north and had fits taking Jerusalem.
Yeah, see, it's the north. That's the way you're going to come. If you have a chance, if you have a chance of taking it, particularly in the ancient world, that's where it's coming from. Because the lay of the land, that's the only way to do it.
That's a good point. And there's another one from Constellation Pegasus. And thank you for that, by the way. Here it is. That inscription verifies ancient Israelites were were aware and believed God had a wife, being outside of the city of Jerusalem's influence. Asherah being directly named. By the way, that word Asherah, I think, means wife too. So what do you think about that? It's interesting.
I guess constellation Pegasus is referring to the new inscription that Galil claims to have found at Tunnel 4 on the tablet. And so the quick answer to that is that inscription verifies that at the time that the people were inclined to believe in this Asherah and worship Asherah, which is exactly what the Bible says. So it's not like the inscription is saying something new.
Right.
What this is doing is actually something more interesting, in my opinion. Yes, you're right. It is saying that the people of the day did look to Asherah as, this deity, but at the same time, it's confirming the biblical account that Hezekiah said, we're not doing that here, and destroyed it. So, yeah, interesting though. It is fascinating.
I always love looking at those other angles like that. Constellation, thank you for that. And I'm not even kidding. It's another one from Constellation Pegasus. He's just dropping them on me right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I see the map where the spring is. Evidently, the Assyrians would be under constant attack getting to it. Explains why Romans didn't target it, if I'm looking at the maps correctly.
That again is to the point about this eastern side being partly fortified by the geography, by the lay of the land. Excuse me. It's a tough place to attack, and so any group that tries to come, if you look at a map, you can Google this and look at elevation. That Kidron, you remember, Neil, remember when Dr. Tabor led us down from the Mount of Olives, and we walked all the way past the tombs in the Kidron Valley, and we came back up? You remember all that?
Yeah.
So, that valley is pretty deep. So you have to think about, it is a fortification just by the lay of the land. So, yeah, to your point, Constellation Pegasus, if you're going to attack, you don't want to you're not going to prefer the eastern side of the city.
Yeah, it's very mountainy and lots of rivers, and it's a really rough terrain. It's not going to be easy. But anyways, yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for that super chat. And there's one more. I think there's one more. Yeah, there's one more. Yaakov Insraim, thank you for the super chat. What is the significance of Hezekiah's name, Might God, and his son being named Emmanuel, God is with us?
It's a good question. What we get, particularly in the biblical accounts, is names have meaning, and when you look at these, you talk about Isaiah, Yeshayahu, Jeremiah, Yirmiyahu, Hezekiah, Chazak. What a name means is often very important, interestingly enough, in the work that they do. And Hezekiah, for instance, it really is interesting because he does fortify on behalf, according to the biblical account, he fortifies his city. We read that in Kings and Chronicles, and even this passage from Isaiah 22 and the one in the Apocrypha as well. So those names have meanings, and I think what you're referring to is this understanding that Isaiah, if you're looking at Isaiah, who's a contemporary with Hezekiah, that you get this passage beginning in Isaiah chapter 7, but the story continues into chapter 8 and so forth. And Isaiah is told to, it's this story about a child being born, and the name, according to the text, is, let's see, shall call his name Yoetz El Gibor Aviad Sar Shalom. Wonderful Pele Yoetz El Gibor Aviad Sar Shalom is the name of this child. The name means wonderful counselor, mighty one for God, everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. A lot of Christians will interpret this as a prediction of the Messiah, but it appears in the text of Isaiah to refer to this particular time. And some interpreters, based on Yaakov's question, would say that that coming one would be called by these names. So what we do know is that that's a very pivotal period. And as he points out, the follow-up name is God is with us. So you want to think that if you are in that time, the Assyrians are at the door, they're coming to attack, but for some reason, they go back home and Jerusalem is left for another day. They'll live for another 100 years. If you're writing about that at that time, it's like the Bob Dylan song, God on Our Side. You know, you're going to view it like, well, God saved us. And I live in a place where hurricanes come. And you know, if a hurricane is supposed to hit, you know, in our area, and it people are praying, don't let it hit us. I guess you don't want to say make it hit Alabama, but when the next morning, if you wake up and the storm didn't hit you, everybody who didn't get hit by the storm says, God answered my prayer. He didn't answer their prayer.
Yeah.
But maybe it's something like that. I don't mean to make fun. It's not really funny, but you know, that's the way it works.
Yeah, it is. It's always
so. If you're living in Hezekiah's time, and you would say, well, God's with us.
Thank you for that super chat, Yaakov. That's the last one. Before we go, though, I do want to show everyone who's watching. There's 150 people that are watching right now. Please go right now. You can come back to this video after and go and subscribe and hit that bell, because Ross puts out really good content. He talks about all types of biblical history, Hebrew Bible stuff. He goes deep. He's also a hands-on approach guy. He will go to Israel or Egypt or Babylon. He'll go and look at the site and get his own opinion on it based on what he sees, and he'll talk about it on his channel. Also, on top of that, don't forget, he's got this book. He's got his book out, the Moses Scroll. That link is in the description as well, so check that out too. But definitely go and subscribe. That's free. You don't got to pay for that. Just go hit the subscribe button. Costs you nothing. You get good content. And anything else you want to talk and discuss before we go?
I'll tell you what, Neil, this has been incredibly fun. And just because I know how valuable time is, I want to thank all the people who joined in and listened. And thanks to all the super chats. But thanks for everybody who took their time to join. And I would say the same about your channel, Neil. I watched a video you put out the other night. So it's good content. Look, these people, you have a very mature, educated group that follow you, and they could be watching anything or reading a good book. So thanks to everybody for joining us. And I look forward to being back with you. And maybe one day we can go back to the Holy Land. I'm bringing a group to Egypt and Jordan next fall. If anybody wants to join me, that video is the promo video is on the page on my YouTube channel. So they may want to go with me to Egypt, Jordan, and Israel next fall.
That's a good point.
This fall, November.
That's a good point. If you guys want to go out there and be with somebody who knows the land and be a guide, look into what Ross is setting up for the next couple months. You're always doing trips over there and looking for people to join the bus. I'm telling you, it might not be the next one, but the one after that, I'll probably be at that one.
Good deal.
Yeah. So real quick, there's a last minute question from somebody who, real quick, I sorry to throw this on you, but you know, people do have questions. Ask Ross now, would not the 17th year and 4th month of Hezekiah either have been on July 20th, 711 or January 20th, 710, 3 years after the 185,000 were slain in 713? That's a tough question.
It really is, and I wish that I had the mind to work that out on the fly. But I tell you what I'm going to do. I will make a note of that and go in and look and see how specific I can get, because I do love looking at the calendars.
Right.
It would be interesting to me if that particular date was coming up, because who knows, you could have all kind of fun with that. So while I appreciate the question, P. Hummer, I'm not exactly able to do that kind of math on the fly.
Yeah, that's
math
tough.
was never my strong point, but thanks for the question, and I'll look at it.
Yeah, definitely. And by the way, P. Hummer, that gives you another excuse to go subscribe to Ross Nichols, because you're going to get that answer probably in the next live, right? Or something, maybe. I'm just saying maybe.
Did you say the next life?
Live.
Oh,
stream,
next live.
Next
Okay.
life. Yes. But
You
maybe
get that in the next life.
Yeah, you might. I don't know. It's worth checking out. I would hit the subscribe button and definitely do that. And by the way, I really, really enjoyed this. We got to do this more often. Yeah, thank you for your time, Ross. Really, really, seriously. And
Well, everybody have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. And again, thanks for your time. And Neil, it's always good talking to you, man.
Always. And I'm looking forward to going out to the Holy Land again, either maybe next year or next winter or something, whenever the next one is. Maybe not the direct next one, but we are going to go back. I'll tell you what I'll do.
If I find something really cool, I'll be there next month. If I find something really cool, I'll message you and let you know.
Definitely. I'm looking forward. And we got to get Petra next time. I missed
Petra. Oh, yeah.
So,
yep.
And you've just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
Wow.
Completely dark.
As you can see, when I turn the flashlight off, you can't see anything. Without this flashlight, I'm done for.
That was wild, bro. And for a moment, you imagine if like something went wrong, or
what if there's an earthquake?
Anything. What if the walls closed and crushed you? And
right.
Your mind plays tricks on you a little bit while you're going through it.
Walking sideways again.
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This fifth line, look how scuffed up it is. So this is why there's a big debate. I mean, it's very difficult. You can't tell what's the scratch, what's just the wear in this versus what's an actual letter. But there's this big debate. You ever read about, is it the royal cubit? Is it?
Yeah.
Well, what this
Egyptian?
Imagine this set off a storm for the scholars, because they're like, well, if you're talking about the Egyptian cubit, the math actually works at 1,000 cubits.
No way. So because
if
you notice Hezekiah's stone has an ankh on it.
Not this.
No, I'm talking about the other one.
Yeah.
So you can put 2 and 2 together. They're still working with this is still the Egyptian world.
You got to figure that out.
Wow, you hear that, everybody? We're doing archaeology right now. So I'm walking down right now. We're going to Hezekiah's tunnel.
Yeah, we need to get in a place and turn all our flashlights off so we can probably.
There's Derek Landler right there. He's doing his own thing.
So let me give y'all a little bit of the fear factor before we go in there.
Oh yeah.
Because it just slipped my mind.
Water snakes?
Yeah, no, not actually. But what we do have is, when we get to the bottom, it's not too late if somebody goes, oh, I don't want to do that. But I just want you to know that it's 433 meters, 1,750 feet. It is dark, but you have a flashlight, right? It's somewhat cramped in places. At other times, it's going to be really high. But that's the way that they constructed the tunnel. I first thought that maybe they were trying to impress the boss from the outside, and they made it real tall at first. But actually, that's part of the engineering, right? So they started, and they were swinging just regular, but they had to work their way down because you have to create the plumb so that the water flows. That's the whole purpose of it, right? It's a tunnel. So I just thought that they were just doing a really good job, because by the time you get in the, in the middle, you're going to be duck walking a little bit. Except, I'm the perfect size human, so I can go through without a lot of duck walking. Some of you guys
The last time I remember was like this.
Perfect sized human.
Who says that?
I've known Ross for 14 years.
What kind of stones are on the bottom that we're walking over? Big ones?
What's that?
Are we walking on big stones?
As I recall, it's fairly smooth. You know, like
Okay.
Is it slippery smooth?
it's not slippery smooth.
The
but
lady
it's
inside
level.
said there's a lot of metal grating.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Actually, some lady who just did it told me that my feet are gonna hurt on the metal grates in these shoes, and I was just looking at her.
Really?
In what world? How?
She doesn't know what you have.
Yeah.
She's misjudging what you have.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't know about that.
She thinks you got socks on.
I was walking over those rough rocks, those rough loose rocks the other day with
Yeah.
you, so I was like, I don't think it's gonna be worse than that. Like,
Oh, we're really going down. We're going down.
Down into the valley.
Yeah.
keep it right, I'm sure. Yeah, keep right. Yeah, it's international politeness to keep right. No, but even in the UK where they drive on the left-hand side, they still keep. Is that right? Yeah. I don't think so.
No.
We're gonna walk to the other end.
No, we're going to come out in the Siloam pool.
Oh, that's right.
That's a name that's familiar. What text is that in? Siloam Pool?
The Siloam pool was named by Isaiah.
Yeah, I heard that before.
Yeah, so when we get down, I'll give you some good stuff there.
Yeah. Ooh, to the water system. Warren Shaft. I like that.
Thank you.
Hezekiah's Tunnel.
You got your water shoes.
They're in front of the hotel.
Oh, we found it.
I go, these are going to be perfect for tomorrow. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I can throw them right in the garbage when I'm done.
Use it one time, right?
Right.
Yeah, that worked out okay.
Yeah.
And they call it Warren Chef because he found it, right? After.
Yes, you ready?
Guys, it gets exciting now. Really exciting. So why aren't you going? I didn't say the water would be good.
Let's do it. You just go to the next level. You guys in a video, just so you know. So she was asking about Warren Shaft. So Warren gets credit. Like Warren discovers this in 1838. But really, we have records of people talking about it from the 1600s. But Warren is the man. I mean, Warren comes in. These guys are all these 19th century explorers all over the place. So Warren in 1838 found it. You have everybody who's anybody in the 19th century, these explorers, they're all through here. We have Condor, we have Robinson, everybody that's anybody in the 19th century, they're coming through this.
Wow.
It's not like it is now. Like right now, you go in there and it's, they didn't have all this, obviously. They're hiking, they're climbing down, they're pushing brush aside, and it's uncontrolled. It's not like it's regulated. Sometimes the water rushes in on them. I mean, it was scary back then, but now they've cleaned it all out where it's a level flow. So we shouldn't have that today.
Nice.
Thank God, right?
Let's do this. Going. Descending down into Hades.
Yeah, even those that are doing the dry route are going to come with. We're all doing the same to a certain point.
Ooh, look at this. Oh, this is what they found here? This is stuff they found here? Or is this just random stuff? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's stuff that they found.
Oh, it says it right here.
Yeah. So they could have, I don't know if they found that there, if it's City of David.
Right, it might just...
Yeah, that's not in the tunnel.
Right.
Good question there.
Yeah, it would have been interesting.
So this is just, the modern walkway to get you ready. Like right now, if this is making you feel a little uncomfortable, you better turn it around.
No, I'm good. You gonna learn today?
Ain't no going back, boy.
Oh, I've seen video. Simca's been here before.
Yeah, watch it.
I've seen this video before.
There's an emergency exit down to the right of that? Oh, no, it's right here to the right. Okay. Wow, this goes far.
We're going down.
This is steep.
We're going into Hades.
Yeah, a lot of tour groups, a lot of people come through here, obviously. But we have to, no.
This is probably the lowest. This is probably the lowest as far as sea level goes that I've ever been in my entire life on the planet. No, because Israel itself is already below sea level.
This is where the whiskey drowns and the beer chase.
Here comes the water.
Watch your head. This is training right here.
But I'll be okay.
Oh, this is not bad. This is nice and soft.
Yeah.
They got it lit up in here too.
Listen. This is real slick here, guys.
Very slippery, right? Just so you know, very slippery right here.
Very slippery as far as who came up with them. With a candle, in the dark. You can see there's a lot of
They got holes in the wall.
Be careful where the rock is every time.
So we're talking about, when we talk about this tunnel that we're going through, the thing that people have to understand is that it flows. The idea, biblically, fundamentalists will look at this and they began to say as early as 1871 that what's going on is this is the fulfillment. When they first found it, 1871 is when they started saying, you know what, this probably was what's talked about in the Bible. So 2 Kings 22, 2 Chronicles 32, and Isaiah 22 verses 9 and 11.
Well, it's definitely something. It's definitely not. We're not imagining we're here.
No, that's right. But what they're saying is they say this was what Hezekiah punched through to bring water into the city when Sennacherib is coming. The Assyrians are coming.
Oh, wow.
So Israel is...
Yeah, I'm listening. Is that true, though?
Well,
wow, that goes very far down.
Now, critical scholars have come...
Yeah, give me the critical scholar. That's what I want to hear.
So I'll tell you, for a long time, people... For a long time, people just said, yeah, it's Hezekiah's tunnel, and that obviously gets its name because the Bible talks about this tunnel. But Ronnie Wright and the archaeology team that came in, like 2011, I believe, is when the paper is published, they began to propose other ideas. Not that it wasn't done in Hezekiah's time, but that it was done in stages.
I see.
So that way you don't have to say...
So he gets the layup that they toss up for him.
Yeah,
they give him the alley-oop and he slams it down.
Exactly. Yeah.
I get it.
But he had to know it. Don't think it wasn't this major work. But at the same time, like we passed through what they think is Canaanite and Jebusite.
Yeah.
So over time, people began to cut more and more and more.
And they just keep going farther and farther.
Water,
Yeah. That makes sense. I like that approach.
So I think that's probably right. I think that in Hezekiah's time...
This would be a lot to do in one lifetime.
Yeah. So from a critical standpoint, even if somebody said, well, was it Hezekiah? Was it Uzziah? Was it one of the kings?
Yeah.
I think because we have this record, strangely, we have this record, it's mentioned in 5 texts of this listed that deal with this, you have to say there's probably something there.
Yeah.
So 8th century, but Ronnie Wright looks at this and he says, the tunnel that we're going to go through and bring your viewers through, it was probably done in part as early as the 9th century. So it's like in stages.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Let me take a look at this.
Yep.
Are you all right?
Yep.
Wow.
Now, check this out. This is really important. The Gihon spring. It's mentioned, as you can see, when Solomon is anointed king, he goes down to the Gihon spring. Notice it says, let Zadok,
Sadducees.
you know. So there's two priestly groups. You have Abiathar and you have Zadok.
Nice.
There's a major split between the two. You have two totally different groups here.
Yeah.
Zadok ultimately wins the day. And remember, Abiathar, he sides against Solomon. He bets on the wrong horse. So what happens is, Solomon, when he takes the throne, he banishes the people of the priest of Abiatar's line, and he goes, you go to Anatot. Well, that's not so bad, really, because Anatot is a priestly city. So
instead of executing them, he let them live.
Guess who's from Anatot? Jeremiah.
Oh, okay.
So
he comes out of that school then.
Yeah, Jeremiah is a priest. He's the son of a priest. His dad, we read in Jeremiah 1, is Hilkiah. Hilkiah discovers a scroll.
This is a straight drop down?
Yeah. Check that out.
Can I walk on this? That was scary. I don't know if I trust it, but I did it anyway. This looks like a... Damn. I didn't know it was this far down. We still got a ways to go. Derek, aren't you glad you came? Can't miss this site.
A lot of work has been done at the city of David, and when we were coming down, Neil, you pointed out some of the discoveries of the bulla, these seal impressions. And so what's interesting about these, they're found not only in the city of David, like in the Gabati parking lot, Benjamin Mazar, his daughter, and then, all the way down through. A lot just recently passed away. But these scholars were finding these bulla, and they have names that we know from the Bible. Now, some might say, well, how do we know it's really that particular person? Some of them are pretty specific.
Wow.
We'll talk about those later.
You guys can go down there, but this is the way of the water. So go ahead. I got decided. You can report back to us. Are you going in with them?
Yeah.
Okay, go. Let them go.
Oh, wow.
Okay. We'll see you guys in the
As you can see, I'm in this little ass cave right now, trying to get through this water. Wow. This is incredible. I really hope I don't slip and fall. Woo. There's a whole other tunnel right there. Wow. Completely dark. As you can see, when I turn the flashlight off, you can't see anything. Without this flashlight, I'm done for. But I'm not alone either, so I shouldn't really say that. But As you can see, I'm knee deep in water right now. Running through this tunnel. The water's kind of cold, but it's not that bad. It's doable. Okay. All right. It's getting kind of deep right here. Big hole right there. I don't know what that leads to. Oh, big step right here. Okay. Let's go. And we're going through. Now this is true gnosis right here, guys. Look how thin this wall is. I could barely squeeze through. I'm literally touching both of my shoulders on these stones right now. I'm not kidding. Both of my shoulders are touching the stones. I'm squeezing my body through. Wow. Look how thin this water is. Look at. You guys don't even, like, this is incredible. Whoever did this with primitive tools, are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable stuff right here. Oh, it's a little rocky right here. Okay, let's go. We got this. Just a little more to go. Now imagine Hezekiah surrounded by Babylonians, Assyrian army, and they're trying to find salvation because they're doomed. If they don't find water, they're doomed. They had to come through this little tiny cave right here. Look at how thin this is, and dig through. And there's earthquakes here. They don't even know what they're risking. Imagine getting closed in on, and there's no way out. You're just waiting for your death. That could have easily happened. But they got through, and they found water. This is so thin right here. You guys see how thin this is? I'm literally turned sideways right now because I can no longer walk straight. Literally walking sideways, taking 2 steps at a time. It's so dark here. We're almost through. I'm guessing we're almost through. I have no idea, to be honest. I've never been here. But I'm guessing we're almost through. I'm guessing. Now I'm almost walking like I'm hunched over right now because the ceiling is so close to I can't even stand up anymore. That's how extreme. Okay, now we got some room. All right. This is incredible. I'm back to crouching down again. I wonder what would happen if an earthquake occurred right now when I'm in here. I wonder how much I'd feel it. It's possible. Oh, I see people down there. I see people. Now, if you're claustrophobic, you can't do this. I'll tell you that right now. If you're claustrophobic, get out of here. You ain't coming in here. I keep bumping my head because it's so low. It's so low right now. Look how low it is. I'm literally... This is something else. I don't know who convinced me to do this. I'm trying to figure out how much longer we got to go. I have ascent into Hades right now. Going to find Pluto in Japan. How far is it? Are we almost out?
We got traffic jam.
Huh?
Traffic jam.
Really?
Can
you tell us later?
2 tunnels.
Tired. This is tired. Walking with your back hunched down the whole time isn't fun, not gonna lie.
Rock here. There, you don't want to step on it and enjoy it. Pass it down.
Oh yeah. Big hole in the ground.
At least I'm standing up now, that feels better. That whole walking with your head back hunched down thing is not fun at all. And we're back down, back down hunched again. Wow, it's super thin right here.
More holes here.
There's no way Hezekiah did this in his lifetime. That's impossible. 13 minutes so far we've been down here. About 20 minutes total if you count the stairs, the entrance. But 13 minutes in the water. 13 minutes in this thin, tiny cavern with a low ceiling. This is a record for me. I've never done anything like this. Completely dark in here, as you can see. All I got is this little tiny light guiding the way. Ooh. We finally got a tall ceiling for once. That's nice. I'll take that. I don't know what's up there, but I don't even care. I'm gonna keep going. As you guys can see, it's very wall-to-wall thin right here. Oh yeah. Oh man, this is thin again. Walking sideways again. open it. Now we got a real tall ceiling. That's what I like to see.
This is where they have the sarcophagus before and get the loads.
I see light. I think we're out. 20 minutes. 20 minutes of walking through hell. 20 minutes of walking through Hades. Literally.
Oh, you did that? Yeah, okay, good job, thanks. Oh, is this your light?
No, that's built in.
What are we doing?
Look. Yeah, I can read.
What do they see?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Go. Go.
What are we waiting for? Huh?
Okay, look.
Sounds like some kids.
How many people are back there?
Is everybody caught up?
People are waiting behind me.
There's some still behind you?
Yeah.
They're not caught up yet.
Okay, so I'm going to start telling the story. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So, in 1880. Now remember, this was discovered in the modern day in 1838. We talked about that. But in 1880, two students of Conrad Schick, who was an architect, he was also he's called the first scholar in Jerusalem. But he had a school that trained the local inhabitants on all sorts of trades and so forth. He had a student by the name, let me see if I want to tell you the name yet. We'll talk about him in a minute. So two students come through here. They decide they're going to go in the tunnel, but there are legends that there are demons in the tunnel.
Of course, it's hell.
Genie. We just met two of them, right? So scared. No, really. That's what that was. Don't get freaked out on me now. But what happens?
That was Beelzebub.
No,
More scared of you than you are of me.
But what happens is Jacob Eliyahu comes through this side. All right, his buddy is going to go through the other side, and they're going to meet in the middle. But the other guy gets scared because he thinks there's a devil in here or something. So he runs off. Poor Jacob is walking. Now, this wasn't like it is now. There's busted up one of the water rises. They hadn't regulated it. This was plugged up on the south end. So anytime the water's flowing, it's like it if the water comes up in the Gihon Spring, you get trapped in, not here because it's tall enough, but he's walking and he stumbles. And as he stumbles, he kind of feels his way up and he feels something different here. And what he finds is, he finds the inscription, but he can't make it out. Remember, he doesn't have a nice flashlight like you do. He's got a candle in his lips. So he's able to look and he thinks, I think I see ancient writing. But he doesn't, this is not quite as right. Look at the script here. This is a replica of what was discovered. It contains 6 lines. It's written in Paleo-Hebrew, and it's believed to be dated to about the 8th to 7th century BCE. Now, I'll show you something that none of these other people know about. Look at this. See this charring right here? It's dark, it's black. Scholars believe that right here, that this was what the ancient person who inscribed here set up his candle. It's a niche in the rock. Now, they didn't understand that people went through this tunnel for decades and never knew about this. Now, by the way, I want you to know that it was actually recessed in here. This is just, it's just a replica. It wasn't like a picture hung up on the wall like you see it now. But it's got cracks in it. So there's a lot of debate about what it says. First of all, they're not so familiar with the script. It's a little bit different. And it's sometimes tough. The scholars debated, is that a line in the rock, like it just cracked, or is that actually a chisel mark? When you walk by, feel with your finger, you'll notice that the letters aren't etched in deeply. So this is a yod. This is the Hebrew yod, hey, as you work your way, like you can't hardly read it. It's not etched in deeply. But this was filled with silicate because the water would rise above it. So they had to clean it. Because what you want to do with an inscription is, you want to get a squeeze, which is where you take like paper, you wet it, you mash it into the rock, and you let it dry. And once it dries, you peel it off, and you have a reverse, actually the reverse of this, right? So the scholars are trying to get this done where they can read it. Well, it's so full, they tried it 2 or 3 times. Ultimately, a man named Herman Gutta is able to clean it, and they're able to get these things. But I'm going to go ahead and move because we have people coming up behind us. But as you walk by, this thing that the little child was screaming at us about, it gives you a light so that you can read the inscription and look at the replica. By the way, the Ottomans were in control when this was discovered. And the Ottomans, we don't know who hired, but I know the person who actually chiseled this out of the wall and got it out. And ultimately, it's now in Istanbul, which was Constantinople at the time.
This is a replica.
It's a replica. Yeah. Now we're almost out.
I'm gonna this too. No, I'm alright. I'll go with the flash. I'll put it on the Google Drive.
And you were saying the candle would have been like right here.
These are probably where there's an ancient lamp sitting here, not a candle or a lamp like anything, but the little oil lamps that we've seen with the cotton wick or the linen wick.
And the smoke and stuff just went through there.
Right. This is the inscription. See, there are little niches here too, like they used to help them with rice or something, because those ancient rituals had too, soot.
Hold up.
And you both got some footage of the little.
I got footage of it. Want me to try reading it?
Yeah.
Okay. Aleph, Lamech, Kof, Samech, Chet. I'm looking over here.
Oh, I got you.
Aleph, Lamech, Kof, Samech, Chet. See, the Aleph looks like a sideways A?
Absolutely.
And I think this is Lamech, right? Because it's all the way up here? Lamech?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is oh, wait, is this a Resh?
Yeah, it's a
Resh, you're right. Samech, though, right?
That's right.
And then Chet.
No, I'm sorry. This is an iron.
I got a good view from right here.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This fifth line, look how scuffed up it is. So this is why there's a big debate. When Shapira comes in here, and this is for real, I know you're not filming, that's fine. When Shapira comes in, I mean, it's very difficult because you can't tell what's the scratch, what's just the wear in this versus what's an actual letter. But he comes in and he's able to read. He said, it's not 1,000 meters, it's 1,200. And they laughed at him. They told him, hey, how about this, Shapira? How about you stick to rabbinic literature? He's like, no, I'm telling you. Well, now everybody, and what's so bad is once they realized that it was him, that he was right, they didn't even give him credit. They just all of a sudden they're going, yeah, it's 1,200 cubits, but nobody ever said, well, Shapira said this 8 months ago. Anyway.
Yeah.
Nice. I got some good shots. Did you want to get pictures?
Yeah, how are we going to get it? I can't get around you.
I'm telling you, this is...
Yeah, I'll just,
way...
Look, check.
Yeah, can you just move over a little? Yeah, move that way just for a second. Thank you.
There you go.
I just want to get a nice little, because this is a good light. Now I can see it better. All right.
This too?
I just want to see, okay. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to read this later. I'm not going to try to read it now. I'm going to try to decode it later.
And look, Neil, I'm going to hook you up, brother. I have every one of these inscriptions, like the transcripts, made from day one to what they see now.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
All right, we can go. My bad. Let's get out of here.
Hey,
Beelzebub.
Huh?
Hey, Beelzebub, what are you doing over there?
Hey guys, one more thing. One more thing. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, I never saw this.
Oh, what?
Guys.
Is that what they cut
Yes, I didn't know this was here.
This is what they cut out.
So I was wondering, look, so here's where this is where, gotta get me a picture of this. This is from my paper.
What is this for?
Come back.
Oh, look. This is where they had the
So you had it wrong.
I had it wrong because I was using the model that they had. They put, right here was the candle. And
I see what you're saying.
Where
Get you
the
back
inscription. Yeah.
So
Hold on, Lex. Hold on.
So the inscription was actually right here, and they chiseled it out. Man, I'm so glad I just happened to see that.
Now, what did they do that for?
Because the Ottomans wanted to take it as a treasure. Realize in the 19th century, these guys are all about bringing treasure to the homeland. So this is it, though. Yeah, this is amazing. And so when people come here, notice it's even higher. It would actually be right here. So I couldn't make sense of, I'm here telling you on video, hey man, this is actually, it wasn't mounted here, it was actually chiseled out. This is where it would have actually been.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is
like being in the past.
If I can do it like that.
other way. Try flip it up, like tilt it up. There you go.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do, look, Derek, what I'm trying to do is catch right here so you can see, so you can see on this side is where they had the candle, and over here is where it was actually mounted.
I see what you're saying.
See?
Okay, and you can point on the photo. You can put an arrow here and an arrow there, or even put a
Yeah.
And
that's pretty awesome.
I wonder if that'll show too. I can explain that. So I'm going to paste this off because they're saying it's like 19 feet from the exit.
Do you remember what that says in English? If you could summarize.
Roughly, what it basically just says is that behold the excavation. 2 teams of workers were working, a man with his picks to his brother, and they met in the middle, and so forth. So what they're trying to figure out is, when you read this, it's just an account of the construction of the tunnel itself. So we have to, this is...
I got it.
But, that's basically it. But then it says, the end of it talks about 1,200 cubits
meaning the flow. The flow is 1,200 cubits. So this is what the scholars were debating. They were like, well, is it 1,000 cubits or 1,200? And this big, I know you guys know this, but there's this big debate. You ever read about, is it the royal cubit? Is it?
Yeah.
Well, what this,
Egyptian.
imagine this set off a storm for the scholars, because they're like, well, you know, if you're talking about the Egyptian cubit, the math actually works at 1,000 cubits.
No way. So
they're debating.
because have you noticed Hezekiah's stone has an ankh on it?
Not this.
No, I'm talking about the other one.
Yeah.
So you can put two and two together. They're still working with this is still the Egyptian world.
You got to figure that out.
Wow, you hear that, everybody? We're doing archaeology right now. Oh shoot, this is it? Wow.
The first guy. Now we all know that now. But this is in 1880. He's the first one. The other thing that Shapira knew is every scholar.
I don't think I know that person.
The ancient paleo said
So behind who I didn't know. At least I couldn't recognize him.
Shapira said it said 1,200 feet.
Yeah,
No, they're not.
Told you.
You're at the end. Okay.
Only fair thing to do to vindicate Shapira, there needs to be a plaque that says my boy Moses Shapira was the first to do it. And that's right. It needs to be right here. Thank you, Moses Shapira, for telling us what this actual inscription meant and for reading it correctly.
You translated.
He did. So we've got a lot more to look at. But this was Hezekiah's tunnel. Y'all like that?
Yeah. That was intense. That was a rush right there.
That was well worth it.
I just got trapped on.
We made it out alive.
You know, there's an ancient saying.
We found Beelzebub.
There's an ancient saying that
Oh, it's slippery. Whew. Oh yeah.
Wasn't that deep?
I survived Hezekiah's tunnel.
Coins? Hey, hang on, let me tell him.
Hey Derek, let me get your interview thoughts on that experience.
Dude, that was wild, bro. And, you know, for a moment, you imagine if like something went wrong or
What if there's an earthquake?
anything. What if the walls closed and crushed you? And
Right.
you know, your mind plays tricks on you a
Right.
little bit while you're going through it.
Oh yeah, I thought the same stuff.
And good thing we're all communicating and talking the whole time
Yeah.
because it helps psychologically.
It does. When having other people there helps. Yeah.
Yeah.
let's see. Do we have everybody?
Where we are right now.
Almost. There's not that many of them.
Yeah,
You can look
we're-
right there and see the pool of Siloam.
Yeah, the pool of Siloam is right here. So it's on the map actually. We'll look at it. It's a little bit easier. I think they might have a map. What's that?
You're just in the Muslim neighborhood right here?
Yeah.
That's my language. It's the Muslim neighborhood, but it's also Jewish neighborhood.
Yeah, Siloam is both.
Well, that's the end of that one.
Hey, Zach, you want to
I'm gonna upload this one as soon as possible. So keep tuned for the next one.
About it. You had a good time?
I did.
I'll tell you what, I love this thing. This is one of the highlights of the trip for me, because even though we may have doubts, we may not know every detail about this. Was it Hezekiah? Mentioned several times. Is it Hezekiah who's responsible for making that tunnel, or was it several decades of work? My personal feeling is it took longer than just, they weren't just notified that, hey, the Assyrian Sennacherib is coming, let's just punch out a tunnel. That's 1,750 feet. So it really does. I think the scholars are right that this is one of those things. Hezekiah probably punched through the final phase, and he needs to get that credit. And his credit is that he actually brought water inside the city to save his people so that they wouldn't have to go out in war. But I love walking through that because that's real. That's real. People
whatever
can.
you think about it, it still exists.
That's right. And if somebody tells me, well, Hezekiah didn't do it, I say, well, who do you think did?
Someone did.
And what's the evidence? I mean, the dating.
What's the other option?
Remember, the cool thing about this is the actual inscription. The inscription puts us, we date it because of the paleography. We know about when it happened. And you know what? It puts us about in the time of Hezekiah.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those things that makes skeptics and scholars alike. It brings skeptics and scholars alike into a question that says, wow, I mean, is there anything more real than that?
Right.
I think it's real.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis.
We are Myth Vision.
And by the way, just let us know in the chat if the connection's good. We'd love to get some feedback if possible.
Like out the gate feedback, like, yes, this audio is actually going through this thing that I held for 30 minutes that you didn't have right on the damn thing.
Yeah,
oh.
We have a few things we got to correct. So
Yeah,
we were
out
talking
the
last
gate.
night. We were so tired. We were like saying things wrong. Let's correct that. So first thing was we said the wrong thing about Caesarea yesterday.
Yeah, so this is easy, and in fact, we got informed today. It's so easily confusing because there's multiple Caesareas, and the one that we were at was the Maritime on the coast, right there. And this is one that Herod the Great actually made for Caesar Augustus, and they, he pretty much impressed him with that. Am I being too loud?
No, you're just too close to this mic. That's good. You're good.
I've got cooties. So the one we went to today, am I being too loud or?
No, you're fine.
Okay. The one we went to today was the Caesarea Philippi, which just, I did not expect. Like every day, something crazy. You're like, what? So we were wrong about that. We kept saying north when, like, directions. We were off on directions. Even like one of the big things I do want to correct too. Just we don't have to get lost in this, but I feel like I do want to say this because Hellenistic Judaism. Like, I still can't emphasize how important it is that we're examining this. But when we talked about Sepphoris and these houses, this was 2nd, 3rd century.
Some of those mosaics were 2nd and 3rd century.
Right. We thought those were built in the 1st. But
that doesn't mean there's some of them aren't.
Yeah.
The ones that we were specifically speaking on were 2nd.
Here's the deal. Tabor told us they haven't even really dug the area.
Still a lot
They
to
have
go.
not done a lot of excavating there.
The theater was 1st century.
The theater?
It was before that.
Now, what do you do at the theater? Do they stand up there and go, I'm Moses? No, there weren't like Jewish, plays where you have Moses
There's a lot of
and
Greek
Abraham.
a lot of Greek stuff
plays.
there.
Yes. So you have to imagine in this Jewish town, Hellenistic Jewish town, you have this, this area where there's people doing plays, probably Dionysus.
Right.
That was a common play and stuff. So, yeah, anyway, let's get that off of our chest. because we want to be accurate. We don't want to give you misinformation because we're excited, and we gave a few things that were just not accurate.
Right.
A couple things, so we like to correct ourselves. And I had someone already correct me in the chat. So
I just wanted to make sure that we're
get it off the chat, get it off the chest.
But with that being said, today was even crazier. So we saw what is known as Pan's Grotto beneath. It is just a amazing spot. It's right next to the Sebaste, which is the temple to Augustus built by King Herod. Right next to it. And then supposedly, we can't confirm this. There's just some scholars point out there's a possibility above Pan's Grotto is where Jesus took Peter, James, and John to show them
the Mount of Transfiguration.
And they saw.
I don't want to. So to me, I love
it's
thinking
tradition,
that way. Right. So
I'm just pointing
it out. Lost in that because I'd rather save that for, Dr. Tabor and others who want to really get in this.
Well, I just wanted to throw that out there because we're going to do not a course, but we're going to get in deep. We're going to have a professional scholar talk about that.
Right.
And let him take that. Basically,
it might help if I have read. Yes, I'm speaking to you, Dr. Tabor. If I had read the tour guide, before I started speaking about this stuff, because I was just not on point. But you do bring up an interesting point that I do want to emphasize is in the Gospel of Mark, which would be, if we're going to go with chronology, what's the earliest? Mark. What could potentially be the most accurate? Let's just say Mark.
I say right after the temple fell, Mark started penning down the Gospel.
I mean, yeah,
it's my guess.
I think so too. I definitely think it's post 70, but we have good reason when it tells you he's in Caesarea Philippi, okay? And he asks Peter when he's in this region, who do men say that I am? Now, listen, we've heard this question. We've been to church or we've heard through Christian circles or a pastor or somebody literally say, Jesus says, who do men say that I am? But like something happened to me today, sitting on the site, looking at Pan, looking at this portal to the underworld of Hades, to the Greek and pagan deities right here in this region, knowing that this is where the temple to Augustus was, which would have been multiple other gods that would have been worshipped in the Caesar cult on top of Herod the Great, who's here. There's Jewish and pagan mix going on. And I'm thinking to myself, was Jesus right here, like looking at all these things, these other gods, and then he's kind of winking at the guys going like, who do men say that I am? Like, I'm going to tell you who I really am. And he's a challenger to the other deities in the region. I don't know, man, because monotheism as we think of it is a bit anachronistic.
Right.
And Jesus, according to the Gospels, also says like, it is written, you are gods, right? So what the heck does he mean by that? Well, Christians will go, it just means you're judges. Like you have authority to, make calls and make judgment calls and things. But is that what it really means? Or is it saying, look, just worship one supreme God, henotheism, but there are many other gods out there. And is Jesus just one of these? He's claiming like that he was one of these? I don't know, man. I don't know. Was he just claiming messiahship? And others started to make more of it. I tend to go that route, but it made me think today, if he's sitting in this spot with all these temples and Pan and everything, and he says, who do men say that I am? Maybe he's competing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And so I'm sitting there near Tel Dan, listening to Tabor and some other people discuss the site. And I'm looking at some of these inscriptions that are Greek and some Hebrew and just a mix of everything. There's a lot of different things happening in this location. The north is a crazy place. It really is. It's very, very rich in culture, very mixed in like what's going on up here. Mm-hmm. And so just to jump back to Pan's Grotto, I was listening to another tour guide. He was speaking in Hebrew to his
people that he had following him, and I'm like trying to catch some of the words that he's saying because I kind of know a tiny bit of Hebrew, not a lot, just a little bit.
You're learning.
And all of a sudden I hear him say El Satan, or he said Hasatan, Hasatan, and I was like, and he's pointing to Pan, and I just kept thinking, the devil, Satan, he becomes this image of the horned devil,
right,
with goat legs, and he's got a trident in his hand. Like, when does that happen?
Yeah.
But then today, and I used to always ask that, why does Satan never has that depiction in the Old Testament, in the New Testament? Never. No. They never say Satan and his horns and his trident.
Yeah.
That's not in any text. Today, when I'm sitting there at Pan's Grotto, and it's they call it the gates to Hades. So it's like the gates to hell. And I'm thinking, I wonder if they're putting Pan and Satan together.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
mean, think
he's
about
the king of the
Isn't it
underworld.
ironic, bro, that like once the pagans get a hold of this movement that was originally Jewish only, and then all of a sudden you start seeing weird like Satan and the devil and like horns and like, okay, dude, you're probably taking Pan, who's right here at this temple, or not temple, but this like portal, I'll call it.
There was a temple right there, Augustus.
There was. I'm just saying,
no, that was a temple to Pan. That was a ruins of a temple
I'm just
to
saying,
Pan.
though, that water to the underworld, literally, like, here you have Hades and Pan.
Yeah.
Pan has horns, looks like a goat, kind of, sort of, in a weird way. And you imagine, like, how are Christians imagining Satan horned and has a Greek trident, like you're saying. He has a pitchfork, what they like to call.
Yeah.
He's in charge of the underworld. Like, that's pretty pagan.
Yeah.
I don't find that in any Hebrew, like mindset. So,
and I don't know if you remember, but like, if say you're walking up to the grotto to the right where they see those columns.
Oh, that was.
I asked Dr. Tabor. I said, "Is that a temple to Pan here in Israel?" Yes, it was. There was a temple to Pan in Israel.
So this is why you brought this up. We did a recording. Neil's going to get it when we get back because I realized that the card it was on is on my good camera, which is the one you don't. We're going to get it. You stay tuned. To Gnostic Informant. But your question was a good one. And you were like, when we're going through the land of Israel, and we like to think, Jewish ideas or the Hebrews.
Monotheism.
Right? But like in every site we've gone to, we've
seen
realizing
something.
Like, yo, this is pretty old Greek or old this and that. Now that doesn't mean that if you go before that material, it may have been just kind of a Canaanite Hebrew, Yahweh land. That doesn't mean there were other gods, but like
it's Romanized too.
It got Greek, Hellenized the whole region. So everything gets tampered by the rulers, and it makes me wonder what it would have looked like in this region under Persia, or what it would have looked like before Greeks ended up coming and wiping off, some of the evidence that maybe Persians have had, or Babylonians or Assyrians when they conquered and whatnot. We see influence from Egyptian, even if I don't necessarily buy the whole Exodus story. Not saying there isn't a kernel. But
Egypt had dominion over Canaan for like 500 years. Maybe more.
I thought it was a millennium.
Yeah, maybe 1,000 years. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's so many loan words which Christians like to try and argue. Maybe Jews do as well. Like, hey, look at all these Egyptian loan words, proof. And it's like, not good enough. I have scholars that point out, like, we still talk about Egyptian cotton.
Well, that stone.
Does that mean we're ruled by Egypt? No.
That famous Hezekiah stone has an ankh on it, on the one side. So, like, what's that doing there?
I just liked your question, though. For the audience, I don't think that they understand. We have a good friend here. I'm not going to put him on camera, but like I have a friend who follows us here, both Gnostic Informant and Myth Vision, and he's like, dude, we live here. Like we know, like most of us at least that are into this.
We told you we're not closed off to fans or people meeting us. You know what I mean?
Absolutely not. No, but the point you're bringing up is relevant to his kind of point of what he's saying. It's not like I lived here, like I know about this stuff. But when you said, man, there's this pagan and Jewish world, like how divided and how separate are they? That question is an enigma.
Right.
And I love
It's
that
the
question 'cause
Mediterranean world. That's it.
we were talking about how when the closer you get to the heart, right, the heartland, Jerusalem itself with the temple, you're going to find a more, I would think, more dichotomy between we're really separated, we're holy.
More traditional.
Right. But where these areas are that we're going to, it's like,
yeah,
I don't know, man. Like they probably got away with other deities or honored them and respected other gods, but primarily practiced their Judaism with Dionysus and Heracles on the side. Like I can't imagine them not doing it in the same way that in the diaspora, pagans were worshiping Heracles and Dionysus and Athena and all these other gods, then going to the synagogue and worshiping Yahweh. And I can't imagine it's only a one-way street. I think it's two ways.
Right. That's a good point.
Super chat your question too, by the way.
Please. Yeah.
We are like seriously appreciative.
We also should get into the last thing we saw today, which we both had a same sort of response to, was being on Lake Tiberias, or the Sea of Galilee, as others call it.
It was beautiful. Yeah.
It was. And Derek and I was sitting there and we're thinking, now
we found Peter's
this is a
bones.
location.
I'm just kidding.
This is a location that's specific. It's not like you're looking for a mountain. Like, where's Mount Sinai? Is it that one? Is it that? No. We know for 100% no doubt that the Sea of Galilee is the Sea of Galilee. Like, there's no doubt. We can say 100% that's where it is.
I mean, right? Yeah.
Maybe, okay, let's say 99. There's always a 1% chance that maybe there was
how it would have moved, but
right.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to say, just because there's someone out there saying there's always 1% chance that, sure, 99% chance that we were there.
That's honestly, it's ridiculous. Like just the Roman, in our recording space we just went out here where the homeless guy is in the sarcophagus in there, like literally a homeless guy. We didn't even know he was there. We're like, right here, do this great shot. And then this guy comes up, hey!
He just pulls his head up. We're like, oh, sorry.
And we were like, I was like, dude, give him a few shekels just for the time we didn't see him again. We were going to hook him up with a few shekels just for him limping away because he had a cane. But we recorded on the spot. And I'm thinking, this is an old Roman ruin. You can tell that this
was.
Yeah. So, like, it's kind of stupid. Like, the earth is flat to think that this lake is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. 99% chance. It's basically 100.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. With that being said, whether you believe in Jesus was doing miracles, or he was a prophet, or he's God himself, whatever you believe about the guy, or maybe you don't think he existed, this is the location. If he did exist, which I think he did, we shouldn't even say that. We'll just assume that he did.
Okay.
Because we're going with the scholarship.
Let's go with your there's just high probability we think there was a guy. Got
it.
Okay.
Yeah. We're just gonna go with that. And then that being said, here's a spot that pretty much everyone agrees on that this is related to him somehow. Right. I mean, the gospel writers are claiming he walked on water here, but a lot of the story that's being told are in this location. Like,
I like where you're going with this.
Like all of this little coastal areas of the Sea of Galilee, like Capernaum, and just all these different areas that are right off the Sea of Galilee are central to the story. Right. Magdala's right
or
here.
Even 2 or 3
Cana's
days
over
walk.
here.
It's in the region.
Right, in that little region.
Right.
So we're sitting there in this lake and thinking, the most famous man that ever existed on this planet was in the same water as us that we're in right now.
Right.
It's pretty interesting.
I think it's interesting. I think what's also interesting in the way that you started to make me go down that path of thinking is, let's play the hypothetical before we assume this guy existed. Right. Let's talk about his existence for a second here, because we've asked that question a million times on Myth Vision. Did he even exist? And you have to ask like really basic questions. I think common sense, when you ask these basic questions, will make you lean in a direction, in my opinion, depending on how you look at this data. For example, let's just say Mark starts to write this story we call the Gospels. Historicists plus mythicists both think these are stories.
Right.
We all do. even people who think he existed versus people who think he didn't. The question is why did Mark continuously put him in this region? Why put him around this lake? And why is the Sea of Galilee becoming the Lake of Tiberias? Right here in this political fervor between Augustus,
very Hellenized area,
into Tiberias, right? So
like
now you
could have put him in Jerusalem.
Could have put him in put him on Samaria, anything. But why this little backwater Nazareth? Why this little? Why? And so to me, it leads in this direction over and over, as we've been talking to John Kloppenborg, who deals with social communities and groups. He kind of is the guy who's examining the unions, the community unions that were connected to social cultic statuses and whatnot in the 1st century, 2nd century onward. And he uses that heuristic approach to look and compare it to other communities. And I'm thinking fishing people, well, how it talks about tax collectors a lot. Whoever wrote this gospel is aware that tax collectors are literally sitting on this Sea of Galilee, which is now Lake of Tiberias, and they're waiting for people to catch fish so they can tax them. So they have a social network that is really connected to these fishermen, and this author's aware of it. Right. Are they aware that this guy was in this region at least? Is it not fair to say that this author is aware that this guy's from this region? And if it's completely fiction, big question mark, why would you even put him here and make all this up?
Right.
Think complete fiction. Why make all of this up, dude?
Now, if we were to refer to the church historian Eusebius, who we know isn't always right, and there's often times where some people will say he might be making stuff up or fabricating the facts.
Yeah.
But if we just trusted him on this one thing, because a lot of people will say, just hold that thought for a second. Because a lot of people will say, if Paul didn't say it, then it's just a myth. If it's in the Gospels, it's myth. Paul's the only one we could consult for the historical kernels.
Right.
Like he was crucified, and that's all we know. Everything in the Gospels, it's up in the air. We can't say that it happened or not. Okay, whatever. That's if you want to go with that. But Eusebius seems to think that when Mark, who I think is the first person to write a gospel, he thinks when he penned down his gospel, it was in Alexandria, where he had access to a lot of books. This is because Mark's a scholarly text. It's drawing from other sources easily. He definitely was doing it scholarly. Eusebius says that he was with Peter doing this, or even if not Peter, somebody maybe who knew Peter or knew who these apostles were, knew this story.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then we can say why Mark knows all these details. And I think there might be something there.
Yeah, I mean, even if you wanted to, you could try and argue that he's heard through the grapevine of some.
And by the way, when we say Mark, we're just meaning whoever
author
wrote
of whoever wrote.
We're just assuming, even
though
the
we're
name,
using traditional names,
just to clear that up, because how someone's going to say
you think
that
Mark
name
really
didn't get put on till later. Okay, yeah,
they're
sure,
right
yeah.
about that because we
agree. No, you're right.
But yeah,
but we're just saying that just so we don't have to keep saying the long thing. Whoever wrote, we're just going to say Mark. We'll just establish that.
Right. I think that they're working off something somehow. They know something. And of course, Christians want to go the whole way and go, duh, Peter, dude. Peter told them all of this stuff.
That's what Eusebius is saying.
Yeah, but if you were to get me, like, they would have been smarter if they were going to try and play this one and said, Paul. Actually, the guy was a companion of Paul. I think the reason why this became a problem is because they have the book of Acts. So now they have this really big issue because the whole book of Acts, or the Acts of the Apostles, is really kind of the Acts of Paul, but I don't want to call it that because there is a real Acts of Paul, which is really not orthodoxy. So I don't want to even get lost in that. The point is if you read the book of Acts, it's all about Paul. It's really like how it goes from the Jewish community in the 12 to like handing this thing over to this. Here's this hero we call the Apostle Paul. And so they can't have, Luke be the companion of Paul and then turn around and be like, oh, and by the way, Mark, which is very Pauline, be also a companion of Paul. It's just really odd. They worked it into Peter
Yeah.
probably for political reasons and to give, control on their pedigree back to who really knew the Lord and who was really close between Gnostics and those who aren't.
And I just thought of something, because Eusebius's account of Peter helping out Mark probably might not be right, just for the fact that when was Peter killed? Before the gospel was written, right? I didn't even think about this.
I don't know, because John, I would imagine he was dead before the war. That's
So-
my opinion.
So Eusebius is probably just flat wrong if that's the case. Like, we could even, that's
there is a good reason in the Gospels to assume he was killed in Rome.
right.
I don't know that. I'm just saying, like, if the Gospel is right in that legend of him being killed in Rome, it could have been developed by the time John was written. But it is in the Gospel of John, chapter 21, which was tacked on later, in my opinion. I don't think that was original.
So then you would have to go back to the drawing board. What sources are Mark using? Is there a Q document? Is there a writings sayings? Is it oral?
I'm a Q guy, bro.
Yeah,
I got to tell you why, though.
Go.
I know that my skeptic friends are not a fan of this Q stuff. They're big on the Farrer hypothesis, and they keep going, "Come on, man! There's a hypothetical text out there." I'm not necessarily.
Papias mentions it.
I'm not even going to be. I'm not a Q apologist either. But let me
Right,
just tell
but I'm
you
just
the
saying
one
there's
reason.
some credibility to the fact that at least someone can test that it exists.
Well, Papias doesn't call it a Q document.
No,
Papias calls
it's
it,
not called Q document. That just means sourcing German.
Right.
So
Sayings of the Lord.
Papias is talking about what we call Q.
Right.
That's
And this is why the whole hypothesis came
He
up.
wouldn't call it Q because it's German. It's not the.
I'm not going to say here's this like hypothetical document that is like got all the sayings of the Lord. There may or may not be that. But why I think Q makes more sense than non-Q is this. Luke, when you look at how Luke copies Mark and you see how Matthew copies Mark, they're copying. We're talking about, they know Mark. Mark's right here, they're copying. I don't like that. No, we're going to change that. And it's so obvious. Sometimes they verbatim copy Mark, and then in other places where they're copying Mark, they change it. Contradictions. So I'm looking at it, and what is their modus operandi? It's to copy another text. And in Luke, he does it over 200-300 times. Shelley Matthews says this in her commentary, and she points this out. She doesn't spend a lot of time on it. 200-300 times where he copies Mark. Now, why would he use the same mode of operation to copy Mark, but where it doesn't copy Mark, and it's only Lucan material, or it's maybe common with Matthew, whatever overlaps in Matthew and Luke have in common, he's all of a sudden going to change the whole game and go, oh, this is just unique material I'm going to create. To me, it makes more sense if he's already working off copying another text to invent his own gospel. Mm-hmm. Why is he not also going after some other text as well that we just don't have? And so you have to make the assumption that he's copying Mark all the way through and then just go, well, that's the only text that he copies.
Right.
I'm thinking he's working off another text as well to kind of make his own. That's my opinion.
And
I can't prove it.
Why would Papias, who, by the way, Papias is early. We're talking early middle second century, 150, right? Right around there, 120, something like that. I don't even know. I could be wrong.
It's
second century.
Yeah, 110 to like 130-ish somewhere.
So that's early, So we have a guy who's talking about a pre-existing text has the sayings of Jesus on it.
Right.
He's describing what you're talking. Now you put that onto what you just said. You have a strong case now. Now let's say there was no Papias, right? Let's say Papias never said that.
My point still stands.
Your point still stands, but people are going to say, "Where's the evidence?"
I don't need it, and I'm not even dying on the hill.
But you can say to that question, the evidence. We have someone talking about it. That's evidence.
Yeah, well,
because people are going to say, that's just hypothetical. I don't care. Show me the money. That's evidence.
Yeah,
I think.
Dennis
McDonald talks about Papias a lot when it comes to Q.
I talk to people who just they're not Q apologists, and they still land on Q.
Yeah.
As making more sense.
I think it makes sense that there was.
So
why is it so controversial to say that somebody wrote down some sayings and that papyrus just was gone?
Yeah.
But it's not that crazy to think that. That's a very, like, the chance of that is very high to me.
Right, right.
You just write down some sayings. Oh, this is what he said. He said this. He said this. Oh, and he had a Last Supper. This is what happened. And then he was crucified. Boom. That's it.
I mean,
It could be possible.
it could be. I do want to laugh for a second as you bring this super chat up and just say, how the hell did we go from Pan and some region here in Caesarea Philippi to Q document? And like, God, we get lost in the weeds. Look at how we do. We get lost in the weeds.
But that's, it's all related because Christianity comes out of a time period that is so rich, the soil's so rich in culture and philosophy, and everything, like theology is becoming more advanced, and Christianity just is that tree that comes out of it. You know what I mean?
Well, what is Christianity? You know, like, this is something we were talking about before the show, where my friend, what is his name again? I can't think right now. Elon. Well, me and Elon were talking before the show, and I was going to mention the Christian apologist too. That's why I was trying to think of his name, but I couldn't remember his name. Either way, I'm glad that you mentioned your name. Elon's here right now, and he's been following me and Neil for a minute. He's actually visiting, and he lives here locally. And he's like, there's no way in hell you're going to Israel, and I'm not meeting you guys. I mean, come on, man.
Right.
You know, I got to meet these guys before their apotheosis. Don't worry, my friend. I won't take any worship till we're done, you know? All right, I'm kidding. But on a real note, like, the Christian apologist who made the video recently, you might watch in YouTube and be aware of it. Melody Joy's in the chat, and Melody knows. He was saying, turn these guys off. I'm shocked your name wasn't on there. But, like, I showed up on the thumbnail with, like, Apologia and Genetically Modified Skeptic and all these people. Where it's like, turn them off. Christians, are you doubting? Have you been watching these skeptics for a while? You need to stop.
Yeah.
And you need to focus on learning Christianity, which really what he's trying to tell you is, like, you really need to, like, study Lydia and Tim McGrew and, like, learn our version of Christianity so that you understand what true Christianity is.
Right.
And, like, before you go out there and listen to these skeptics. And I'm thinking to myself, the biggest problem that's right in front of your nose here is, like, what is Christianity?
Right.
And that's a big question. We don't even know the answer to ultimately.
That's what this channel is about.
Oh, snap.
Constellation, just back up just a little bit, because they get all, like, they, like, start.
Does it make an echo?
Yeah, just when you start picking up in mine, it just gets a little weird. But you're fine. I don't mean to be
Should
like.
we
I don't mean to be like.
this off and, like, feed off of.
No. You're fine as long as you don't get too
You want to
close.
make out with me?
Constellation Pegasus, those Greek figures and Zodiac, and those Hebrew homes is interesting. Is this normal in other Israeli big cities? Wonder about the small ones.
This is a good question.
So we know, you and I know about two for sure.
Yeah.
We're
don't going know tomorrow, and we're going to see another
one. Right.
Now,
we
this
saw
is a
one
first century synagogue that they're saying we're going to see tomorrow.
Yeah, where is
this? A mosaic, and
it's in the.
It has the face on it. Oh my gosh, that's going to be mind blowing. This is a Jewish synagogue with the face of a sun god in the center.
We're going to see.
Yeah, Helios.
We're going to see Helios in the synagogue.
But
another one. We already showed you one. We're going to see another one.
This is a plug. We got to plug James Tabor. We really got to give this guy some credit here.
Yeah, he's a superstar right now.
He really is.
When you guys see this, we're putting a documentary.
Yeah, I mean, you could just mention it. I don't want to put
There is a documentary coming.
Yeah, we're going to make a documentary.
I'm not kidding. Full-length feature film coming, and James Tabor will be a star.
Oh, he is the star. Yeah.
With that being said, we're going to make him a superstar. Anyways, with that being said, that's a really good question, and I don't want to answer it yet because I'm not confident about how normal they were, but I can say I know for sure there's two.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a good question to ask him. According to him and Ross this morning, they said
I would say stay tuned.
Yeah, they said there are 7.
We're going to find out.
I just asked this question. I don't know about the Zodiac thing, but there are 7 first-century synagogues that we've discovered, that we know of, archaeologically. Other than that, don't ask me any questions because I made stupid quick responses yesterday and didn't think through or even analyze the paper or think about which Caesarea I was in. So don't ask me.
That's the thing. You and I, we've been doing this for a year, 2 years now. A year like hard.
Yeah.
But 2 years like really getting into this critical approach to this. We're not trained. We're not experts. We're not PhDs. So we kind of, like yesterday, we came back and we got all excited.
We are like the Pope.
Yeah.
But we can tell ourselves when we're wrong, but you can't tell us we're wrong.
But here's my point, though. We got back yesterday. We were all excited because we saw all this Hellenized stuff in Israel. We were like,
oh my God, I'm so excited.
And we got a little sloppy with how we, described it.
Yeah.
But we weren't off.
Oh, don't worry. The final edit, and when you see the presentation, you will get the facts.
Yes.
You'll get the facts.
But what I'm saying is this.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I'm going to read that in a second. I just want to finish my thought.
Constellations of God.
Thank you, Constellation Pegasus.
Seriously.
You know I love you because I always
you.
tell you that. But what was that? I forgot what I was going to say, but basically put it this way. When it comes to the Hellenized stuff, I get a little carried away, and I've admitted that's my bias.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the Hellenized stuff. For whatever reason, that's been my bias, and I'm trying not to be get too crazy with it. But that's been my focus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, what does it mean when we say Hellenistic Judaism?
Right.
Okay. We talk about what is Christianity, right? And we don't even know what the hell that is. What is Hellenistic Judaism? I don't know if we know what the hell that is either.
Yeah.
I mean, we could touch it, we could play around with it, but it's kind of like, where are we at? Is it this one town that they acted this way? Is it the region? Are there little hits, areas where they kind of were connecting themselves to the pagan world? And I use pagan to mean non-Jews, Gentiles, the nations, using the framework of the Bible to kind of describe these things. And I'm thinking to myself, there are literal Jewish writings, even Josephus, who kind of bend over backwards while they believe they're true Jews, being true to their Judaism, to their God, to their tradition. They're bending over backwards for the pagan world in many ways as well. How far are they willing to bend, and what's going on here?
Herod was playing both sides.
Oh,
he was doing what he had to do.
Yeah.
Let me read this. Constellation Pegasus. Always good to see you here. The Gospels seem like modern day small movements like the Tea Party Patriots. That's a good point. Competing factors where one will eventually win out. The religion part of seems to be lacking somehow. It explains the contradictions. No way a God authorship had happened. It's a really good point. Some good points.
Yeah.
I mean, the Tea Party, that's actually a really good comparison.
They're fighting over this.
Yeah, they're coming out of a culture that has the tradition, the history, and there springs out of it this new thing.
Yeah.
And it's polemicizing the old thing. Maybe that's just how humans are.
Well, it is. I don't think it's a maybe. I think this is just natural reaction.
I think you're onto something.
But I like Robin Faith Walsh's approach on the Gospels being competitive. She doesn't like to use the term elite because in that time, elite gave the idea of rich. You have a lot of money. When there are well-educated authors who knew how to write literature, and I'm not meaning it in the sense of literal history, the way people who are fundamentalists are saying it, but literature, writing stories, embellishments, legends, very well written though in a story format. I mean, wait till you see the course on the Gospel of Mark with James Tabor. It goes right hand in hand to everything we're doing here, except he's sitting there. I'm just going to tease you. And he goes, all right, now imagine the screen plays down.
He's the best storyteller I've ever met.
At the very beginning, here's the curtains.
The bus rides are amazing. It's almost better than the sights.
Bro. So the curtain's down, and then it's almost like the author says, now here is the genesis of Jesus, the Christ,
I think we need
the Messiah.
And
then the screen goes, And then here's this John the Baptist scene and Jesus on the river and the Jordan. Bro, it's so well done. It's like a movie, like a play.
After he tells you that, when you go back to Mark, you can't see it the same anymore. He made Mark better for me now.
Right.
After I heard him tell me how to read Mark, now I go back to Mark and I'm picturing the way he says it. And I'm like, he's got a point. This is what Mark intended to tell you. This is how he wanted it to be told.
Dude, the first scene blew my mind. And I'm just teasing you because he goes into mini scenes. The very first scene, this is how it really is in Mark. Jesus goes to get baptized by John. He's like, I'm not, okay, I need to be baptized for the forgiveness of sins. The what? Ain't he sinless? I thought he was sinless. I thought he was God. He shouldn't need to be baptized. Anyway, Matthew didn't like this. But anyway, the other Gospels were not big fans of this. They fixed it. They're like, dude, Mark, what the hell were you doing, bro? Like, bro, what were you doing? Bro. So anyway, skip that part. Here's the interesting part. Then he gets baptized, comes out, and the Spirit descends like a dove. Makes me think of the Homer's Iliad, like Dennis McDonald talks about. And then it says that God says, you. Carefully read the Greek here. He says, you are my beloved son, and you I'm well pleased. Then it's really the way that Tabor goes. He goes, you are my beloved son, and you I'm well pleased. But then you get to Matthew, and Matthew says, when you get to Matthew, the dove comes down and it says, this is my beloved son. In him I am well pleased. Now, the change is the only person who knew. I did that on purpose. I wanted to hurt their ears. Okay? Because then I want to heal their ears. I want to do like Peter where he cuts the guy's ear off, right? And then I want to heal their ear after I've destroyed their eardrum. You see, I'm working magic here on YouTube right now. You're going to see the prophet in action, okay?
Yeah.
So this is my beloved son. It's all, everyone knows
Mark,
the secret.
The way it's written in Mark is very comparable to the Greek Alexander romance. I had that mic down. When Alexander goes to Egypt and he goes into the desert and he says to the oracle of Amon, what happened, or what is the fate of my father? He's talking about Philip of Macedon. And he said, your father. He said, I'm your father. And then he said, and then it's like something along the lines of, today I have begotten you.
Right.
And like that you could see like there's a comparison going on there.
I also thought that when I mentioned the Iliad and the Homer's Iliad Odyssey, Telemachus he's losing hope and wondering if he's even the son of Odysseus. That's when Athena sees and comes down, flies down, the Greek says, descends like a dove, flies down onto Jesus, flies down, right? And then tells Telemachus, you are your father's son. She encourages him, gives him power. Then he walks right into the house with the suitors and tells them off, get out of here.
Yeah.
And they're like, what got into Telemachus? The same thing happens in Mark when Jesus enters his own hometown, and the people are like, dude, what got into Jesus? What the heck? We know this guy. Like, what in the world does he? So I think that's literary, but I wouldn't say it's literary to act like they made up all these regional locations like there wasn't a guy. I just think this is how you would write literature.
Do you think the idea of a son of God would have been controversial in Judaism? Or do you think that
David was a son of God?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get at, because
but I don't.
A lot of people think, oh yeah, of course it would be. But then you look at the Old Testament, you're like, well, there's some examples of that.
Right.
The sons of God are in Job. You know?
I mean, you could. Yeah. So this is.
But it's never really a person, except for what you just said. David gets called a son of God.
David does get called a son of God. The thing is what is meant by son of God in the first century.
Right.
We have the same problem when we talk about apocalypticism.
Because it's all over the Greek and Roman world. That's
right.
Standard.
I don't think, and I could be mistaken here, but I don't think son of God is just this simple term just being thrown around. Like, I think there's significant meaning in the cultural context in the first century in the Greco-Roman world for using son of God. When you have Caesars that are sons of God, like, I do think that Jesus being a son of God, he's an adopted in a way, but there's a strange way, like Plutarch talks about virgin births, and it's not the way that you've heard in some cases where the god actually has sex with the woman, and people are saying, I'm literally the offspring of this god. In the first century, the Jews kind of adopted this, and they took on, Paul talks about this, literally. Paul mentions that you are adopted sons to the Gentiles, but it ain't just the Gentiles. Romans 9, verse 5 and 6, he talks about to you, Israel, pertaineth the adoption as sons, because Yahweh had to adopt them.
Yep.
There's like this Jewish ceremony that a woman, you know who the mother always is, but you're not sure who the pappy is. You know what I'm saying? And there's a ceremony where finally the father would come and say, you are my son. Today I am your father. Like, it's a ceremony.
Hold that thought, because I want to get into.
Yes, Lion King.
Yeah. I want you to tell the story. Actually, what we should tell was what Tabor was saying about a hypothetical story of Jesus' childhood getting made fun of. But that we might have to hold that.
Yeah, I don't even want to
forget that.
There's some magic.
Just put it this way. There's going to be some cool stuff coming down.
That's something Tabor does that I've never heard anyone else do. John Dominic Crossan comes the closest, but Tabor is the most unique scholar.
Well, he's so entrenched in all this stuff.
He knows so much about the details
that I think he's qualified to fill in the blanks, fill in the gaps. Like you and I don't. We can't do that.
I would have
someone
never
like
known
him
about
can
the
do that.
crucifixion of 2,000 Jewish men in this region after there was a revolt.
That story is
There's so
crazy.
much, and you can't imagine Jesus growing up in this region.
Wasn't
filling, or even was being told by his parents, his friends, his family. Anyway,
let me read these out. Constellation Pegasus, thank you so much.
Another
You're really helping me out. Since you guys are here, can you keep in mind that the Hebrew cosmology and the science of what was going on in the upper authority and common people and evidently heavy influences don't know much about Hebrew mathematics?
So what's the question? Since you're here,
no, just keep that in mind.
Keep in mind,
that's
Hebrew
a good point.
Cosmology and the science of what's going on in the upper authority and common people and evidently heavy influences.
Yeah.
Trying to understand what I'm reading there.
No, I mean, the way they thought of science, the world, the universe, compared to what we think of it.
Oh, it's radically
the
different.
Flat Earth stuff,
Without
stuff
a
like
doubt.
that.
Bro, they were definitely just working off the ancient Near East. Now in the first century, I don't know if they're still working off that cosmology. I don't know.
And as far as mathematics goes, I'm not sure how advanced they were, but they weren't like completely. They were pretty smart, especially the Babylonians had good math. 60s, base 60 math comes out of there,
right?
Which we still use today.
I mean, I think Genesis, when you look at the genealogies, there's some unique mathematics going on there in the genealogies. I mean, they're using, I'm not sure how complex, but there seems to be a Sabbath 7.
Yeah.
Like, they're really clever in the way that how old Methuselah and...
Real quick, before I read this next one, the Torah, the Masoretic text, I think it's 72 letters of the first book. There's a what is the letter T called? Tet. And then
this is why he came here.
Yeah.
He knew.
Then next book. So Genesis, then Exodus, 72 letters is Vav, which could be an O, tall. Then the third book, 72 letters, Resh. And then it says the word Torah. And then just backwards, they do it like that too. It's Torah backwards. So they have this, the Masoretic text is so precise that they have like little words in there. Like little, and that's how they check to see if the scribe did it right.
Interesting. I haven't looked into that. Now, you're talking about Genesis.
I'll show you that. I probably butchered it. What is it?
Tough.
Torah isn't.
Is in tough.
Tough. Okay.
It's also a T.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Because I've been doing so much Greek lately that I was about to say like I don't know. I was about to get it mixed up with like the Greek.
You gotta get some air.
Yeah.
Is that cool?
But yeah, you get what I'm saying. I'll show you that later. I'll show you what I
Okay.
mean. I probably got the where it is wrong. I know it has to do with 72 in the first 5 books. It's only in the first 5 books. It doesn't have anything to do with the prophets. Only in the first. Anyways, Arjan, just tuning in. Did you realize that Caesarea and Caesarea? Yes, we did. Trust me.
Yeah,
are
we
two
found
different places. Did you visit Agrippa's second palace at the spring? Enjoy.
Yes.
Yes and yes.
Yes.
And Derek corrected himself today before you
missed it.
joined.
I did. So I kept saying Caesarea Philippi because day 5 and day 4 both are Caesarea.
Right.
But I kept saying Philippi because I kept hearing Philippi. But maybe it was what I was walking away with when he was saying, hey, we're going to Caesarea Philippi. And we are at Caesarea, maritime, here on the coast. And I'm like, okay, hold up. I messed up. But then again, this is the interesting thing. Like, I know my Bible, right? I got like really good reference points, things like that. But there's one thing I'm not good at, I confess: geography.
Right.
And this, by coming here in person and seeing this stuff, it really makes me want to study a map.
We got good maps.
Bro, I want to come back and do more further investigations, go into more regions, look at more stuff. This isn't the only
I want to
trip.
learn this place by the back of my hand like Tabor does.
I think it's
One
important
day.
with what we do to know, because it brings to life the text in a way where you're like, okay, when you read, and then he went to Caesarea Philippi, you're like, I never gave a crap about Caesarea Philippi. You know, like, okay, now when you're there, you're like, I know the hills. I've seen the goats take craps on that hill. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have his car. You see what I'm saying?
And you know what? I want to be able to have a restaurant that they know me, that I can show up to like Tabor has.
That was awesome.
He just
We
knows
went
people
to a
here.
Drew's restaurant
Yeah.
on the hill up there above
The
Caesarea.
Drews are some cool people. They are nice. We met some Drews people today.
Was it Lebanese?
Huh?
Was it
Jews?
Lebanon?
Oh yeah. I think that's
we
what
ate
it's called.
whatever the heck
They
had,
just kept bringing out dishes of food every 2 seconds.
We were
so
200
full.
meters from Syria.
And then listen to this. They brought out like dish. Yeah, they brought out dish. And then once I thought we were done, they were like, "So what do you want? Do you want lamb, chicken? We're just starting now."
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take the lamb.
I was already full. You were too. Your whole plate. You had a full plate by the time we left.
I was so full.
Anyway.
But yeah,
Aaron, you're 100% correct.
Yes.
100%. I'm learning too, and I think anyone in any type of position of teaching this stuff or learning this stuff or educating themselves should be very, very fast to accept that correction and learn and move forward, because I am no authority at all.
Thank you for that super chat.
For real.
I really appreciate it. Constellation Pegasus is dropping another one. And one of the beauties of living in the 21st century are shows from both of you. Thank you for that. Books, trips like this are like getting a college degree in this stuff. I agree. The more I learn here, the more I appreciate physics. Yeah, physics is everything, not religion.
Wow.
Physics is.
Yeah.
Physics does explain the world we're in.
That's why I like even.
But we haven't even put our content out yet. And there's going to be a documentary too.
Wait till you are
so you haven't even
this stuff.
We haven't even done it yet.
There's stuff that's being said I've never heard anyone else say that we're going to see from James. We're going to see, I mean, just all these areas. It's amazing.
Rabbi.
Oh yeah, we're going to see Rabbi. I mean, but like John Dominic Crossan and James Tabor, they both are like they fuse their understanding of the world and evolution into their understanding of the ancient text, and it's a beautiful way that they modernize this thing to make sense of the world that we live in. So physics, right? Like, it's not necessarily religion. It's being able to evolve your idea along with what we learn. And I think that they're trying to do that as well. While we might be, I don't know you, but for me, like on the non-theistic side, I still find beauty in all this stuff and learning traditions and seeing what's not good and what is and things like that. But I think that they are also trying to do the same thing. And you got to pat people on the back when they're on the theistic side, for example, that are trying to go down that path of evolution and science. And
you don't know how much respect I have for people like John Dominic Crossan, Dale C. Ellison.
Tabor, for sure.
Yeah, people will write off somebody. They'll write them off because they believe in God.
Or they think there's something.
They think that because they have that, they're disqualified. We shouldn't listen to them.
Right.
You know, they're an apologist. If you have to be an atheist to have the truth. No.
Right.
These people I can honestly say, just by listening to them and reading their books, they put their bias aside and give the facts.
Yep, that's true. In fact, what today, just to tease people, I don't like giving too much of what we got it all recorded, but one of his students in the bus with us is on tour, and they always like to ask, once he gets done, giving them a technical lesson, but what do you believe? And he goes, doesn't matter what I believe. We're only getting into the data, and he doesn't tell them. He won't tell them his beliefs. Yeah. He's just like, doesn't matter what I believe. This is contradicting this. This is the problem. Here's the historical evidence. And you got to love people like that. And you got to give people like Dale C. Allison Jr., who's a Christian, who says he thinks that the apocalypse failed, that Paul was wrong. And if Jesus, and he thinks it goes back to Jesus predicted this, that Jesus was wrong. And I don't know how. This is just my little wild. I just don't know how. And I mean this with all respect, how you can draw those conclusions and be a Christian. I don't understand it. I'm with you, Constellation. I voiced this opinion. But damn it, I got to love a Christian when I hear him say that. Because that means this person is being as honest as you could probably get to recognize this and still say, but I can't explain away my experience in 1970 something.
Yeah.
Therefore, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
You got to respect people like that, man. You can't. We don't want to poop on everybody. You got to try to.
Is that Dan in the background? Asher said. Ariel said. My bad.
Dan.
We were close. We're close. We were at Dan today.
Oh yeah.
But this is Tiberias.
So yeah, we're right here on the sea.
Yeah.
Or Lake of Tiberias.
This is Tiberias.
I asked that question today too.
We filmed some of the ruins here, just me and him, with no one else. We went solo, went off and did our own thing.
I am curious to know why they call it the sea.
It's not a sea; it's a lake.
Right?
Yeah,
why is it called a sea? Number one, it's not salt water; it's fresh water. And I'm like, why is this a sea?
That's just one of those anomalies you see.
Well, I want to look at the source, because I thought, and maybe I was wrong.
That's a good question. Look into it.
I thought, and maybe I was wrong, the Gospels have Jesus on this sea, and they call it a sea. And I thought they were calling it this because you kind of get this Greco-Roman thing from the Homeric, the sea peoples, right, that keep coming in. And I thought maybe that this is called that in these Greco-Roman texts that I call them Greco-Roman, but these Hellenistic texts we call the Gospels. Yeah. I don't know.
Mr. Marmello with the 855. Thank you for that super chat. Hype the Thirth. Three Kings. Oh, three kings of Arabia and free Palestine. Okay. Thank you for that super chat. Interesting.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. I don't know the politics here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into the politics here, but
I'm not educated in that. So.
I imagine there's wrong on both sides, like every issue, and I imagine there's right on both sides, like every issue.
It's just something that I don't know about. So
yeah, I wish I did.
I'm willing to learn more about the situation.
When you're done diving into Hellenism for the next 10 years.
I'm a little tied up at the moment as far as education goes, but yeah. But
thank you for the super chat. For real.
Arjan.
Take a dip at
Hamad Gadar, 15 minutes from Tiberias.
We're on a bus.
Hamad Gadar?
Hamad Gadar? Oh, is it a hot lake?
Oh, it's one of those hot lakes. Oh, that would have been cool.
Hot.
Well, we're doing
hot word.
We're so busy with spots that we're
following.
We're doing 10 things a day. Oh, he's looking it up.
Yeah. hot fountain.
Yeah, like a
Okay.
hot bath. He said
Yeah.
it. You know, it's interesting. When we were at the Caesarea, the first spot, the maritime, the port.
Right.
This is the Caesarea port city where Paul supposedly was brought to the boat to get arrested.
Yeah.
Anyways, they had baths there. They had like official Roman, like for example, someone like Pontius Pilate would be staying there in Caesarea. He would have been in that bath. Just saying. But these baths,
It wasn't just in Philippi either. It was,
right? Well, the Caesarea one.
You talking about maritime?
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Caesarea one has the baths right on the coast.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a statue of the goddess Hygia, and they had it in the museum, but it was out near the bath. That's what it said in the description. And I'm just thinking, this is like a little Roman city in the middle of Israel, completely Roman. You have the Medusa, the Gorgons, you have the Temple of Augustus. They have Drusilla holding the cornucopia, the horn of plenty.
Right.
Listen to this. There was a Corinthian column with the head of Serapis on top. That's an Egyptian god. He was so popular during the Roman period that he was all over the place. He was in Greece. He was in Rome. He was in Israel, as we found out.
Yeah.
Serapis. That's a good one.
You know, James
There's a lot of
Tabor's
super
expertise is in the Mediterranean. Like,
yes,
he's all over this stuff.
Yeah, and that just blew. Just seeing all those artifacts in that museum, just really I don't know. It was so incredible. Let's see.
I love this stuff,
guys. You guys are being awesome. Oh, we got a new member, Mr. Marmello. Thank you for joining. I so appreciate that.
They have,
and by the way,
you didn't click it.
I did. It's taking. Oh, there it goes, Mr. Marmello. Just so you know, I'm putting out exclusive content from this trip that will only be for members. Or if you're on Patreon, don't worry, you're gonna get the same thing. I'm literally gonna upload it for members. I see you clicked off it.
I didn't click out.
No, it's taking a while.
It's that bad?
Yeah. But listen, who cares? But listen, members, you're going to get exclusive content.
Okay.
Only you're going to see. Patreon as well. But I'm also going to put a couple free videos out there too. So don't worry about it if you can't afford it.
Yeah.
You're going to get some stuff.
I can't, let me express for you, because this is your channel. And I do the same thing. We do the same thing. I can't emphasize how much the support makes this possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here in Israel if it wasn't for people like you.
You can't have this leverage of saying, here's private content that I'm giving exclusively to people who are financially supporting us, and they are the only ones who access this, then there's no way to really leverage that kind of income to guarantee you could do this full time or make trips like this even possible.
Right.
We would like to, we don't want to put any in stone here. We would like to end up in Greece next year. Okay. We would like to
possibly Athens or Crete, one of those two.
Maybe we hit both. I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
that'd be crazy. That's like doing Egypt and Israel.
It's a little
too
much.
That's not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, and
it's
then the editing process, the time that goes in. So the point is, thank you to people like you, Mr. Mr. Marmello.
Yeah.
For supporting a channel like this. You're going to get exclusive content that no one else will unless they become members.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for Patreon.
Yeah.
But we try to keep everybody happy, but the lights have to keep on, you know. So,
I have to give to the people who support me. I think, I
had to emphasize it.
No, that's exactly what I meant. Yeah. And, that's just, that's the nature of
our
things.
friend here, Elon. Yeah. He is a Patreon supporter of Myth Vision. And in fact, he just drove and just wave. Can you at least just wave to everybody real fast?
Do you mind? You don't have to.
Just wave your hand.
Can you
say hello
to the camera?
Oh, come on.
You want to sit down?
Come on, man.
Just move that book over. Yeah.
So look.
Here. We got a member, a Patreon member who came here to see us.
A true fan.
Well, his Patreon,
here.
But
I would go and join your Patreon also.
If you do, that'd be great. You don't feel pressure to do it though.
Man,
But if
everybody's
you do,
joining the
appreciate that.
Patreon right now. I feel like we should sing Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Okay, that got real serious real fast. Okay, like the guy on the boat today.
Yeah,
he was like,
he was cool though.
He was cool, but you could tell he was ready to start proselytizing.
He wanted to convert people.
Everybody.
The guy that was driving our boat in Lake Tiberias, he was a Christian believer. He was a cool guy. I really liked him, but he was definitely trying to convert people.
Yeah, for
definitely.
sure.
But
what does he think about you?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
I was filming him, and he didn't realize Satan's spawn was right in front of him. I didn't want to say nothing. I was like,
"Can you tell him have like 8-9 days more?"
Listen to
oh,
this.
no, we didn't tell him.
He said, he goes, so he's talking about the Galilee, and he says, we don't know much about the details, but we do know this is the lake that Jesus was in. Amen? Like he was expecting us to all say, Amen, back. The whole crowd was like,
well, most of the
because
people,
everybody that we're with, we're just all like enthusiasts, but none of us are like.
Some of them might.
There's a few people here but even they didn't even they were like, huh? And he was like, this is the place that Jesus walked. No, not he didn't say walk on water. This is the place that Jesus was in. Yeah. And that, he goes, Amen. And everybody was like. And then he just kept talking, but he just played it off. But it was just funny to see that.
It was. Thank you
for joining, Mr. Marlowe. I really appreciate that. And the next one is taking like forever to load.
That's why. I'm like,
yeah.
Dude, are you gonna press it?
Teresa Wazinger. It's gonna come on the screen any second now. Sorry.
3, 2. Are my powers truly there?
What the heck? That's weird. All right, I'll have to read it from over here.
This isn't going to work.
If you run into Jesus, make sure to get him on camera. Just wondering if there is a big question you want to answer with this trip. That's a really good question, Teresa. Thank you for the super chat. I can't get it to come on the screen because of the connection.
If you run into
Should I try to reload? Yeah, will you kick off?
It'll kick you off for a second.
Okay.
And you may not want
Let's try this.
So what's the question again? Take your
Is there a big question that we're trying to ask?
Here
There it goes. Yes, I have an answer.
Okay.
Tracking Jesus.
That's going to be the documentary.
We're tracking the footsteps of the historical Jesus, not the mythology Jesus.
Well,
we're tracking
the mythology as well, and that's
we're looking at it, but we're tracking the truth.
Right. We're trying to figure out what's likely, and if he did exist, where would he have been, and is it plausible? Is it, it's not ridiculous to think people are born, and it's also, if you look at the track record of humans, not ridiculous to see people have mythologized people who are born that are great to groups that they find great. And so
Apollonius Etiana, George Washington's an example.
Abraham Lincoln.
I'll never tell a lie.
Right.
You get a lot of people who, once they die 20, 30 years later, people write myths about them. It happens a lot.
Yes.
Alexander the Great was one of them.
And he had what we
Augustus.
About, was it 3 different, James said, 3 different biographies about?
Yeah. Suetonius, he wrote the life of Augustus. Let's see. 100 years after he died. Almost exactly 100 years after he died in 14 AD. Suetonius wrote the life of Augustus right around 20 AD. Right around there. About 100 years later. He's talking about this guy being the son of God and performing miracles.
Portents at his birth.
Yeah. People were seeing him in their dreams and all types of crazy magic stuff for him. So there's another example of that. But yeah, so as far as Jesus goes, that's kind of been the theme of this trip. Is tracking down where this guy was. But also taking in other aspects of this place we're in, Israel.
The Hellenism and the impact that's had is another thing.
But I want to say this too.
Let me shut that real quick.
Israel, the people of Israel are just amazing. I don't know how else to say it. Like, I think of the story of the people the Jewish people, the story. There's nobody else on this planet that has a history that is like continued, that goes back all the way to antiquity and before that to ancient times, when you can trace a narrative and there's a continuation, and they kept their traditions and they're back in their homeland.
But wouldn't the Hindus also be that? I mean, they go way, way back.
They do. That's a good point.
But as far as what I think, what you're trying to, in this, tell me if I'm wrong here. In light of all of the crazy, all of the catastrophe, in light of them constantly being conquered under the
going through a lot of trials,
right? They're still
you have to admit it's a remarkable story.
I think that they really, really hold on to that tradition. They have a deeply rooted belief in what this is.
It's remarkable. It really is. And so I feel it while I'm here, and the people here are just so nice and warm feeling.
You know what they're thinking? Half of them. Look at this goy. No, I'm just kidding. You know what? And we like that too. We're like, yo, Rabbi, we're your favorite goy, aren't we? You know,
he said, yeah.
Using the Hebrew there.
But yeah, so
but isn't that like a cuss word? It's word foreigners. Like, is it like that today, or they don't really even use it?
Dependent on the context.
Okay. Yeah. I'm asking because our friend here knows Hebrew and he lives here, so he knows.
It depends how it's being said.
Yeah.
Well, I would prefer like not like non-Jew, no Yehudi. Like it's just like
non-Jew.
Yeah, non-Jew. It's just preferable.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Like less offending or something like that.
Right. Right. It's just very generic way to say it.
If you go to like to the Bible, they would say that Israel also is called Goy.
Yeah, but that changed.
Yeah. So again, it depends.
Does that it means nation, right?
Huh?
What does it mean, nation?
Goy literally mean
Goyim's multiple nations, of course, but
thank you for that super chat. Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the 5th super chat of the night.
Wow.
You're just you're killing it. One last one. All right, we'll see about that. See any? He always says that, then drops another one.
No, but really, this is my last one.
See any Jehovah's Witnesses or Kingdom Halls over there? Armageddon is right around the corner. Need to warn everyone, so spread the word, you two. That's Harmageddo, right? Harmageddo. That's.
We're going there when we get to.
You need to put the stress right. You see, Harmageddo.
Harmageddo.
The stress.
Harmageddo.
Not Megiddo. Megiddo. It's like the stress is on the gi, not
Megiddo.
Harmageddo.
I will teach you afterwards.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna hold you to that. I have a good teacher for Greek right now, and he's really helping me out. Especially, he says exactly what you said. I'll say something like in Greek. Let's say the Greek word anthropos, which means people. I'll say anthropos.
Yeah.
And he'll say no, it's anthropos. Like he'll tell me how to pronounce it right.
Right.
And I'm just trying to learn it. But that's I really, if you want to help me learn Hebrew, I would be committed. I wouldn't just like it wouldn't go one in and you're out there. I would be committed, and I would love to learn Hebrew from you.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
If you want to do it, I'm down for that. Thank you.
Legends in the action.
Yeah. But so as far as that goes, see any Jehovah's Witnesses or Kingdom Halls.
Hold on. First of all, I don't know if this is related, but didn't we already look at Magog and Gog? That literally looked at the plains of Magog and Gog.
Yeah.
So that would be where this Armageddon is supposed to take place.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, it's a huge plain, but you're there's plenty of hills around and stuff. But I'm thinking to myself,
they showed us it from the mountain.
I thought this was worldwide, and it's only going to happen.
It's that little plain right there. Yeah.
But I don't think it's like Gog and Magog. I think it's like a different name. Like Harmageddo, it's not Gog and Magog.
Right.
So it's a different thing.
No, yeah. What you're saying is something different.
It's a place in the Caucasus, maybe near Armenia or somewhere.
Okay.
It's referring to that place. But Harmageddo is like a small place in the.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw it today from up on the hill. Okay. They showed us it. That's Armagedddo plain right there. They showed us it. Yeah, we saw it.
Full, in the middle of the valley. It's a valley. Right?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The valley.
We were there today.
Man, I'm telling you,
we saw it.
And it's actually pretty beautiful, and then you can see like the border and everything. So
How you know also like if you go to like ancient times, there was a big war.
Right.
You know, in the Egyptian era.
Yeah, the Egyptians battled the Babylonians.
No, even before that.
Oh, really?
And the Canaanites.
Oh no, that's what it was. The Canaanites. Yeah. That's where the idea came from, that there'll be another one, a second one of those. You know, so that's an interesting point. But yeah, what about this question right here? Jehovah's Witnesses? I haven't seen anything like that. I think it's American,
do they
right?
even have Jehovah's Witnesses over here?
I'll take that as a no.
Everything is here. But
That's true.
You need to hear about
This
it.
is the Holy Land. People want to be here who believe in, the name.
They probably like hang around Jerusalem or
Somewhere.
Galilee.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're concerned with Jerusalem because
I think every fundamentalist is concerned with this place.
Maybe.
Think about it. It's in if they believe the Bible, they believe in this place.
Yeah, I don't know because they in their mind everybody got it wrong but them.
Right.
And it came out of the burned over district in New York, so I don't know if they really give a crap about like the Holy Land or anything like that. I don't know.
I don't even know what Kingdom Halls is. Do you?
Yeah, that's their
okay. That's what I thought.
Their,
I
kind of
figured
their
that.
little synagogue, so to speak.
Yeah, I have to my knowledge, no, but we'll. You know what? We'll look out for it.
Yeah,
we'll see if we see it.
Up and see.
Yeah. Thank you for that super chat. Arjan with another one, and it's loading. Oh, that was quick. Will you be riding one or two donkeys in Jerusalem? Two.
Yeah.
Of course, it has to be two.
Matthew's correct. We got to fulfill the scripture.
And we got to stand on them like this.
Yeah, to make sure. Yeah. I think that's such a funny point that Aaron's bringing up here. It's Aaron, I think. The J is silent, I believe.
Okay.
But I think I always say that. He never corrected me on that. So
yeah.
But I think that's funny that Matthew literally sticks out like a sore thumb with two donkeys. Because this author's so concerned about fulfilling scripture rather than history, he literally reads Zechariah 9:9, where it talks about it's a Hebrew parallelism, and he reads it literally. So this is a Greek, writer who's reading the Septuagint and is seeing what looks like two donkeys, but it's really one. Just it's a Hebrew parallelism explaining the same thing: the foal of an ass, the colt of a donkey, or whatever it is, and it's just saying the same thing twice. And then they copy it and they're like, Jesus, to fulfill the scripture over here, he had to ride on two donkeys. Like, dude, that's hilarious that gospel is so about fulfilling scripture that it does that.
Yeah. Thank you for that super chat. It's a good point.
Thank you.
I can't believe how many super chats I've had tonight. So everybody, just want to say thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Constellation Packs is a good question. The difference between a YouTube member and a Patreon is it's your preference. If you prefer to join YouTube and just like because it's easier, you want to pay through YouTube, you can do that. I prefer if people join my Patreon. That way you can have access to message me with, ideas or, hey, I know the scholar. He wrote this book. Maybe you should get him on. That's the way to go. Patreon. Join the Patreon. But YouTube membership is fine. As far as my channel goes, there's no difference. If you're a YouTube member, I will upload the same exclusive content that I put on Patreon. So whatever your preference is, do that. But if you want access to message me, Patreon. So
it's really your choice on what you want to do. I have Patreon members who are both members and Patreon, and they support on both. And the reason they like the membership thing is they stick out among the live streams. We do so many live streams. People like to stand out and show their support for the channels that they want to see continue and grow. And they get that exclusive one up on the rest of the people in the crowd. Right. You peasants. Look at my symbol next to my name.
But I will, and just with that being said, if you do join my Patreon or my membership, you will have access to all the Israel stuff that I'm going to put out. Mm-hmm. But the documentary is going to be a total separate thing. That's going to be a Tabor thing, and Derek and I will give you more
information on that as we go forward.
Are you?
That's going to be the big kahuna.
Are you still sending your nudes on your Patreon?
Yes.
Or is that on the?
That's happening right now.
Yeah. So join the Patreon if you want butt cheek images of Gnostic informant.
Yes. Let's see. Trying to get through this because I know we have to go to bed soon. We're gonna be up
my wife's
early.
gonna kill me. She's
Let's
right down the
see.
hall.
Here's one more from Constellation Pegasus. What do you know? Let's see. What does it say? What does your Hebrew friend think about the Zodiac in those homes?
They're asking you a question, man.
I wasn't there today.
That's true. And did you know about this because you live here?
I read about it. I
Yeah.
never would.
What are your
if you were just to
thoughts?
give a thought
Off the top? You're no expert. No, don't worry. But
Yeah.
like the fact that these zodiacs are shown in these synagogues and in homes or whatever, mainly synagogues, right? That we're finding. What do you make of that in your mind?
Well, I don't know. If you look at the rabbinic scriptures, maybe you will not be that shocked.
Now, what about the idea that in the center of it, there's a sun god, Helios? Wouldn't that be shocking a little?
I think like if we're going to like rabbinic apologetics, they will say to you like, who knows like who those guys were? Like maybe they were just a heretic group or something. Right. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But possible.
To me,
plus up in the north.
I don't want to speculate because I don't know.
Yeah. I would say that the type of.
But you're not shocked.
No, I'm not shocked that the Hellenistic influence of the area. I'm not shocked because it's kind of like depict on the Talmud that there were a very big Hellenistic influence.
Yeah,
like there is even like if you go into the Talmud, you see a great sage, Tana, that goes into to the bath, and there is a statue there, Aphrodite.
Yeah,
and ask him like, why do you go there? Like there is a. So he said, no. I came here first, and then they put it. I'm not intending to worship it.
Yeah,
but they say they're still here.
That's a very stoic attitude.
Yeah,
and
so they say something like they put it in this dirty place, so they don't really care about it. It's just styling. Like it's so.
See, I like the Talmud. There's a lot of wisdom in there. But the idea of a dialogue, a back and forth discussion, the Mishnah, the Gemara, going back and forth, duking it out, it reminds me of Plato's dialogues with Socrates.
It's totally Hellenistic. Dialect.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people pointed that out. The idea of the Platonic dialogue shows up in Rabbinic Judaism, Talmud.
Not only in, I think like Christianity, also Judaism.
Oh yeah.
Also like afterwards Islam. It's
the epistle.
Every one of them is like kind of a Hellenistic phenomena.
People don't really
be able to develop like this if we were going to an ancient era that was not influenced by Hellenistic mindset.
That's a good point.
So a lot of people think that maybe there is an influence. It's not just an influence. It's just
it's everything.
Everything. Yeah.
There's no borders.
That's the background. You cannot.
It's the Mediterranean world.
You cannot separate the background.
He's got it down. That's the fact.
Well put.
Yeah. Well said.
But that doesn't mean that like Judaism doesn't have like its special character. Like we live in the modern world, so we kind of have all of us has this kind of modern Western view, but then each nation has its own special
identity,
ideologies, philosophies. But we all kind of if you go like 1,000 years in the future, and you want to see like what like these nations, what do they think, what do the people think, you will need to understand that in this Western context. But then afterwards, each nation has its own ideologies, very, very different ideologies, rival ideologies. But again, everything needs to be understood in the context of the Hellenistic era.
Imagine someone trying to describe our context in 1,000 years from now, even with the media.
Even today, they're failing.
I know. We don't even know what we're in.
Right.
Do they really know what they're in? I don't know, man.
Right. That's a good point. But Ariel makes a good point, too.
Yeah.
Some Jews hated the Greeks. Others loved them.
That's true.
Everybody's an individual.
Oh, there is some kind of, like, there are sages in in the Talmud. There is I think in the Tractate of Sabbath 31. That then there is three sages. One of them they ask about the Romans. Some of them love them. Some of them hate them. Some
Right.
of them are they're like ambiguous about it. Like so.
Have you ever read the passage?
And I think the sages they put it that way in order to kind of reflect the
How
different
people are.
idea. It's not just what these like three sages thought. It's just to reflect how how different rabbis can have different opinions over like the overall empire.
Right.
But every one of them is legit in its own way. So
Right.
it's all part of the.
Yeah.
We're not separating out of it.
That's what I was going to say, because you mentioned how the dialogue, the idea of a dialogue, has its roots maybe in Hellenism. The epistle was a genre that was used by the Platonists.
Right.
Writing epistles, it's like it's a formatted like a letter, but within that letter is philosophy injected into it. Paul's doing that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's not new,
Without
but
a doubt. Everybody.
so yeah, you got a lot of that. Let's see. The next one is Aaron. Please ask Tobias Singer whether Jews ever celebrated Passover on 2 consecutive days. Synoptic verse John. Thanks. It's a good question, and I will ask him that. You will see me ask him that.
Yeah, you definitely need to remember to ask him that. I'm curious to
Yeah.
see his thoughts.
What are your thoughts?
Passover is in the middle of the month, so it's quite and like it's in Jerusalem, right? So why would they like if it's the first day of the month, then like
what is the energy like?
By the way, we still have like if you go to the first century, we still don't have like the fixed Hebrew calendar. They still like the deciding like which day of the month will be, and they need to actually watch the moon when it's
lunar.
Yeah, when the lunar phase starts, right?
Yeah.
So maybe like the first day of the month, it could be 2 days because like you still don't see it like in the evening, but maybe in the morning we'll see it on sunrise. But when you come to Passover, you already know, at least in Jerusalem, for sure, you know that like it's the Passover. So I don't know of any occurrence like this, at least in the Talmud, that they were celebrating Passover for 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's interesting. What is the energy like during Passover? Probably.
You mean in the temple?
No, like just even 2022 Passover. What is it like in Israel?
Is it
during Passover?
Very nationalistic, right?
No, it's kind of a cultural thing, like families all
Yeah.
sitting down together. Even secular families.
It's probably like Thanksgiving in America. Everybody's with their family that day.
Yeah, but there is like this traditional seder, like we do that, and you need to watch it in order to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to kind of experience it by yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Aaron.
We have one more super chat. Thank you for that super chat, Aaron. Last one from Constellation Pegasus. I bet the melting pot and culture mixing, but when it comes to a synagogue, having that Greek sun god would not be allowed.
That's the thing. Like,
we have one. We have an example of one.
Yeah, I mean, how often? Think about this. There's laws in the Bible, right, that condemn people from doing things. Why? Because they're doing things.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like Asherah poles.
Why
is there a law to not put up Asherah poles?
People are putting up Asherah poles, and it's not just anybody. It's not like you're
if I
telling
said
the
to you-
Greeks to stop worshiping.
Right. But it's like if I said to you, we're making a law that says you're not allowed to make a sign that says googly on it. Why would I say that? Why would I make up that law? Nobody's doing that.
Right.
Oh, the key word is nobody's doing that. So if they're putting that law there, people are doing it.
Right. So you kind of wonder in this is the interesting part that I think we should really we won't have time to get into all this in depth, and nothing I'm saying ever really comes from me. It's just from studying the academics. Kip Davis, Matthew Munger, Dead Sea Scroll scholars are pointing out that it is evident, not only with the Dead Sea, But when you find books like the Book of Jubilees that's rewriting Genesis, when you find these later books that are rewriting the story of David, whitewashing his really horrific lifestyle in his earlier text, then what you find is there's no fixed, when we say Torah, right, we just think, oh, first 5 books of Moses. But like, really, we want to like call that Tanakh. And like, there's so many things. This fixed text of who believes what and what the actual Jews in the certain region are reading as their scripture is not evident. Like, so if we find this Helios, sundial with Helios in the center in a Jewish synagogue with Greek and Hebrew writing, who's to say that they have the Torah, as we like to call it, the first 5 books with the law and all that in it? Who's to say that that's exactly what they have?
Yeah. There's something to say about it.
Yeah.
So if you look at the rabbinic text, like in the Talmud, I think maybe it's on. I will look it up. I think it's a Megillah. So the rabbinic sages, they even like they put a debate that they had about some books, like the Book of Esther.
Mhm.
Is it part of the Codex or not? Then you have like the Book of Ezekiel, because like some of the things on Ezekiel, like they seem to contradict some of the verses.
We should.
The Jews were finding this stuff out before.
Yeah,
they were like
before skeptics.
Yeah.
Jews were pointing this out.
Yeah.
I have a lot of things like the.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Moses didn't write these. Like there's also this stuff.
so like it seems like in Ezekiel that some verses are contradicting. So in the end, when they putting it up like into the scriptures, they need to reinterpret or interpret it in a way that will not contradict the overall mindset that they want to like they believe to be truth, right?
Right.
So if they took a book, even if it's like you might think about it just another apocrypha, it might be a candidate. Some of them maybe thought it will get in, not get in, but in the end they saw how overall people are interpreting like it, like some groups. They thought, oh, this is too dangerous, like the Book of Enoch. So they say, okay, maybe it's good, but we cannot handle it. It's out. Because if you read it, like this will lead you to all this kind of beliefs that all other people, and I will argue that like maybe some of the Gospels or something like that could find the way in if the Christianity that we know today would not like be that like Roman Catholic.
Right.
So
Yeah.
but it's all like big speculation.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a
but
good
like
point.
a lot of anachronism goes like when you go to the first century, because mostly all the people that lives there are not aware of the future.
Right.
Right.
That's a good point. I gotta look into the Talmud more. There's so much
Yeah,
interesting
there's a
stuff
lot of
in there.
fun stuff there.
And this is the last super chat. I know you gotta go.
Yeah.
Your wife's gonna kill you. So we gotta go, guys. Thank you for the super chats. Don't send any more, please. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. Visit Bethesda and Old City Wall, Jaffa Gate, which we are doing.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
I'm gonna
And
climb
you will
the wall.
see.
All the Jews there
Yeah.
are gonna watch a goy climb the wall. I'm gonna do it. No, the wall where
The wall.
the Welling Wall.
Oh,
I'm gonna
What if he
climb
did
it
that?
right in front of everybody.
He'd get arrested, wouldn't he?
Yeah, we just
And I'm gonna go kick
outside the temple.
Oh,
The
yeah.
temple is the whole thing.
I'm just
Yeah, but you still can't climb
I'm
it.
playing.
Oh,
Yeah.
climb it?
Yeah, I was joking
It's
around.
not
It's steep. Yeah,
It's steep, it's
if I fall, I'm dead.
Thank you for the super chats, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna record out there and stuff too, so that'll be good.
And you have just attained true gnosis.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And I'm back with my Greek classicist expert, Dr. Amon, who is going to. If you guys got any questions about classicism, or Greek stuff, ask away for Amon. That's why he's here. That's why I have him on. Also a good friend, and we got the up and coming rising star, very not soon to be, but eventually, Dr. Ariel. I'm just kidding. I don't want to put pressure on you, but yeah, student Ariel's here, and he knows a little bit of Hebrew. So we got that. We got some little bit of Hebrew knowledge happening there. And today, as your idea, Ariel, to talk about the evolution of the religion of the Semitic world, the Canaanites, the Israelites, where it all comes from, some of this interesting connections we have between the ancient polytheistic world up until the more modern biblical monotheistic world, and how they all connect. So I'm gonna let you jump on and take it right away, man. And what do you have for us?
Honestly, it's a lot to unpack, but I think probably the
Oh, that was amazing. That's a round of applause. That was just the greatest I've ever heard. So while he's coming back, I'm sure it was just a mistake. While he's coming back, there he is. That was a quick return. I'll give you that. I was about to just say something while you were gone, but that was a nice comeback. Nice.
Yeah. So I was trying to hit share screen. So let's see, where is it? Yeah, I think probably the best place to start, because there's a lot to cover with this. Probably the best place to start is with Genesis. And it, like, literally in the very first part of the.
If you can make your screen just a little bit bigger, or I'm sorry, zoom in a little bit, that would be good, because it's probably, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, so literally the first words in the Hebrew Bible, for one, it's not as clear cut as everyone thinks it is, because the clear definition you have in the beginning, God created. So in the beginning, I'll highlight it as I go. In the beginning, God created. Yeah, Bereshit bara Elohim.
Bereshit bara Elohim.
Created the heavens, et hashamayim, ve'et haaretz, and the earth. But also another thing that's worth noting is that these dots, as well as the spaces, that's a result of the Masoretic tradition. Sure. Originally, you didn't have these spaces or the dots, so the way it was vocalized.
Yeah, none of that. And the code does there. Especially when you look at the manuscripts, they don't even have those, the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, and so what's particularly interesting is if you were to read this, Berosh, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, Berosh Yit bara Elohim in the head. So that would be Berosh in the head. Yit bara, he created or was created. Elohim, God. In the head was created God. Ata shamayim, you are heavens. Ve'ata aretz, and you are earth. And so that's just like two different interpretations that you get immediately from the beginning, depending on how you read it. But going with the understanding that's less like humanistic, here it says, in the beginning, God created Shemaim and Aretz. And Shemaim and Aretz in the ancient Canaanite pantheon were themselves deities, like the whole concept of Uranos and Gaia in Greek mythology. And also,
and this is standard in all of the theogonies throughout the Greek and Etruscan world. So even in Hittite mythology too, that they found a Hittite version of this, and they all start off with some sort of chaos beginning where everything's just abyss, and then all of a sudden there's a creator or a demiurge who puts together Earth, Gaia, and Aranos, sky or heaven. So yeah, and Semitic, like this comes from Sumerian Babylon stuff. Amon, right? Am I right here?
Yeah, I'm looking at my version. In arche epoesenot theos ton uranon kai tengen. And I see Uranos, the god, and I see Gain, the earth, Gaia. So yeah, you're right there. You're right in the same parking lot.
This is this goes back. So go ahead, Ariel. I don't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
Oh, no problem. I love talking about this, because otherwise it's just reading it all. So the next thing, so also another thing that's worth noting is in the here, let's just open this up real quick. So I type in Shemaim, Oh shoot, this might. Wow, yeah, never mind. But oh, okay. Well, actually, I know what that's how I found it. So if I type in L, so L is the chief god of the Canaanite / Israelite pantheon.
Yeah.
But I want you to
what
take
it looks like real quick, just so anyone doesn't know. Most people watching probably know this, but that idol over there, can you just click on that idol?
This one.
Yeah, that's L. That's the highest. That's L. That's the God of the Old Testament. The one that's the, who now theologians say is outside of time and space. But back in this day, he was literally made out of metal. Like, you know what I mean? And then you get to the Ark of the Covenant, where he's sort of represented by this box. But anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. But I just wanted to show that off real quick.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm pretty sure it said it. Oh yeah. Let's see. Sun Kuniathon. Yeah. Okay. This is interesting. Philo.
This is the best. This is one of the most mysterious writers of the ancient world, who I'm so glad that people passed him down, because he gives away the lore. Like, he is the one who tells us about Eshmun. He's the one who tells us about these Saturn and Kronos giving up his only begotten son. And like, if it wasn't for Sancho VIII, then we wouldn't even know if there's a connection between these Ugaritic pantheons and the Old Testament, right?
So you feel comfortable, Neil, that Baal is Saturn Kronos, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Wait, what?
Well, Sancho VIII also tells us that what's it called? Saturn was offering up his only begotten son to Aranos, the heaven god. His only begotten son named Yud, which some people say, is that Judah? Is it? I don't know. It's close. It sounds like it. Well, whatever. His only son Yud, and that's how. And so, whoever the person who is passing this down, Eusebius comments on this and says, this was the myth of the world, that a son would be given for the salvation of mankind. And he's connecting it to Christianity that way. But I just love how he gives that away. He's like, yeah, this all comes from the ancient pagan world. Basically, is what he's saying.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So apparently, so this is saying, where is it? So El, or Elus, called by his standard Greek counterpart Cronus, is not the creator god or first god. El is rather the son of Sky, Uranos, and Earth, Gaia. Sky and Earth are themselves children of Elyon, Most High. And so that's another title that's applied to, like, essentially like the fusion of all these different, identities that become known as Hashem by modern Jews. But like El Elyon, the Most High God, is also kind of similar in some ways to the I don't really know where you'd say this originates from, but the concept of like a monad, of this, like, God beyond gods, like, where you're not dealing with the creator, you're literally dealing with the creator of creation.
Right.
On the magic side, they call him Iao Hupsistes, the highest Iao.
Yeah. And I'm looking at this Sibyl that was passed down. That's also part of the Preparatio Evangelica that Eusebius passes down from all these different writers, all these different fragments. And he says that after the flood, this is not Eusebius, this is from the Sibylline oracles, the ancient ones, not the modern ones, where it says, after the flood, Titan and Prometheus lived, and Titan undertook a war against Kronos. It's from Synchilus. And then it says, all mankind one language they knew. A dread commission was on high given to the fell whirlwinds, which was dire alarms. The Sibyl, having named Kronos, Titan, and Iapetus, are the three sons of the patriarch Noah, who governed the world in the 10th generation after the flood, who mentioned the division of the world into three parts, over which the idea patriarchs ruled in peace that relates the death of Noah, the war between Kronos and Titan. Like, what? Who's right? Like, that's like the most mixed mythology I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's why the scholars have a hard time with the Sibylline oracles. They called the earliest Christians Sibyllists. Scholars have a real hard time with the Sibylline oracles because they want to say they're either Jewish Christian, or pagan, and you can't divide them. They are all three. Noah's daughter is the Sibyl, and you'll notice the language, the one language in the unification. That's the earliest Sibyl is the Babylonian Sibyl, right? That's where that tower is. Bro, we got to get with this business.
Ariel, if you want, do you want me to get into the Jonah thing first, or do you want to go somewhere else first?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to touch on the next part of Genesis. So what asked this of Amon. Amon, what's the first thing, the very first thing in the cosmogony of the Greeks? Or I forget which one's like the most commonly accepted, but like essentially in all of them, what's the first thing you have before anything else?
It's different, right? So I'll give you the Orphic. In the beginning, in the Orphic theogony which is what you would call their cosmology, if you want. In the Orphic theogony, but you're an atheist, so you wouldn't do that, right? It's Eros and Nyx. They are the primordials. They are the firstborn, right? They are the essence in the beginning. So Ananke, she's often called Ananke, necessity. So that's typically what they have on the Orphic side. Yeah.
You know what's funny about that is in that theogony that you're talking about, because I've seen it myself. It's funny how night and day don't come out together. It's night and love that come out together. Love is the first god that leaps forth from the primordial waters, the abyss.
Yeah.
That to me was like, I have to wrap my head around why that is. There's I have a lot of theories on that, but that's another topic for another day. But I think that's interesting. You would think it'd be the dualism between night and day, but really it's love and night. Wow, that was weird. That's a weird way to. Whoever thought of that was, drinking some kaikion, but it makes sense. Well, it's kind of interesting. But go ahead.
It makes you want to know night and who she is, right? Because we know who Eros, love, is, right? And that's the whole universe that goes in and out. When they separate, there is existence. When they're together, there's dissolution.
Yeah.
So yeah, good stuff. But your point, Ariel, was with the theogonies. What was your point there?
Yeah. So the abyss, or like, was it literally chaos? Right?
Now you're talking Hesiod's theogony.
Yeah.
And you get the abyss. Yeah. What did you want to say? Did you know the abyss is a demon? Anyway, Abyson.
Well, no, that's just, I'm real quick. I just want to touch on this for a second because I had Dr. Josh Bowen on for this. And he points out that in the Hebrew, because we're comparing the Greek to the Hebrew, but if you compare the Hebrew to the Sumerian, Akkadian stuff, the same connections apply there, because you have Tiamat, and you have, what's the other one? Ariel, do you remember?
Yeah, it's Tohu. It's highlighted right here. And
Tohu and Tiamat. Okay, so you got these two waters, and if you look at these two waters that are separated, in the Sumerian myth, Tiamat, or I'm sorry, in the Hebrew, it's Tehom, which means abyss, deep. But in the Sumerian myth, Tiamat, which is a cognate with that, is one of the gods. So once again, just like we have with Gaia and Aranos, gods becoming parts of the world, you have gods in the Sumerian sense becoming waters in the Old Testament. So the Old Testament writers are taking all these polytheistic sources and putting them into one monotheistic source. It's kind of brilliant if you think about it.
And another thing that's really fascinating about this, so you have V'haaretz haita tohu vabohu, and the earth was like tohu is like formless or like uncreated. The bohu is like chaotic, and that's actually also the root for Yalda Beot. It's from Yalda Bahut, child of chaos. Wow. And so you have that connection here, but then you also have V'choshech al pnei tehom. So you have this, we could understand it as a concept, but it might also be a character, and choshech is darkness. So maybe there's a connection between choshech and Nyx.
Yeah, I would say so.
It could be, on the Greek side, on the Septuagint side, it's aoratos, unseen, and akataskelastos, and unordered, disordered, not ready, as set up and ready. And then introduces skotos, the darkness. Their skotos isn't Nyx. So I'd have to say no on that one. Yeah, these are different theogonies, I think.
Well, but to touch on that, I think B is what you were saying, how it's like, what was it, like hidden or like, what was the word you used?
Aoratos is unseen, or horao in Greek is to see, and a is the alpha privative, making it negative. So it's really unseen. In the beginning, God made Uranos and Gaia, and Gaia was aoratos, unseen, literally, it's unseen and it's disorganized.
You're going to love.
But the first divinity, that Demogorgon, the one that Neil worships with his serpent feet, that one is always called aoratos, unseen. So there's something, there's still something culty in this context. Neil, Ariel, do you think this is an initiation? I had somebody ask me, a nice Mormon fellow, ex-Mormon maybe, asked me if what I thought about the opening of Genesis as a initiation process that you guide the person through who's entering the religion. Any ideas?
Well, so while you're talking about oratos, I mean, like that is 100% reflected in the Hebrew, because one of the alternative meanings for choshech, besides darkness, is secret place or obscurity.
Really?
Wow, that turns me on.
It's so wild. And then the next thing that's worth mentioning is that the one that actually separates the waters is like the wind of, or the wind from God. But wind and spirit are the same word. I mean, both because spirit literally means, the wind that is inside of you, like that animates you. So insofar as that, you have this idea that, like, also later on, especially in like Talmudic tradition, you have this idea that the spirit of God is the Shekhinah, and that goes into probably what we'll talk about a bit later with like the concept of Asherah, who is at one point worshipped alongside Yahweh in the Jerusalem temple of all places, but in other places as well. So like this was something that was relatively mainstream, and it only became heretical after the fact.
Wow. I was going to talk about the Jonah thing. If you're unless you have something else you wanted to say about that, because we can if you could finish that off if you have to.
Oh, nothing in particular.
Sure. Okay.
But yeah, I can pull up Jonah.
Sure, you can pull up Jonah. I'm pulling up just a couple images real quick of this Oannes figure. Okay, so let me start this off by saying this: the book of Jonah is okay. So how do I start this off? Eusebius points something out, and it comes once again. This comes from Sanko Niathan, this like really an interesting writer, who is, hold on a second. Why is this not okay? Whatever. So Eusebius hands down this text from Sanko Niathan about this god called Oannes. Okay, this is what it looks like. This is Oannes. He's a fish god. He's a man, but he looks like a fish. He's got like a fish head and looks like he's in a costume or something. And there's different depictions of him throughout the he's a Chaldean god, basically. Comes from Babylon. And so this god he comes to mankind and he gives them wisdom, and he tells them how to like build like pyramids and how to use fire and all that stuff, all that good stuff. And so that's the myth of Oannes. And by the way, Berosus is the one who passes this down as well. I have the fragment in here in Corey's ancient fragments of the Phoenician, Carthaginian, Babylonian, Egyptian. I think this is a must-have. It's from this guy from like the 19th century who put together a bunch of fragments of like super interesting stuff, and this is in there.
Does that have any of the demon stuff with the Anankia one?
It's got everything from like Babylon and Phoenicia. But anyways, he talks about this Oannes guy, and he's giving mankind like the tools of how to be civilized, how to be like gods, basically. The name is Oannes, Oannes. It's the translation. Obviously, it's not how it's spelled in Babylonian, but you know what I'm saying. And sure enough, we got the story of Jonah. Jonah comes out of the well, out of the waters, out of the mouth of the fish. He goes to Nineveh. Now, Nineveh happens to have a god named Dagon, who can be translated as fish. Dag means fish. Now, he didn't used to be a fish god, but it doesn't matter because by the time Jonah's getting penned, they are perceiving it that way, that he's a fish god. There's like images of Dagon as like an idol of a fish. So
also, if I could just add on that real quick. So the reason why there was that association is because in Hebrew or Semitic in general, dag means fish, but interestingly, there's a double meaning because Dagan, you know, like there's Dagon, but then there's Dagan. Dagan is wheat. And how one of the ways that they fertilize, especially, you know, on the seashore, they use the fish bones and the rotting flesh to fertilize the fields to grow the wheat.
Which is why they worship this thing, right? So okay. So why am I saying this? Well, I got a classicist, Greek expert here. What's the translation of this god Oannes in Greek, Dr. Amon? Dr. Amon, do you hear me? You're muted.
Yeah.
Just want the answer. What's the translation?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm saying Oannes. What's the translation into Greek?
Yeah, no, I can't think of a Greek Oannes, Omega or
no, but I'm saying, isn't it Jonah?
Oh no, you'll see in the Septuagint Ionas, right, for Jonah, right? But Oannes on the Chaldean side, that's not in Greek.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is,
you just want his name in Greek. Yeah.
What I'm asking you is, would Oannes, the Chaldean name, translate into Greek the same exact way that the name Jonah is translated into Greek? Yes, or is that the case? Or maybe I'm wrong.
It depends. It depends if there's a yod before that Omicron or Omega. So that Ioannes, right? It's got an iota on the front of it.
Well, it is in Hebrew. That's what I'm saying.
If there's a yod in Hebrew, then it's just a straight up transliteration of it. Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting. I don't think you understood my question, but that's what I'm getting at. Is that Jonah and Oannes are pretty much the same name, pretty much the same exact name. You have a guy who's not a god. So my theory is, and I think some other people agree with me on this. There's actually been some scholarly. I actually looked up. There's some JSTOR articles. There's some scholars who wrote about this, who think that this was inspirational for when Jonah got written. This is a sacred story from the Chaldean world that got brought into the fold for the writing for the Israelite mythology. Jonah, the whale, going to Nineveh, and then it doesn't end there though. It's even so. This story gets brought back to the Greeks because Alexander the Great, when he goes and invades all the east, he goes through Nineveh, all that area, Assyria. He's conquering the world, building cities, and they said that some of the cities that repented, basically, like said, Alexander, just take us over. We won't fight back. They compared it to Jonah. So there's a coin that was in circulation in like the 200s, 100s BCE, during the Seleucid period, somewhere in Turkey, Asia, Syria. And it's the famous image of Jonah under the palm tree. And the image of Jonah under the palm tree at the end of the story of Jonah, where he's pondering, why did God let these people live when he told me he was going to wipe them out, but he let them live. And he's sitting there thinking, it's at the end of Jonah. And if you want to pull it up, you can pull it up.
That's not a palm tree.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just a tree.
Well, but interestingly, one thing with that whole motif of sitting beneath a plant, whether it's a tree or a bush or whatever, it's this concept. It's usually a representation of. You can see references to this as like the Shekhinah, but also more directly Asherah, where basically that you have vegetation as symbols of wisdom. But another thing that I think is worth mentioning, because with Jonah, not only, it would be really telling if it was a palm tree, because that's definitely one of the symbols.
That wasn't even I just said that. don't even just ignore
okay.
But the reason why I said that though is because there is a coin of Alexander the Great sitting under a tree. Maybe I thought it was a palm tree, whatever tree it was, doesn't matter. He's sitting under a tree looking like it's the image of Jonah, but they're applying it to Alexander the Great, saying that Alexander the Great, when he went through Asia, he let cities, he spared all these cities that didn't fight back. Basically, it's kind of sadistic, actually, if you think about it. But that's just telling you what it was. Just telling you the truth of it. That's what it was. And my source for this, if you're wondering if I'm making this up or not, Pausanias, the 2nd century writer. Pausanias, yeah.
So, yeah, in Jonah 4:6, it says, Ve'aman Adonai Elohim, and the Lord God gave kikayon, and so that's the plant, and it translates a plant.
Kikayon?
Yeah, that's the kikayon.
No way, dude.
Yeah.
How do you? What is it? Is this in Hebrew?
Yeah. So
Amon had to look up. Go, huh? That's the name of the Greek. That's the name of the drug for the Greeks.
I'm looking up Jonah right now because that's the name of the Eleusinian drug they use.
Yeah,
right?
you gotta find that. You gotta find that.
Yeah, which chapter is that in? Where is he talking about the plant? Is that?
So this is Jonah 4:6. It tends to get translated to ricinus plant or castor plant, but this is interesting. So here it says castor tree, ricinus, in the Bible, occurring only in Jonah 4:6. So it only occurs once in the Bible in one that's heavily influenced by Greek culture. And apparently, this is interesting. So there's an Akkadian word, where is it? Kukanitum, a garden plant. So then from there, maybe though I have no clue where they're getting the idea. Maybe that kiki means ricinus, but this is not kiki. This is
wow. I gotta look into this. Amon, we gotta look into this to see if there's a connection between this and the kaikion. I don't know.
Wait. I just did. I just looked up the text in Greek, and it's colocynth. It's not kukeon.
Okay.
So it's not. You got no Greek side evidence for it. If it were the kukeon, they would have translated it straight up kukeon, but they translate it colocynth. So a gourd of some sort. Yeah.
I'm actually going to push back against that because of the reason that there's a lot of stuff that was deliberately, well, you could argue it was deliberately, it's impossible. Well, I mean, there is this tradition that the the Septuagint, it was commissioned by, by one of the Ptolemies, and they commissioned, 70 elders, or technically 72.
Yeah, the story goes is by Josephus and others, where the Ptolemy and some other people got 70 of the high priests, or the highest, of the Levites, basically, from Israel, brought them into Alexandria, put them in different rooms, and had them recite the Torah and translate it into Greek. And the story is that they all had exactly the same story. It was a miracle. So
if you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you.
Yeah. But that's the story. I'm just telling you the story. But anyway, go ahead.
So yeah, the reason why this is important is because if we're trying to go off of the Septuagint to decipher, the plants that we're using, that's a really bad idea, because we know that cannabosem, I mean, it's almost irrefutable at this point that cannabosem is cannabis. But the thing is, the Septuagint translated it as calamus. So there's a theory, I forget if there's actually a tradition that's written down about this, but basically that they were deliberately mistranslating the secret knowledge so that it's almost it's kind of like the same idea how the Quran, how you can have a translation of the Quran, but ultimately there's only one Quran and it's in Arabic.
Yeah, I get that.
So I think you might be able to argue there's a certain, or a similar thing there, because the thing is that why would they choose to name it Kikion in Hebrew?
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. Yeah. But anyways, let's go. I got a super chat that I want to address. This is a good question from Philip Demick. Was King Baal of Tyre named after God or deified? Does anyone know?
Is Baal part of his name? Because it might be for instance, you have Eshmunazar. The king's name isn't Eshmun, it's Eshmunazar.
Well, I think it's Abibal.
Oh, so that means my father is Baal.
Yeah, father is Baal. It's sort of like the Greek name for what is it, father lover? What is it? Greek Amon,
Philopater.
Philopater, yeah, it's sort of like
Mhm.
just like that kind of name, basically. I love Ptolemy, lover of the father. It's sort of like that, you know what I mean? It's a religion. But this is a good reason why I like this question, though. It reminds me of something. It reminds me of there's a Phoenician king of Beirut, also written about by Sankun the Eighth, and again, who was my favorite ancient writer for some reason. He just has the greatest stuff. He says, or he was alive during this king's time. This is like 1200 BCE or something like that. And he says that the name means Ashmun saves. Ashmun Atzer. So it means Ashmun is the 8th son of this king named, or god, I guess. He's a god and a king. His name's Sidek. Sidek has 7 sons who are known as different writers like Photius and Damascus say are basically the equivalent of the Cabiri, the Greek Cabiri. And so he had these 7 sons, but then he has another 8th son from a mortal woman. So the
Caberoi are really cool, kind of magical divinities, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But those are all gods. But he has an 8th son who's not a god. In fact, he's like a demigod because it's just like this in the case of Jesus or Bacchus. Semele, his mother, is not a goddess. She's a regular mortal woman. Well, in this case, Ashmun or Siddiq it gets a woman pregnant who is the father of Ashmun, and then Ashmun is the 8th son. He's not a god, and he is hanging around with Astarte, who's in love with him. He's like Adonis. He's this beautiful looking, like Adonis. He's like this beautiful child, basically. And then he castrates himself and bleeds out and dies. Astarte raises him up into heaven. He becomes a god, comes back down, and then he becomes what Damascus says is the Asclepius of Beirut. So you have a god who's a dying and rising god, a healer god, and he's Semitic. His name means oil. Shmun means oil. Or if you want to interpret him, he's the 8th son, and the word 8 in Hebrew or Semitic languages is Shmoneh, 8. The pun.
And interestingly enough, I mean, this might be a bit of a stretch, but you do have the isosophy value of Jesus in Greek is 888. And
Right.
so it might be like, given we're just projecting our own perceptions, but it might be this concept of like trismegistus, like thrice great. So it's saying, oh, you have Eshmun. Well, we have Jesus, and he's 3 times, or he's 100 times as great as I don't know.
I'll tell you what. This might be a coincidence, but if I was a mythicist, I would be all over this, and it shocks me. The mythicists are just like, there's so many things that mythicists can point to that can strengthen their cases, and they don't care about that. Like this to me is like you could call it a coincidence, but the fact of the matter is it's a really weird coincidence that he'd be 8. His gematria equals 888. You know what I mean? I'm just saying it. We got a god who's the 8th god. His name means oil. There's a king whose name Ashmun saves, so he's a salvation god. And he's like, it's kind of the similar story. Dies, his blood is magical, all that stuff. Like, but anyways, I'm just saying, if any mythicists are out there, take some notes.
Don't let Ralph hear you say that. All of a sudden, he'll have this new theory that Eshmunazar was actually Jesus.
No. I showed Ralph Eshmun when we were still friends, and he just totally butchers it. He thinks it's an Egyptian god. He doesn't know what he's doing. He just makes so. Here's Ralph's methodology. You show him something. Hey, Ralph, look at this is Eshmun. What he does is he says, how can I make this match my book? So he finds in his book, he makes Egypt is like he basically ignores all Sumerian history and just says Egypt is the greatest. And so for Eshmun, for some reason, he ties him to Egypt for some weird reason.
There's an argument for that.
Yeah, but not what he's saying. Not what he's saying.
Oh, no,
Eshmun comes from Tammuz, and you can actually trace the lineage back. And there is a god from Sumerian. No, I'm sorry, he's an Assyrian god, where the name Eshmun is actually tied in it's that the name Eshmun is actually tied into his name. It's Eshmun Nagaza or something like that, and he's an Assyrian version of Tammuz. So you can see the traditions going all the way down to the Phoenicians. He's not Egyptian at all.
Oh yeah, to clarify, there was an Egyptian version of him, but he was descendant from the east.
Exactly. Yeah, because here's the thing: the Assyrians conquered Egypt, and a lot of the gods went there. It's not the other way around.
I just want to point out what a great question that was by Philip. Yeah, because which came first there? Who's the chicken and who's the egg? Is it because you've got these Greek euhemerists saying, these guys were all kings or and queens originally. Yeah, so Zeus is originally a king, right? He's this Cretan king. So yeah, which came first, chicken or the egg? And you can go around and around in circles. I've been to conferences where classicists dance around and juggle that game. They can do that all day. It gets to be kind of self-abusive after a while.
Yeah. Lev Polyakov says, Moloch, mo problems. Moloch, mo problems. That's the thing. The Moloch thing, people get the Moloch thing so twisted. Because Moloch actually just means king, and he's a title for Baal. So Moloch and Baal aren't two different things. He is Baal, but Moloch is like a title that means king. Melech or Moloch.
Don't we sacrifice our children to Molech?
Yeah, it's Baal.
Okay, I found the perfect place to bring this in, so I'm going to do that. But one thing to bring up, so there's two other possibilities. So Molech might be in reference to either Milcom, the god of, I think it was the Ammonites, but then there's also Melkart, who was like Melk, the king of Carthage, and
who's Heracles? Who's Heracles?
Yeah. And so, like, for instance, it's interesting because the reason why it's the Pillars of Hercules, it's not because of the Greeks, it's the Phoenicians.
Right.
They named it after Melkart.
But the story of Melkart, who's a big deal in Carthage, Carthaginian mythology, Melkart is like the savior. He's like their Jesus. He's the biggest. They love Melkart because he's a dying and rising savior. His story in the Semitic mythology, like whether it's Phoenician or Carthaginian, is literally, I don't mean this in a Ralph Ellis sense, but I mean identical to Hercules. He has the 12 labors, just like Hercules. He's a big, strong carrier of like a big strength, strong god like that. And just like Hercules, who goes down to Hades and gets killed, goes down to Hades and rises back up again. That's how Melkart is.
He's another one of these king gods that Philip was just talking about. So bravo, Philip, for bringing that up.
Yeah, and that's probably where that word Melk comes in, from that Semitic Melek. I'm just guessing. I don't know if you know about that or not.
Sorry, one more time.
Do you think maybe the Melek for Melcom or Melloch or Melkart, that Melk in the beginning sort of has a king?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I thought.
And then, like, I think, for instance, like in is it Yazidis that their god is Melek Taus? But I think in that case it's from the root malach, which is like an angel, the peacock angel. Though I don't want to speak to this because I don't know enough about that. But so some interesting references I wanted to bring up before we got too far away from the whole concept of like Tzedek and the Kabiri. So this is Ibn Ezra on Exodus 20:14. Actually, hold on. No, the part that was relevant. One who was born under the influence of Jupiter, but in Hebrew it says Tzedek, and so that's the same root as Siddiq.
Wait, are the Kabiri 7 sons of Jupiter in Greek mythology? Amon?
The Kaberoi. No. Hang on a second. Let me get their lineage. I forget.
Yeah, I didn't know either. But go ahead, Ariel.
I think it's a Festus, actually. Give me a second.
All right, go ahead, Ari.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me just find it. Okay, it should be the second reference. Okay. Yeah. So one who is born under the influence of Saturn will be a man. And so, interestingly enough, so I also think it's probably relevant to bring up the Hebrew names for the planet. So you have really the relevant ones. So you have Noga, which is Venus, and that means like shining one or bright one. Mars is Ma'adim, not as relevant, but where it gets interesting is Jupiter is Sedek, And then Saturn is Shabbatai. And so Shabbatai means like the slow or restful one. And it's in reference to like, you know, how long it takes to go around the sun. But on top of that, you also have this context of like being the seventh, because Shabbat means both to rest, but it also means the seventh from Sheva. And so,
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Neil, I was right. It's Hephaestus, and it's primarily on the island of Limnos.
Interesting. I just found out that Diodorus of Sicily says that they were known as in Crete as the Aedoi Dactyli, Idaean dactyls.
Yeah, the
So they were
Idaean dactyls, right?
They were a race of beings associated with the Great Mother, Phrygian goddess. So that's going back. That's like ancient stuff right there. And like you said, they were the son of the metalworker.
Yeah. The dactyls, they're the fingers, baby. They all have power, and there's different ones. Wonderful demonic overflow there.
And that's another thing we should point out is when you try to make equivalents between the Greek versions or the Semitic versions, they're not going to be 1 equals 1. There's going to be differences. Sometimes they might have a different father god. They might have a different mother goddess. There's always differences. They're not going to be exactly the same. Like Tammuz and Adonis are not exactly the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what's cool is you said you were telling me, you were throwing tasks at us last time, talking about the Jewish people leaving Crete, their homeland. So they may have had a familiarity with the Kabeiroi, right? If they were down in Crete, that's fantastic.
To read that story because it has to do with Jewish origins. Ariel, did I cut you off? Are you still going somewhere with that? I'm sorry, I do that a lot.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was just trying to find the next source I wanted to bring up in context of because Amon said, you know, hey, don't we sacrifice our kids to Moloch? And so interestingly, I think I might have found an argument that because I mean, obviously you have this whole you know, theory like was child sacrifice a thing or not, and like this is throughout the world. But I mean, a lot of I think Dr. Francesca Stavrokopoulou, she's done research in this. I forget exactly what the conclusion was, but they were examining like the it was a child graveyard, a Phoenician or Carthaginian child graveyard, and they were trying to, you know, examine the remains to see, first of all, how the children died, because they also found like you know, scorch marks and stuff. So the question was, were they dead before or after they were burned? But on top of that is looking at the distribution of biological sex, because if you can, you know, determine what that is relative to the rest of the population, I mean, it's not exact science, obviously, but you can try and see whether they were choosing a certain gender because they either favored it or viewed, like, you know, there was all this politics around why you would choose one versus the other. But like going along with, you know, Semitic ideology, if it was, it should hold that if there was sacrifice going on, that there would be more, likely more sons. But I don't know. That's a bit of a. Yeah.
I'll give Neil, if I can, I'll give it in the context of what Ariel just said. I'll give a shout out to Dr. David Soren, who was one of my archaeology mentors when I was in classics, and he worked at that Punic site. And yeah, it was a big deal when they found it and declared it was a sacrificial or a ceremonial gravesite. It wasn't just kids that died.
Yeah. There's a lot of debate
kids that were sacrificed.
Yeah, there's a lot of debate there too. Yeah, that's a good point, and that's cool that you were there for that. But I wanted to show some before I read this super chat by Paul. Just real quick on Siddiq, because George Rawlinson from like a century ago is one of the only few people who really dug deep into the Phoenicians, and he writes that he's using the sources too. You can see, you'll see what I mean. Siddiq, who have mentioned as distinct deity on the strength of statements by Philo Biblius and Damascius, Neoplatonist, scarcely appears as separate object of worship either in Phoenicia or elsewhere. The nearest approach to such an appearance is furnished by the name Melchizedek. There's Melech right there and Zedek. We were just talking about that. Melchizedek and Adonizedek, which means Lord Siddiq, which may admit the rendering, Siddiq is my king, Siddiq is my lord, Siddiq has not been found as an element in any purely Phoenician name, much less is there distinct recognition of him as a god upon any Phoenician monument. We are told that he was the father of Eshmun and the Kabiori. And as they notice how he separates them, the 7 sons and the 1 son, because they're from different mothers. And as they are also included among their deities, from his name, we may conclude that there is a personification of the divine justice. Eshmun is next to Baal, Ashtoreth, and Melkarth as the most clearly marked distinct presentation of Phoenician deities. That's crazy.
Yeah, especially Baal Hamon, or Baal Hamon, as they used to tell us. And that, his identity with Melkart is pretty solid. And
it's basically Jupiter. Jupiter, what's the Jupiter Optus Maximus? Because there's different types of layers of Jupiter. It's the highest version of Jupiter. Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Baal Amon, which is like the god Amon from Egypt and Baal combined into one, right?
Why do you think you have Baal Hamon? Now, linguistically, the Semitic languages people are going to fight with you, and they're going to say, "Wait a minute, this is Punic, brah."
Right.
So the Hamon is not the same root as we see in the Greek with the Amon and Amun in the Egyptian. But the problem I always have with that is, brah, these are all North African.
Yeah.
They're all North African gods that have the same roles. So why aren't they linguistically? I think it's because, post Christianity, that assertion of the Greek is a translation, has nothing to do with the Semitic side, with the Hebrew. It's just like we put a convenient divider that didn't exist. These people, there's still a Jewish Sibyl, brah, and a Sibyl is a Greek concept. That's a
I agree. That's a good point. There really is no borders. They're all borrowing from each other. That's
no borders, man. No borders.
Paul Kickling, the pattern going on here is obvious to me. A Platonic cleansing of the illusionary distortion of truth from knowledge that has come prior. And you see this play out over theology. I agree. I think if you follow the stream of Platonism, or even go before Plato, the Pythagoreans, the Orphic mysteries, if you follow that stream of philosophy all the way down, you can see how it's influencing religions around it. So someone like Philo, read Philo right here, baby. Philo. He wrote a lot of books in the 1st century. He wrote a lot of books, and he was a Greek writer who he loved the Torah, he loved Moses, he loved the law, he was a Jew, but he was a Platonist. And he knew, and he even said that every single person, every single god, Adam, there's two versions of everything. So there's two Amons right now. There's one Amon in heaven who's perfect, has no illnesses, doesn't do anything wrong, he's perfect. And then there's the one down here on earth, Amon, who's the flawed one, he's the flesh one. That's Philo saying, not Plato. So that's Paul. That's a good point.
Just remember, your Philo is quoting the Septuagint, just like Paul did.
Absolutely, yeah. He was a Greek writer. But I think
also wait. So is the flawed flesh one? Is that the one that's in this live stream?
Yeah, that's us. We're the flawed flesh. You know what I mean?
But yeah, so real quick, because I don't want to forget about this. But also, there's a lot of stuff to touch on what you were just talking about with Amun and Baal and Tzedek and all that. But so this one, y'all can see it, right? Okay, yeah. So, well, first of all, do you all know the story about Shibboleth? The reason why that's used as a word for password, basically.
Yeah.
So I don't know it that well, but could you just give a quick summary?
Wait, say it one more time. I was just going along with you. Sorry.
Right, so Shibboleth.
I'm not exactly
sure. I have no clue.
Yeah,
I have no clue.
Okay, so
7.
No, so Shibboleth, it means like a sheath, or like a bale of wheat, basically, or of a harvest. But so there was, I forget exactly what, let me look this up real quick. But basically there was a war between, actually, I'll just look it up in a different tab. But there was a war between some of the tribes. And so they basically there were like spies that were trying to infiltrate, and so the tribes in one side origin. The term originates from the Hebrew word shibolet, which means the part of a plant containing grain, such as the head or stalk. The modern use derives from an account in the Hebrew Bible in which pronunciation of this word was used to distinguish Ephraimites, whose dialect used a different sounding first consonant. The difference between the Hebrew word shin, which is now pronounced as shu, in the Hebrew, basically, so shibboleth or sibboleth. And so the people who would say sibboleth, they would be killed because, you were able to tell that that they were trying to infiltrate. But the reason why I bring that up is, am I still sharing the screen?
Sure.
Okay, so it kind of addresses this same type of confusion of letters. So here it says, Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Ami say, one who emits semen for naught is considered as though he sheds blood, as it is stated, but draw near here, you sons of the sorceress, the seed of the adulterer and the harlot. Are you not children of transgression, a seed of falsehood? You that inflame yourselves among the terebinths, under every leafy tree, that slay shochate, the children in the valleys, under the clefts of the rocks. And that's from Isaiah. But this is...
Wait, what are we doing? What are we doing?
So that's masturbation. They're saying that's masturbation. They're saying that's illegal, right?
Yeah. So here it says, "Do not read this word as shochate, because shochet means to slaughter. Rather, read it as sochate, i.e., one who squeezes out sochet."
Dude, I never knew this. So they're talking about masturbating and relieving yourself, and you're killing a baby, basically. They're saying.
Yeah, and like
crazy, man.
Because you have to keep in mind at this point, and like Amon can talk to this, but the whole concept of like, the seed of the man and the seed of the woman, that basically that, you have the two together that come together. But the idea that you still have this pre-existent thing that in some interpretations, like which gives rise to the idea of the homunculus, you have the idea that there's basically a preformed human that just needs a space to grow in.
That's
interesting. And it carries that substance, that semen from both the male and the female, carries the essence of that individual. So if you imbibe that, if you take that essence in, you're taking of the person, and there is a whole I wouldn't say science, but there is a whole group, there's a whole discipline associated with birthing and conception in antiquity, where they're trying to figure this out and how that essence is transferred. So yeah, you have, for example, some drugs are called the semen of Helios, for example, is one of the drugs. And, it's, why is it called the seed of Helios? Because it has that God's essence in it. The Haima is life.
Yeah, that's a good point. Someone asked, is Baal means Lord, right? Yeah, I mean, I would say, right?
Yeah.
So the word Adonai and Baal, does anyone know why there's a difference there?
So there is a slight change in context. So Baal means like master or owner, but Adon means Lord or like ruler. So there's this context of ownership versus. So it's almost like the difference between a master and a king. Like you want to serve the king because the king is, the head of the land, but your master just owns you.
And doesn't Baal and Ashereth mean husband and wife too?
So so Asherah or Ashtoreth?
Asherah, whichever one means wife.
Okay, so Asherah means, so if you take it from the root, because there's two possible roots. It could be Shara, which means like to bind or to appoint, but then there's also Asher, which I think is more likely because you have this one part where let's see, it's so when Asher is born, this is super relevant. Let's see, Asher. Okay, yeah. Here. So this is really interesting. So Amon's going to like this. So let's see, where was it? Let's see, is it where's the mandrake? Okay, here. Yeah. Sorry. You guys.
Hold on. You're good. Yeah, I know how you like to speed through things. You're good. You're good.
Did you say mandrake? I thought you said mandrake for a minute there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here. It's up further. So
It's like Viagra, bro.
Let's see. Where you guys talk in the meantime. I'll find it.
Okay. So I got this passage from. It's a text known as From Agathias. Well, that's the guy's name, Agathias. It's a fragment. They don't know where. It's just a fragment that got passed down. And they say Jupiter, they call Belus, and Hercules they call Sandus, and Venus, Anitus, and the rest they call differently, as Berosus the Babylonian, and Athenocles and Symmachus, among others, have written the antiquities of the Assyrians, and the Medes have related. So there's obviously, I wonder if there's a connection with Bel and Baal.
So their I think the connection is a result of Hellenism, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
That makes sense.
Don't quote me on that. But something that's really interesting. So the connection of Baal with who was it?
Jupiter.
Yeah. So there's if you look up, and I was going to bring this up a bit earlier. So the connection between was it? So you have Siddiq, who's twin brothers with Mesor, and Siddiq is correlated with Jupiter. And do you know who? Okay, this like really blew my mind when I managed to find the connection. But the parents of Mesor and Siddiq, who, well, I'll talk about it later. But their parents were Amunos and Magus.
That's awesome. Look at Amon loves that one. Now hold that thought for a second, because what was I going to say? Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
While you're thinking about it, John T dropped a love bomb. Amor Masamat. Love it. Love it.
Yeah. I forgot what it was, but anyways, yeah, that's interesting.
Also another. Oh, I was just going to say real quick. The name Anatis that they associate with Venus. It sounds like they're trying to correlate that with Anat, who was more correlated with like Athena or Minerva.
Oh yeah. I remember what I was going to say. Yeah, that's a good point. Go ahead, finish that. I just remember what I was going to say, but go finish that.
But it's interesting because the story, one of the big stories of Anat in the in Ugarit is that she threatened her father El with essentially splitting open his head, but from the outside. Whereas in the Greek,
it's like the Prometheus myth, or Hephaestion.
It's like Hephaestus. Yeah, Hephaestus coming up with the axe. Yeah, nice. So is that why they associate it with Minerva or Athena? Nice.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know the Sumerians had a version of that. Or is it Ugaritic? You said Ugaritic.
Ugaritic. But another thing, keep in mind. So who else split open her father's head? Athena.
Yeah, that's what. Well, no, Athena comes out of the head.
Well, still splitting it open though.
Right. No, exactly. That's a good point. It's still you see the motif still.
I see what you're saying with Hephaestus. He was the one who actually opened it.
Hephaestus is the
one.
No,
it was Prometheus. It was Prometheus that took the axe of Hephaestus. It was his magic. It was the Smith's magic, baby. His dactylon, his fingers. Oh, love that finger.
Now check this out, right? Because you reminded me of what I was going to say. Because speaking of the Ugaritic text, Baal and Yahweh are brothers. They're sons. They're different sons of El. Baal is the cool guy. Baal is the one who's going out getting women, doing his thing, going to war, battling. He's like he's the one playing cards and 4 a.m. in the bar. But Yahweh is like a little bit different. He's a little more of like a, whatever. He's just Yahweh. But I just think it's interesting how in the Ugaritic text they separate those two. They're not the same God. Whereas later on, it sort of becomes like they sort of get meshed together.
What you mean, Baal and Yahweh?
Yeah.
Well, and here's the other interesting thing. If we're looking at it within this comparative lens, so Baal, he's associated with a mountain with, which one is it? It's Mount Sophon, Har Sophon. But do you know, so obviously if you look at the motif of like Mount Sinai or Mount Seir, the way it talks about it is very like volcano-esque, like the fire on the mountain. And there's like on top of the fact that Yahweh was a god of metallurgy, there's a good reason to suggest that maybe Yahweh was like an equivalent to Hephaestus.
Yeah, I've seen that 100 times. Yep, there's a lot of scholarship on that, especially when you talk about the Zion thing, where he's like a volcano god.
Also, it's worth noting there's only one letter difference between Zion and Saphon. It sounds more different.
Oh, and Vulcan, where the name volcano comes from, is a Latin version of Hephaestus. So you see, Yahweh is a volcano god, and he's got a lot of similarities with Hephaestus, and then you got Vulcan.
So what do we do with the Hephaestus myth, where because we're talking about Hephaestus and Athena here, and one of your commenters, Yellow Psych, talked about, Metis was the one that Zeus swallowed. That Foresight was the one that he swallowed her, and that produced Athena. That's Athena's mom, right? But you said Hephaestus. What about the he chases Athena, tries to mate with her. She's like, oh, and he ejaculates, and his ejaculation hits the earth, and when it does, it becomes this serpent god that they keep on the Erecthium, right? So dude,
that's interesting. I never knew that. That's interesting. Mr. Monster says, how big of an influence did the sea people have on the land of Canaan when it comes to Israelites?
So
I should be Tacitus on this one.
I'd argue a huge amount, because, for instance, there's this one theory that Issachar, so it might have originally been Ish Shachar, or not Shachar. So you have two interpretations. It could be Ish Shachar, man of Shachar, and Shachar was the dawn god. But alternatively, it might have been Ish Socher, man of sail, or essentially mercenary. And they're one of the groups of the sea peoples, the Philistines. The tribe was known as Shekel Ish. So instead of, Shecher Ish or Secher Ish, it's Shekel Ish. But so shekel means, money or silver, or sorry, not silver, but money. And so basically that it might have been that Issachar originally was a tribe from the sea peoples, and they got assimilated in. That's just a theory. But then you also have, the fact that Samson and Delilah, that there's a story of them, having this relationship. It's indicative that it was something that was probably happening between Philistines and Israelites.
Yeah, that's interesting. Let's see. So this reminded me. Tacitus, in his histories, really connects the Jews with I guess you could say, sea peoples, because he says they come down from Crete. And the story, according to the Egyptians, of the Hyksos, I guess you would say, but not just the Hyksos. Hyksos are later. They are like a dynasty of right before the 18th. But basically I'm just saying what the ancient historians are saying, because we figured out this is not true. But anyways, he says that the Jews come from Crete, and there's a mountain in Crete called the Idea, or Judea, which he's I guess you could say is whatever. It's Idea. And he said,
Mount Ida. That's where Zeus comes from, right?
Yes, Zeus is buried there, according to what's his name? The person who made him into a real king. Euhemerus. Euhemerus says that Zeus is buried in Crete on Mount Ida. Now he says that they were fugitives that came from the island of Crete, invaded, and got very powerful in Egypt for a few centuries. They were called in. Okay, so what happened then is somebody went to the Oracle of Amon. One of the Egyptians went to the Oracle of Amon, and Amon said, "We're done with these people, these Hyksos, whoever they are. Get them out." And so then there's famines and all these destructions and all this. It's just kind of like the Bible, kind of like Moses, and then the Hyksos end up, or whoever it is, the Israelites, people led by Moses. This is according to Tacitus. So this is 1st century. This is not ancient, or not. This is not it's not a primary source by any means. This is just some guy writing, but it's Tacitus. We take him seriously. And
come on, man. I can't let that go by.
No, because it's not.
Tacitus is good, bro. Tacitus is good Roman history.
I just said that. It's Tacitus. We take him seriously. But what he's saying here doesn't line up. Because I'll explain it to you. he's generalizing things too much. They're not the Israelites yet. They don't become the Israelites till 200 years later. Tacitus has taken the story from Berosus and Manetho and just agreeing with it. The Hyksos are the Israelites, which they're really not. That's all I'm saying. But I said all this to lead up to this part. This is the important part, because Tacitus says that when they were in the desert, they were starving and thirsty, and they were about to die. And it was 6 days went by. On the 7th day, a donkey leads them to salvation. They find water by following a donkey. So what Tacitus then says is that the god Amon, who kicked them out of Egypt, they hate him now. But what they do is they worship the god that Amon replaced. Amon, who is also Jupiter, rebelled against Saturn, Kronos, and took over the kingdom. He became the king of the gods. Saturn went somewhere else.
Yeah, that's why they worship Saturn, right?
So they started to worship Saturn as a polemic against the people of Israel. But the Saturn in the image of a donkey, because Saturn sent a donkey to them for salvation. So this is where you get this god Set. Sometimes sometimes, not all the time. There's a few occasions where Set appears to look like a donkey. Now, what do we do with this? Well, there's two sources: Meneses, 2nd century BCE, and then there's another Christian writer in the end of the 1st century, 2nd century, and they both have a story where, in the case of Meneses, he says that the king Antiochus, when he came and invaded the Jerusalem temple, he found a golden donkey head. And the Christian writer, a couple centuries after that, says that the Christian story of the birth of John the Baptist is not correct. They're missing a key part. It's Zechariah, the father of John the Baptist, went into the temple and he saw a donkey god come up out of nowhere, like that is Yahweh basically, and he says, "Don't tell anyone who I am." And then Zechariah became mute, couldn't talk, couldn't tell anybody what he said, and he couldn't talk until John the Baptist was born. And and this brings me to the last thing, and I'm done, I promise, because the Christians, the Gnostic Christians who identify Yahweh as the demiurge, are using this text as like, yeah, Yahweh he's the Set, he's Saturn, he's the demiurge, he's not the good one, he's the bad one. Interesting.
So I have so many thoughts on this.
Go ahead.
So the first is that this idea of that, you have, Amon exiles, what was it? Or the Jews leave and they're worshiping the dawn, and there's this association that that they're worshiping Set. But this is pure speculation. I just came across this because of the connection between the so you have the two gods Setic and Misor, but essentially the word Misor in I guess Phoenician or Ugaritic, it means like straight, but like not necessarily just like straight up, but like kind of the concept of like, so the straits in like a river or whatever, that they're it's called straits because they're straight, but there's a connection between that. And the Hebrew name for Egypt is Mitzrayim, and it means like two straits. So it's like the concept of between two straits. And so I'm wondering if maybe there's this concept in like Phoenician or in Semitic where they associate the god of Egypt as Misor, and maybe there's this connection between Misor and Wasir or Osiris, whose brother was Set, and who's the brother of Misor, Sedek. You have like it's almost like I'm not going to say
it all comes full circle once you start seeing all this stuff. But what's even, you want to know something crazier? What Josephus says out of nowhere, no one knows why Josephus says it. Josephus says that Moses is Osiris. You know that? Did you even know he did that?
That's strange.
I'm going to pull it up for you because most people don't know this.
Who else is going to be able to have the knowledge of the resurrection? Right.
But so there's a lot of fault. Like some people say Joseph, the story of Joseph getting brought down into the dungeon is sort of like Osiris going down in the underworld, and he predicts 2 dreams that are prophecies. One of them has to do with vines and grapes, which Osiris says, "Don't drink the wine in my name," in the Book of the Dead. Then there's the other one's talking about like 7 years of grain, 7 years of famine. And so that's like, this seems like the mysteries are sort of tied into there. And I don't know. Some people think Joseph is a lot more like Osiris, but for some weird reason, Josephus calls Moses Osiris.
Let me see if I can find that. Really interesting.
Let me see if I can find it for you.
Oh, and also just one thing to add about the connection I might have found with Misora and Siddiq. Their father was Amunos. So, like, Amon kicks, the Jews, and, if they're worshiping Set, kicks Set out of Egypt. It's kind of like, you good for nothing, son, get out of my house.
Yeah.
And it fits in with, we're talking about the late Bronze Age. So it fits in with all the migrations. It makes sense that they'd be moving around. Would you have a problem, Ariel, if you found out your ancestors came from Crete? Would that bother you?
Well, and here's the interesting thing. Who was Crete colonized by? The Phoenicians.
Right. So it makes sense. And by the way, right down the street in another island, Samothrace, they have a clearly connection to Adam. This is a god named like Adamus or Adapus or something, and he's the primordial god, the first god to be the father of all mankind. And his name is.
You have that name in Linear B. So you have a native Greek name, Adam, as well. So yeah. And wait, it's a little further than the block. Samothrace to Crete's kind of far. It's a far distance.
Yeah. Oh shit, my camera.
Yeah.
Hang on.
He's dead.
Let me fix my camera quickly, and I'm going to get to this. I'm going to show you the source where Osiris is gets called, or Moses gets called Osiris. It's in against.
Okay, but wait. Neil, while you're showing that, let me ask you this: if Osiris is Moses, or Moses is Osiris, where is Isis in the whole Moses thing?
I don't know.
Who is his oracle that's going to raise him? You know what I mean?
I have no idea. That's a good question, because I don't even know why Josephus says that. I don't even know.
Oh God! Why did I?
What?
I mean, there's 2 interpretations that you could go with if you're looking at it in that view. On one hand, it could be his wife, which would be Zipporah, and there's interpretation whether she was a Cushite or whether she was a Midianite. But the interesting thing is, who's the prophetess?
Oh shit! I just thought of something. Moses marries.
Is his wife described as
Moses marries the daughter of the high priest of Heliopolis?
Yeah, okay.
Did you know that? It's in the text. No. That's not like some pseudepigraphia stuff. That's not apocrypha. That's in the Torah. Moses. Oh no, I'm sorry. Is it Joseph Joseph?
Yeah.
Joseph. Yeah, I don't know Moses' wife. What do we know about Moses?
I gotta say this. That was a bad screw up by me. Joseph marries the daughter. I'm sorry about that. Not Moses, Joseph.
Come on, man. You corrected yourself. You corrected yourself, and that shows that you don't want to mislead people. And
all I care about is the truth.
So nice job. What do we know about Moses' wife?
Well, so just to touch on that, so Joseph married Asenath, but in Hebrew, Osnat, but like it's derived from the name Anat. That she was like I forget who she was a priestess of, but it's a goddess who is commonly like syncretized with Anat. But so Moses married Zipporah, and she was the daughter of the priest of the Midianites, Jethro. And so
that's what I'm thinking of, right?
And so he's also he fits some of like the green man typology, or like the motifs. And so he's a herbalist, he's an alchemist, he's essentially a shaman. But so Zipporah, it also is the feminine form of bird. So you might have this connection to the goddess in that. But what I was saying before is, so you have you have Osiris, who's apparently Moses, but Isis wasn't just the wife of Osiris; she was also his sister.
His sister, yeah. And importantly, the resurrection agent. So, and I mean, I wonder if there's any. You know, when those Nicolaitans, they get a bad name, but when the Nicolaitans come along and they're like, hey, we have the female communion for you, get in with it. It makes you wonder, is there a tradition that's reflecting of that female being the dispenser of the communion? You know, do we see that in the early Jewish stuff? If it's true, okay, if the Jews left Crete and worship Saturn, Baudelaire says Saturn and Saturnian worship is the oldest form of Satanism, and that's why he writes his little liturgy of Satan, because he knows that Rho or that R can be assimilated. He knows that. So I wonder, is there a role for her? Because the reason I bring that up is in the satanic tradition of the Middle Ages, you have that female as the center of the rite. So it makes me wonder if is there a female oracle? Do we have any Jewish female oracles? Do we have any sibyls? Do we have any? You know what I mean?
There's a prophetess in the Old Testament. I forgot what the name of her was. You might know, Ariel.
Sorry, you said prophetess?
Prophetess, yeah.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, one of the oldest parts of the Bible is the Song of Deborah. And Deborah judged beneath a palm tree. And so, the palm tree being a symbol of the god, well, trees being a symbol of the goddess. But furthermore, you have, I'm trying to think, Miriam, who I was talking about before. But then you also have, those are the main ones I can think of. But what I think is particularly interesting, so you were asking if there's this, concept of communion within, this might be more Hellenistic Judaism. Assuming this is, a Hellenistic text that was written in Hebrew or whatever. But so Proverbs 3, here, I'm sharing it, I think. I'm not sure. So let's see, Ashrei Adam Matzah Chochmah. So happy is the man or the human who seeks after wisdom. The Adam Yafik Tuvuna, and the man who attains understanding. So here you have wisdom and understanding. But then right next to here it says, Ki tov sachra misachar, or I'll just read the English. So so it says, she is greater in value than silver, and her yield or produce is greater than gold. It's bountiful. She is more precious than rubies. All of your goods cannot equal her. And so keep in mind, this is saying her, and it's saying that this is so it's identifying wisdom. So Sophia, and I don't know what understanding would be, but so Chochma and Bina or Tvuna, and then you have the same concept in Greek. But then in her right hand is the length of days, in her left riches and honor. Her ways are pleasant ways, and all her paths peaceful. She is a tree of life to those who grasp her, and whoever holds on to her is happy. And then right after this, it talks about the Lord founding the earth by wisdom, establishing the heavens by understanding. So it's saying that when God created using her.
Yeah. Interesting. I like that. Now let me read this super chat. I had it on the screen for a minute, just so, and I promise we'll get right back to that. I just want to keep it up for too long. Paul Kickling says, guys, can't you see? Magic shrooms is the sperm of God. And when you eat it, you ego dissolve into Christ. The shroom out of the ground is the cross, and you eating it is crucifying Christ for your salvation. I love it. I love it.
Okay, now Paul, I want to know how serious Paul is. If he is,
I think he's dead ass.
Yeah.
I actually just gave Paul a wrench for that one. You deserve to be a moderator for that one.
Yeah, you dissolve into Christ. You dissolve into Christ. I'd like to know where in Paul's brain, like exactly where does that? Can I get in Paul's brain and see exactly what happens? I'd like to know that.
Yeah, Paul, drop a comment and see if you're serious. But I like that. That's good. Oh, here's another one. Paul is back with another one. Earth, Gaia, and Sheol, soil, in which the sperm fertilizes. Ariel's like, nah. Christ goes to Hades to resurrect death to life. Now the substance of God, Sykes. Paul, you're interesting. That's all. You know, you're an interesting guy.
I mean, it's interesting. Like, if you could show me an etymology that shows that soil has any connection, then maybe. But I mean, like it just sounds like a false friend. But it is interesting. I mean, if there is
Very
something
creative.
there, I'd like to hear it.
I think it's cool, Paul, that Earth or Gaia is considered the earliest oracle, and so that prophetic voice is in her, and when she makes contact with the semen of Hephaestus, that produces the secret of the mystery of Athens, right? So that's Erechtheus. And if you open that box, don't open that box. It'll drive you crazy, Paul.
Mr. Monster with the $5 super chat says, is Yahweh actually one of the pagan gods of the Canaanite religion? Just changed over time? Absolutely.
There's actually some speculation that it might not be the case, but that he got adopted from like North Arabia or like basically the Midianites.
But
and so,
either way, he's still part of the Canaanite, wherever he comes from. That's another story. But the fact of the matter is, in Canaanite mythology, Yahweh is one of the gods.
True. I was just trying to contextualize that.
Yeah,
sure. But another thing that's interesting is the first time Yahweh's mentioned, like, or at least that that he speaks to the Israelites or to Moses and introduces himself as Yahweh. It's in the land of Midian because that's where the burning bush is.
Right. That's a good point. It's almost like the people that write these things. They're giving a nod to its sources, right?
Also,
I agree. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to sources. And speaking of that, Ariel, you were talking about Proverbs 3, and in the Greek, it brings back in the formation of Uranos and also from the abyss. It talks about it. So there's a little bit of your Hesiotic, your Hesiotic theogony in there. Yeah, beautiful stuff.
So also another thing just to bring up quickly. So the acacia tree, there's this tradition. I really want to talk with the Islamic scholar more about this because I don't have enough background to really do any reading on this. But apparently there was this tradition in Islam that the name of the Midianites was derived from the name of a parasitic vine that grows in the acacia or Ica tree. And if you see here, it has bright red berries, or actually, no, that may be flowers. But basically, when the vine blooms, it blooms bright red. And so it also it has a sap. But if you were to see this from afar, maybe it's in a cave and there's some sunlight shining in on it. That could explain what I mean.
Are you ready to be blown away right now?
Yeah.
So, can you see my screen? Did I just share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Ark of the Covenant is literally made with acacia wood. So, acacia wood, blah blah blah. The table made of acacia wood. Okay. If you read, you can read the whole set. You can read the whole passage on your own. It's all made. All the wood is acacia wood, and there's obviously there's gold and stuff like that. But the point is, I just want to point out that the Ark of the Covenant is made out of acacia wood. What's interesting about acacia, the roots of the acacia tree, not the wood, but the roots of the acacia tree has the highest potency of DMT in the world of every other plant, or not like funguses and like toads and stuff, but for trees, for trees, the acacia root bark has the highest potency of DMT in the world. Now it could be a coincidence. But I like to throw that stuff out. I think it's interesting.
How much of a coincidence do you think that is? I mean, because
I think they're using it. I think they're using the roots.
If Dionysus has his grapevine, are people ever debating? Well, how likely do you think it is?
Well, they know that roots. They know the power of roots because there's passages in the Old Testament that talk about the diviners and their roots, and they're crushing up their roots and putting it into the wine.
The Greeks
that's ayahuasca.
The Greeks called them root cutters, risotto.
And that's in was a Book of Enoch. That's one of the things that the fallen angels teach.
But it is along with magic, pharmacy.
That's such a good point, dude.
It is. Love it. Oh man, I'm so excited. You guys are great.
See if I found Enoch around here somewhere. Yeah, in Enoch, they're metal making and root cutting is considered with the fallen angels are teaching mankind what to do. That's fucking crazy. Like root cutting. You're like, what is root cutting? But then you find out root cutting is making magical drinks like ayahuasca.
Right.
And it gives you the prophecy mind. Like makes you like, look up in the sky and you see aliens and stuff. And that's how they thought of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I've seen the Enoch text, and it says, not only does it say that, it says those who use the pharmacon, right? So right next to it, right within it, you got the magic, you got the drugs, you got the root cutters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Neil, if they didn't use the acacia in the right, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked.
Yeah, I would be surprised too.
Yeah.
Vesper says, how about Zadok, Siddiq, Zodiac set in the relation of the sons of Zadok? Or order of Melchizedek, which Jesus is said to be a priest of, something I'm looking at. Zodiac. I don't know where that word zodiac comes from. Do you know?
Yeah, so it's Zodiacos. I think it's the same root as zoo. It's like it's like the wheel of animals.
The life, life. Zone is something that's living.
Yeah, zoology. You get zoology from that. Interesting. That's an interesting point, Vesper. We'll definitely keep looking into that and see where you end up.
I definitely think there's something though with the concept of the sons of Zadok or the Sadokim, the Sadducees,
right?
And the you have the 7 sons of Sadok. Like maybe there's like this, like I don't know. It seems like a motif. Maybe I'm not really sure, but no,
I'm sorry. Keep going. I'm just getting ready for the next one. You're good.
Oh yeah. I forget exactly. Oh yeah, right. Isn't there also a connection between Osiris and the acacia?
Is that the tree? Because so when Cyrus is dead, he's in Byblos in a coffin. When Isis finds him, there's a tree growing from the coffin. Now, I'm not sure if it was the acacia tree. No, it's not. It's not. It's the pine tree. It's the pine tree. The reason why I know that is because I was just talking to Litwa about Attis and Osiris have this thing in common. During the week of Attis, they put it, it's like pine trees, like Christmas trees, and they like use that. They put ornaments on it and stuff. But with Osiris, it's a little bit different. With Osiris, they carve out of pine trees an image of Osiris, and they put him inside people's tombs. And then a year later, they come to the tomb and take out the Osiris figurine that's made out of pine wood, and they burn it. It's a weird thing they're doing.
The only thing that doesn't make sense to me. So, I mean, yeah, they could have sourced pines from Lebanon, but why not use acacia, which was much more plentiful? And because apparently there are some traditions, because I know I wasn't just making this up. There are some traditions that the tree was acacia, and maybe it's that like
I would not be surprised if it originally was acacia and then it gets changed into pine tree.
But so interesting. Oh yeah, go ahead.
You're saying, Neil, if I understand you correctly, you're saying, and Ariel's supporting, that these guys were using botanicals to get high, and that's what the comments are reflecting. People are picking up on that. So how much of this ancient religion do you think, you've been reading the sources, is from drugs? How much do you think of it comes from drugs?
I'd say a lot.
Yeah, definitely a decent amount.
Ovid's metamorphosis, Attis transforms into a pine tree. So that's there's definitely Attis in the pine tree thing. There's definitely huge connections there with Attis and the pine tree. But yeah, and I like I said, with Osiris, it's down in Egypt. They actually cut the pine wood to make his figurines. But I'm just pointing to the Latin text on that one.
The modern Greeks make a pine resin drink, Retsina, that's really good. Gives you just a slight euphoria. After we went to the brothel, I got to go to a place where you were drinking Retsina with Dr. Carl Ruck. He paid for everything, right? So it was fantastic. It was the best time of my life, sitting with a philologist in Thrace, watching the turtles. There were 2 turtles that were making love, which is a sign of Aphrodite. This stuff doesn't go away. These symbols are there and they stay there. And these guys in chat that are picking up on it, yeah, there's something going on. There's something going on. There's an attachment to the nature, and there's the communion is more than you just think. Somebody put a comment up or a chat about the mushroom and about the semen, and what are the Mithras doing? Why is it that they're
the Mithras also have a tradition around the winter solstice of decorating a pine tree.
Mm.
That's the Roman Mithras. So there you see, like, there's something going on with this pine tree. That's all what I'm trying to say.
There's something going on with all of the plants that are involved.
Yeah.
People think, oh, these are just decorations. No.
According to Giorgiani, they took mushrooms, the red and white mushrooms, the Amanita muscaria, and they hung them upside down to dry them out on the pine trees. So, which is his theory. So some people disagree with him, but I think it's interesting. He says that the idea of a Christmas tree being red, green, and white comes from that. You have a pine tree with red and white mushrooms hanging from them, and then the idea was when you store all of your produce for the wintertime, because you have to like make sure you have an abundance of stuff to get you through the winter. The mushrooms were eaten during the wintertime because they sort of like fill you up and also give you a state of mind where you're not worrying about hunger anymore. They like it was like a crutch to get you through the wintertime, is what he's saying.
He better have a source.
I think he does.
None of us care about theories. I don't care about theories. If he's got a source that talks about that, I'll meet him. I'll sit down at the table with him about that.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's a good point. I agree with you, though. I agree with you. I always want to see the sources for stuff.
So before we cover the super chat, because it really touches on some stuff that I have to bring up, but I just wanted to touch on this first, because it has to do with the whole concept of, ethnobotany and the role in religion. So the thing that I couldn't find, I was looking for the part that comes after. I was looking for it before, but I actually argue this in a 20-page paper I wrote on the role of Asherah in the Israelite tradition. That basically Leah is seeing Leah is having the contest with Rachel over, who can have more kids or whatever, and Leah's having trouble conceiving, and so she's giving Jacob her handmaid. And so this is where it gets interesting. When Leah saw that she had stopped bearing children, she took her maid Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as concubine. And when Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob a son, Leah said, "What luck!" So she named him God. And so first of all, God is a Canaanite deity.
The Canaanite god, it's equivalent to fortune. Yeah. The god of luck.
And it literally...
And keep this in mind, and you know this because you speak Hebrew. There is no A. It's GD. Good. It's pronounced Gad. But the word, the reason why I'm saying that is his name literally is basically God. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm right about that.
But so what gets really interesting...
In Hebrew, there are no vowels. It's just what is it? Gamma? How do you say Gimel Dalet? Gimel Dalet. That's it. That's how you spell Gad. GD.
Look what you did, Neil. You used your Greek. You said
I know.
Nice.
I'm learning them both at the same time. I do this all the time.
Yeah, nice. That's a good thing to do. Good. Your brain is thinking Greek.
So, but then also, so it's interesting because there's God, which means fortune or good fortune, but then there's also Gedud or Gadad, which means like a troop. But so anyway, so she feels lucky, so she names him after God. Maybe she's, essentially she's, giving him a theophoric name. Maybe
she's naming him after the god.
Yeah.
It has to be. Think about this. Okay, let's put this in perspective. When Gad is born, let's just go with the text. Let's just agree with the text for this. What year would this be around? Let's say 1100 BCE, 1000 BCE, something like that. I'm not saying in real life if it happened or not, but let's just say this text is around 1000 BCE when it takes place at. Not saying when it's written. I don't care about when it's written. If the text is saying that this happened in, let's say, 1000 BCE, because David's 900 BCE, so it's just right before that. So let's say this is 1100 BCE, right? Okay. The god Gad is already around at that point. So you're naming your son based off being lucky. And there's a god who's the god of luck named Gad who's already in circulation in the part of that world. So you can't say that this is naming them after a god, right?
Also, another thing that's really interesting about that, if we're going with the whole interpretation of Israel and, Yehu, that, Israel has all these different sons, then what, and they're correlating Israel with Saturn, maybe one of the sons of Saturn or one of the sons of El was God, and like that's their way of correlating it, but kind of turning it from a deity into a human, so like humanizing it. But what's really interesting is what happens next.
Yeah. Before you do that, can I just show someone?
Yeah.
Can I just show them the Wikipedia page for Gad real quick? Just so
100%.
they know, just so they know we're on the same page, right? Just so they know what I'm talking about. Some people might be like, "What are they talking about with Gad?" This is really a thing, guys. Gad, deity. Gad was the name of the Pan-Semitic god of fortune, depicted as a male. Now, make sure you don't take my word for it. Go to the sources. Van Tertoon wrote this in Beckling and William in 1999. There's sources all over this thing. Look at citations, crop. This is sourced, okay? This is not just some guy making stuff up on Wikipedia. By the way, Wikipedia's been pretty good lately. But anyways, I just want to point that out there. This is a real god. Look, he's got the Phrygian hat on too.
Ooh.
That's interesting. Go ahead.
Get to the drugs, Ariel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So after this happens, when Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob his second son, Leah declared, "What fortune?" So it says, Tomer Leah, and Leah said, Be'ashri, in happiness or in blessedness, Ki Ishruni, so the next part, Banot, women or daughters, which it's interesting that doesn't say the word for women, it uses the word for daughters, but daughters or children, but yeah, daughters will call me blessed. They'll call me blessed. So his name will be Asher. And so it's worth noting that this the root for Asher, happiness, that's what you were asking before, like which name meant wife. So there's some interpretations that Asherah essentially means the one who makes happy. So she who makes her husband happy.
And once again, with Asher being one of the brothers of Gad, being one of the 12 sons, also is a name of one of the Assyrian gods, who also was the main god of the Assyrians, Assur, god of the ancient Assyrians, Akkadians, and head of the Assyrian pantheon. So this wasn't just some no name. This wasn't like Gad. This was a big deal. And they're naming this child of Jacob, after the god Asher, I think, right? Or do you not think that's the case? I'm sorry. I'm going to pull up the screen again.
So I actually think it's naming him after Asherah. And the reason why I think that is because the next part, once at the time of the wheat harvest, Reuben came upon some mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. So keep in mind, already Leah has dedicated, one of her sons by concubine to Gad, the god of luck, and the other to Asherah, the goddess of childbirth. And
point taken. I like that. I think you made it. I think you just sold me on that. I think it makes more sense.
What do you do with mandrakes? Why does she bring her mandrakes?
So yeah, that's what's really interesting. So Reuben brings his mother Leah mandrakes, and then Rachel says to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Was it not enough for you to take away my husband, that you would also take my son's mandrakes?" Rachel replied, "I promise he shall lie with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes." And so you have two things here. On one hand, the mandrakes are used as a means of inducing fertility, but on top of that, you have its use as an aphrodisiac, essentially to brainwash someone into wanting to sleep with you. And so, so Rachel's using it as an aphrodisiac. Or no. Rachel would be using it also as a, to try to get pregnant because she was having, trouble bearing children as well. But the reason why Leah wanted it was for both to seduce Jacob because he wasn't as in love with her, but also because she was infertile as well. But on top of this, you have this context of using, essentially, herbalism herbal magic, pharmakeia, and this is in the context of probably the goddess. It makes more sense than with Asher. But then here it says, when Jacob came home from the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, "You are to sleep with me, for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." That sounds like a spell. That sounds like, I am inducing you.
That's alchemy, bro. That's alchemy magic right there.
And
yeah, and it's all over, Ariel. If you wanted more proof, just to shore everything up, it's all over the Greek side of the medical text. It's a straight up aphrodisiac. It's used that way. It's called mandragora. It's one of the most common drugs.
Tell people what an aphrodisiac is real quick.
It facilitates. Aphrodisiac facilitates the act of Aphrodite, like they do on Cyprus. The act of
and sex enhancer.
The act. You don't have to be so clinical about it. The act of entering the blessed gamos, the blessed union, right? It's a facilitator of that. Nice. And it's classified that way. And Galen even debates. He has a whole section in his drugs on why it is mandrake or mandragora versus opium as a better drug to use pre-surgery.
Yeah.
So which one will calm you down? Which one will put you in what kind of mood? Can you use it as an anesthetic? What about the sleep effects? It doesn't have the sleep effects that the opium has. So, yeah, they're using. If you think these people were idiots, you're wrong. They knew the plants and the local stuff. They knew what did what, and they knew you could get high off of certain things, right? They knew you could deliver babies certain ways. There were certain painkillers.
Oh yeah, they're very knowledgeable of this stuff.
Yeah.
Now, let me read this super chat. It's been on the screen for a minute, so, and we'll get back to that thought in a minute because I like this topic. Paul Cherry, thank you for the super chat. The feminine aspect in Judaism, as far as I understand, is Shekinah. The equivalent in the New Testament is the Holy Spirit, Sophia, in Gnosticism. Ariel, you were talking about this earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, so I found this one amazing resource. It's basically has a bunch of the references to the Shekinah in the Talmud. And so this is also another thing. Basically, and I hear this a lot from some Christians, and I want to specify some, not all, a very specific, like the ones who try and say that, try and distance Christianity from Judaism. But interestingly enough, the whole concept of the Holy Spirit, it doesn't really exist without the Talmud. And so Christianity does not exist without the Talmud. In fact, a lot of Jesus's teachings are also in the Talmud. And it's because he was taught them from his teachers, and he taught them to other people. But the thing that I really want to stress, though, is that basically where was I going with that? Oh yeah, you have a bunch of references where you have rabbis commentating on different references to God. And keep in mind, there's different words that are used to refer to God. There's Yahweh and Elohim, and it tends to be that when there's a Ruach Elohim or a cloud from God or a fire from God, essentially God manifesting in the world, it's understood as the Shekinah. And so it's fascinating. I actually have some references to bring up in context of Jonah.
Right, because Chachma would be wisdom, which would be Sophia in Greek. So is this two different things? Is that what you're getting at? The Shekinah and the Chachma are two different things, right? Or are they related?
No, so basically one of the things that's understood as the Shekinah is essentially Chokhmah is the Shekinah. Also, the Torah is the Shekinah. Essentially, it's essentially the Shekinah manifests as different things.
It's like Logos and Sophia.
Yeah,
I got you. That makes sense. Thank you for that super chat, by the way, too. So the next one is from Paul Kickling. No obvious etymology, but there are modern sect of mysticism called synchromysticism, and it is connected to gematria ideas of there being overarching harmony and meaning. So Sheol and soil is entangled. Interesting.
I mean, insofar as shit and sheet are connected, I mean, I personally, I've done a lot of work looking into this type of where people try and connect library, I'm not trying to to criticize this in that way because I don't know anything about synchromysticism, but just based on what I've heard, I don't know. I'd like to see.
So I'm looking at the Proto-Indo-European root of the word soil, It's sodio, and from root, it actually has a connection to roots and dirty and dirt and stuff like that. It's a what I'm getting at is this is a Proto-Indo-European word that comes through the Germanic languages, whereas in the Hebrew language, it's a Semitic language, comes from Akkadian, Sumerian, stuff like that. So we have two different families, and they sort of meet, and so I don't know. There might be a connection that goes back way farther than we know, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm not an expert in this, so I can't debunk him or not. He could be right.
Let Something Shine just commented on several different uses of mandrake, including why I said they were used in surgery, right, as a sedative. And that knowledge is that's right out of Dioscorides. Let Something Shine. You're marvelous. You're bringing up. Those are the primary sources we need, people.
Absolutely. I just want to get some catch up on these because there are a few more. Art Sucks says, if the stone. Oh wow. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Can you guys still hear me at least?
This is my show.
There we go.
It's my show. Oh, dang.
If the stoned ape theory is true, the shrooms were literally the path to food life. Hunting mammoths. It morphed into the path of spirit. Bro, I am with you on this one. I want the stoned ape theory to be true. Now, I know if you talk to real experts in this field, they'll say there's some problems with it, but they don't totally say it's completely dead in the water. There's probably something going on. Maybe there's something going on, but it's not like we can point to it and say this is a fact. It's more of a hypothesis at this point.
I'll raise one.
That being said, I love it because I think if we're talking about humanoids going back millions of years, and they're coming out. Let's think about this for a second. They're living in trees, apes living in trees, and they're used to that. All of a sudden, climate change hits because climate change is inevitable. Climate change hits. They're forced out of the trees and into the plains, and they're like, we can't find any figs to eat. We can't find any grapes to eat. What do we eat? What's that thing on the ground? They see some cow shit or something, and they pull it over, and on the bottom of it is these red and white, looks like a fruit. I'm gonna eat it. All of a sudden, boom, their mind is expanded. They're looking up at the stars and wondering where they are in the universe. Who am I? Where am I here? That makes sense. I think stoned ape theory has a little truth to it, but I'm not an expert. Like I said, I just like the theory. I just think it's fun. But go ahead,
Neil. So I think. I mean, literally, you just told the story of Genesis. Seriously.
No way. Tell it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, okay. So you have, essentially this, you could say it's perfect existence, but really it's just, the state that we were in prior. You have, human ancestors living in trees. And, you could draw a connection between, the Garden of Eden. There's this connection with the tree, the tree of life is the garden also. But that humans were living in the garden or living in the tree, and then as a result, and then the order is a bit different, but then you have climate change that causes a change. You could look at it as, but it's a bit different in that what causes a change.
I see where you're going with this, though.
Yeah,
you see
in the story of the Bible
happens, but they're living in the trees. All of a sudden, they get kicked out of the trees, and all of a sudden, eat the fruit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
time is expanded.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's I don't think it would ever really be possible, outside of being able to replicate those results in some other species to show that there's a connection.
And it would take thousands of years to even see anything happen.
Yeah.
You can't just give a monkey a mushroom and see what happens to them. You have to see them taking it for generations, see how it affects their evolution. This would take, it would take lifetimes. I don't even think you can do it. I don't even think you can actually test this out. I think it's just going to remain a hypothesis forever.
Yeah,
it might be fun to try though. Hey, Neil, it's just me. Just posted a $20
that's you
comment in
I
orange.
thought you meant it's just you. Yeah, let's read it.
Read this one.
I'll read it. Okay. Jewish linguists. By the way, it's just me. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Really, really do. It helps me keep this channel alive, and you guys are the reason why I'm here. Anyways, Jewish linguist Professor Joseph Yehuda, in his book Hebrew is Greek, argued that virtually all Hebrew and Arabic words could be derived from ancient Homeric Greek. Wow. I don't know if that. I don't know. What do you guys think? How about Amon? How about you, the Greek guy? Let's see what you think.
Yeah, I would say it follows the argument of Julius Africanus, who said that the Septuagint is the original, that it's not. It's hitting on the same vein. That, you know, we have the Masoretic text come up in 1000, right? 1000 AD, right? And so what do we do with that time beforehand with our fragment? All we have are the fragments. We just have little fragments. If the Greek is the original,
but he's not talking about the Septuagint. He's talking about the language.
He's talking about the language. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if that's true though. I would push back on that. If Semitic and Greek are two different paths.
If what this professor is saying is true, then it would mean the concepts that are in the Septuagint are native Greek language concepts. Right. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that Africanus was arguing.
Let me push back on that, though. I know what you're saying, and it's true that Africanus does say, but he's only pointing to Daniel. He's not talking about the whole entire Septuagint. He's talking about Daniel, and he's right. Daniel is clearly a Hellenized book, clearly has Hellenistic idioms. But when I look at stuff like Deuteronomy, I see Semitic idioms. I think these were real Hebrew scrolls. I think Genesis, when you look at Tehom, I think these are Akkadian words that are getting passed through. That's just me, but you're a Greek guy, so
here's what we have to do. We have to do what this professor is doing and look at the roots and say, you know, people come out with Indo-European, right? That was a 20th century thing, right? And they pushed it on classicists just to show classicists this is how you analyze language. This is what classical philology is. This professor is doing the same science and coming to a conclusion that would throw off all of our perceived post-Christian history, right? It would throw everything off. If these concepts in what we call the Old Testament or the Torah, what I would call the Septuagint, if these concepts are rooted in the Greek language, they could still be being used by the Hebrew speakers, by those who used Hebrew, but they could be native Greek concepts. That's what's scary. That's completely revolutionary.
But check this out too. We're forgetting about the Phoenicians, because if you look at it, before Phoenicia, before the Phoenician alphabet, you had linear B script in the Greek world.
Right.
And it looks a lot like Egyptian, a lot of the same symbols and characters. Over in the Semitic world, you have cuneiform, Akkadian, Ugaritic. They had to use these little cunes, whatever they're called. And then obviously the Phoenicians create an alphabet. They bring the alphabet to the Greeks. The Greeks borrow that alphabet, but they sort of make it their own. You get the Greek alphabet from it. You can see that a lot of the characters pass over. The Semitic people do the same thing. They adopt the Phoenician alphabet. So there might be something happening with the Phoenicians where you see commonalities between these languages because of the Phoenicians.
It's like the question, Neil. It's like the question, what do you do with the name Adam? If Professor Joseph Yehuda is correct, it's a native Greek concept. It has nothing to do with the clay. It has nothing to do with what we traditionally derive it from in the Hebrew. It is what the Mycenaean linear B represented as Adam, which is 1600 BC. That's older.
Yeah.
Right. So what do you do? The problem is with Dr. Yehuda is that it flies in the face of all of our Judeo-Christian scholarship post-Christianity. It flies in its face because then Hebrew is, people will say, well, Hebrew is not the sacred language then. No, it's still a sacred language, but it's based in the same language that the Greek is expressing. So yeah, it's a crazy idea. Why? If the Jews were from Crete originally, who cares? Who cares about the fact that their native language is Greek? Who cares? It's the Bronze Age. The one thing it keeps coming up over and over again anytime you're looking at the Bronze Age, you're looking at migrations of people, and you're looking at movements, and there's going to be influence. Neil, you're sitting there saying all this stuff is related. Yes, it is all related. Yeah. So
I like to, but I think it's very clear. I agree with what you said, but I also think it's very clear that you have a clear Semitic path of languages, and they branch off. And then you also have a clear Indo-European branch of languages that all branch out, Italic, whatever. And then you have like the Mediterranean, you have the Egyptian, and there's these different parent languages that have offspring languages. I don't know how you say it, but yeah, they're all like intertangled, but you can see there are paths. You can see them. And I got to bring a linguist on for this, because if a linguist is watching this right now, they're probably cringing so hard. Oh my God. But yeah, I think you're making good points, Amon. I really do. I think.
Well, you do have a linguist here. I'm a philologist.
I agree. Yeah,
philologist.
Sorry about
and
that.
I'm telling you, you are agreeing with what was created in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. You're agreeing with the Brits and the Germans who came up with the theory of Indo-European. So you're following that analysis. You're not doing it. You're doing their linguistic analysis, but you're just supporting it. What this type of scholarship does with Yehuda is it challenges that accepted notion. Yeah. And the only reason that notion is accepted of the Indo-European is because of our Judeo-Christian scholarship that fell upon it. It falls in line perfectly with, say, the creation of the Masoretic text.
Yeah, or it also falls in line with the Shem, Japheth, and Ham thing in a weird way.
You just told me though, Neil. You just told me that Japheth was Iapetus in Greek.
Yeah,
you just told me that.
Yeah, no, I've said this before. I think you're right in certain areas of the text, but I also think that there are Hebrew scrolls that go back, that are original Hebrew scrolls that get brought into the mix. So I'm not saying that when it comes to the Septuagint, do I think it came first? No, but I do think there are Septuagint elements that predate the Hebrew elements, but I think they get brought together. I think you have Hebrew scrolls and a bunch of Greek scholars in Alexandria, and they put this thing together. That's what I think happened. Like Daniel, for example, is Greek for sure. 100% Daniel's Greek.
Africanus makes the same argument for Genesis, though. The terminology is technically Greek.
I have to look at that.
That's his argument.
I've only seen Africanus say that Daniel has Greek idioms.
Yeah,
you have to send me the one where he talks about
letters. Yeah, the letters that he sent. Yeah,
send me that. Okay. If that's true, then I'll look at that. That's crazy. I'll yield because I'm not an expert in this. I'm just some guy. You know what I mean?
Also, one thing that I wanted to add. So one of the sons of Mesor was Tautus. Yeah. So I don't know. There's definitely a lot of interesting stuff there. But I know we're getting kind of close to the time, but I just wanted to share a few more things, if that'd be all right.
Yeah. Where do you want to share the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing it. So at the end of after Leah gets Jacob to lay with him, it says God. So here it says God heeded Leah, and she conceived and bore him a fifth son. But here, it doesn't say Yahweh heeded Leah. It says Elohim heeded Leah. And there's a lot of talk in the Talmud where there's reference to, for instance, what is it? Where, let me switch the screens that I'm sharing because the thing's in the other one. But that basically when you have this use of Elohim, like the plural, that it's referring to the Shekhinah having some role in it because of the fact that it's not Yahweh, and so they have to the writers of the Talmud and the Gemara, they basically had to come up with an explanation for why. Let's see. Okay, here, sure. They had to come up with an explanation for why. Why there's this plural to refer to God, and it's because it's referring to the to the masculine and the feminine part of God. But what I was looking for. Shoot, where was it? Oh yeah, Jonah. So this is really interesting. So and if you say that this is from, let me see where this is from. This is from the Zohar. And if you say, then it is written, and Jonah rose up to. Also, this isn't the best translation. This is just what Google gives me, but this is translated from the original Aramaic. But and Jonah rose up to flee from the presence of God, because the people know he was fleeing from the presence of God. And we learned what was the reason that Jonah went and fled, and that who could flee from the presence of God, but he was walking and fleeing to get out of the Holy Land, because the Shekhinah does not line up outside the land of Israel. And so that the Shekhinah does not sing over him, he would run away from the Holy Land where the Shekhinah lines up there. Like your wife is like a fruitful vine at the back of your house. This fruitful vine is the Shekhinah. But the Shekhinah was hidden from the face in the Holy of Holies. Even so, a modest woman, she does not go out of her house to the outside. And therefore, the scripture compares the woman to the Shekhinah, which is why Jonah would run away from the Holy Land. After all, here it is written, from before and not before. And with all this, it means the Shekhinah and not her. So it's not a perfect translation, but what's key to point out here is that it's basically saying that he wasn't running away from God, because you can't run away from, God. He was running away from the Shekhinah, which at that time was relegated to the land of Israel. And then there's later a discussion about how the Shekhinah, how God sent the Shekhinah out into exile with her sons, the Jewish people. It's so interesting. And this is stuff that it just really doesn't get talked about as much, because it's seen probably as a bit, non-monotheistic. But I've actually heard an argument that the reason why we hold so strictly to this concept of monotheism, or try to, is because people have this perception, or they want to be as monotheistic as Islam, who is essentially the real first monotheistic tradition.
Yeah. But I'll even push back on that. There really is no monotheistic, because you still have Gabriel. Gabriel's not a human. So the idea, we can argue over linguistics of what an angel and what a demon is, or what a jinn is. But at the end of the day, those are deities. So you have multiple deities, even though there's one major deity, you still have minor deities. Though the Hindus would equivalent their minor deities to angels and gods. And at the end of the day, if you translate that into what you would think in Islam, you really do have one source, the Trimurti, the Brahma, the creator, and then he has different aspects of him, all these little Indra or Agni, but they're all aspects of one power. So really, they're all monotheistic and they're all polytheistic in their own ways.
All right, let me throw a monkey wrench to make it even more confusing. Why is it, guys, that the Romans considered the Christians atheists, but not the Jews? They didn't consider the Jews atheists, but they consider the Christians atheists. Literally,
yeah, they did. They got charged
without gods.
Socrates got charged with atheism when he was killed. Check this out. I just found this. You're gonna find this really interesting. It's from Aristobulus. Remember the guy I told you about? Aristobulus came before Philo. He's the Philo before Philo. He's a Greek Jew from Alexandria who read Aristotle. And he says, you're going to love this. Homer and Hesiod let us know what they learned out of our books. So he's talking about, I'm the Hebrew. They took it from us. He says that the seventh day was a holy day. Thus says Hesiod, there is the first day of the month, and the fourth and the seventh, the holy day. He says again, the seventh day is also illumined by the sun. Wait a minute. Is that where Sunday becomes a holy day? And then Homer says the seventh day came also, which is a holy day. And again, it was the seventh day thereon where all things are perfected. Also, on the seventh day, we left our floating upon Acheron. Linus also says thus, on the seventh day, all things were perfected. And again, the seventh day is a happy day. The seventh day is the birthday. The seventh day is among the first and is a perfect day. And also, all things were made by sevens and starry Aranos. And again, round in circles and all years succeeding one another. And it goes as far, and Aristobulus goes as far as, you also may know, Clement of Alexandria says that the argument that I shall produce here And Linus has it. Callimachus the poet says, on the seventh day all things were perfected. I just listed off like 8 different Greek writers.
Yeah, Callimachus, yeah.
Callimachus.
Yeah, and he's mainstream, Brett. He's mainstream.
But
so
now,
why do you think, Neil, why do you think there's an interest in establishing where the origin is in antiquity?
This is what the Ptolemaic Empire was all about. Was trying to duke it out. Now let me ask you this. When you hear something like that, do you think he has it wrong and really he thinks it's from the Hebrews, but he's really getting it wrong? It's from the Greeks. Was that how you think it?
Yeah, either he's right or he's wrong. And I think either he's right or he's wrong. It's linguistically only one way, right? We have to be scientific about it. I'm saying because the linear B goes so far.
What if it's both? What if they're borrowing from each other? What if they're both coming from one source that they both come out of?
Why don't you invite Yehuda on? Is he still alive? Maybe he's not alive.
I don't even know who that is.
That would be so fascinating.
Yeah. I want to get a linguist on it. I did a video with Dr. Mongor on the etymology of the Hebrew Bible. That's got like 50,000 views right now. And we talked about how all these gods like Yahweh and Baal get their roots from the Ugaritic texts. You know?
Also, so I was just like looking through that one document I was showing before, and I straight up found like this is not even like I'm like honestly I need to look over this in Hebrew later, but so this is from Targum Yonatan, from the Targum, and you ate and you could eat from Mashra Tanina before the Lord Elechon etira dithrai. I don't know exactly what that means. To Ishara Shechinathia Taman. So it's like to Ashra the Shechina of Taman. And there's also that's apparently like the translation of Deuteronomy from Targum Jonathan. Then you have to dwell in the midst, to Ashra Shechinathia in Jerusalem, and its edges are full, and its glory is full of prison. We will. I don't know the context of like these ones later, but like it's straight up saying Asherah is the Shechina. And like I honestly, I thought like I definitely knew I was picking up on some pattern, but like I didn't know it actually outright just said it. I thought that I was making a translation that was maybe a bit iffy, but apparently there's actually substance for this. So I'm really fascinated.
That's interesting. Well, does anyone else want to say anything before we go?
Good for you, Neil, for providing a forum where you can bring, hardcore evidence, right? Primary sources. And if we can invite Yehuda, maybe he would say, hey, look at these Greek roots, Neil. And Amon's not as far off as you think he is. Look at these Greek roots. But I will say one thing, Neil. You are learning Greek. You're learning it now. And when you start reading the Septuagint, next to Callimachus, next to any of the classic Homer, you're going to say to yourself, oh man, this thing feels like it's Greek. It feels like it's Greek.
Yeah, man. And you're helping me out big time. And you've been, instrumental. You and Ariel come on these lives with me. And just when we have nothing to do, we can just jump on a live and have these discussions and get into this stuff. You guys both have your areas of expertise. So Lady Babylon, guys, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell. And that way you'll know every time he drops a video. He's got one coming out pretty soon. Can you give away any idea of what it's gonna be like, or do you want to keep that withheld for now? Oh, you're muted, bro.
Yeah, no, I can't give that away. I'm working on the mystery rite and elucidating that. I'm taking the most basic elements of it, and I'm just taking a scientific approach. So those are the little snippets that I'm taping right now, and that's what I hope. That's what I hope to bring people to, so that they can feel. They can get in the time machine. They can go back in time, and they can eat the drugs. They can drink the wines. They can perform the dances. They can use the magic imagery, right? Because that's what it's all about, in order to resurrect those mystery rites, right? Because that's why we resurrect the Korah. That's why we bring her back. That's why we perform the mystery. I want people through this channel to be able to say, oh, you know what? It feels more human. I can taste that. I can, and there's a lot of sexuality And there's a lot of, like, Neil, I know you don't want me talking about drinking baby's blood and stuff like that, but there's a lot of sexuality to that whole process of the mystery. And that's what, you know, Litwa can give you details, you know, other professors can give you details, the religious historians can give you details. I can give you the dirt. And that's what I want to bring out is the dirt. I want to know what kind of drugs you use when you've been sexually active and now you've developed a resistance like Ovid and you no longer get your erection. That's what I want to know. I want to know about those
Well, listen,
things.
if that's what you're into, there's your channel right there.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Yeah. And I'm obviously subscribed and willing to help out any way I can. By the way, guys, your comments are off. I'm reading your comments right now, and just thank you. Everyone's being really real nice, and they really like the channel, I guess. So
chaos has
it was a steady 250 people watching this entire 2 hours. So
oh man, you should really thank these people, Neil.
I don't even know how. I don't know how else to say.
I know how. You could do something for them special. Ask them what you'd like them to do, and if
leave in the comments when this video's dropped. What do you guys want to see coming up?
Yeah,
seriously, I'll make it happen. I'm not gonna be like, well, you know, I don't know much about it. I'll find someone who knows about it, and I'll bring them on, or we'll just maybe us three can just chop away at it. We'll just have a discussion. You know, we're just having fun here. This is not like a college. We're not like testing anybody. We're just talking, giving our opinions. You know.
Hey, so just one quick thought, because I forget, someone just said something in the comments, but it made me think, is there a connection between Anu and Uranus?
I asked Dr. Mongor that. He said he doesn't know, but he's going to look into it, and he's going to credit me if he that's what, I swear to God, that's what he said. I go, what about Uranus and Anu? Anu. And he was like, He's like, I don't know. I'll look into it though, because he's working at a university right now, and he's a linguistics guy, so he'll find out. He will. He'll go to the sources. He'll find out.
If he has any brains, he'll go to the ancient etymologists, because the closer you get
he knows
to the sources, the better. So that's where you'll find that answer, is in the ancient etymologists. So yeah, beautiful.
This has been great, and you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
And welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today I'm with Ariel from Asherah's Orchard. Let me just share my screen for a quick second, and go subscribe to my buddy Ariel Rosenberg. He just started a new channel. Help him out, get him some subscribers. Check out some of the videos he's got up already. And and you're going to get into some of this stuff. You're going to school as well, I believe, for some of these religious topics, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm double majoring in anthropology and religious studies at Arizona State University, and I should finish up with my undergrad degree in probably a year and a half if everything goes according to plan. And then after that, I mean, honestly, I don't really know exactly what I have in store, but I probably want to go to like postgrad at some point. I just don't know if it'll be right away. But
Sure.
I think more than anything, I like being a communicator for like these ideas to these. I mean, even within like my own community, within the Jewish community, I feel like there's so much of this stuff that's kind of just it's almost like it's left under the surface, and it's not because it's like hidden or anything. It's just you need to engage with it, and all too often, the only people that engage with these texts are religious people, or well, what most people would see as like fundamentally religious. And the thing is, if that's the standard that you set for yourself, you know, you're never going to get into this because you're like, well, this isn't interesting to me because, you know, even if you don't believe in anything, which I actually, you know, I have maybe a bit of an unorthodox belief, you know, relative to Judaism, but like I still believe in God, and that's like more than I could say in the past. But I can say that before I had that possibility or like that, you know, ability to hold a transcendent worldview, I had no interest in the Bible. And like, you know, it was, to me, it was just fairy tales. And the thing is, like, I think part of the thing is that regardless of what you believe about, you know, the miracles in the Bible, there's a lot of history. And obviously it's heavily mythologized, heavily fictionalized, but that doesn't mean that it's not real. Like, the idea that, you know, history is objective, I mean, even today is untrue, but it's something that, you know, in the past, like you just look at Herodotus's accounts,
Sure.
like they're heavily mythologized. You can't take them at face value.
Herodotus is talking about in the north, in the land of the Hyperboreans, they have gold guarding griffins, and there's people with one eye, and some of the men don't even have heads. Their heads are on their torsos. So he's making shit up. So that was kind of the norm in the ancient world. You make stories, pass them down, and you and I have even talked because you're not a hostile witness to Judaism. You take a critical approach, even though you are a practicing Jew who observes Shabbat and stuff like that. But you also are not scared to look into these things, and you've even admitted to me many times, like some of these stories look like they're coming from the Babylonians, Sumerians, and maybe even Egyptians, but it doesn't make it not real in the sense that Israel is personifying them and making it about their history and sort of, maybe sometimes even polemicizing the old versions and making their. So I get what you're saying by that, but that's why I like having you on. I like getting your approach. You have a really good approach to this. And so, you can't say I'm just a biased atheist agnostic that's trying to debunk all this stuff. I'm just trying to learn what the sources are, where this stuff comes from, and get into the nitty gritty. And I think you do a good job of helping me do that, even though you have a different belief than me, you have a different approach than me, but it's really helpful to have you on here with me. So, yeah.
Thanks. And yeah, like, actually, I think this was last night though, because I got COVID a few days ago. I'm kind of, everything's jumbled together, but, actually, yeah, it was last night. There was a live stream going on. It was the funniest thing because it was like, I mean, not that heated, but just like you could tell like it was contentious despite not being like, directly like, oh, screw you or whatever. But it was a debate between two Christians. One who is, it was between Power Word, who I think he's just like someone who listens to EA Dawa sometimes, and then Sentinel Apologetics. I forget if you've ever had him on.
Yeah, I know who he is, but I don't think I've had. No, not he hasn't been on this channel, but I know who you're talking about.
But yeah, so they were debating about the age of the Earth, and like I tended to fall in a lot more with what Sentinel was saying because I mean it was based in in the Hebrew. But what I found interesting was this idea that some people were disagreeing with. Basically, if you have, for instance, the flood story in other traditions, and it's not this, like, does that somehow mean that it's fictional? I mean, like, on one hand, like, yeah, it could be, but the thing is, I'd actually argue that the fact that it presents itself in so many cultures is indicative of some underlying kernel of truth.
Do you think there's local floods happening and people are, telling this story and stuff like that?
I mean, like, we know for sure there were local floods, but then it goes into like,
Sure.
Whether there was a global flood, and, then there's this idea of possibly a preserved memory of the Younger Dryas event. But like, at the end of the day, I just think it's interesting because
I wouldn't go there, but sure.
Well, Yeah, I mean,
No, I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. You're saying there's something there to be said. There's something there to look at. There's a reason why these are sacred stories being passed down. It's not just mumbo jumbo. There's something there, and let's look into it. I get what you're saying.
I mean, it's not even like they could be, they could be made up. But the point more is that the fact that you have these stories throughout, every civilization, more or less, that's indicative of something, whether that's indicative of this event that actually happened, or that it's indicative of possibly some sort of psychological process like that, or some sort of motif, like kind of under a more Jungian approach.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many ways you could approach it.
Interesting. So yeah, that's a good part. So the topic of today, though, that I want to get into, 12 tribes. Why is it 12? Are they based on historical real 12 tribes? And I know you've been looking at this critically recently, and you brought to my attention that there's some interesting stuff happening here. Let's get right into it. What do you got for us that you want to present as far as the origin of these 12 tribes? And then I know you were talking about earlier how there might be some Greek stuff happening here with some of these tribes, like the tribe of Dan, for example, getting into Egypt, coming from the north, and then sort of like mixing in with the crowds of Hyksos or later on Israelites. But let's get into this. So what do you got for us?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I just need to pull up the right verse.
Sure.
But yeah, so maybe just continue with a bit of context as to like what you're talking about. For those
what I'm actually talking about, when there's alternative histories given by Roman historians. For example, the most prolific of all of them is Tacitus. I'll even share my screen to show you what I'm talking about. Tacitus has this. It's in Tacitus's Histories in Book 5, where he gives this completely alternative history of the Jews that is not to be found anywhere else in the Old Testament. It's completely separate. And he says right here, for example, as I'm about to relate the last days of a famous city, it seems appropriate to throw some light on its origin. Some say the Jews are fugitives from the island of Crete, who settled on the nearest coast of Africa about the time when Saturn was driven from his throne by the power of Jupiter. Evidence of this is sought in the name. There is a famous mountain in Crete called Ida. The neighboring tribe, the Idea, came to be called Judea by a barbarous lengthening of the national name. Now, I know some scholars have read that part and said, I don't know about Tacitus here. I don't think he's right about that. But if you continue with what he's saying, if you just put that to the side for a second, he talks about how there's a people who go into Egypt and they assimilate with the Egyptians, but they also bring their storm god, whoever their storm god is, and then a lot of times when you assimilate your gods to a new culture, you take on the attributes, but you take on the name of the local god. So, Zeus might become Typhon or Set or, Baal or something, because they all have the same attributes. They're all storm gods, but they just sort of go with what the norm is. And so basically what happened was the Oracle of Amon, after these events happened where there was, so supposedly there was natural disasters happening, and they didn't know who to blame. So the Oracle of Amon said it's these Hyksos. They're the ones to blame, and so kick them out of Egypt. And so what I think ends up happening, and that Tacitus talks about this, and so does Berosus the Chaldean, and they talk about how the Hyksos they'll say the Hyksos are the Jews. But what I think they're actually saying, and what they actually mean is the Hyksos story gets personalized by the Jews later on. And they sort of claim the story as their own, and then they heavily mythologize it. This is just me. I'm not giving you from any scholar. This is just my personal opinion. I think that the story of the Hyksos gets allegorized and told in a different light as the Israelites' Exodus. And so I think that all the stuff that you get in the Old Testament of the Israelites' Exodus is sort of, glorifying the past and sort of saying, okay, the Hyksos, when they got kicked out of Egypt, they went to the north and settled here, and then they got their independence from the Egyptians who had dominion over all these lands, all the way up to the Hittites, all the way up to the Babylonians, and then this became Israel, and that's the story. That's what I think. So I love to hear your thought. And then the 12 tribes thing, I think it's simple. I think they're overlaying I don't think there's exactly 12 tribes. Maybe there's more, maybe there's less. I have no idea. But I think they're going to make the number 12 because there's that Platonic idea. I'm not saying that they're Platonists, but they're probably have a similar idea as this. The Platonic idea is as above, so below. Everything that's in heaven is also on earth. There's different forms. There's the highest forms in heaven, the lowest forms on earth. So I think that what they're doing is they're overlaying the 12 constellations onto their 12 tribes and saying that there are 12 tribes, even though based off the universal concept of the 12 constellations, what you see in Babylonian, Egyptian, Greek, even Indian, like all over the world, this concept of the 12 constellations, it's universal. It goes all the way back to the Sumerians, and it stays universal up until right now. So that's my theory. But let's hear you. Let's hear what you think about that.
So, yeah, I'm actually streaming. Yeah,
I think you got the wrong one on. I think.
Oh no,
okay,
no. It's yeah. Okay, so here. Oh shoot, I opened two of these. Okay, so here's what. Wait, where is it? So if you look at this, let me see if I can zoom in. So according to the whole Joshua narrative of conquest, we're supposed to understand that the Israelites came in from outside the land, basically killed everyone, took over the land, and inhabited it in their place. And so, I mean, based off of like archaeological evidence, there's nothing backing that up. Which one of the theories, I forget who came up with this. I'm really bad with details, good with concepts. But there's basically a theory that it was not a conquest of people group versus people group, but rather more of like a political or a cultural one, because you already had this idea that like the was it when the Israelites went down into Egypt, they were seen as Canaanites, and I don't have the exact reference, but it's definitely a thing. They were seen as Canaanites, and so.
Sure.
So basically, oh shoot, where was I going with this? Sorry, COVID brain. Basically, so you have this group, in the narrative, it's all the Israelites, but possibly just one group of Israelites that goes off into Egypt. You still have, Israelites possibly, according to the theory that I buy into, that the Exodus was probably the Egyptian Empire exiting their hold over the land of Canaan, which later became known as the land of Israel. Basically, that the Exodus is like this whole concept of when Israel was in Egypt, it's possible that in the same way that Texas is in America. Texas is in America.
Absolutely. And you look at the maps of the modern map makings of when we look at the dominions that the Egyptians claimed, they had dominions going all the way up through Israel, all the way up to modern day Syria. That was part of Egypt. Even the culture early on, like we look at the stone of the Hezekiah. I think I have it right here somewhere. No, I don't. But the stone that we have that goes back to the time of Hezekiah, there's Egyptian onyx on it. So the culture was even still going on, even long after the so-called Exodus or whatever you want to call it. There's that, you know what I mean? There's definitely that.
So
I think some people go too far with it, though. You get people who think that it's all Egyptian. They don't do any work in linguistics because the Semitic language is coming from Babylon, Sumer. That's the Semitic world. So it's not just that they're just Egyptians, but they're sort of a cultural mix. And it makes sense for where you look at where they're located. They're right in the middle of everything.
So, so kind of going on that point, I think that if you look at it as in the same way as you have when some of the Judeans were exiled to Babylon, not all of them were, but you have this narrative that gets written from the point of view of the Babylonian Jews, not that they're any different other than they were exiled to Babylon. They're not that it would really matter, but they're still the same, genetic Jews as problematic as that term is, like, you know, this isn't just some group of Babylonians that are suddenly practicing Judaism. These are Jews that have been exiled to Babylon. Sure. And then when they return, they see stuff that, because they'd been basically, they'd been steeped in this culture that they see as very pagan. And so a lot of their practices are built around avoiding that. So then they go back to their land where, you know, they had maybe more indigenous practices that were still seen as pagan, or that would be seen as pagan, but because they were indigenous, there was no problem with that. They go back into this society and they see it as pagan because they've basically they've, like, you know, battened down the hatches and they've said, you know, we're getting rid of all this stuff that could be even considered pagan because we don't want to be associated with these people. It's similar how there were rabbis who didn't want the menorah lighting or the Hanukkah lighting for Hanukkah to be associated with Zoroastrianism, and so they deliberately said you have to light them individually. You can't light them like as one. You know, you can't just like light it.
Wow, because that's the eternal fire of Asha. Yeah.
Oh, but, one second.
You right?
Yeah, sorry, it was just a you know, doorbell jingle.
So yeah, let's get into the 12 tribes thing. Where do you think, where does the number come from? Do we have evidence of there actually being tribes? What have you found from, because I know you do a lot of Talmud reading, you go into the sources. What do you got for us as far as that?
Well, just to start off, I wanted to point out, if you look at this allotment of land, I want to point out a few things. So first of all, you have Judah, you have Simeon or Shimon in like the land that's basically, it's like inside of Judah.
Sure.
On top of that, you have Benjamin, like right on the outskirts of Judah. You have so that's basically like those are the tribes that would be in the, you know, the kingdom of Judah, and then all the other tribes were part of the northern kingdom. And so,
can I just jump in real quick?
Oh yeah.
I noticed this has always confused me. Even right now, I'm still confused about this. Levi was one of the tribes, according to the Genesis, but Levi is they're just running the temple. They're basically inside of Judah, but they have no allotment in the map. And this is also described in Exodus. Levi doesn't get any lands; they just get the temple. But doesn't that make 13?
So there's, I mean, depending on how you count it, 13, possibly even more, as we'll get into in a bit. But so Levi, they didn't just have, so they didn't have any land. They were basically, for lack of a better term, I mean, it's probably not the best comparison, but they were the Jews of the Jews. They weren't allowed to own land. They basically had to, you know, they had to administer the temple. But on top of that, they had like roles as, so the Kohanim, the priests, were like in the narrative from the tribe of Levi. But the interesting thing is that I think that like it might be this context of like the Levitical priests, as opposed to this possibly older idea of like essentially the king priests, or like this concepts of like kings of righteousness, Melchizedek, or which I argue it might actually be Malchizedek, the kings of righteousness, as opposed to my king is righteous. But that's a story for another time. What I think is really interesting about this, though, where was I going with this? Dang it, what were we just talking about?
You're talking about the Levi and the allotment.
Right.
Yeah.
So they were actually tasked with administering to people all throughout the land, and like before the temple was actually constructed, they were responsible with going throughout the land and collecting the taxes for the temple for like the
tent,
like,
basically.
Yeah,
because they still had a tent before the temple.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing. They didn't just have so there's the narrative of the tabernacle that was moved from place to place, but there were actually multiple shrines that were later destroyed in the time of, I think it was King Hezekiah. But some of them were even said to be constructed by Abraham. So you have this idea of things that previously were okay suddenly aren't okay. So either they weren't okay in the first place, or they suddenly don't become okay, or it's how people are using them. But I think it's, at the end of the day, I think it's narrative.
Sure.
But anyway, to the relevant, or to, like, you know, to continue, if you look at, for instance, the land of Reuben, they have, like, they're right above Moab. Same with Gad, like they're across the Jordan.
That would be like the Qumran region, wouldn't it?
I
think so. Might be a little bit north of that, but yeah.
I think no. You went to Qumran, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
No. So it's not there because
it'd be down more. It'd be down. That's why I said it's a little bit more than north, but Qumran would be down more.
Oh, here, let me switch so that you can see where. So
it's not a big deal. You can just.
So Reuben's here, but this is in modern day Jordan.
Right.
Were you there?
Yeah, we went through there.
Oh, cool.
I mean,
cool.
it's off the Dead Sea, so it is in that region, but it's probably not on the exact same side.
No. So Qumran is around here.
Right.
And then Reuben is over here on the other side of the Jordan.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
And so what's interesting here, I'll see if I can pull it up later, like, you know, when you're talking, and I have, but there's this one reference to Chemosh God, the god of the Moabites, which is kind of interesting because it seems like there's almost this, I don't know, it's probably connecting the Canaanite deity god to Chemosh, but I also have to wonder, is it saying the god Chemosh of God? In which case, like, is there maybe a connection between Reuben and God and Moab and Amon?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't have anything to go on that other than they're like right in that same area.
Yeah.
But if the theory of basically just changing culturally rather than being slaughtered and replaced by a new population is correct, then it stands to reason that essentially these tribes are just former nations that eventually get considered as one group of people because of being ruled by, you know, kings. And so that kingdom, they need to create essentially, whether you view it as, you know, they're just piecing together their individual histories or that they're creating a fictive history. At the end of the day, they're binding themselves together with a shared story.
Yeah. So, okay, go ahead. I was going to say something big. I'll just keep going.
Oh no. You go.
I was going to say, so when we get the number, so is there, now the question is there, do you think there's a lot more than 12 tribes and they're just kind of consolidating them into smaller groups to get that number? Is that what you think's happening here? Because that would make, because honestly, when I think about it, a tribe wouldn't cover that much region in the ancient world. A tribe would just cover like a city-state region, a small area. So I would think there might be more than 12 tribes, and they're all sort of in the same cultural milieu, worshiping the same God, sort of participating in the same religion, have the same, you know, same language and stuff like that. And then what I have maybe later on, they consolidate and make 12 out of it. Possibly. What do you think? Now, this is the oldest stela in the world that mentions Israel, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. Another thing that's interesting is, so this name Mesha, let me see if it actually has the, it probably doesn't. But the root for Mesha, it's actually from the same root as Yehoshua, and it means like to save or to rescue. And so Mesha means, it basically means savior.
Yeah,
so,
I've heard someone say that the Mesha could mean savior too.
Yeah, so let me see, where does it actually give the text? Okay, so it describes how Moab was oppressed by King Omri of Israel and his son as a result of the anger of the god Chemosh. Mesha's victories over
Can you make
Omri's
that a little
son,
bigger
not
if you don't
named-
mind? If you, it's really small.
Mesha's victories over Omri's son not named, and the men of Gad at Atarot, Nebo. And so another interesting thing, Nebo, the name of the mountain where Moses, the lawgiver, was buried, was Har Nebo.
Yeah.
And that's a cognate with the
and Gad is the name of a god too.
Yeah.
Gad is the god of luck. He's like Fortuna in the Romans.
So, and this is interesting. His wars against the Horonaim, Because that's also derived from Choron, which is the Canaanite name for Hades.
But think about it like this, for example. We go back far enough, we're getting the polytheism Canaanite world. There could be local gods, like Gad maybe, becoming a local tribe. And I'm just throwing it out there. A lot of these tribe names look like some of the names of the gods in the ancient pantheon of Canaanites. Maybe I should pull that up, the Canaanite pantheon. We can look at it. You know?
Okay, so the thing that I was talking about, this is a footnote. This reading of Mesha's father's name, quoted here for copyright reasons, is no longer accepted in light of the El Kerak inscription. The common reading is now Kemosh Yat. Kemosh Yat, according to H.L. Ginsberg, the second element might be vocalized Yati, short for Yatin. Oh, who gives, like Yaten. A conjunction of Northwest Semitic Yaten from Proto-Semitic Watan, to give. A well-known derivative is Natan, and that's like Natan or Natanel, where we get Nathan and Nathaniel from.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. So God and the Moabites were enemies. So scratch that. I mean, again, it's possible that, you have a group here. It's like, oh, we're enemies with this group, and actually you're very similar to them. But
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say this. I was going to say this on a tab, but it popped right up. But since it's on the screen, now the Canaanite religion. I'm obviously using Wikipedia, so just bear with me. I'm not really looking at the good sources right now. But let's just go with it. Let's just assume that Wikipedia's got some good information on the names of some of these gods from the Levant. You have El. Okay, everyone knows what that is. That's God. But then you also have Shatan. It makes you wonder, is this where the Satan character comes from? Baal, Astarte, Asherah. Baal Hermon was a god of Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon is super central to the Old Testament. And then you have what I'm saying? You have a lot. Gad, god of fortune. That's the name of one of the 12 tribes. I don't know. I don't see any other name. Then you have Siddiq, god of righteousness or justice. It makes you wonder, is the Levite tribe known as the Sadducees? Is this a priesthood that comes out of this god? Maybe. I'm just throwing hypotheses out there, but it's interesting.
I don't think so, because of the reason that you have this so you have the Sadducees and the Pharisees, which are part of like the Levitical priesthood.
That's way later.
Wait. No. So the Sadducees are the Levitical, and then the Pharisees are not even necessarily, like, they don't have to be Levites.
Right. No, they're not.
So with that, I mean, because.
Well, let's go back way before. You're talking about the Roman period. Let's go back to what the book of Genesis actually says. If there's any truth, kernel of truth in there, Abraham meets up with this king Siddiq, who has a priesthood that's mentioned in Psalms, that ends up being. I mean, I wonder. Maybe we should pull up the text so we can get it right. Do you have that? It's in. Do you know what verse it is?
Well, luckily Safari is pretty easy to navigate.
Yeah, so let's find that verse, and let's see if we can pull a little historical kernel out of it, maybe. I'm not saying that this happened exactly the way it says it is, but if there really was a god named Siddiq, and there was a priesthood in the north, you know what I mean? Let's see what it says.
Let's see.
Because I know it's mentioned in Psalms, too.
King of Salem. Okay, here. Oh, dude.
You always do that. It's funny.
Yeah.
What does it say?
So, let's see.
When this is from Genesis 14. Go ahead.
Yeah. When Abraham heard that, I'll just read it.
Just read the English. Don't worry about the Hebrew.
When Abram heard that his kinsman household had been taken captive, he mustered his retainers, Chanich. See, like a word like that, that's actually important to see what it says.
Okay, fine.
Chanichav, his trained, instructed, servant, tried, experienced. Okay, so
I just don't want to spend too much on the Hebrew, because people are going to be like, huh?
Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. Born into his household, numbering 318, and went and pursued his.
Now that's specific right there. What does that mean? That something's being relayed here as far as What's the okay? Read this one more time. I can't really
So-
see it on your screen. Let me just see what it says.
So
Born. Go back down a little bit. I want to see what it says. When Abram heard, oh, you passed it. Abram heard that his kinsman had been taken captive. He mustered his retainers, born into his household, numbering 318, and went to pursue as far as Dan. Now, where's Melchizedek coming into this?
Well, so I just wanted to give the context because it's below, but
Okay, keep going.
But the thing that's worth mentioning here with Dan, it's probably an instance of the later editor kind of like writing it because it's kind of like if you're saying, the Native Americans. Well, Native Americans, any of them didn't call themselves that.
I want to get into Dan in a little bit. Because that's going to be, you guys got to wait. Dan's interesting. But let's keep going.
Right. At night, he and his servants deployed against them and defeated them, and he pursued them as far as Hova, which is north of Damascus. He brought back all the possessions. He also brought back his kinsman Lot and his possessions, and the woman and the rest of the people. So it's right down here. When he returned from defeating Caldor, and the kings with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, which is, I think that might mean the
Valley of Seven, maybe. Seven.
No, that the valley of just the valley of plain, like that's almost a contradiction. Anyway,
there it is. Melchizedek of Salem. See, this is specific. King Melchizedek of Salem.
Here, so I
brought over bread and wine. He was a priest of God Most High. So this is talking about something, some sort of priesthood in the land of Salem. Where is the land of Salem?
So this is interesting. It doesn't say anything inherently about a land of Salem, but this isn't the land of like.
Now, is this Jerusalem? Jerusalem? Is that what they're saying? Is this pre-Jerusalem time? So is this what they're getting at? Maybe that's what they're getting at.
Like because you could also look at this because it's not Salem, it's Shalem.
Yeah.
In which case it might be connected to let's see.
It might be Jerusalem.
Well, the point that I'm trying to bring out here, I need to look at the more of the context, but basically there might be a connection to the to the goddess Shalem, but obviously that's not the way that's going to be read from a Jewish, Christian, or Muslim standpoint.
Right. So what I'm saying is, it's quite possible that when this is getting penned down, I'm going to get some super chats in a second. The two of them just came out, and then we'll keep going on this, and we'll get into Dan and stuff like that. Then it's possible that this king and priesthood of Siddiq is what they're talking about here, where there was there already was a priesthood in place. Maybe this priesthood sort of, gets brought into the fold when Israel starts becoming its own entity. I'm just saying. I'm looking at it from a possibility. I'm not saying that I can prove this or anything, but I'm saying is that this might be a possibility of why this is in. Because otherwise, you have to wonder, why are they putting this in the text? It has to be there for some reason. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Well, so that's another interesting thing. I think the reason why some people end up interpreting, this character to be divine is because the fact that he blesses Abraham, and some people understand that as well. And this is even before he's called Abraham. So he says Abram. He blessed him, saying, "Blessed be Abram of God Most High," literally of El Elyon, creator of heaven and earth, and blessed be El Elyon, who has delivered your foes into your hand, and Abram gave him a tenth of everything.
And I think what they're doing is this is looking back at a time when their monotheism wasn't even a thing yet. But what they're doing is they're identifying certain priesthoods that were worshiping their specific gods in their particular lands and saying they're all worshiping the one God who's the Most High, El Elyon. I think that's what you end up getting with when they're looking back retrospectively of these ancient priesthoods. They're basically, and you see this with Christianity too. Christianity early on in the 2nd century was saying, oh yeah, all these people that worship Attis and Dionysus and Osiris, they really were worshiping Christ. They just had their own way of getting there. You see that in the heresies and stuff like that. So why not? There's an example of that. What I'm saying, maybe we have another example of people in the ancient world when monotheism starts becoming the thing. They're saying, yeah, these are real righteous people worshiping God in their way, So let's just say they worship the same God as us. Just throwing it out there.
I also think it's interesting here, given. Okay, so here you have Melchizedek, the king. My king is Tzedek.
Yeah.
Then you have Melech Shalem, the king of Shalem.
Right. Exactly.
And then here you have El Elyon. Those are three different
gods in the Canaanite pantheon. No, that's a really good point. That's exactly what I'm getting at. It's like there's something going on there where these little remnants of polytheism are trickling out of the text, and you can sort of find them if you really look. But hold that thought for 1 second, because we have a couple super chats. I just want to catch up on these. This is, and I definitely want to go back to this. This is super interesting. Lev Polyakov. He has a channel called Break the Rules, and go and subscribe. He does really good debate and stuff like that. Number 1, Moloch, Mo problems. Number 2, is the glorious kingdom of King Solomon based on the Phoenician Empire? I'm gonna let you answer that. What do you think about that? That's a good, interesting question. What do you think?
So I mean, I think that'd be really interesting, and based off, given it's hard to really say anything objectively because there's so much sophistry going on throughout the ages. But like you did have, what is it? You had. Was it Aristobulus or
Hiram? King Hiram?
What?
Maybe? I thought you were talking about the king of the Phoenicians, Hiram.
Oh, no. So you'll know what I was talking about. But basically, that there's some Jewish sophists who write about Moses teaching, basically teaching the Greek alphabet to the Greeks.
Yeah.
But we know that happened from the Phoenicians. So were they basically
that is Aristobulus, and he says that Moses taught Orpheus the alphabet. And then Orpheus brought it to the Greeks. Now that's obviously just a made up story. But what is he trying to say here? Is he trying to say that the Phoenician alphabet came from the Jews because the Phoenicians are Semitic? You know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's what he's trying to get at. But I know exactly what you're talking about. It's in the pseudepigraphy text, Aristobulus of Alexandria.
I also think it's plausible because you have basically. What is the reason why you have this invasion of the quote unquote sea peoples of Canaan? Because at the end of the day, it wasn't necessarily the nicest land in the Mediterranean, but it was a key trading point. But if you're just looking for land to settle because society's collapsed, it's more important just to find a place where you can settle and where you can take care of yourself. So is it possible that they kind of like salmon returning to their spawning waters, that they return to their ancestral homeland, but that they'd been gone for so long that they were recognized as foreign or something?
Yeah.
Because that's just speculation, but I do think it's interesting because some of the tribes that are more associated with warfare, or not necessarily warfare, but movement. Actually, definitely not warfare, but specifically movement and travel and trade.
Yeah.
That they also tend to be almost cemented kind of into the tribes. But
here's the thing about Phoenician. When you say Phoenician Empire, what you're really talking about is sort of a confederate empire. What I mean by that is loose. There's no federal centralized kingdom. Like the Sidonians are one entity, the Tyrians are one entity, the Carthaginians are one entity, but they all are related. They're all Phoenician. By the way, the word Phoenician is not what they called themselves. That just means purple people in Greek. And the reason why they called them that, the Greeks called them Phoenician because they sold purple dyes and purple clothing because they knew how to extract it from the Murex snails. So Phoenician Empire is sort of a loaded term in itself, but I get what he's saying here because they're talking about Semitic peoples coming from the Levant, populating the whole Mediterranean, populating all the way to Spain, basically. And so they're connected like that, but they're not it's not like the Romans where they're like, oh, we gotta, everything goes back to Caesar they don't have a Caesar. They're not ruled by one king. So it's sort of a confederacy in that sense. And so I can, back to what you're saying, it's loose tribes, basically. Makes sense. So thank you for that super chat, Lev. Appreciate that.
You can. Oh, I was just
Go
going to
ahead.
say,
You want to say something on that? Go ahead.
yeah, you could probably make the same argument for like that same loose confederation of tribes of Israel and the loose confederation of tribes or city states of Phoenicia.
Right. Yeah, because once again, like I said, they don't call themselves Phoenicia. They call themselves Sidonians if they're from Sidon, Tyrians if they're from Tyre. They're called themselves Carthaginians, but they all sort of know. They all know their history. They all know their Semitic peoples from the Levant. And so they sort of and they trade against each other. They they help each other out in that sense. But like, yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it.
Also, speaking on that though, oh shoot, wait, what was it that you just said? Sorry.
They're all it's a loose confederation of seafaring peoples that they don't. And Phoenician, the word Phoenician is not what they call themselves. Is what I said.
Well, so this is the interesting thing. It kind of reminds me. I was talking to my rabbi last week, and one thing that he said, I actually explained to him that technically it was ironic, but basically he says, religious, God forbid, we're connected. I'm like, well, technically, religious actually comes from religio, from like ligament, like the idea of binding together, of connecting. So, but in that, so the word Canaanite is actually derived from kinanu, which it means like purple. It means purple, like you were saying. So
really?
Phoenicia, yeah, which is the Greek term for the purple dye, or like like the color.
Phoenicia, yeah.
It actually holds the same context, just in different languages.
That is interesting. Because if that's the case, now we have a connection with Canaan and Phoenicia that's not just based off what the Greeks are calling them.
And
but
one of the tribes.
That's interesting. That's dumb. And Dan, I want to get into Dan in a minute because Dan is. I think that Dan comes from Greece, but let's hold that thought for a second. Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the super chat. Were the Levites responsible for pushing the Exodus story since they were running the show? That's a really good question, dude. What do you think about that?
Honestly, I mean,
they're the ones who. No, he's not wrong. The priestly class is probably in charge of the scribe class too. Probably. Just saying. The temple scrolls and all that stuff. That's not too. You're not getting all that stuff outside of. I mean, you might be. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's a good hypothesis to say that whoever's in charge of the priesthood is probably in charge of the scrolls too, right? I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know for sure.
I'm just not commenting because I don't feel like I really know enough.
It's a hard question.
I guess maybe you could argue that because there is this one theory that the Levites, and again, not to say that they weren't originally from that land, but that they just got seen as foreign. But there is this one theory that like their name might have been derived from like from an Indo-European root or something. That they might have been one of the like. Also, the capital of the of the Hyksos was named Avaris, which the name for them before being Israel, the Israelites, was the Hebrews. And
yeah, I've heard people make that connection.
Ivri or Avar.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's definitely interesting. I've heard people make that connection. It's definitely interesting. Constellation Pegasus is another one. What's the guest opinion on Genesis teaching a flat Earth and dome cosmology? Ooh, I'm not mentioning a 6,000-year Earth. That's not a serious question for me to entertain.
So, well, here, let me pull this up because it's like similar to one of the things that Sentinel Apologetics brought up last night was that shoot, sorry, I lost the train. Oh, right, that when it references that the behemoth eats grass like an ox, that it's using a comparison, but it's also not saying that it isn't an ox. That but in this case, the word for firmament here is rakia, and the reason why it's understood as solid, the only reason, is because the rakah means to beat out, as one beats out a bronze shield. And so because of that, it's kind of this idea that you're beating something out over something over something else. So there's definitely a context of like a dome, something.
You know what's weird about that? If you read the Odyssey, is it the Odyssey or the Iliad? No, the Iliad, I'm sorry. If you read the Iliad, Achilles' shield is described as the cosmology of the heavens, and it's like he explains it, how his shield depicts the cosmology of the universe. It's a shield, which bringing back to what you're saying about this word firmament. Didn't you say it's connected to how the shields are battered?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I wonder if there's anything going on there, but go ahead.
But yeah, like at the end of the day, I think you could definitely argue they probably thought that it was a solid thing that was separating the waters above from the waters below. But I also think that like you have to look at it with some continuity. Like,
so maybe a curved flat Earth.
Well, but again, like there's this idea that people at the time generally had the idea of, you know, like a river surrounding the lands. So like they understood that there was an ocean, but and I think they knew that at least I think the Phoenicians would have known that the world wasn't flat. Literally, it's just being used in poetic allusion because
we know for sure that there were Greeks, and I think there was writers in China. Don't quote me on that because I have no idea. But there were individuals who were really smart, who were philosophers and scientists of the time, who knew the Earth was round, but it was not popular opinion yet. So they just kind of got it was a theory at the time, but it was out there. We know that for sure, that the idea of round Earth was already thought about way going back to the 4th, 5th century BCE. So,
but yeah, let's take the other super chats so that we can kind of like finally get into the stuff about the tribes.
Sure. Okay. So the next one, I'm just gonna throw it like this for a second, so we're not, there's not too many confusing text on the screen. The next one's from Lev again. Once again, go and find Lev at breaktherules.tv. I hope I said it right. If not, just type it in YouTube and it'll come up, Break the Rules, and you'll find it on there. Anyways, 12 being the Zodiac. Did they intentionally keep it to this number? Also curious about Dan. He's already on what we're already on. We're going to get to this, but let's address it. He paid his super chat. Also curious about Dan and Kundalini snake energy cults. Well, that last part, that's a little different than what we're getting at. But what do you think about this?
Honestly, I think that there's probably some truth to that because if you want to follow it, there's the
which part? You're talking about the first part, 12 being the number?
Yeah. So if you look at it, so there's Jacob has 12 sons, but the way it's counted, Joseph isn't one of the tribes. He's split into half tribes. So you could argue those half tribes make up one tribe together, but like that's really stretching it. If you want to go off of it, there's 13 tribes and one of them just doesn't have land. But for the
it's
sake
just a
of
priesthood.
Yeah. So to make it make sense, they say 12. But at the end of the day, because I think this is probably a good time to bring this up because it's also one of the older parts of the Bible, at least like grammatically, even though this is this happens after they've already gone into the land of Israel. But let's see, where is it? Okay, here. Oh, and this is a really good place to start. In the days, can you see this?
Let me show. Oh, my bad. I gotta put it up there. There we go. Okay.
All right. In the days of Shamgar ben Anat, and one thing that's interesting about this name Shamgar, it means there. Oh, here it's saying Shamgar means a sword, but you could also break it down into Sham there and Gar stranger. There I was a stranger, and that's the same name as Gershom. Just
that's the thing about Hebrew. It's like every word is like a Tetris, of words within itself. Like it's so weird like that. Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, so he's referenced as one of the judges of Israel. Literally, this is the book of Judges. And so Shamgar ben Anat. Now, Anat, here it translates it as answer. It says father of Shamgar, but Anat's not mentioned elsewhere. And because there's no grammar referencing Anat, we don't know whether Anat is male or female. But because Anat, in the context of the ancient Near East,
isn't Anat a name of one of the gods from the Canaanite pantheon? Wow, interesting.
So you could argue that this might be from a time when that wasn't seen as heretical, and you have this tradition of being, essentially the child of God, similar to Caesar. But
I want to throw this out there for people who think that by bringing up the polytheism thing, that I'm trying to tear down Judaism. Think about it like this. I mean, you have angels and demons that are not equal to God, but they're not humans. They're divine entities. So who's to say that in the polytheistic world you couldn't have a concept like that? I'm just giving you something for yourself to make it easier to take that pill, I guess, if that makes sense. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it, because this idea that monotheism is something we need to strive towards.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's something that's retroactively imposed onto the past. It's
right.
just, it wasn't a thing then.
Yeah.
But
now, should I just tell them this? Curious about Dan? Hold off on that thought. I want to, because we're gonna get into Dan. I don't want to just do it right now because there's a couple other super chats that I want to do first because there's a lot on Dan. The thing about the Kundalini snake energy calls, I have no idea how you would compare that to 12 tribes. You do know?
I know.
Do you want to just touch on that before we go on?
Yeah, so I mean, you have this idea that the tribe of Dan was establishing like idolatry, especially like in the north, that they were building like the bulls. But there's also probably some idea that they were, associated with some sort of like snake. Honestly,
think about Moses holding up the serpent in the wilderness, and it's a snake on a rod, and it heals you. Kundalini is basically saying you heal yourself by letting the serpent inside of you rise, right? I'm saying I'm not a Kundalini expert. I have no idea. I'd love to have someone on explain that stuff to me, but I'm just saying what I think he might be getting at. The serpent thing, right?
But no, like the specific difference though, because you could argue that the serpent on the staff, that it's actually a dragon based off of the way it's depicted. But in the case of the snake of Dawn, it specifically references either like an adder or a cobra, like a snake on the path.
Yeah. And Dan is okay. So if you hold on, if you wait a couple minutes for me to get through these next couple super chats, Dan is interesting, dude, because Dan looks like one of the tribes that is mentioned in Homer. Also, when you look at the Egyptian text, you showed me this actually. One of the so-called invaders that comes to Egypt from the lands of Greece and whatever, from the northern Mediterranean. They don't say exactly where. We don't know if it's Crete. We don't know if it's Macedonia. Who knows? They're saying that these sea people invaders coming down, and they name one of them. I'm pretty sure it's Dan.
So there's a few different names. One of them is the Danaan.
Yeah.
Or the Danyan.
So keep that in mind. Then when we look at the Exodus story, and Simca Jacobovici has pointed this out, when the Exodus is going down, Dan gets in their ships and leaves. They have ships. They're seafaring people. So we have a connection between seafaring people and sea people invaders that are going into Egypt. So I think, and by the way, if you look at the 12 tribes map, Dan is on the coast. They're coastal people. They're seafarers. I think we have a direct match between the Danoi and the Dan tribe. That's what I think. We're going to get into that in a second, though. Let me just touch on these other super chats real quick. Vesper, thank you for the super chat. Siddiq appears to be related to Melchizedek and Zadok. I agree. And what I think is even more interesting about that, Vesper, is when you look at the mythology of Siddiq, he has 7 sons who the Middle Platonists equate with the Scabieri of Greece. But then he has an 8th son with a mortal woman, and the 8th son, his name is Eshmon. Eshmon is a pun that means oil, or a shmon means 8. So Eshmon is the 8th son, Shmon, but he's also oils, because what happens is Eshmon, when he's the goddess Astarte is in love with him, he can't shake her, so he castrates himself and then bleeds out and dies, just like Attis, by the way, very similar to Attis. And then when she sees that he's dead, she mourns over him, weeps over him, brings him up into the heavens, heals him and makes him a god, brings him back down to earth, and then he becomes the Asclepius of Beirut, according to the Platonists at the time. And they said that he was using oil to heal. That's where you get that pun from. So that, by the way, that's coming from his father Siddiq. And so when you talk about Christianity having a priesthood that Christ is the next Melchizedek, Christ is the anointed one, the oiled one. Just throwing that out there. Maybe there's a connection. Maybe there isn't. Maybe I'm going too far with it. But I think it's interesting when you look at why were the Christians comparing Christ to Melchizedek? And by the way, his gematria, 888.
Yeah.
Bam. So I'm just saying, and I say there might be something there. I can't prove it, but I can definitely throw all that information out at you and make you decide for yourself what you think.
Something else that I think I told you about this, that it blew my mind when I realized it. That same like typology applies to David. He's the he's the 8th son of Jesse.
Oh my God!
And he's the he's the founder of
Is he really the 8th
son
son of Jesse?
Yeah.
No
Here,
way.
I'll pull it.
No way, dude. That is crazy. I forgot about that. You showed me that one time, and I remember saying, dude, we got to bring this up on our channel. Because that's like, now we have so many weird connections to 8 and oil. And by the way, King David plays the harp. King Kinnerus, where the mythology that we just talked about with Adonis and all these other characters who are very similar in their respects to Jesus. Kinnerus, who's the father of Adonis. Oh, no, he's the grandfather of Adonis, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's the grandfather of Adonis. He plays, his name literally means playing the harp. So it's like you got a king who plays the harp. I'm just saying, there's a lot of weird connections like that. A lot of weird stuff that you can look at. It's all very loose. It's hard to put it all together. But like, there's a lot of connections like that where you look at certain details of certain kings playing the harp. That's kind of a specific thing, if you ask me.
Oh, wow. This is fascinating. So apparently the book of Samuel states that Jesse had 8 sons, but the book of Chronicles only names 7.
Is he the 7th though, or is he the 8th?
Well, so depending on which book you...
That's what I'm saying. But in Samuel, he's the 8th son, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now in Chronicles, it says he has 7 sons total. That's including David, or is he saying he had 7 sons and then he had David? That's what you got to look up. Either way, yeah. The fact that Samuel has him as the 8th son, that's kind of interesting.
Wait, this is saying 1 Samuel 16:10. Let's see. 1 Samuel 16:10. Oh wait. Okay. That here. Let me get the Hebrew, even though I'm not going to read it. Oh wait. Next, Jesse. Wait. Oh wait. Here. Then Jesse called here. Sorry. Next, Jesse presented Shammah, and again he said, "The Lord has not chosen this one either." Thus Jesse presented 7 of his sons before Samuel, and Samuel said to Jesse,
"See,
the Lord."
That's not David yet. David's the next one.
Yeah,
there
but
you go. David is the 8th son. David is the 8th son, period.
Yeah, so the Lord has not chosen any of these. Then Samuel...
No, David's from another mother, just like Eshmun. Dude, think about this for a second. Eshmun has 7 brothers, half-brothers, from Siddiq. But the mother is not the same mother as him. David, exactly the same, has 7 half-brothers from Jesse, from a different mother, but is it Bathsheba? Is that his mother's name?
No. So no, they have the same mother. In fact, the mother isn't even mentioned. I mean, like you could argue maybe they do have different mothers.
No, but think about what the text says. He presents 7 sons to him. He says it's not any of these. Then he brings out another one. Right?
No, but there's this idea that you keep your youngest son with you. Like you can see it reflected in the story of Joseph when he's the vizier of Egypt. How?
All right, look that up. Look that up. Look up to see who's the mother of David and who's the mother. Because I know that Jesse has multiple different wives, right? Look into that. Let me read the next super chat.
All right.
Lev brings up a good point. Thank you, Constellation Pegasus, for this super chat. I appreciate you so much. You are literally the best. Lev brings up a good point of the Zodiac. Babylon knew 13, but ignored it. Yeah, 12 tribes reminds me of the Zodiac. It's just too similar. I agree 100% on this. And so even on the zodiacal line, even to the Greeks, you have Ophiuchus standing inside of that line, but they sort of cut him out to make 12 because 12 is that number you get going back to the Babylonians. 12 is the number. It's based off the 60, 12, and 60 base counting system, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that too. But I'm just saying, I think they're making it 12 for a reason. It just fits better. Now, were you able to find out about? Should I go to the next one, or are you still looking for that?
So yeah, I mean, like there is a reference in I think it's in the I mean the reference to David's mother, it's mostly in I think the Talmud. But the point is that there's no reason to think they had a different mother. The reason was because he was off tending the flock. That's why he wasn't there. That's why he was separated. But like
Okay.
it's not important.
But the thing is interesting though. Why you have 7 sons who are presented in front of Samuel, and David's not there. He's separated from them. That's interesting, right? I mean, there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, he's like distinguished from them.
Exactly. Now it says in here, it says that the Jewish legend has Nitzevet as the mother, but there's no biblical confirmation of that name. David's father Jesse lived in Bethlehem and was from the tribe of Judah. David was the youngest of 8 brothers. That's interesting. So yeah, you might be right. You might be right. It might just be the same mother.
Yeah, like
it doesn't say though. It doesn't say.
The important thing here is that there's 8 sons, and that the 8th is the one who's anointed, the one who's oiled, and that
exactly, dude. I'm sorry, I'm getting so excited about this, but it's like, what? How is it that you have a Semitic god named Eshmun, who's the 8th son, and he's the chosen one, and now you have with David very similar. I'm just saying, it might be a coincidence. Okay, I'm throwing that out there. This all could be a coincidence, but I'm going to say, just like Constellation Pegasus is saying here, with the number 12 thing, I don't know if it's a coincidence. I don't think you just find 12 randomly. I think you get 12 when you want there to be 12. So that's what I'm saying. Lev Polyakov, thank you for the 3rd super chat tonight. You're awesome. Dan, connection to Sardinia or Denmark. I don't know about all that. That's a little far away, but the Danoi, because that's the name of the tribe, Danoi. That I think you have something there, especially because they're both seafaring tribes. So I think you can make a case there. When you start going all the way to Sardinia and Denmark, we're going far now. But anything's possible. We can't rule it out completely. You know, we just gotta, I don't know, make that hypothesis a little stronger if you find some connections. You know. But interesting point. George Coggins, thank you for this super chat. Have you looked into the psychedelic use of acacia in ancient Jewish practices? Rabbi Harry Rosenberg, by the way, I know Rabbi Harry Rosenberg. I was connected to him. Are you related to him or no? Or is that different?
I mean, honestly, maybe. I don't know.
Is doing much, and he's right. Rabbi Harry Rosenberg is doing a lot of research into this. He knows Tobias Singer as well.
Oh wow!
That was just by coincidence. My cousin's boyfriend knows that's her actual. Oh no, that's his rabbi. It's Harry Rosenberg, and so she introduced me to him, and we connected. We were planning on making a video at some point, but we've both been real busy. But I want to have him on because his work is really interesting, where he points out that the acacia tree, the highest content of DMT in the world, is also the same tree that they build the Ark with, the Ark of the Covenant, where these Jewish priests are going in and getting revelations. What's the manna? What are they doing here? What are they taking? What's going on? So there's some questions to be said. And we're talking about Rabbi Harry Rosenberg is a devout Jew. He's not just saying random, heretical stuff. He's making really good points. And I think that, people like that, I think, need a voice because there's nobody giving it to them,
Yeah, it's fascinating. There's a lot of precedent for this within, Jewish texts. And like one of the biggest ones that I was surprised when I was actually looking for references for Mary Magdalene is that Magdala, where Magdalene was from, which was also associated with, with a tower, because the name is from Migdal, which means tower. But that's where, so there's a story that when the children of Israel were in Egypt, that Jacob had them bring acacia trees and plant them. And then when they left the land of Egypt, they brought those acacia trees with them. And and then they planted them back in the land of Israel. And where they planted them was in Magdala. and that there was this tradition, there was like a prohibition against cutting them down because they were considered sacred because of the Ark of the Covenant. But I'm almost sure that it mentions that, like, well, first of all, if it says do not cut them down, that means people were cutting it down. But beyond that, I think there might have actually been references where it says that people were cutting it down. But it said that there were 3 towns that were here. Let me just pull this up because it's relevant. Let's see. Where is it? Magdala.
It means the place of the tower, doesn't it?
Yeah. So of 3, let's see, where is this?
You know what I think about when I hear Magdala? I think of the tower that's on the Great Mother's head.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'll show people what I mean in a second. So you hear Mary Magdala. Now here's the thing though. I gotta say off the bat, there is a city called Magdala. So it's not, you can't just say, oh, because her last name means tower, she doesn't exist. No, there's a place called Magdala. So it's not that crazy to say Mary Magdala can't, that's Mary Magdala. But it's also interesting that I'm talking like when we're putting this on text now, we're mythologizing history. What I think could be happening is it's possible that, I'm going to pull it up right now, when you talk about someone whose last name has to do with the tower, why not? That's the Great Mother right there. That's Artemis, but Artemis gets identified with the Great Mothers at in some cases, but still, you see the tower on top of her head. She's like the temple basically. But yeah, just wanted to point that out there.
Yeah. So here's what's really interesting. So of 3 villages was the Katmos, and a word for which no reasonable source or meaning is found in the literature. So of 3 villages brought this, whatever Katmos was, to Jerusalem in carts. Kabul, Shechin, and Magdala of the dyers. Here it's relating Magdala to dying. And because it's on the coast or on the shore of the Galil, the Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee, they don't have the murex snails that were used to produce the purple and blue dye that was used for like priestly garments and stuff. But there was another one, the shani, which was a red color. Yeah. And acacia is actually used on top of being used for entheogenic purposes. It's also used to produce a red dye. And so,
that's right. It is. It does. And actually, that's a fact. Like, if you buy acacia root bark, and you want, let's say you're making DMT or something. If you spill that stuff on a shirt, you just dyed that shirt, whether you like it or not. You're not getting it out. It's dyed now. It is very, very powerful red dye, and it's red. It's completely red. It's exactly the same red as you see behind me. It's exactly the same.
But so what's really interesting here, it says all 3 were destroyed. Kabul because of quarrel, because they were fighting amongst each other. Shechin because of sorcery. So probably they were producing different like potions or whatever. Who knows? Maybe they were casting spells, whatever it means by sorcery. But here it says, and Magdala of the dyers because of whoring. So there's 2 ways you can interpret this. Either it's talking about that they had like a lot of prostitution there, or it might be using this like metaphorically to refer to whoring against God, which is idol worship. And which doesn't even need to be idol worship, just something that's seen as that. And something as simple as cutting down the trees for use in ritual would be seen as idol worship. Yeah. And so because of that, you could argue that there's that connection there. But we should probably get back onto track.
Let's get into Dan. Let's finish off with Dan, because Dan, now we don't know about all these other tribes, but we could look into Dan. We have some information on Dan. Now, can we start with the Egyptian account of the sea peoples coming and one of them being called the Danoi? Can we get to that? Do you have that in front of you or no? You can just explain it if you want.
Here, let me see if I can just, it should have the source for it on, let's see, Danian.
Yeah, I know you also have mentioned in Homer a tribe called the Danoi up in the north. There's a seafaring tribe too in there too.
Oh, this is interesting. Oh, wow. This is fascinating. So, let's let's see, the Danyan is reported to be one of the groups constituting the Sea Peoples. They're mentioned in the Amarna letters from the 14th century BC as being possibly related to the land of Danuna near Ugarit. So that would support the evidence that they were a sea.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
people.
wasn't sharing it. Go ahead.
This would support evidence that they were like,
Now, what does it say that? What does it say about them being a sea people? Because you have this in Homer, but what does it say there?
So no, possibly being related to the land of the Danuna near Ugarit. So Ugarit is in modern day Phoenicia, or modern day Syria, and then the Egyptians described them as sea peoples.
So they're already a Levantine type. They're already coming out of the Levant in that sense. So you kind of would see how they would get lumped into these tribes if they're already from there. You know what I mean? Now here's the thing. Where there's a text in Exodus, I believe, that talks about Dan leaving, getting in their ships and leaving, just kind of neglecting the rest of them. You know what text I'm talking about?
Here, let me see if I can find it. So,
yeah, I think it's in Exodus.
Let's see. You said Exodus.
Let's see.
Here, let me see if I can filter for. Chronological. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. I found it.
Yeah.
Is it Judges, maybe? Oh, I could be wrong.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it's Gilead tarried beyond the Jordan, and Dan, why did he linger by the ships? Asher remained at the seacoast and tarried at his landings.
Dan, yeah, exactly. So which verse is this now? Judges 5:17?
Yeah.
Why did you sit among the sheepfolds to hear the whistling for the flocks? In the clans of Reuben there was great indecision. Gilead remained by the Jordan. Dan, why did you linger by the ships? Asher stayed at the coast and remained in the harbors. Zebulun was a people who risked their lives. Naphtali too. So Dan's getting sort of singled out as leaving everybody behind when they're in trouble and just going back to their ships and doing their own thing and forgetting about everything. That's interesting because we have Dan being connected with ships. We have a seafaring. I think we have a seafaring tribe. And then you look at pull up the 12 tribes map real quick. You have that. I know you do. Where's Dan at?
So they
right there. They have the port of Joppa, the biggest port of Israel, the biggest seaport in the entire land is in Dan. Who else would be in charge of the biggest trading port in the whole area? They're not a seafaring tribe on the coast, right?
Also, another thing that's kind of interesting is that Zebulun is the one that's associated specifically with ships, but they don't actually have a seaport.
And then they're not even on the coast. So I'm thinking Dan is the seafaring tribe connected to the sea peoples via just through what the text actually says, taking the text what it says, But Dan's always connected to the ships, always.
So something that I did want to bring up though is that the mothers of Israel, like the four mothers, the mothers of the tribes of Israel, you have four. Rachel, Leah, Bilhah, and Zilpah, and they're all from Haran, which is this is an interesting thing because Haran was associated with idolatry, but more specifically with was it like the worship of the heavens or like this kind of what becomes later like Hermetic philosophy, like this idea of like the seven spheres or whatever. And so basically they're coming from there. And you have four different mothers and that's right. Let's see, children here. Can you see this?
Yeah.
So here the numbering is the birth order, but it has them by their mothers. So here you have Leah's children: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. So if we look on the map, Issachar and Zebulun are together, and then you have Reuben, Judah. Levi doesn't have any territory, and Simeon's here. So you have the bottom here and here. So that's Leah's area. Then you have Dan and Asher it's Gad and Asher from I forget whose handmaid. You have Naphtali and actually, wait, I have it here. So Gad and Asher are from Zilpah. Dan and Naphtali are from Beulah, and then Joseph and Benjamin from Rachel. But
interesting.
But yeah, so here.
Now, who's Billa? Where's Billa come from?
So she was a oh yeah, here.
I just found this too. So that's the Song of Deborah, where you get the Dan staying in their ships and holding back, and it says go ahead.
That's what we're reading before, but then we got sidetracked. So that was the thing about Shamgar. So in the days of Shamgar, son of Anat, in the days of Yael, who's the one who killed Sisera with the peg to the temple, caravans ceased, and wayfarers went by roundabout paths. Deliverance ceased in Israel till you arose, O Deborah, arise, O mother in Israel. When they chose new gods, was there a fighter in the gates? How's this translating it? There was war in the gates. There a fighter in the no shield or spear was seen among 40,000 in Israel. My heart is with Israel's leaders, with the dedicated of the people. Bless the Lord. Here, I'm going to skip to the relevant part.
Well, here, okay, go ahead. Finish that off. I have something interesting, and you gotta hear this.
Right. Then was the remnant made victory over the mighty. The Lord's people won my victory over the warriors. From Ephraim came those whose roots are in Amalek. So
interesting.
That I would need to look more into that because
you have the Amalekites that are a totally different thing.
Yeah,
that's interesting. But you check this out, right? Mm-hmm. So the Book of Revelation, when it lists the 12 tribes, Ephraim and Dan are not listed. And so when you go back to Genesis 49, Dan, it says Dan shall achieve justice for his kindred. Let Dan be a serpent by the roadside, a horned viper by the path that bites the horse's heel so that the rider tumbles backward. And so this particular verse, Irenaeus and Hippolytus both say that the Antichrist will come out of Dan. Dan gets separated from the tribes according to the Christians. Revelation, Hippolytus, Irenaeus, they don't like Dan. They think Dan's bad. Dan is the symbol of the snake, the serpent, the viper, and that's where the Antichrist is going to come out of. That to me is pretty mind-blowing.
And touching on that, actually recently, one of the big conspiracy theory conventions or whatever, they've been having this Marvel style, good guys versus bad guys, and they have the Holy Bible as the totem for the good guys, and then they have the snake of Dan as the symbol for the bad guys. So it's you can see it alive and well today.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, so one interesting thing about this that I really think is worth pointing out, Dan shall govern his people as, or literally like one of the tribes of Israel. Why does it need to say that he's like one of the tribes?
Yeah, I'm glad you spotted that in the Hebrew, because that's what it says.
But
that's a good point. Why would it say that? Dan shall be a serpent by the land. That's exactly what I just read. So that's a really weird thing to say about Dan. And I think the Christians picked up on this, and the writer of Revelation picked up on this, and the heresiologists picked up on this, and they said Dan is not one of the real tribes. And so you cut Dan out. Now you can get back to your number 12.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is interesting because in saying backwards, it's also a play on words, because Achor can also be it can also, I think it can also mean literally like an ass, like a donkey. But
oh, really?
I'm not sure about that. But it is interesting because within this you have this context that the scale is also tying to the idea that they'll get into in a bit about that they also might be referencing the constellations. But if Dan is both a judge and a serpent, it's kind of this idea that the scales, that there's good and bad, and that the serpent is good and bad.
Well, think about this. Scales, one of the images of Dan is, hold on a second, where did it go? Hold on, hold on a second. One of the images of Dan is the image of basically the Libra scale. I don't know why I can't get it to pop up. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll show it to you. But that's one of the, so there's images of the 12 tribes, And on one, and some of the cases you get Dan as a snake. Other times you get Dan as a Libra scale. Have you seen that before?
Yeah. Sometimes you
I'm
even
gonna
have
pull
it
it up real quick.
combined, like a snake coiling around the scales.
Oh, I can just share my screen. That's what I can do. So here, I'll just do this because it's not, for some reason, it's not like saving in my images for whatever reason. But here it is. There's your Dan D, none, Libra scale. You know what I mean? So you have some people depicting, and so that's why it says Dan will be, giving justice to the nation. What does it say again? Something like along those lines. If you go up a little bit.
So this is the interesting thing. So Dan Yadin, that means Dan will judge, but it's
Dan will judge. The word Dan means judge.
Yeah, so that's why it's Dan Yadin.
Yeah, the word Daniel is judge of God. Daniel, So there you go. And that's what the book of Judges in Hebrew is, Danim. So you have Dan as the judge. It's so confusing. It's so weird, isn't it? It's just there's so many outs, so many different connections and interpretations of this stuff. So I think we brought it back full circle.
I think one thing that is relevant mentioning though is the fact that the mothers or the wives of Jacob are from Haran, that they they're familiar with the constellations and they that's literally part of the religion in Haran. And so it's no surprise that there is going to possibly be this connection that they like, whether you view this from a historiographical perspective, people trying to make the stories of their people fit together, or whether you view this as literally as the Bible says, you can still view it as they knew about the Mazalot, which is a part of Jewish and Christian tradition, and basically that it has a role that it doesn't contradict anything that's in the Bible. It just supports it. But one thing that I think is interesting though is that once you start looking at all of them, you can see it in a whole new light. So let's see. Where is it? So when Rachel saw that she had borne Jacob no children, she became sorry, where is this? Sorry, this was the story of Dan. It's a bit further up. Yeah, okay. Wait. It should be down. Sorry, I'll you go ahead. Is there any more super chats in the meantime?
I clicked on the wrong thing. I got clicked out for a second. Do you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So what are you looking for right now?
I'm trying to find, let's see, Genesis 29:32, was it? 29:32. Okay. Seeing that Leah was unloved, Yahweh, the Lord, opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Leah conceived and bore a son and named him Reuven, for she declared, it means the Lord has seen my affliction. Or from Ra'ah, because Reuven is Ra'ah Beni. He has seen and
Yeah, Reuben. I thought Reuben means seer, right?
Yeah. So there's a few different etymologies for that. But what's interesting, and here I'm going to bring it up.
But also in a seer of a sense of someone who can see prophecies, stuff like that. A Reuben.
Interesting. And that's also kind of connected with what I think he's connected to, zodiacal wise. So let's see, where is it? I have to do it by chronological here. It's in. Okay, here it is. So this is the prophecy or the blessing that Jacob gives to his sons. And Jacob called his sons and said, "Come together that I may tell you what is to befall you in the days to come. Assemble and hearken, O sons of Jacob, hearken to Israel your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might and first fruit of my vigor, exceeding in rank and exceeding in honor. Unstable as water, you shall excel no longer. For when you mounted your father's bed, you brought disgrace. My couch he mounted." So in this, it's worth noting that compared to the other ones, this is explicably not, and it doesn't use animal analogies. This one doesn't. So in that, you could maybe assume that here it's relating him to a man, also saying the firstborn of his fruits, and, his being Jacob, and Jacob's a man. So anyway, the relevant thing is unstable as water. And you can actually read, let's see, commentary. It talks about, here, sorry, I have to scroll through a bit. Oh, wow. Okay, here I found it. Let's see. Oh, no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. That's why I wasn't finding anything. Sometimes it's kind of hard to navigate Safaria, especially as I'm zoomed in. Sure. Okay, here. Wait, what? Yeah, you have any commentary on the meantime?
No, that's pretty much all I got right now. I mean, if you want to finish off with this, yeah, that'd be cool.
All right, so let's see. Could have sworn I saw basically whatever I found before, it connected it with like pouring out water. Okay, wait, is this maybe here?
As far as someone's saying they got timed out, I didn't see anyone get timed out. So just so you know, I just saw that now. I didn't see anything like that happen.
Okay, well, I can't find exactly what I was actually here. Let me zoom out. That might make it easier to find it. Oh wait, it was. Sorry about this. Okay,
it's all right. It's all right.
Let's see. Oh wait, I could just search for water. That would be easier.
No, what exactly are you looking for?
Okay. So Ibn Ezra on Genesis 49:4-2. Have thou not the excellency? Some say that al-totar, have thou not the excellency, means you will not have the advantage. However, if this were the case, then our text should have read al-tutar rather than al-totar. Wait, okay. Others say that our clause should be interpreted thus. You acted unstably as water, that is poured out of a vessel, and you gained nothing thereby. So like there's let's see. Basically, it's relating him to water, and water that's being poured out of the vessel. I think
who was getting related to water?
Reuben.
Oh, really? Interesting.
And so I think in that you could argue that he represents Aquarius.
I see what you're getting at now. Now, do you think there's evidence? Because I've always looked into this before. People try to connect the 12 tribes with the 12 constellations. Yeah, you have 12, and there's 12. But when you start looking at which one means what, the symbols aren't the same. But you mentioned here Reuben might be connected with water. Okay, we got that one. Do we have a clear connection with any other of these tribes? Because I know that there's a lot of arguments you can be made. Like Dan looks like the Libra scale in some of the depictions. Also, there's Dan looking like a serpent. But like what I'm saying is, you can get a lot of interpretations out of this. It's not clear cut from what I'm, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Even like the paradigm I'm trying to make it fit, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit clearly. But the thing is, it fits it fits enough that makes me think that probably.
You could probably argue that the two tribes that come out of Joseph are like Gemini, basically. If you wanted to, I'm not saying that's the case, but you can almost make that argument.
I actually found another one to make it fit. So if you look at so Simeon and Levi, they're referenced in it as one in the prophecy. Shimon and Levi are a pair. Their weapons are tools of lawlessness. Let not my person be included in their council. Let not my being be counted in their assembly. For when angry they slay a man, and when pleased they maim an ox. So that's when they're angry they kill men, and when they're pleased they sacrifice for food. Cursed be their anger so fierce and their wrath so relentless. I will divide them in Jacob, scatter them in Israel. So this is why they both lose their birthright, as does Reuben, because he mounted his father's couch, which he had an affair with the maid servant of I forget if it was his mother or his aunt. But so here they lose their birthright because of this. Here it's saying they're a pair or they're brothers. So I would connect that to Teomim. So Aquarius in Hebrew is Dali. It means like the servant or like manservant. Teomim is twins, then you so that those that'd be the second and the third sons are counted as one. Then you have Judah. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Wait, is this? Oh yeah. Oh wait, is this the part where?
And don't forget the Babylonian star catalogs and the Egyptian star catalogs are not the same as the Greek. They're very similar, but there might be some differences, and would explain why we get. I'm just throwing that out there. Like, we're operating in an ancient setting where things might be a little different.
So one thing that you mentioned before that is just so fascinating, and like, I mean, I'll just need to read this and see what you think of this. It talks about let's see. Oh, here it was. I was looking at the right one. So, here I just need to scroll down. Okay, here. Choice vine. Okay, Ibn Ezra. Similarly, and his vesture in the blood. So here it says, he tethers his ass to a vine. His ass is full to a choice vine. He washes his garment. So this is about Judah, by the way. He washes his garment in wine, his robe in blood of grapes. So
right.
here it says, and his vesture in the blood of grapes. Some say that suto, his vesture, is the word kesuto. The meaning of this verse is that his vineyards will produce so many grapes that Judah will bind his foal to the vine, and he will not care if the animal eats of the grapes. And he, let's see, is there?
Okay, but what does that have to equate to? Because isn't Judah obviously depicted as a lion, right?
Yeah. So this part's more so referencing the kingship. Okay, here, Orachaim, he will launder his garments in wine in order to. Oh wait, no, that's. There was one thing that I read. I'm not sure if I can find it right now, but it talks about.
Just explain it. Just explain it. You don't have to find it.
Basically, it's relating it to the purple of the blood of grapes. That basically it's that they're dyeing the clothes, the robes in that. So he washes his garment in wine. That they're literally dyeing the clothes in wine.
Sure, purple. That's royal purple. That's what it's saying. I get what you're getting at.
Yeah.
That royal purple.
So then, does it mention here that Judah is a lion's whelp? So here you have Leo.
So you have some clear ones. Basically, what reason I brought that up, you have some that look clear. Like you have, Judah, that's Leo. Or maybe Dan, there's the, Dan's the judge, or Libra. Once you get past like 3 or 4 of them that look like they're pretty clear, the rest of them are like, you don't have much to go off, so you're just kind of playing. You're looking for it's like you got to dig and try to find a connection. So it'd be interesting if we can put something together at some point of the best possible hypothesis. Do the 12 tribes equate to the 12 constellations? I have never seen one done yet that's very convincing, but I'm interested to see what we can do maybe going forward.
But yeah, like if you look at Zebulun, here it says, Zebulun shall dwell by the seashore. He shall be a haven for ships, and his flank shall rest on Sidon. So I think the key things here you could look at that Zebulun,
Pisces, maybe, I don't know, Aquarius. Like you mentioned, Aquarius.
I'd say Cancer, because crabs dwell on the seashore, like they literally.
Yeah,
live
see
in the
that
sand.
you can say that too. It's just not as clear cut as you want it to be. It's very open for interpretation, is what I'm getting at.
Definitely, and then with something like Issachar, which here it's actually interesting because it references something that I think can show that they were probably originally sea peoples. So it says, Issachar is a strong-boned ass crouching among the sheepfolds. When he saw how good was security and how pleasant was the country, he bent his shoulder to the burden and became a toiling serf. So rather than being a wanderer, he sits down and works the land, or like studies in depending on the tradition. But I think you could argue that probably it would be a donkey, but there isn't a donkey in the modern zodiac.
Right.
So
now, what is Sagittarius again? I forgot what that it looks like. That's some sort of.
So Sagittarius, that's the archer, right?
Yeah, but it has like it's a
centaur.
Centaur, yeah. So it has like the legs of what maybe you might say it's a donkey legs, but because horses and donkey legs are not that, they're not the same. But I'm just saying, like, somebody might interpret that way. Somebody might say that, try to pull that off, and say maybe Issachar is a Centaur donkey.
So there's a better fit for that. But so So if you go, so Dan, well, also just for context, so what is it? So Judah, so Leo is Aryeh in Hebrew, then Zebulun, or Cancer would be Sartan. Then, wait, was this next? Oh yeah, Issachar, or if it, yeah, I don't really know what Issachar would be, but then
yeah, see that, and that's what I'm saying. You have examples like that where once we start getting into, there's too many. Like you can also, if we had enough that were clear cut, we can do the thing where okay, what's left is like what's the phrase they call it? Trial
like
by elimination, basically.
Process of elimination.
Process of elimination. But there's so many that are open that are so vague that you just can't. You just end up fitting, putting things where you want to fit them. So when it comes to the 12 tribes of the constellations, being the 12 tribes, I don't see a direct connection in that sense, other than there's 12. That's what I'm getting at.
I don't know. You might change your mind when you see some of them, because the way that they get translated, it doesn't seem that way. But if you translate it literally, it starts to make a bit more sense. Except for those two. So here you have Gad Gadud Yigudenu. God will be raided by raiders, but he shall raid at their heels. In this, you could argue maybe it's Aries, because even within the name God, there's like a double meaning, because Gadi means goat. And on top of that, this concept of like rackishness and, Aries being warish.
Yeah, but think about it. Let's. And I'm not saying that's not a bad interpretation, but is it a slam dunk? Gad is Aries. Like, is it like so clear that we can't ignore it? Like, I don't think so.
I mean, Gad is literally being described as the warish tribe.
Yeah. It's also the word for, I mean, sure.
But then you go to Asher. Asher's bread will be rich, Virgo, and he shall yield royal dainties. Like Asher's associated with the harvest. And
that's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one.
One of the things that's really interesting here, though, is and he will provide royal delicacies. Yaakov does not imply that the land that Asher. Oh wait, no. Okay, here's where it was. And he will provide the king with taxes in the form of oil. It was this oil that was used to anoint Jewish kings from the tribe of Yehuda, as this was not necessary after David had been crowned, and his dynasty had inherited automatically by the successor. So basically here it's saying that the oil was produced from Asher. And here it says Asher's bread will be rich, but literally, me Asher, from Asher, shemena lachmo, his bread shall be oiled or oily. So that's probably Virgo. Then you have Naphtali is a hind let loose, which yields lovely fawns. You could argue, I mean, given it's not a perfect parallel, but the idea of like, essentially a horned animal let loose.
Capricorn.
That's what I think.
I get what you're getting at. I think there's something to be said there. I wish it was a little more clear. I don't think they were putting too much weight into that when they're making their 12 tribes. I don't think they're trying to make 12 equal 12. I think they're just kind of putting in 12 and making the number 12 fit, rather than exactly equating each one. Because I think it gets a little bit vague after. But I see what you're getting at, and you might be onto something. It'd be interesting to put it together and put it all into one spot instead of trying to like dig through all the text. That would be we can put this on the side for that. It'd be interesting. There is a super chat though. Unless okay. I know you might have more, and I'll let you say it. Let me just get the super chat. Constellation Pegasus, thank you again. You've been great tonight. You've been helping me out so much. Can't express how much, how happy I am to see you here. Zodiac in astrology is silliness. Signs back then are different now. Thought I was a Libra all my life, but the sign has changed. Some astrology sites have mixes of old and the new dates. It's all nonsense. Now, what's interesting about this point, though, Augustus, they say Augustus was born in September, right? September 23rd, they said that his birthday was. But his mother was pregnant for 10 months, according to Suetonius. Cicero says that you got your star map or whatever. You got your zodiac based on not the time you were born, but the time you were conceived. So if you go 10 months back from December 23rd, you're in December 25th area for, and by the way, I'm not just making this up. Augustus was a Capricorn. It's on his coins. Capricorn is December 23rd to January whatever. So Augustus was born around the winter solstice time. That's kind of crazy. You think about, but the reason why I even said that is because you're right. These signs get all mixed up and changed, and different dates and different interpretations. It's very, very hard to make a solid interpretation of this stuff. Very, very hard. I agree. Thank you for that super chat.
But yeah, the next thing, I think that this is really interesting because of how it gets translated. So there's a few different translations for this. Let me see if I can actually find that. Yeah, translations. Well, I'll just tell you the translation. One of them is Joseph is a fruitful vine. But here it says Joseph is a wild ass. So there's two different translations that are given. But if you read it literally, Ben Porat, Yosef Ben Porat. So Ben Porat means son of the Parat, or Parat means the para, like in the context of Ben Porat.
What does that mean though in English?
So it comes from the root para, to bear fruit, be fruitful.
Oh, I see.
But here it's also para. Para aduma is the red heifer. Para is a heifer.
So he could be Taurus, maybe, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but not only that. So Joseph has two tribes, though. So here it's saying Joseph is a wild ass by a spring. Why? Here it says, wild colts on a hillside. Archers bitterly assailed him. They shot at him, harried him. Yet his bow stayed taut, and his arms were made firm by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob. They're the shepherd, the rock of Israel. So there it's saying that Joseph is both a bull and an archer.
So that means he could be Sagittarius. Sagittarius has a bow in his hand.
And Taurus, both.
So that's the thing. Sometimes you look at them, they look vague. Sometimes you look at them, they look equal. Like Judah being the lion, Aries all day, or Judah the lion all day. But Ariel, I guess that was the reason why I said Ariel means lion in Hebrew, but my brain got all mixed up. Anyways, Judah being the lion seems pretty easy to go with. But then you start coming on the other side, you get these interpretations that could be either or, could be two of them. Then some of them you just have no idea. Like, for example, of the 12 tribes, I don't know which one is where's the list of the 12 tribes? Let me see. I mean, there's some that you just don't even know at all, right? If I'm not mistaken, you have to go with basically canceling out the other ones to get to there, right? Like, what would you say? Let me throw one out, Jay, and see if you can list it. Let's go with Levi. What would you say Levi is?
So Levi with Simeon would be the twins, because they're referred.
So you would have to bring those two together into one tribe, though.
But see, that's a thing. Like, at the end of the day, like, I think that if you're trying to read it, like,
is Levi and Simeon they're both born from Leah? Okay. And now in the text, are they both twins or no?
So they're not twins, but they like, in the context of their relation, they are.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
no, that's fine. I'm not trying to catch you or anything. I want to see where some of these stand. Now, we said Dan probably looks like it might be the judge, right? You said
well, so interesting thing here, though, in the way that it describes him as both a judge and as a viper,
yeah,
I think you could argue that he actually represents both Libra and Scorpio.
But here's the thing: once you start bringing two into each of them, then now it's even harder than we imagine, don't you think? Maybe there's different interpretations of these things. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, 100%. But, like, I mean, with this paradigm, I think it would be wrong to try and force all 12 of them to fit into all 12 constellations.
I agree.
Because like what we were talking about before, here where this is in the Song of Deborah, it lists the different tribes that are involved. From Ephraim came those whose roots are in Amalek. After you, your kin Benjamin. From Machir. Machir is one of the grandsons of Joseph.
Yeah.
From Machir came down leaders. From Zebulun, such as hold the marshal's staff. And that's referring to, like, a staff of leadership, which is connected to, like, being the leader of the tribe. And Issachar's chiefs were with Deborah. As Barak, so was Issachar. rushing after him into the valley. Among the clans of Reuben were great decisions of heart. Why then did you stay among the sheepfolds and listen as they piped for the flocks? Among the clans of Reuben were great searchings of heart. Gilead. So here, Gilead and Machir, they're named as tribes in a way that they aren't in the Hebrew Bible, or the rest of the Hebrew Bible. Gilead tarried beyond the Jordan. And Dan, why did he linger by the ships? Asher remained at the seacoast and tarried at his landings. Zebulun is a people that mocked at death. Naphtali on the open heights. Then the kings came. They fought. The kings of Canaan fought at Tanakh by Megiddo's waters. They got no spoil of silver. And like you can look down the rest of it, there is no mention of Judah, no mention of Levi, no mention of, I think it was Simeon. So like, yeah, like given it's not a cohesive narrative, but I think it's more so that you have this idea that there's like 12 constellations, that they represent different stuff. It was mainly for agricultural purposes more than anything. Like you even have this tradition that the constellations don't have an impact over like humans, that it's primarily over like plants and animals and like material things, or things that aren't viewed to have like, you know, full souls or like souls or whatever. But I think the thing that's important here is to realize that the form of the zodiac that we have is the one that was passed down through, you know, the Greek tradition, through the Hellenistic world. And so to take that as superimposing this, which was arguably either maybe not written before, but like it goes back to a time, at least to an oral tradition, prior to the existence of the Hellenistic zodiac, because the Jews actually were in contact with the zodiac prior to the Hellenistic world. And so I really think you could argue that maybe, like, at the end of the day, because, you know, you can go to a different, like another continent and they'll have different associations with that zodiac, but they still have the same, you know, same signs in the sky. They just view them differently.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a good point. We will close up on that because I do got to get going soon. Actually, I do got to get going right now. But any last thoughts? I'm going to bring up your channel so everyone can see it. And I want everyone to go subscribe to Ariel's channel. Let's see. Let's pull that. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Thing that, if you could just share what's on screen right now.
Oh, sure.
And this is a perfect, transition to the next video. So this is the blessing with which Moses, God's agent, bade the Israelites farewell before he died. He said, "The Lord came from Sinai and shone upon them from Seir." And then here it implies God, but it's just, you know, something appeared from Mount Paran and approached from Rivevot Kodesh. And one second.
Yeah, you got a lot of noise going on there. It's okay. It's all right. We're done anyway. We're done.
Wait, so here, Rivevot Kodesh, it might be the holy myriads, which gets related to like the letters in the Torah. But here it translates as lightning flashing at them from God's right. But here it literally says Eshdat, which gets translated as fiery law, lightning, something like that. But the theory is, because it's a hapax legomenon, it only appears once in the Hebrew Bible, that it's actually that there was it was slightly edited to basically appear angled rather than curved for the Dalet, and for the Toph to connect the bottom part to the top, basically making it a Toph from a hay. It's I don't know how well accepted it is, but basically that it was referencing Asherah at the right hand of God.
Wow, that's interesting.
Context of
I think we're gonna have a whole discussion on Asherah next time we go live, because Asherah is just somehow they try to delete her out, and we can find her in the text. There's ways to do it. We'll have a whole episode on that.
The woman with the sun and the moon and the crown of stars.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's what we'll do on Friday. Actually, we'll talk about that. We'll get into Revelation and stuff like that. Amon will be here too. But go and subscribe to Asherah's Orchard with Ariel Rosenberg. And show Ariel some love. Thank you for coming on tonight, dude. Anything else you want to say about your channel or anything?
Not particularly. I'm just, as always, I'm glad to have this opportunity to share what knowledge I've managed to get. And again, seriously, did not even start looking into the stuff before, we started having these back and forths, because it's like there's so much that I just would never think to look at, but then I hear it's like, oh wait, this sounds super familiar. So then I look into it and find something.
Yeah, for sure. So today is Monday, and tomorrow night I'm going live. I'm actually doing something interesting. I'm actually going to be talking with Derek and Richard Carrier,
Ooh.
and just gonna, putting the bridge back up and stuff like that. No, nothing, not like there's no debate happening. No, just explaining my position, why I made the video, and then Carrier wants to give a little response, and then that's it. We're gonna leave it at that, and we're gonna stop all try to show by example, because there's a lot of people on Facebook right now that are going at each other's throats over mythicism and historicism, and there's no need for all that. So we're just going to have a quick discussion. I told Derek I would, and it won't be that long probably either, but it'll be just to show people like, look, I don't agree with you about what your hypothesis is at all. I hold to what I said in the video very much, but we can be civil, stuff like that. So that's what we're gonna do tomorrow night. Just something that's all. Oh, this is a super chat, by the way.
Oh yeah, I also wanted to address that.
Sure. Go ahead. Say what you had to say.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like the Jewish zodiac that we have is it's very close to the Greek, if not like exactly. It's just you have Hebrew names for them, and like you can see, I think it's in the thumbnail for this video that it has the Hebrew names for it. So like there are Hebrew names for it. The thing is that whether the Greek was derived from the one that the Hebrews were using, and then we just call the one that we use Greek, even though it was used by, like, at the end of the day, it wasn't even a Greek zodiac. It comes from Babylon, and they just changed it to fit the Mediterranean.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And Vesper, I think you got a good point there. Yeah, it's interesting. And don't forget about the Septuagint. That's an ancient text. Goes back. It's not a new text. It's an ancient text. So, that's always in play. So, but that being said, you have attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
Back in Washington, Kip Davis is getting his first look at a final prized fragment in the Museum of the Bible's collection.
This is a fragment that contains text from Genesis chapter 32, and it's supposedly from the 1st century BC or the 1st century CE.
Today that 5 of its 16 Dead Sea Scroll fragments are not real.
Further lab tests reveal that the chemical signatures of the sediments and inks found on the fragments don't match those typically found on authentic scrolls, confirming Kip's suspicion that they are likely fakes.
and welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And with Dr. Kill, we had a name change going on over here.
Hi everyone. I'll use that hand to wave. Hi.
Dr. Kill Davis is in the house.
Oh, did you change it? Because I had put up Dr. Kip there. Wow.
No, that's all good. I like it.
No, I know.
We're good. But yeah, man, I'm glad to have you back on. I had that nice extended intro just for you.
Hi everyone. If you don't know who I am, I'm Kip Davis, and for years I've been a researcher on the Dead Sea Scrolls. My specialty, my specialization is predominantly the biblical text, textual criticism, the transmission of scripture, Second Temple Jewish history, paleography and scribal practices, prophecy and prophets in the scrolls. Yeah. So the Dead Sea Scrolls is a cache of over 900 individually identified manuscripts that now exist in tens of thousands of fragments. They were collected from 11 caves, which are within about a 1.5 kilometer distance of the ruins of a site on Wadi Qumran, which archaeologists tend to think was a settlement of a group of Essene Jews from about the 2nd century BC up until the destruction of Jerusalem, and then the march of the Roman army down to Masada, which is just south of the site on it's the western shore of the Dead Sea, another 30-40 kilometers, I believe it is. So what's remarkable about these manuscripts is they are mostly parchment, calf skins, to be precise. There are also a number of papyrus fragments. The entire collection is predominantly Hebrew, Aramaic, and there is one cave, cave number 7, which is entirely comprised of small, very small, tiny fragments written in Greek. And it's interesting, the relationship of this cave to the rest of the collection continues to be debated. The very idea that this is a collection is something that's also not without controversy or dispute. Most of the collection is oh no, I shouldn't say that. About a third of the collection consists of fragments of what we call biblical manuscripts, and we can talk a little bit about this. Why I'm scare quoting this,
Sure,
or air quoting this. Is that the same thing? Maybe
I
that's
guess it's the same thing. Yeah.
So these are copies. These are fragments of manuscripts which appear to be copies of texts that we know from the Hebrew Bible. The rest of the collection consists of fragments from manuscripts that look like they're close related to the Bible. They sound biblical, but don't exist within our scriptures, and some of these are texts that we knew, texts from antiquity that we already knew of before, such as the Book of Jubilees or the books of Enoch, the stuff from the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, the Aramaic Levi document, things of this nature. Some of it, though, is literature that looks like it was circulating within Judaism at the time of Jesus that we just simply did not know about. There's all sorts of texts that scholars have identified with titles such as Pseudo Ezekiel or Pseudo Daniel or the Apocryphon of Jeremiah or the secret of the way things are, uh, mysteries, instruction. So lots and lots of early Jewish literature. A number of the manuscripts contain collections of rules and rituals and writings that appear to have been produced by the sect itself, dealing with matters of day-to-day conduct, dealing with just their own theological disputes with other groups uh, within Judaism, and other texts which deal with things that they were absolutely obsessed with, like intercalating the solar calendar into the current um, lunar solar calendar that was observed by the rest of, or probably most of the rest of Jews from the period. So the collection has been intensely interesting to scholars since its discovery, in large part because it provides text critical material of the Bible that takes us back almost 1,000 years from the manuscript evidence that we had on hand prior to the discovery of the scrolls in 1947. Prior to 1947, the largest complete manuscript of the Hebrew Bible was were the Leningrad Codex. The Aleppo Codex is a little bit older, but there's also a number of folios that are missing from that. So, and these date to the 9th, 10th century CE. So we're talking about, biblical texts that are almost 1,000 years older than this, date all the way back to the time of Jesus. In some cases, very, very close to their autographs, such as the Book of Daniel. There's fragments of the Book of Daniel at Qumran found in the Dead Sea Scrolls that date to the beginning of the 1st century. This is like within 60, maybe 70 years of the actual composition of the Book of Daniel. So it's hugely important. And then it's been of intense interest to not just scholars of the Bible, but also historians of the period and those who are interested in the development of early Judaism and the emergence of early Christianity. The scrolls have been tremendously helpful in grounding our understanding of who Jesus was and where and the relationship really of the church to larger Judaism proper in the 1st century.
Let me jump in real quick.
That's probably good for an intro anyway.
That was a really good point that I want to address real quick, because you mentioned it tells us a lot about who Jesus was. Now, someone in the comments, someone watching this might say, "Wait a minute, I thought there was no Jesus in the Dead Sea Scrolls." What would you say about why it tells us that information?
Because this is one of our best sources for life, for Jewish life at the time of Jesus, and for Jewish belief at the time of Jesus. And one of the really interesting things that we see within the Dead Sea Scrolls is some of the theology that's forwarded within the New Testament through Paul and the Gospels in particular. For a long time, scholars were a little bit dubious about where some of this came from. And with the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, we see some linkage, some overlap between the way that the early Christians were thinking and the way that this one particular sect within Judaism was thinking. One of a good example of this, just off the top of my head, I believe it's in Luke. I'm not sure. My New Testament prowess is not great. But there's a story about John the Baptist. He's in prison, and then he sends a group of his followers, his disciples, to Jesus, asking him, "Are you the one that the prophet said is to come? Are you the one we've been waiting for, or should we move on? Is it someone else? And he responds to him and says, say to John, very cryptically, he says, I believe it's the deaf hear, the blind see, the dead are raised, and the gospel is preached. And in this response, he's basically, this is his cryptic way of saying, I am the Messiah.
Right.
And it's a conflation of three individual prophecies spread in Isaiah, I think between chapters 30 and chapter 62. I'm probably going to get that wrong. But there's these little snippets of prophetic statements.
Right.
Yeah. And putting them together. Right. So this, at the surface of it, this looked like a Christian invention prior to 1947 when the scrolls were discovered. This is something that scholars would talk about as a purely Christian ideal, this conflation of these ideas. Well, within the collection, we actually found a manuscript which has these three individual prophetic declarations recorded together. I believe it's 4Q521. I might be wrong about that. It's been a while, but this is just an example of how the Dead Sea Scrolls have dramatically improved our understanding of the emergence of Christianity, where it came from, where some of these ideas were engendered, and just how far they spread.
Yeah, I remember talking to Dr. Tabor about this, because there's this big debate as, are the Christians Essenes? And it's like, okay, well, what is an Essene? That we start with there, and we started go off of that. Well, there's the rule book from the Dead Sea Scrolls about the Sabbath, and we find out that the Sabbath, they're super strict about the Sabbath. These Essenes, even more strict than the Pharisees and the Sadducees are. And there's a rule where if your animal falls into a ditch on the Sabbath, you don't touch it. Well, Jesus actually says the exact opposite in one of the Gospels. Right. He says, if your animal falls into a ditch, aren't you going to go save it? So a lot of people say right there, oh, he can't be in a scene because of that. And I used to think that too, which is fine. It's a reasonable way to approach it. Obviously, if it's the opposite. So yeah, sure. It's very possible. But think about it like this. If he wasn't a scene, he could be against that rule, and he's addressing that rule. It doesn't mean he's not, you can't just say because think about it like this. Why would he be saying this at all if he doesn't know about this rule? And if he knows about this rule, he's at least around the Essenes. So I think there's a good case for both ways.
There's various ways of reviewing this, right? Another way to think about this is that the New Testament writers, the writers of the Gospels, at this later stage, in the time after Jesus, are trying to distance Jesus from the Essenes.
Right.
So, there's a variety of ways to look at it. I personally don't think that Christianity is an Essene movement, and I don't think Jesus was I don't think he was an Essene either. One of the things that that seems clear in our reconstructions of the historical Jesus is that his movement sparked enough anxiety within the Roman establishment for them to execute him.
Right.
This is a little bit different than what the Essenes were doing, and how they constructed their own theology of the last days. They were very passive in their resistance to the empire.
Yeah.
They were sitting out in the desert, literally quietly and waiting.
Yeah.
God to come down and basically wipe out their enemies. That's That's what they
Yeah,
were doing.
Pliny the Elder basically is like hanging out with them and writing about them, and like these guys are out here just kind of hanging out.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's interesting. And then
They're
if he's
I
writing
mean,
that, he's writing that in the 70s. If you would think if he was talking to them and talking with these people and writing about them, if Jesus was one of those guys, you'd think that's where he would have found out about him. But Pliny the Elder doesn't seem to know who Jesus was, or at least he doesn't write about him. So I think that's another thing to point out when you're thinking about, is Jesus in the scene, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, but I think like all that to say, it's not impossible either, right? I mean, there have been for a long time there've been lots of very interesting ideas forwarded connecting Jesus to the Essene movement via John the Baptist and these sorts of things. So yeah, like it's and we just really don't have any clear way to know, given the information that we have on hand.
Now, I want to ask you about this. In the documentary, there was this big scandal of there being fake Dead Sea Scrolls. How does that happen? How do they get mixed up with the real ones? Tell us the story about these fake Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, man. Sure. So this is something I'm pretty intimately familiar with. So it requires me telling a bit of a story.
Sure.
In 2012, I was hired to go and fill a research fellowship in Norway. And one of the things that I was commissioned to do there was to help publish Dead Sea Scrolls fragments within a very large private collection just outside of Oslo called the Skoyen Collection. We published this book here. There it is. Gleanings from the Caves, Dead Sea Scrolls and Artifacts from the Skoyen Collection. So
nice.
And it's a pretty big book too.
Wow.
So Martin Skoyen, who is the owner of the Skoyen Collection, he has 32 fragments of what we've now come to describe within scholarly circles as Dead Sea Scrolls like fragments, because for most of them they cannot be directly connected. Well, I should say the chain of custody or the provenance for most of these fragments is non-existent. Skoyen had started in the 1990s purchasing small bits of actual small, like tiny little Dead Sea Scrolls fragments from a couple of the scholars who were connected to the original discovery back in 1947. He bought a tiny fragment from from one QSB, which is known as the Rule of the Congregation, from the family of William Brownlee. William Brownlee was actually my Dr. Fodder, George Brooke. William Brownlee was his Dr. Fodder, so he's like my Dr. Gross Fodder, I guess. I don't know how that works, but
I guess that's what it's called, yeah.
So, anyways, but that's my one and only connection to William Brownlee. So, he bought this tiny little fragment from the family of William Brownlee. Skoyen also managed to buy a fragment from the heirs of John Trevor. It was a small little flake from the Genesis Apocryphon. It actually has a couple of letters on it. And the story behind this is that when John Trevor was photographing the Genesis Apocryphon, he had taken the manuscript, he photographed it, he gave it back to the owner, who was Mar Athanasius Samuel. He was a Syrian Orthodox bishop at St. Mark's Monastery, I believe in
Bethlehem. I might get that wrong too. Anyways, so he gives the manuscript back to him, and then like weeks later discovers that parts of it had actually flaked off into his briefcase, into his satchel. So he wrote Mar Athanasius Samuel a letter and said, I've got these little bits of fragment that fell off in my briefcase. How can I get them back to you? And the bishop very graciously said, you've done me a wonderful service. I'm going to gift you, these tiny little fragments. So this is how John Trevor came to be in possession of them. And then years later, after he had died, in the 90s, Martin Scoian bought, this little flake from the Genesis Apocryphon to add to his collection. So Martin Scoian's great claim to fame in the beginning was that he was the first private collector ever to own a fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls. In his estimation, we have some evidence that there were other anonymous private collectors who were buying stuff. And
can you imagine holding on to that and being like, this is something that no one has owned for thousands of years except me.
Yeah,
that's weird. Like that, you're like connected to the past that way. That's crazy.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, it's such a when Martin Scoian tells the story, he is a very wealthy man. His father owned a number of bus companies in Norway. So he's independently wealthy, and he's a very eclectic manuscript collector. Like he's got all sorts of things. He's got folios from the Vatican Library, and he's got one of the finest collections of Buddhist manuscripts in the world, like anywhere. And he has more recently gotten into huge amounts of trouble because he's lots of the stuff that he has purchased has been looted material from museums and from temples,
like Hobby Lobby.
Yeah. So and we'll get to that, right?
Yeah.
So over time, over the course of the next, like from the 90s up until I believe it was 2006, he managed to find and purchase 32 fragments of what were thought to be Dead Sea Scrolls. Most of the stuff that he got, like he's actually got some real fragments, like I mentioned. Some of these early things that he purchased are indeed authentic Dead Sea Scrolls fragments. But then he got in touch with the son of the antiquities dealer who had originally brokered all the sales of the Dead Sea Scrolls that were being found by the Bedouin in the 40s and the 50s, and the archaeologists and the scholars at the Palestinian Archaeology Museum, which was located in Jordan at the time. So, and this private, this antiquities dealer basically handled like over 90% of all the material. He basically brokered the sale of this stuff from the people who found it, the Bedouin, and the scholars. So we know that he had held back a couple of items. Most famously, when the Temple Scroll was discovered from Cave 11, which is the largest of Dead Sea Scrolls and is intensely interesting because it is an exquisitely prepared manuscript, and it contains an alternative version of much of the book of Deuteronomy, but spoken in first person from the perspective of Yahweh himself. It's pretty wild. But when this was discovered, he held this back and said, you know what? I'm going to sit on this because, this is going to be my retirement nest egg someday. This is back in, I believe it was 1957, 1958. And for years, there were people who knew that he had this manuscript, and one of the original members of the editorial team, his name is Frank Moore Cross, had started to enter into negotiations with Mr. Kando. This is the name of the antiquities dealer, in order to purchase the temple scroll. And at one point, he had secured funding to the tune of $1 million to buy the temple scroll. This is like back in the early 60s. The deal fell through for a variety of reasons. There's still quite a lot of cloak and dagger that surrounds all this stuff. Frank Moore Cross tells the story of meeting Mr. Kando either under a bridge or in like an abandoned mansion in Istanbul, where he sifts through like a box of,
it's like an Indiana Jones
Oh,
scene.
it totally is. It's
Yeah.
wild. It's wild. So anyways, because I said there were a number of people who knew of the existence of the temple scroll, one of these was Yigal Yadin, who was the son of Eliezer Sukenik. Eliezer Sukenik was a scholar at the Hebrew University, and one of the first scholars to see any of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So his son, Yigal Yadin, who was politically active, had over the time become like a major or a general in the Israeli army. And then after the 6-Day War in 1967, promptly, like literally the day after the war ended, and after Israel had annexed and secured all this new land in the West Bank and up north, suddenly Mr. Kando's house fell, into Israeli territory, and for the first time, and Yigal Yadin dispatches a couple of like government agents to Kando's house, basically to confiscate and take the temple scroll, which he had been hiding under the floorboards.
And that's the only temple scroll that existed?
That's the only temple scroll. Yeah. So, and it's actually, when you look at, maybe actually here, I'll share my screen and show you. When you look at, I'll do the entire screen here. So this is the temple scroll here.
Yeah.
Can you see this?
Oh yeah. I can see it.
So, you'll notice that it's quite damaged.
Wow.
But apparently all of this or
there's been a lot of scholarship on this particular scroll, just in case anyone doesn't know.
There is a lot of scholarship on this particular
and that's
scroll,
a big deal that this happened.
Yeah. So I mean, the word is that all the damage on the top of this manuscript here, all this water damage, this happened while it was sitting under the floorboards in William Kando's house.
Oh, so he had almost
not William Kando, sorry, in Kando's house. So we don't know.
It could have been almost perfect. Not perfect, but it could have been like at least
probably
full.
Not perfect, but you can see, I mean, some of this stuff at the beginning here, we probably had a lot. There was probably a lot more of it there.
Yeah.
At one time, but it's now, it looks like this, which it's still incredible.
Those ones look bad. Those ones
like it.
Yeah.
So anyways,
crazy story.
So so that's I talk a lot.
No, you're fine. But I was in the documentary, and I'm gonna get the super chats right after this last question.
Okay.
You went in the documentary. You were talking about you had a suspicion of this. You knew you thought this was the case before they figured this out.
Okay.
How did you even get to that?
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. Thanks for getting me back on track here.
Yeah.
So this is Kando. We know that he had stuff that he had held back, right? And then after he died, Martin Skoyan went to his son and said, "Hey, can you look through your dad's records to see if you can find receipts for stuff that he sold to other private collectors? I'd like to track them down and see if they might be interested in selling their Dead Sea Scrolls to me. And so he managed to purchase, I believe, 4 more fragments this way. And then after that, he went back to them and said, I know your dad held some stuff back. Perchance, did he have any fragments from Enoch or from Kings or First or Second Samuel? And lo and behold, they found these fragments and sold them to him. So this, over the course of time, he managed to amass a collection of 32 fragments. At the same time, other buyers were getting into the market. There's another. He's like an old bookseller by the name of Lee Biondi, was contacted and provided the opportunity to sell Dead Sea Scrolls fragments in America. And a number of these fragments have ended up being circulated to a number of evangelical Christian institutions. There's 5 at the Azusa Pacific University in Azusa, California. It's a Christian school. There's another fragment that's at a seminary in Ashland, Ohio, I think. The Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary ended up buying 8 or 9 of these fragments. The Museum of the Bible they kind of entered the antiquities market. I should say the family that owns Hobby Lobby, the David Green family.
Yeah, they're always getting their hands dirty on these things.
Yeah, so they entered the antiquities market sometime after 2007 or 2008. They started buying up all sorts of stuff, like crazy amounts of stuff, and escalating the prices to the point where a guy like Skoyan just couldn't compete anymore. So he stopped buying, and they ended up with a number of fragments in their collection, which eventually came to form the collection of the Museum of the Bible. So here I am in 2012 working on the fragments in the Skoyan collection. And I think it was probably at some point by early 2013, we had a very, very good paleographer doing the paleography for the volume. His name is Michael Langlois. He teaches at the University of Strasbourg in France. So he started to raise concerns that he thought maybe some of the fragments might be fakes. And just on the basis of his script analysis. And so he confessed this to like a couple of us in private. And in after the fact, when he's done interviews and things like that, he's talked about how he was always really nervous about what the reaction would be. So he kind of just kept it to himself, told a couple of people, but didn't really broadcast this all over the place. And then myself and another one of my colleagues, Orstein Jusnes, who teaches at the University of Agder in Kristiansand, Norway. He and I both started putting together basically a very large memo of what we came to see as inconsistencies or problematic criteria on the Skoyan fragments that seemed odd, seemed out of character for authentic manuscripts. And as such, we were worried that Michael might be right about this. So we put together this memo. We had flagged at the time over 20 of his 32 fragments. And in response to this, he said, well, he's like, I don't want to publish anything that's a fake. This project was already, 10 years in the work, this book. The chief editor had been working on it for a decade already by this time. So he's like, I don't want to publish anything that's fake. We need to be sure. So he authorized testing for a handful of the fragments to take place in Berlin. There's a very good physicist at the I'm gonna get this wrong. Maybe I can look it up here. It's called I just know it by the acronym, the bomb in Berlin, and it's got a horrible. That's an acronym for a horrible, terribly lengthy German name.
Oh yeah.
The Baum Federal Institute for Materials Research and Testing. So
nice.
They ran tests on some of the fragments that's going sent, and came back and said, we can't prove that these are fakes. We can't prove they're authentic either. But based on the battery of tests that we have made, it sure looks like there's modern inconsistencies on these fragments, which lead us to think that, they probably are not authentic. So that's kind of where it started. And then around this time, this would have been summer 2014, I was asked by the chief editor of the Dead Sea Scrolls at the Museum of the Bible Collection to come on board and help him out with editing the fragments and publishing the collection, which appears in this book, which has since been discontinued by the publisher because we're pretty convinced that all the fragments at the Museum of the Bible are forgeries. So so at the same, so while I agreed, yes, I'll come on board and I'll help. I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which was the way the Museum of the Bible operated at the time. They no longer
you
operate
were a Christian at this time, right? No, okay. But you were
maybe not
for this. Okay.
I was a Christian when I arrived in Norway.
Yeah.
By the time I left, I was really not sure. So,
well, the reason why I asked that, and I promise I'm gonna get the super chats right after this. The reason why I asked that is because in the documentary, you seem very emotional, like kind of upset that they were fake.
Well, I am.
You were like, I really wanted these to be real.
I do.
Yeah.
Of course, I want them to be real, but it has nothing. It has nothing to do. It's not a faith question for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think antiquity is cool as hell. I mean, why wouldn't I want these things to be real? Because they, they're useful, they're helpful for expanding our understanding of the text and the history. So all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I should clarify here too. There was never, when I started working at the Museum of the Bible, they never asked. There was never any kind of discussion of my own personal beliefs or they were interested in was my expertise. Right. So and what I told them too when I took this job, I had to sign this non-disclosure agreement, which was super annoying. But I told them, I said, look, I have to be able to feel free to publish my findings,
right,
regardless of what they are. Yeah. There was actually I'll continue here with in the timeline. This was the summer 2014. I started looking at the editions, and because I had signed this non-disclosure agreement, I was basically, I was not allowed to share any of the photographs or any of the research that I had on hand with other colleagues. And this is unusual. Like within scholarship, right. If I have a friend who's working on a manuscript and I know it, I can write him and say, hey, I'm really interested to know this.
Yeah.
And he would send me like a draft of his entire work, on the condition that I not plagiarize it. So, but this is the way scholars work. We're very collaborative as a rule. This is what I'm used to. So this was very strange for me.
It is weird
to not be able to basically collaborate and interact with colleagues. But I was also in an incredibly fortunate, unique position where on the one hand, I had access to all of Scoian's material, all of his fragments. On the other side, I have access to all of the Museum of the Bible's collection. And I was the only person on earth who, who had this kind of access. So I was sitting here looking at the stuff in the Museum of the Bible, comparing it to the stuff that was in the Scoia'tael collection, going, holy crap. Like, the same problems persist in both of these private collections. So it was a real eye opener. And at that point, I started, like, the individual editors of the fragments for the volume, the Museum of the Bible volume itself, I started sending, in the material that they would send me to edit, I started responding, these are indications of forgery to me. This looks like it could be a forgery to me.
Sure.
The one in charge of the project, I started, like, waving my hands and going, I think these are forgeries, and it's not something that we can talk about openly, because
you're someone who's worked on the real ones. You saw it.
Yeah.
You've been around them so much.
Yeah.
That it's second nature for you to look at these things and examine
But
them.
to be fair, this gentleman probably has done more work on the authentic Dead Sea Scrolls than almost anybody, but he didn't see the same things.
Yeah,
that I
they're
did either, right?
pretty well done.
So it's complicated. We had at the annual meeting of the Society of Biblical Literature in 2014. It was in San Diego. It was so great. I distinctly remember having a wonderful afternoon sitting at a cafe just outside of my hotel room in the third week of November, eating fish tacos and drinking a Corona while I was working on my. So I don't know. Sorry, I loved being in San Diego. So at the annual meeting of the Society of Biblical Literature in San Diego in 2014, we had a meeting for basically the publication team for the Museum of the Bible, and I was scheduled to give a presentation.
Mhm.
So when I got up there, I started going through my presentation and basically said, I've come across all these extremely problematic features in these fragments. These make me extremely nervous. I'm concerned, and I think that these are probably forgeries. And the Greens were not there at the meeting, but the basically the leader, the director of the entire collection, the curator, the leaders over the publications and the scholarship were all there, and I was very relieved when they came back and said, it doesn't matter what the results are. You're welcome to publish your findings, whatever you think. So
wow.
In the end, what ended up happening, and this is maybe something I'm a bit dissatisfied with the volume, and what's really problematic about the volume is that each individual editor was basically given control over the chapter. I mean, there were things as an editor of the volume, I could make recommendations. I could make I could make corrections, but in terms of the direction of the argument,
sure,
that kind of belonged to the individual scholars doing the individual editions. And I said to almost all of them. I think there were a couple I was not sure of at the time, but for well over half of the fragments in that volume, to the editors, I said, I really think these are forgeries. I think they're problematic. I think at a minimum, you should at least talk about this or introduce this as a problem.
That's good work on you, though. You did a good job for that.
Well, yeah. But nobody, I mean, very, very few people took me up on that. So, wow. And I was then asked to write an introductory chapter to the volume. So I wrote this chapter in here. Let me just find it.
Sure.
It's this one here. There we go. Paleographical and physical features of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Museum of the Bible Collection, a synopsis. So, and in this chapter, I basically went through all the scribal stuff, and a review of the paleography. And in that chapter, I basically said, there's a lot of problematic features here, which could lead us to believe that a number of these fragments are forgeries. And I pointed some of these out more explicitly within the text. So there's a bit of an unbalanced perspective within the book itself, right? Because on the one hand, I've got this chapter where I'm going, I think a bunch of these are forgeries, and then for the rest of the volume, it virtually gets ignored. So, anyways, around the same time, Scoian had allowed us to also publish an article about the forgeries in his collection. What we ended up coming to what I thought was a really frustrating compromise with him, where he wanted to go forward with the volume but didn't want any discussion at all about forgery. So he wanted us to tell him which ones we were certain were authentic and which ones we were certain were not. We're going, well, it doesn't really work like that. Like, you can't prove it one way or the other. You can have strong suspicions, you can have piles of evidence, but the only way to prove authenticity is to tie the individual artifact back to the site of its discovery. Right. And that was impossible to do with Scoian's collection. So we said, okay, we feel okay about these fragments. We feel like these ones for sure are extremely problematic. So he says, okay, we'll pull all these out of the volume. We're not allowed to talk about them at all in the volume, but you can write this article. So we wrote this article and published it in Dead Sea Discoveries. And basically from that point, that got picked up by the media, and then they wrote about it in Haaretz in Israel, and they wrote about it in The Guardian, and CNN wrote a bunch of stories about it, and the New York Times never did, but yeah. So anyways, and yeah, that kind of ended up blowing the whole lid off.
Wow, that's a crazy story. That really is a crazy.
It's a crazy story. Yes. So
I want to talk about that a little bit more, because there's a few things I want to talk about for particular scrolls. But let's hit these super chats first. People have been waiting. Jim Marksy.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
All right.
Jim Marksy, thank you for the super chat. What's the biggest difference between a Dead Sea Scrolls manuscript and what is in the Hebrew Bible?
So this is a it's an excellent question.
Yeah.
It's a surprisingly complicated question.
Ooh.
I guess part of my answer here is to explain that when the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, there was such an overwhelming amount of material. The first scholars who were tasked with organizing it and basically studying it and getting it ready for publication, their first job was basically sifting through individual little fragments that were just coming in to the museum largely just at random, identifying it. Well, first they cleaned it, then they identified it, then they were tasked with identifying it and separating them out into basically what belongs together, what's separate. So right away they used existing classificatory systems that we have, and the first basic division that they made between manuscripts is what is biblical and what is non-biblical.
Right.
And anything that matches a text of one of the three existing editions of the Old Testament, these being the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, or the Samaritan Pentateuch, these three, any text that looked like they aligned very closely with those editions were classified as biblical manuscripts. Virtually everything else was then set aside as non-biblical. Part of the problem here is that there's like a fuzzy middle.
I was going to say a gray area.
Right? There's a gray area. There is a dividing line which is not straight. It's very blurry, where there's a number of significant important differences in the several of the manuscripts that were discovered compared to what's actually in our existing editions. Maybe one of the most famous ones is in one of the manuscripts of 1 Samuel that came from K4. I think it's chapter 8. It's the story of Nahash. There is actually the insertion of an entire complete paragraph of text that was missing from all of our.
And is this particular passage found anywhere else, or just in this particular scroll?
Nowhere else. So there's evidence that Josephus was aware of something that looked like it.
That's crazy.
But it was completely unknown. So, right away, is this a biblical text or is it a non-biblical text?
What do you label that as? Because
right,
a giant change to what's in the
If it's got this huge change in it, and it's not a terribly consequential change. In fact, the change itself has been incorporated into at least the NRSV English translation of the Bible.
Nice.
Probably other English translations.
Good for them.
As well.
I would too.
Sure.
I would add it too.
And it's cool. It basically provides some contextual background information on who this Nahash character was, who laid siege on Yabesh Gilead.
Doesn't that mean serpent, Nahash?
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
so it's yeah. So that's
that's
not really relevant.
No, that was a great. I think that's what he was looking for, right? That was a great answer.
Yeah, but there's other stuff too. Like there's a large chunk of material that is that's different. There's conceptual things that that are different. For example, one of my favorites is a fragment of the Song of Moses in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 32. Where it preserves basically an alternative text that looks like the Greek translation of the Septuagint was based on, but was not surviving anywhere in Hebrew. Here we have a Hebrew manuscript which basically attests to a polytheistic worldview within early Judaism. I mean, this manuscript dates it's like dates to the 1st century.
Can you tell us about this real quick, because this is fascinating
right
stuff. Just
okay.
This is you guys are gonna love this.
In your Bibles, if you turn your Bibles to Deuteronomy chapter 32 verses 8, I'm just gonna pull it up here. 32:8. Whoopsies, sorry, I made a mistake. Okay. So the text in Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, in the Masoretic text, it reads this. So this is actually the I'll pull up an English translation that people will be. Let's see. No, they've made the correction. I bet they haven't. No, yeah, they haven't. So in the NIV, Deuteronomy chapter 32 verses 8-9 says, when the Most High, and that's Elyon in Hebrew, when the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided all mankind, he set up boundaries for the peoples according to the number of the sons of Israel. For Yahweh's portion, the Lord's portion, is his people, Jacob, his allotted inheritance. Right away, the question is raised, well, how can Yahweh receive an inheritance from himself? Right away, the text itself.
So they're separating El from Yahweh. I'm guessing.
Yeah, right. So in the Septuagint,
that's polytheism.
Well, hold on here. Yeah. So in the Septuagint, the text reads, instead of reading, he set up the boundaries for the peoples according to the number of the sons of Israel, it says he set up the boundaries of the people according to the number of the angels. So right away, oh, hey, look, my light just
It's Yahweh. Yahweh.
It's Yahweh.
So shine light on you for bringing light to the situation.
Thank you. So scholars, even before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, were already they already had a pretty clear idea that the Greek translation was based on a text which was corrupted. A Hebrew text which was corrupted, and the Greek translation probably reflected something that was there in the beginning. So we found this fragment from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it preserves what most scholars, or virtually all scholars, except for maybe a couple of hacks on YouTube, believe to be the original text of Deuteronomy 32. So I'll read it in the NRSV. When the Most High, or when Elyon, apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods.
Wow.
Yahweh's own portion was his people, Jacob his allotted share. So what's happening in this passage is clearly Elyon, the king of the gods, is dividing up the territories of all the earth and giving to each of the individual gods within his pantheon their inheritance, basically their land. So this would be, here you go, Chemosh, yours is Moab, right?
Yeah.
Here you go, Dagon, yours is Philistia.
Yeah.
So here you go, Yahweh, yours is Israel.
Right. I'm just showing a Wikipedia page, but this is there was a Canaanite pantheon that we know about.
Yes. And
So
now
it's
we have the physical evidence from
Right.
the Dead Sea Scrolls, which preserves this original reading. So that's huge. I mean, that's huge, but
Yeah.
it's just a little fragment. So, and I will say one more thing about this. In terms of understanding differences in the Dead Sea Scrolls compared to the Hebrew Bible, another one of the more famous, incredible manuscripts discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls that doesn't get talked about, I don't think, nearly enough, is the so-called 11Q Psalm Scroll. This is a magnificent document. It's nearly intact. And it comprises a significant portion of the book of Psalms as we have it within the Hebrew Bible. But the really remarkable thing about this manuscript is that it contains a number of important textual differences with the Masoretic book of Psalms, which is where our English book of Psalms is translated from. But it also preserves these Psalms in a different order than what appears in the Hebrew Bible. And it's not the entire book of Psalms either. It's like the last third. I think it's mostly like chapters Psalm 90 up through 150. But in addition to that, it also contains psalms that we had never before seen. There's a text in there called the Apostrophe of Zion, which nobody ever knew before, and it's plopped right there in the middle between like Psalm 142 and Psalm 143. They're contained within this manuscript are also Psalm 154 and 155, which we know from the Ethiopic and the Syrian book of Psalms. So here's a manuscript which, yes, biblical text,
right,
or not biblical text, because even though it's clearly preserving what we've got in our Hebrew Bible. Um, really, really different. Some unbelievable, compelling, interesting differences, which raises all sorts of questions about, the shape of Scripture and the idea of Scripture in Second Temple Judaism, the development of the text, all sorts of stuff. So I hope
That was a
that
great answer and great question, by the way.
yeah, excellent question.
Awesome, Matt. Awesome. I think I read that right. Awesome, Matt. Awesome. Thank you for that super chat. Any update on the new round of carbon dating from Groningen?
I think that's awesome, Matt. Awesome. Sadly, no. I wish. Just to let everyone know, there is for a number of years now, there has been a new, very interesting project underway at the University of Groningen, which is in the Netherlands, to basically try to identify the individual scribal hands within the Dead Sea Scrolls, and one of the ways that they're seeking to do this is through machine learning and artificial intelligence. And I've seen some pretty interesting presentations, scholarly presentations on the results of this. Another one of the features of this project was to redate, basically run new carbon 14 tests on a large number of the Dead Sea Scrolls manuscripts. So it's been a long time since I've been in touch with the people who are involved in this project, but I can tell you that just by way of background, the Dead Sea Scrolls, or a number of the Dead Sea Scrolls, have been carbon dated twice. Interestingly enough, around the time that the carbon 14 dating started to become what's the word basically when it was invented, when scholars started when scientists started doing this, one of the first subjects of carbon dating was the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Wow.
So, and basically there was I think, I'm gonna get this wrong, it was probably maybe a dozen manuscripts were selected and dated using C14. And long story short, the C14 dates have really helped basically to calibrate or to confirm the paleographical datings, or the datings of the manuscripts according to their scripts.
And they come, what do they come to the 1st century BC/AD, like right in there? Like that?
Yeah. So basically, 2nd century BC. Maybe as early as late 3rd century BCE up to the 1st century CE. So, and then I think another 20 manuscripts were carbon dated in the 1990s. And now more recently, I believe the Groningen project has asked the Israel Antiquities Authority for 150.
Wow.
Manuscripts to sample. This is extremely contentious because, as no doubt your audience is aware, the only way to carbon date things is to combust them. You have to destroy the material. So, and actually, when you're at the Shrine of the Book, or in the laboratory where they do the work on the Dead Sea Scrolls, you will encounter, like I was there in 2015 working on some stuff, and on one of the plates, which is and a plate is basically like it's like, it sounds like it's a big plate that has the fragments arranged on it and under protective coverings and and glass and stuff, and you're not allowed to touch them at all, right?
Yeah.
The lab technicians do all the work. You just basically point and tell them what to do, what you want to see, and they, prepare things, and you look at them under the microscope and stuff. So, but on this plate, there's also like handwriting in notes that are accompanying the plate, and there's one or two fragments which have like chunks obviously cut out of them, and in the notes it's like, yeah, this was so this piece was taken off by Megan Broshi when he was doing his carbon dating test, so it's gone. They burned it up. So of course, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are deteriorating, like you can see this when you compare a number of the incredible modern most recent photographs which are available at the Leon Levy Dead Sea Scrolls digital Dead Sea Scrolls library. There's lots of fragments which have very obviously deteriorated considerably from like the 40s and the 50s. And the reason for this is because of pesky people who want to see them.
Touching them too much. Yeah.
The worst thing for manuscripts is light and air.
Wow.
Which is why they survive so long in the dark, dry
caves,
cave.
in those caves. Yeah,
right?
that's crazy.
So the IAA is really pushing back on this because they're very concerned about the amount of material that's going to be required to run these C14 tests. I know the last I heard, and this was probably about a year ago, they were negotiating with the Groningen people about how many manuscripts, which fragments to use for their carbon dating tests. And as far as I know, it hasn't happened yet. But my information is not current.
Well, that's interesting. Thank you for that super chat too. Mojo has a great question. I try not to just do super chats. If people have questions, I try to find out. It's easier to see it when you do a super chat, though. This one I happened to catch my eye on when I was scrolling down. Thank you for the question, Mojo. Does Dr. Kip find some elements in his studies that he thinks sounds very similar to Islamic elements?
I wouldn't know because I really don't know. I know very, very little, I'm afraid, about Islam. So there has, to my knowledge, there's not been much serious exploration.
And we're talking centuries later, 5, 6, or 7.
I mean,
7 centuries later. Yeah.
So, but
it's an interesting question, though.
It is an interesting question. Just, as far as I know, Islam is essentially an amalgamation of like tribal Arabian religions and Christianity, Judaism. So I don't think any of the stuff that survives in Islam, I suspect is much more closely connected to like medieval Christianity and medieval Judaism than it is to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Sorry, I just don't know.
That was a good question. I thought I'd throw it at you. Constellation Pegasus says, "Thank you so much for the super chat. Can you give us 2 big examples of what atheists should know about the Dead Sea Scrolls?" I'm not up to speed on that. Interesting, specific question. I like it.
Atheists should know that I'm doing a whole series of videos and hopefully turning this into a book about what I think everybody should know about the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, to say 2 things. I think first and foremost, and I've already alluded to this, as much as the Dead Sea Scrolls have been tremendously useful in helping to establish and confirm the reliability of the text of the Hebrew Bible, what doesn't get talked about enough is how much they also raise significant questions about the transmission process and the shape of the text, stretching back further into antiquity. So yes, and basically what we have copies of the text of the Hebrew Bible as it survived into, the medieval period, and they look very, very close. But we also have manuscripts that look really, really different that quite often don't get talked about enough. And one of the reasons they don't get talked about enough is because lots of these texts just don't, they evade classification as a quote unquote biblical manuscript. One of the most famous examples of this is something called the Reworked Pentateuch. And this is a collection of manuscripts. A number of them look like they are individual copies of the same work, of the same text, but a couple of them look like they're completely different. But they are close enough. They're so close. They're kind of right in this mushy middle between what's a very, very close copy of a biblical text and something that is just completely different. And for a long, long time, scholars just didn't know how to classify these things. We talked about them as rewritten Bible, which is like a catch-all for anything that was close to the Bible, but not close enough to call a quote-unquote biblical text. Of course, these are modern labels, right?
Right.
We have no idea whether, and we have no reason to think that people in antiquity thought about the text in the same terms that we did, or even thought about what matches in the same way that we did. So it's a complex question. So that's one thing. What else? I don't know. I'm sorry, Constellation Pegasus. I'm gonna have to go with that.
Well, if you think of it, we can always
if I think of
say,
anything
"Oh, I
else, I'll
thought
come
of it."
back in.
Because
Sorry.
Constellation Pegasus, he's always in the chat. So we'll think of something.
Sure enough.
So we can, yeah.
All right.
Thank you for that, Constellation Pegasus. Always love having you around. Thank you for that super chat. Vesper, thank you for the super chat. Is he the guy with the Book of Enoch in Aramaic?
Is he the guy with the Book of Enoch in Aramaic? Is who the guy?
Oh, maybe the guy you were talking about in your story. The guy who had the the manuscripts.
Yeah. I wonder if so. I suspect probably no. I wonder if maybe Vesper is referring to J.T. Millick, who might have been one of the greatest biblical scholars of all time. He was like a savant or a polymath. He was like
his name is all
like
over
a
the
crazy genius.
All the commentaries and like sources. His name is everywhere.
Yeah, he's a crazy mad genius.
When you're getting into this field, you'll see his name pop up everywhere.
Yeah. So J.T. Millick was part of the original editorial team, and he was tasked with publishing all the fragments of the Book of Enoch that were discovered at Qumran. And what's really interesting is that so we knew of the Book of Enoch prior to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we had copies, translations of the Book of Enoch into Greek and into Ethiopic, and they were pretty wildly different from one another.
That's what I've heard.
We knew scholars were absolutely certain that the Book of Enoch was originally written in Aramaic, but there was not a single manuscript of Aramaic Enoch anywhere.
Yeah.
And then when the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, we found piles of fragments of Enoch.
Was there
in Aramaic?
Was there ever a Greek one too? Because I know the Book
At
of
Qumran?
Jude. No, not at Qumran, just in general.
Yes.
Okay.
So Greek and Ethiopic.
Yeah. Those are the main two.
Yeah. So so this is very exciting. Right away we found, the Aramaic Enoch. The other things that we found though were things like portions of the Book of Enoch that didn't even survive in translation. Something called the Astronomical Book or something called the Book of the Giants.
Yeah.
Look like they were part of the Book of Enoch, but never made it into these later translations into Greek or Ethiopic. I think there's a Slavonic Enoch as well. I could be wrong about that, but anyways, J.T. Millick collected all the Enoch stuff together, and he published a very, very large book called the Books of Enoch. And it's a fantastic piece of scholarship. Millick is an interesting guy, just because he was so bright and he was so good at doing the work that I think he had a tendency to get ahead of himself. You'll discover in his volume, the Books of Enoch, the fragments, like the text at Qumran is very, very fragmentary. There's lots of gaps. Lots of it we don't have. He would reconstruct what he thought was there in the gaps, and did so quite brilliantly. Actually, one of the key factors in convincing I and my colleagues that some of Scoian's fragments were forgeries was because of how a couple of these fragments of Enoch that Scoian had in his collection matched Millick's transcription.
Wow.
What he had imagined to be in the in the gaps.
That's
and
crazy.
Our first thought,
that right there, you should show people who criticize the Q people. Like,
yeah,
wait, we got some good scholars who in the past have guessed things, and sure enough, they were right. So don't get too critical of Q. They might be right. You never know.
Or wrong. Because this is sort of how the conversation, this is sort of how our thinking evolved on this. My friend Orstein Jusnes was the one who was working on these fragments, and he used to come to me and tell me, he's like, oh my God, I can't believe what a genius J.T. Millick was. He was incredible. The insight that he had into these texts. But then over time, we're like, no, you know what? It's pretty clear. It's obvious. It's what's happening here is whoever is making these forgeries has Millick's edition of Enoch open, and he's basically just making a fragment to match what Millick was guessing at, right?
Wow.
So but on that note, my friend Michael Langlois has said this to me, and I think he's right about this, that like 90% of the time when scholars attempt to reconstruct, make suggestions of what's in the gaps, we're wrong.
Wow.
Most of the time.
So let me just clarify something.
Wrong.
Was that the one that I thought that I was saying that he got it right? That turned out to just be a fake. He didn't get anything right at all.
Well, we don't know.
Okay. We never found anything.
Who knows? Maybe Millick really is right about what the original text looked like.
I just wanted to clear that up. Okay.
But we're fairly certain that the fragments in Scoian's collection were copied from Millick's edition of Enoch.
So so now the people who criticize Q, maybe you are on good ground.
Maybe you are on his side. And honestly, and I will say that that I am waffling on Q.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know. Like, you just who can say? I think Goodacre makes a very, very good case.
Yeah, so does John Kloppenborg and obviously Dennis McDonald.
I'm not ready to
smart guys. They're smart.
I'm not ready to abandon Q, but I think
these people are way smarter than me, so I take the word for it. But I understand the hesitancy from other people.
Oh yeah. Totally. So,
Yeah,
but that's I hope that was the question.
That was That was great. That was great. Thank you for that super chat. Paul Kickling is in the chat. That mofo's greed screwed it up for the rest of us. If that's not proof of Satan's work in our world, I don't know what is. Dead Sea Scrolls are so great as well.
Hail Satan. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Who's Satan working for in this scenario?
I was just watching.
Is he working for the forgers?
I just saw a really good meme that Satan is really just God when he's drunk.
I don't know. Or maybe better yet, Satan is just God when he's sober.
Yeah, maybe it's the other way around. All those all those genocides in
Oh.
Book of Joshua. Anyways.
Thank you, Paul, for
Yeah.
the super chat. I don't know if I if I can agree about Satan's work, but I definitely agree that the Dead Sea Scrolls are great.
Right, exactly. Constellation Pegasus, thank you. Love you. Seems to me Jehovah wasn't too concerned keeping
Yeah.
his books preserved enough to avoid future confusion and frustration. Why should we care if he
Okay.
doesn't?
Absolutely. I think this is a great question, and
Yeah.
I think this is a great way to clear up, I think, what survives as a misapprehension about just the development of Judaism and early Judaism. We've got this idea, and it's a very modern idea, that that the text was so incredibly important to people in antiquity that they were at absolute pains to preserve it intact. And that really doesn't seem to be what the evidence suggests. You know, the people who wrote and collected the Dead Sea Scrolls very obviously had a strong awareness of variability within the Hebrew text. They could see. I mean, they had different versions of the Hebrew text side by side to one another. They knew and they understood that there are huge differences. They promoted them. One of the things that people who were writing in the Second Temple period were doing were exploring the biblical text in these wide, crazy, dynamic ways, which in effect changed the text. So it's absolutely a myth that that there was all that much concern about precision and exactitude when it came to the text. What was really important was currency. People at the time seemed most concerned about ensuring that the text aligned with their own circumstances and their own situations, what they happened to be going through at the time. So, but that's a great question.
Yeah, great point
Constellation
too.
Pegasus.
Great point. Thank you for that. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Do the Dead Sea Scrolls strengthen the JEDP hypothesis? What is that?
So the JEDP hypothesis is
Oh,
otherwise known
Yahweh's Elohim.
as this is
Okay.
the documentary hypothesis,
Right,
which is a very
Good question. Good question.
It's a good question. So just by way of background, this is the prevalent idea within critical scholarship that the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of Moses, the Torah, were compiled from separate sources. The JEDP theory, or the documentary hypothesis, says that these books were compiled from 4 separate written sources that they've identified with individual letters: J, which stands for Yahwist; E, which stands for Elohist; D, which stands for Deuteronomist, or the Book of Deuteronomy. Although I do believe that documentary hypothesis proponents find evidence of D elsewhere in the Torah. And then P,
priestly,
which is the priestly source. And so these were 4 individual documents that an editor came and basically very cleverly wove together to make this grand narrative as we have it, which now comprises the Torah. There's tons of very compelling evidence for this.
Like, let me jump in for a second. I want to throw this at you. The one I think is the most obvious is the story of Joseph getting sold down in Egypt. You have one paragraph, he's with the Midianites. The next paragraph, he's with the Ishmaelites, and then he keeps getting. It seems like, if you're reading it in one coherent paragraph, it's like he's getting traded back and forth between these 2 caravans. But really, when you take a look at it and take a step back, you can see there's 2 stories getting stitched together into one,
mashed together.
Makes a lot of sense.
If you're interested, and I don't see, like, there's lots of stuff on YouTube about the documentary hypothesis, and Inspiring Philosophy just did a 2-video series about the documentary hypothesis,
Let me guess.
basically
It's not
pointing out.
true.
Well, I mean, he's not. So I'll say this for him: he's not wrong that there's problems with it.
Sure.
Like, it's not a perfect theory, right? And scholars have been pointing out the problems
Why
for
still a hypothesis?
a long time. It's a hypothesis. It's still a pretty compelling one. Like, it still holds power. But there's other ones too. There's the supplementary hypothesis, or the fragmentary hypothesis, or the two-source theory. All of which, but the important thing to note here is that critical scholars, whether they hold to one of these models, all agree
It's something there.
that the Pentateuch, the Torah, was compiled from earlier source material, whether it was written source material, or whether some of this stuff was oral, or it's still basically ways of going around solving the same problems that exist within the Pentateuch. But what I wanted to sort of plug here is on my channel, and maybe if you could bring it up, if this is something that people are really interested in, if you go to scroll down right here, I've got 3 videos here. Stop right there. I've got one. The title card says Inspiring Philosophy Doesn't Understand the Documentary Hypothesis.
Where is
the
that
next one? That's, you just had it.
Oh,
next one. There you go. This is part of my Is Genesis 1 to 11 Reliable series. The final 3 videos in that series are all about the documentary hypothesis. That's the first one.
Oh, there you go.
The second one is simply titled The Evidence. Go up. There it is on the right-hand side. The Evidence. Right?
Oh, there it is. You see it? Yahwist, Yellowist, Deuteronomy, right there.
And the third one is the end of Genesis Apologetics. So basically, in these 3 videos, and it's about an hour and a half material in total, I've basically provided like a brief historical synopsis of the documentary hypothesis itself, and why scholars came to think it was compelling. In the second video, I just dump piles of evidence, the evidence itself for the documentary hypothesis. And in the third one, I basically counter some of the attempts to show that the Torah is a unity. So if people are interested in this, I encourage you to watch those sets of videos. Again, I'm super biased, but as far as I know, it's like the best source on YouTube where you can actually see the evidence itself, and not just scholars talking about the evidence.
Yeah, you do a good job of that. You do a good job showing the people the stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so do the Dead Sea Scrolls strengthen the JADP hypothesis? Do they lend any support to the idea of the documentary hypothesis or the source theory? And I think the simple answer is no, they don't. At least not directly.
Sure.
What they do though is they help to show how sources were transmitted in such a way that matches very closely to how scholars understand the sources of the Pentateuch to have been transmitted. The whole problem here is that the editorial activity that took place within the Torah happened like at the very latest in the Persian period. We're talking like the 400s BC. We just don't have any manuscripts that go back nearly that far, and anything that survived after that is properly Torah, like the Torah as as we have it now. But what we do have is we have other texts from Qumran that exist in multiple copies. What I did my PhD dissertation actually on a collection of manuscripts known as the Apocryphon of Jeremiah, and one of the things that I did in my in my research project was to show the relationship of these manuscripts to one another, and where an editor actually came along and took what was in this earlier version and basically rewrote it following a same basic outline, pulling whole phrases out and key words from the original, but then basically turning it into a new version, which it is on the face of it not recognizable as the same story. It's pretty wild. But there's other texts like this in the Dead Sea Scrolls too. There are multiple versions of the Sarcophagus, or what's called S. And they show this progression of development. There are we have sources for something we didn't even talk about at all today, was the War Scroll.
Yeah.
Which is a fascinating text.
We did a whole video on that, me and you. Check
you
that
and
out.
I did a video on that, and I talked a little bit about
Fascinating
this
stuff.
right?
The sons of light and the sons of darkness.
So what's
Almost
really
sounds
cool,
kind of Gnostic-y in a way.
oh yeah, what's really cool about the War Scroll, we didn't know about it before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but something else that we found in the Dead Sea Scrolls are sources for the War Scroll. So we actually can see
that's crazy.
An earlier stage of development before it became, the War Scroll.
Right.
So this is the kind of stuff that we have, which strengthens scholars' convictions that they're right about the process of transmission of the texts of the Torah.
That's fascinating. Thank you for that question. That was a great question and a great answer as well. Paul Kickling is back with another one. Thank you, Paul.
Oh,
that question by Pegasus is stupid. Hey, no beefing in the chat. It's all in the scriptures. There's a negative order that is conducting a holy war through information, i.e., what our world is. Tension is a very known mysticism.
I really have no idea what's going on.
It's an interesting comment. That's an interesting comment. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, Constellation is clapping back. Constellation is clapping back. Thank you for the super chat. Why would scribes or whoever weave two different stories into one? Were they confused on what they were writing down?
Oh,
can I try to guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
You got one source up in the north. People live the Samaritans. I don't know, maybe not Samaritans. Let's say the Galileans have their scroll, and whatever scribe wrote that scroll has a little bit of a difference in what they thought happened in the story. Then there's another scroll down in Jerusalem, and they're like, "Oh, Joseph got sold to the Midianites." And I said before, the people in Galilee, no, Joseph got sold to the Edomites or whoever, Ishmaelites. And then so now you have two different sources, and when those sources get brought together, they sort of the scribe who's copying the sources puts them both in.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's that's pretty good. I want to say on that Joseph story that you alluded to, when you separate the sources out, a couple of other interesting things happen. In one of the sources, Jacob is referred to exclusively as Israel, where in the other one he's referred to exclusively as Jacob. And in one of the sources, it's a story of Joseph the incredible dreamer, and in the other one, it's the story of Joseph and his incredible coat of many colors. Right? Just by way of a bit of historical background here, one of the prevailing ideas is that what's preserved in the Torah is material that came from the north, from the kingdom of Israel or the kingdom of Samaria, which was separate from the kingdom of Judah in the south, or Jerusalem. And at the time,
they were kind of the bad guys. Like they kind of broke the laws a little bit, according to the Torah. I'm not sure if that's
true.
No.
I think what's it's important to point out here that they both. These were all Israelites. They all worshipped Yahweh. They all, they were very, very, very close to one another. But they each had their own individual sets of traditions,
right,
or takes. They had their own individual takes on various traditions. So they would have, like, there's a Joseph story in the north, there's a Joseph story in the south. And around the time of the reign of Hezekiah, the Assyrians Sennacherib came and basically destroyed the northern kingdom, the kingdom of Samaria. And what happened as a result of this is huge numbers of refugees came from Samaria down and settled in Judah. We can see some of this taking place in the early parts of the book of Isaiah. Some of the stuff that Isaiah is prophesying and saying is in response to this huge influx of refugees from the north that are basically, causing a population explosion in the city of Jerusalem. And these people, they're bringing their texts with them too. Those who are wealthy and educated are bringing their text to them. They're adding them basically to the library of texts that they have in Jerusalem. And over time, these now they're getting preserved and copied side by side. The great program, the great editorial program of the 5th or the 4th century, after the destruction of Jerusalem, after the Babylonian exile, was to basically redact and compile all the traditions. Right. So, but there were concerns, I think, to ensure that they did justice to all the traditions while trying also to put them all together. And basically this is what we ended up with.
Yeah.
I don't think they were confused about what they were writing down. I think they were at pains.
I think they're just trying to conserve everything.
Yeah, to conserve everything, and also to put it into a coherent narrative framework. And that's difficult. And they did it in different ways too. Like in some places, like in the Joseph story, in the story of Noah, they just dovetailed this stuff together.
Right.
One you'll see it's like one source, then another source, then one. It's back and forth kind of thing. In other places, such as in there's two separate. I talked about this actually just last week in a stream I did with Derek on Myth Vision. There's two versions of what scholars tend to think is the same genealogy preserved in Genesis 4 and then in Genesis 5.
Right, I've noticed that.
Preserved completely separately, right? Same thing with the creation stories. In Genesis 2, there's a creation story, but then in Genesis 1, and I tend to think that this is something that came along quite a bit later. This was written as a response, basically, to all the religious and the cosmological ideas that were being absorbed from Babylon.
Right.
But they didn't want to interfere with their original the original creation story that existed in Genesis chapter 2. So they kept both of them and they kept them separate.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense if you think about it. And another one from Constellation Pegasus: since there was such a gulf between educated and non-educated people in ancient Israel, is the Hebrew Bible being used as to control people, keep people in power? Sorry, I'm looking at something else at the same time. I'm behind on so much and every day ancient living and government controls.
Yeah. So, that this is something that that needs to be pointed out too, and maybe emphasized, is that at the time period when the texts of the Hebrew Bible were being written and being passed along, literacy was extremely low. Like fractions of a percent of just men really were trained to read and write. In antiquity, we can see evidence that when writing was invented and for the first number of centuries while it took place, it was something that was viewed as kind of magical. It was controlled by the priesthood. I particularly think there's some evidence of this. For example, in the so-called soda ritual from Numbers chapter 5. This is the abortion concoction. You'll notice that one of the aspects of that ritual is to write something on a tablet. The priest is supposed to write something on a tablet. He then grinds it up and then mixes it with this concoction and gives it to the woman suspected of adultery to drink, right? This is magic. And I think it's pretty clear evidence that there's an idea that there's something magical about the writing, right? That goes into this concoction that affects some kind of change. So, and no doubt common people who couldn't write viewed it as incredibly mysterious and numinous. The inscriptions that kings would leave on stelae in conquered territories, or that they would put on palace walls, or these sorts of things, these were not for common people to read. These were messages to the gods. Writing was not, there was a time when it was not just primarily about communication. It was about power.
Right.
Now, having said that, I'll say something else too. I don't know how effective it was, because I tend to think that in my historical reconstruction of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, I tend to see the power brokers, the establishment of the monarchy in Jerusalem and the Jerusalem temple as closely connected, but absolutely, completely isolated from the rest of the people just living out on the land. And we see this in the archaeological record too. The people, the religion of the common people in Israel during the period of the kings was, it was Canaan. It was Canaanite religion.
Right.
It, there wasn't.
The archaeology tells us, and that's just what it is.
So, that suggests to us that the Yahweh cult didn't really have a tremendous, wide-ranging impact on the lives of the common people.
Yeah.
So, but yes, absolutely. There's definitely power structures at work within the texts of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah. Thank you for that super chat. There's another one from Constellation Pegasus, who's just making it rain on me today for some reason. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. Tell Paul to explain why quarks are difficult to kick out of a nucleus. If he's so smart, one answer in 1 minute of this. What's the force carrier particle of quantum?
I don't know what's going on.
He's just trying to get us, trying to make us look bad. Come on, Constellation.
He's just paying you, man.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. You don't have to keep.
We appreciate the money,
but I love it, and thank you. And let's see what else we got. Oh, what do you know? It's Constellation Pegasus again. He said, "Sorry, Paul, you lost."
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
No, but
and I'm not weighing in on a winner or a loser.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can't. I can't. If I was trying to read everything while I'm listening to you, it wouldn't work. This is actually the last one, though.
All right.
So,
the Constellation Pegasus one.
Yeah.
Where are we at? This has been
an hour and 45.
Almost 2 hours.
Yeah,
probably a good time to
close it out, man.
And close it off.
Let me show your channel. Oh, that's not your channel. What the hell's going on there? Do you see it now?
There it is. Yeah,
okay.
I see it.
Yeah, guys, go and subscribe to Kip Davis. You're gonna get scholarly resource for information. He's a PhD. He's wrote your dissertation on, what'd you say it was, the
Apocryphon of Jeremiah.
Yes.
And Jeremiah traditions in the Second Temple Judaism.
Yes, you have your hand up.
Can I? Yeah, I saw this in the chat. Lord Roku, he didn't pay for this one, but I feel like.
Oh yeah. Oh, is this the one right here?
Yeah, Dr. Kip, tell us more about the alternative Deuteronomy that makes Yahweh speak in the first person.
Let's do it.
So yes, the Temple Scroll is an amazing manuscript. We know it only from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and there's this amazing, nearly complete copy that came from Cave 11. But then there's other manuscripts from Cave 4 that look like they could also have been copies of the Temple Scroll, but they're too fragmentary to really know. And again, there's textual differences, so it's kind of like, oh, what do we have here? So the temple scroll is so named because a huge amount of it is occupied with rules and information, instructions, measurements for the future celestial temple that that is to be built in the end of the age. Because you see, the people who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls and collected them were by and large convinced that the current temple and the current temple establishment in Jerusalem was irredeemably corrupt, and that they would they would be obliterated in the future when Yahweh finally came back, when God finally came back to defeat the powers of darkness and all of the enemies of the true Israel. At which time they would establish a new temple. So and the temple scroll contains tons and tons of information about this new temple, the new, the temple practices, the cycle of sacrifices. What's really interesting is that it's written in such a way that it's in the first person. It's written in the first person, but from the perspective of Yahweh. From a textual perspective, huge amounts of the temple scroll just basically copy straight from the book of Deuteronomy. But instead of it being Moses who's speaking, it's Yahweh himself. It's pretty cool.
It is.
And one of the other aspects of the temple scroll, which is really interesting, is it elevates the status of the Levites relative to the sacrificing priests, which are known as the Bnei Acharon, or the sons of Aaron, or the Zadokites, in the Jerusalem temple. So it's a really, really interesting text. It's from just a like a text critical perspective and its relationship to the book of Deuteronomy, from like a religious perspective in terms of how it understood the function of scripture, and from the way that it basically rewrote the text as a way to lend it an air of authority by basically saying, well, this is the very words of Yahweh himself. And then also from like an eschatological perspective in terms of
that's interesting
views on the end times. Yeah.
Yeah,
we should probably call it there.
Yeah, we should. We definitely at some point have to do a episode on the different Deuteronomy manuscripts, and the polytheism in the Old Testament is another one I want to touch.
Yeah,
we'll definitely touch on these topics again.
Maybe someday.
Yeah, we will. Promise you guys. But yeah, guys, so go and subscribe to Kip Davis. Scholarly information and great editing too. Good job in the editing.
Oh, thanks, man.
It just it really is a great channel. It's one of my every time you upload a new video, I can't wait to see it.
And it's not been very active recently, but I actually hope to get something new up, hopefully by the end of November.
Awesome.
I should have my first Dead Sea Scrolls series video up by then, and the first one will be all about what the Dead Sea Scrolls has to say with regards to the Bible and the biblical text.
Nice.
I'm pretty excited. My brother's gonna, I hope, I think he's gonna put together some music for the video series. I've been inspired deeply by the soundtrack from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Nice.
There's gonna be there's gonna be some echoes of that.
That's awesome
in there. Yeah. So something else that I wanted to mention,
Sure.
in the future, I I have plans. Nothing's settled yet, but I figured I would mention that I'm working with Derek from Myth Vision on putting together a course for his new Myth Vision courses.
And I'll have the link on this channel as well. So,
oh yeah, nice.
Be on the lookout for that.
So, just I did a number of years ago. I taught a whole course on the religions of ancient Israel, and I made I turned it into a video course, and a number of the videos from that course are actually on my channel, but I'm redoing the whole thing. And one of the reasons I'm redoing it is because even though most of the video lectures are on my channel, there's a bunch of them that got flagged and entirely blocked because of copyright issues. So, like, I have a whole lecture on there about the relationship between the Dead Sea Scrolls, apocalypticism.
How does someone else own your lecture?
Well, this is it, right? The whole lecture is about the relationship between the Dead Sea Scrolls, apocalypticism, and AMC's hit TV series, The Walking Dead.
Oh, that's why. Okay,
right. That's why. But it's based on a paper that I wrote a number of years ago. It's one of the best things I think I've ever written. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'll finally be able to get out there for people to see. So keep your eyes open for that too. Hopefully that is coming sometime in the new year.
I cannot wait. And you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today we're going to talk about Israel, because I've been back for a little while now, and I haven't just had a basic live with Dr. Amon, the Greek expert, and we will have Ariel back on the panel in a couple of days. You know, it's Shabbat day, so today's Shabbat, and he's doing his thing on Shabbat, so we'll get him back in a couple of days when he's here. The Hebrew guy. So, but let's get into this. I want to engage with the chat and just, talk about some of the things I saw when I was there. By the way, all the content is on its way. I'm working on it. I have a lot to do. There's going to be free content that I'm going to put together for everybody. I'm also going to have some stuff for the Patreon and members stuff as well. That's all coming. The footage I got is just phenomenal. All good 4K footage of the whole country and Egypt, bonus Egypt. So it's all coming. Just be patient, please. I'll give you all that. But I can talk about it a little bit. So we'll just have a conversation about Israel and the North. Because, even the Bible itself talks about this dichotomy between the priests in Jerusalem and the wicked ones in the North. They're always talking about the wicked ones in the North, And I always thought there was something weird about that. But now I can see what they're doing, because there's something to it. And when you go to Sepphoris, which is Nazareth, basically, it's completely Hellenized. They have a theater there. They have Greek mosaics all over the place. A lot of them are dated 2nd, 3rd century, don't get me wrong, but a lot of it's first century BC, second century, so it was very Hellenized from the time of Alexander the Great onward. And the biggest location that really shook me away was Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon is just such a mind-blowing location because Mount Hermon is a holy mountain. It's mentioned in Deuteronomy and Joshua. It's depicted as the northern boundary. It's talked about in Chronicles, a place where Epher, Ishi, Eliel, and the heads of their families were. It's always referenced in some degree in most books of the Old Testament. Psalm 42 talks about it. But this is the thing. Enoch talks about it. This is the location where the fallen ones come down in the book of Enoch, the watchers, the Samael and all these different teaching men how to make metals and finding wives amongst the men. And this is where they fall at. Now, why would they pick this location? That's strange, because if we go back before Enoch, we have the Sumerian text way before Enoch, obviously. This is way, way before Enoch. Going back thousands of years before Enoch, the Sumerian tablets talk about Mount Hermon being the location where that got split in half. Now just keep that in mind, split in half and opened up where there's a pathway to Hades, the underworld, right? Because the story goes that Gilgamesh defeated the monster Humbaba, the guardian of the cedar forest, the cedar forests of Lebanon, and then the ground split open with the heels of their feet, and they whirled around in circles. And so that's interesting, because now you have that story. But now, after Alexander the Great comes through and it gets Hellenized, they say this is the location where Pan's grotto is, and it's the gateway to Hades. So all of these mythologies, Hebrew, Greek, Sumerian, Ugaritic, all these mythologies have something in common with this location. It's really strange. And not only that, right next to it, I'm talking throwing a rock next to it, is where the second location where King Herod built a temple to Augustus and his wife. And so you have all this, like, you have Serapis, you have Hygeia, you have all these goddesses and gods there, and there's a big temple there. There's all these remains at the temple and stuff like that. And then supposedly, this is also the same location on top of Mount Hermon where the Transfiguration took place in the New Testament. So it's like all these events are happening in this one little area. Why? Who knows? What do you think about that?
For a year, I lived on a hilltop side where we looked down on Nazareth, and from Jezebel's palace. So I used to ride horses through the valley. And tell us, this is so, I love it. Tell us what the grotto is like. Take us a little bit into Pan, because you were just there. Bring it out,
First of all, it's amazing, because you walk in there, and it's mostly, Israel's mostly desert. It's mostly brown, mostly just dead. And then you get to this location called Banias, and you all of a sudden it's very green, and there's vineyards everywhere. People are growing grapes and making wine. And then you keep going far down the road, and there's this big luscious thing of water coming out of the ground in the waterfall. And there's life. And then so you can actually, if you want, you can actually go under the water through this little passage, and then you're like in some other, place. We didn't do that, obviously, but I guess some explorers want to do that kind of stuff. And then you can go underneath the passageway where they say that's you're going where, what's the name of that boat where they take you to Hades? It's in the Odyssey. I think it starts with a C. I can't remember the name of it.
The boat to take you to Hades. what do we need a boat for? Isn't that a place where we perform the necromancy? Isn't that
Right,
the,
but there's a
the
boat.
entrance
There's
to
a
hell?
boat that Odysseus takes to get down
Chiron,
there.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's some weird name.
Okay, but Odysseus, wait. Odysseus doesn't take no boats to the underworld. Odysseus celebrates Hecate and opens up a portal through
Okay.
which the ghosts can come.
That's
Right?
right.
Hits
That's
all
right.
the
Maybe I'm thinking
wolves
of
and everything.
Orpheus. I'm thinking
But
of Orpheus.
you're exactly in the right spot in that cave. Tell us about the caves. Tell us
Yeah.
about the.
And then you go, like I said, you go down there, and there's a giant hole in the wall in the ground. You can see down, you can see up, and so some people have pointed out that this is the place where heaven and hell meet. And it's just funny how they say that, because it is kind of crazy how it looks like. Here on the bottom, you have Pan looks like a devil. He's got goat horns and goat legs, and he plays his flute. It looks like the devil. And on top of that, it's where Jesus has transfiguration with Moses and Elijah. So you had this complete difference of, spiritual whatever happening. Like it's where heaven and hell meet. Like I can see why people call it that. But
Did you stay in Nazareth?
yeah. Well, the hotel. You talk about the hotel?
No, anywhere. Did you stop and stay?
Yes.
in
We
Nazareth?
drove through Nazareth. Yes,
Oh.
and we were in Sepphoris, which is just basically same region area.
So
it's like saying Boston, New England. It's like what's the difference? Which one are you in? You're in New England. Boston's there too. Like, you know what I mean? It's like that. Think about it like that.
Did you happen to see there's a convent there in Nazareth? And the reason I point this out is, look, this is Jesus of, right? So if you want to know why that expression is important, you get there and you absorb that from the buildings. Side note, I stayed at a convent in Nazareth, and a nun would come in the evening and through the shutters would watch me take a shower. I didn't feel bad doing it, but I thought everybody needs a good show. That's Pan, right? They can't get away from it. Okay, tell us more, Neil. You had so much to tell us.
Yeah, so there's that, right? That's just one location. But also, if we actually go to Sepphoris, which is the Nazareth region, this is the area that Mary and Joseph would have been living in. This is where they would have went to the market at, if they're, assuming that these people who are who they are, right? Just for sake of argument, this would be where they're at. This is where they would go and buy food stuff from. So we're here in Sepphoris, and everywhere you go, there's Greek mosaics. There's a theater. There's an Orpheus mosaic. There is a Dionysus mosaic. And even the theater was up. A lot of people think that theater goes back to the 1st century BC. And you could see the different layers. There's the bottom part that looks older, and the top part looks like it was built on the lower part. They're both old. They're both 1st century. But you could see how there's like different layers of when stuff was built. And it makes you wonder. There's a giant theater there. If there's really a giant theater there, what are they doing in this theater? Because the Jews aren't really doing playwrights, if I'm not mistaken. Not yet, at least. And in this point in time, in the north, it's completely Hellenized. They're doing Dionysus plays. They're doing tragedies and comedies in there. And so the people living there, probably Greek-speaking Jews, probably Hebrew-speaking Jews as well, probably a mixture of both. But since the Romans are the ones who occupying the land, you're going to see Greek everywhere, and maybe some Latin, calendars here and there and stuff like that.
What do you think, Neil? What do you think the percentage? Because you're setting up the spoken language of a century. So this is fantastic detective work. What percentage do you think that you saw while you were there? If you were to say, Greek's at the top, what percentage, for every 10 Greek words, how many Hebrew words did you see?
I saw very little. There was actually some mosaics there that were both. There would be some sort of Hebrew or Aramaic and Greek, but mostly Greek. And then there was some Hebrew stuff laid in there too.
As if Hebrew is a liturgical language. It looks like by the 1st century, a liturgical language. It's dropped out, man. The Jews have had the Greek for centuries now, man. They're bathing in it, brother. You know? Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right.
amazing.
And that's a result of not only Romans, but the Seleucids, the Ptolemies. The world that they lived in was a Greek world. It just was. Like, I'm not surprised that the Gospels are Greek. Doesn't make me think that there was some Roman hand at play. Like, this is normal. This is normal stuff, dude. Like, this is what everything was written in back then. Philo, written in Greek. You know what I mean? The Orphica. I'm looking at the Orphica right now in the pseudepigrapha text. You have the Orphica texts. These are Christian Jewish texts that are talking about Orpheus, and you have these Hellenistic synagogue prayers, and these are Greek texts. You know what I mean? There was 2 synagogues in the north that have Helios inside with the Zodiac.
I told you, bro. I told you that. I've been telling you that for months.
Yeah, I know. I've always known about it. I just always wanted to see it in person to get my own observation of it.
Tell us about the sun worshiping.
No, you hear people go way too far with it. Like people say that that's Jesus and Helios. That's not Jesus and Helios. It's just Helios. It tells you what it is on the mosaic. You can read the mosaic if you know Hebrew or Greek. You can read the stuff. It's no mystery what it is. It tells you what it is.
Yeah, the Zodiac that I saw in the synagogue in the north where I was all Greek. There was not a lick of Hebrew to it.
Yeah, the one we saw both. One of them was all Greek. The other one was Greek and Hebrew. It was mostly Greek, but with some Hebrew words sprinkled in. You know what I mean? Like the word virgin, Betula was on there for Virgo. So instead of having Virgo, it said Betula. We're like, that's interesting. That word Betula. So the North was just fascinating in this way because it was like a melting pot of culture. You know you're in Israel. It's Jewish, but you also see the mark that the Hellenized world left on it. They left a mark on it. And that makes you wonder how much, because I was talking to Robin Faith Walsh about this today. I recorded with her for 2 hours. I got videos coming out. I already have one up on Patreon. I got a free one coming out tomorrow. It's going to be an hour long. And then I'm going to have like 5 videos on Patreon that's going to be up on Patreon. We were talking about this. Like, people assume that Jesus was this completely Hebrew, apocalyptic, sort of a fundamentalist, like I don't know, how do you pronounce, like, just pure Jewish and nothing else. We just assume that, and we think that the Gospels are Hellenizing Jesus, which is probably not a bad hypothesis. Maybe that's true. But what if he kind of came out the gate with a little bit of Stoic in him? What's like, because if we're gonna look at this at the texts that are attributed to him, the parables, the speeches, the Sermon on the Mount, stuff like that. If we're gonna take this to have any resemblance of what things that he was actually saying, then you have to admit there's some Stoic in him. There's some sort of Hellenization going on with this Jesus character, but that's not to say he's not apocalyptic as well. He could be both. And I don't think there's any reason not to believe or not to agree. Not to say that the gospel writers are completely spot on how they describe him. Not saying that at all. Not saying that one bit. But what I'm saying is, if there is a historical kernel in there, based on these teachings and parables and how they're trying to attribute ideas that sound like how he was, then you have to say, I think there's some more going on than just this fundamentalist Jewish guy who's predicting the end of the world. I think he's kind of a Stoic, trying to change things a little bit, going against the grain a little bit. Very, very smart guy. Very, charismatic guy, if that makes sense.
You have taken the storybook out of it, and you've been to the context. and that place, that location bombarded you with all the reality. I mean, you saw Pan, right? And yeah, and now you're understanding, transported back in time. You've moved through time and you're back in time. This is fantastic. I'm going to shut up because everybody wants to hear. Could you tell us about, did you get a chance to go up and see Jezebel's vineyard when you were in the area? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much that's one of those sites that are dug up pretty good. You know, you can see they got the layers of time. Like you see, whenever they have something dug up, some sort of site, you can see the layers, and that's one of those spots that have that multiple layers going on. And yeah, that's one of those locations that is definitely it's like a time machine going. You know what I mean?
I slept.
You were there. Tell us. Well, don't tell us
in
about
that vineyard before it was well excavated.
Oh, so you were there when they were excavating it?
I was with the team that was excavating Megiddo, Tel Megiddo, Armageddon.
Right,
And
we saw that too. And we were standing on top of the hill right at the border of Israel and Syria. And like you could see the road to Damascus. And then you see on the right, you see Armageddon. This is where the battle took place. You know, the battle between the Egyptians and the Assyrians in like 2000 BC, something like that. And they're like, that's, you know, this is where the final war we're going to take place too. It's Armageddon. And you're looking down at that plane. You're thinking there was a bunch of chariots, there was a bunch of soldiers down there with swords and holding their phalanxes or whatever they had. Like, I'm not a warfare
what are they holding?
expert, but I'm not.
What are they holding? That's a Bakken holding
spears.
Bakken holding a phallus.
I said phalanx, but I meant spears. Phalanx is the group. Is the Macedonian. Yeah. That's the Macedonian thing.
Jordan River will do that.
Philip of Macedon. In fact, I do know what a phalanx is. Philip of Macedon invented the phalanx.
But 2,000 years before that was that old temple at the bottom. Before that big conflagration, there's underneath
Canaanite temple.
Canaanite temple. We found that.
So what is that? In the 80s, you were there?
No, 1990.
Wow.
Before they uncovered the floor of the temple, we were there. It was fantastic. And the Chicago team was like, "Stop! Everybody, stop! Get out!"
It's all a big deal. Once you find something, everybody stop. We have to figure out who's going to be like a part of this now.
Yeah.
You can't just dig stuff up there and just get away with it. Like, there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be done.
And I don't know how far they've come because they always change their date. They refine their work as they go. But they were saying that Canaanite temple's 4,000 BC. They were saying 4th millennium.
Yeah. There was a place we went to in that same area, right by there. And they called it the House of Dionysus. And it was some rich person's house from like the 2nd century or 1st century. Yeah. And there was all these mosaics, beautiful mosaics, Greek mosaics. But the excavation team started digging, and then they just left it there. And now people are throwing their trash inside the excavation spots, and it looks horrible. And like you see a lot of spots like that where it just seems like people lost their interest in digging in these certain spots, and then it just turns into a wasteland.
Yeah, in each country they deal with their sites in their own way. Some are way better than others.
Some make you cover it back up.
Right. No. Some it's a huge deal. And
in Egypt, they have these places where they'll dig up a whole town, and they'll excavate and get all the pottery, get whatever they got, and then take their pictures and then bury it back up like it never happened. Huh. People are walking back over it again. Huh. And that's another thing. We'll talk about Egypt too in a little bit, because Egypt was something. It was a different world than Israel. It really was way different.
Yeah.
Egypt was trash everywhere. Like just going to the pyramids. So you see the wonder of the world, the Great Pyramids, and then you look down on the ground, plastic everywhere. You can't take a step in that sand, in that desert, without stepping on plastic. There's just as much plastic as there's grains of sand. It's so bad. and you drive through the Nile, like where the Nile River and the canals are and all that, just complete trash dumps everywhere. It's sad to see that, but that's what it was.
That's a shame. I chased a guy with a shovel at Megiddo. I did some Israeli tourist. It wasn't a European tourist. You could tell because they're always dressed like European tourists and Americans, and it's funny. But he was throwing rocks off the top of the hill down onto the temple. And I was like, "You son of a bitch." And I grabbed the shovel and took off after him. And they were like, "No, no, no, don't do that." And a couple people came and grabbed him, and he went off with this group that he was with. And I thought, people who don't respect those sites, they need to visitations of the devil. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. To keep going, man. You went to Masada too. Tell us about Masada.
Masada was hot, it was the desert, but it was also surreal because you could still see where the Roman camps were. You can see where they set up their little squares, their camps basically. And there's 3 of them. There's 2 on one side. I think there's 4 actually, technically, because they cornered the place. Like you had 2 camps over here, 2 camps over there, and then a camp over there, and it was completely surrounding the place so that nobody can leave, and everybody's on top of Masada. And on top of Masada was this giant pool. You see the opening, and it was like there was enough water for like 3 years inside where that was. It was empty now, but they were explaining how this thing was full of water, enough water for like 3 years. And so the Jews had so much water, and the Romans were on the bottom, probably thirsty as hell because there's no water down there. There's no running water. They just have the pools on top from when it actually rains once a year. Once a year, that's it.
Well, that's what the genius is.
That was the genius architecture. They built a thing that could capture all the rain for a year.
You probably noticed, and the genius of the Roman engineering. Everybody goes to Masada and they dwell.
Well, that was Herod. That was Herod's engineering.
The genius of the Roman engineering is demonstrated in the fact.
That's what I was about to say.
They could be there and still get supplied with water because the efficiency of the Roman military.
That's exactly true.
And
they built ramps. They built ramps from the ground all the way up in this gigantic mountain that bigger than I've ever been on before. And they got up there with these ramps and took over.
It's
and
the only way.
By the time they got up there, everybody was dead.
It's the only way to get up Masada, unless they've done something in the last few years. It's the only way to get up there is the Roman ramp.
Now they have the ramps up there that go like trails, but they also have like the lift that brings you up there.
Oh, okay. Did you walk or did you?
We took the lift.
Oh, you lazy bum.
Yeah, we were lazy. It was at the end of our tour, dude. We were all beat.
Oh, you were those guys. I was the guy going up the ramp and up the trail up. And they gave us rifles because things were dangerous at the time. Did you run into any oddities of difficulty while you were over there traveling?
Wait, say that again.
Did you run into any problems? Usually there's political unrest and there's violence. And, I was woken up one morning with howitzers outside of the place that we were staying in going, boom, 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 boom. And they were shooting up into Lebanon. I was like, God, what? Did you get
there was a lot of helicopters and jets flying over our heads. Like we were in Lake. This was crazy. I actually had this on video. You'll see it in my videos when I release it. We were sitting in Lake Tiberias. The lake, the Galilee, the lake up in the north. And there was a jet that flew right I'm sorry, not jet. There were jets everywhere, but in this particular case it was a helicopter that flew like right close to our boat and like right over our heads, and it was so close and loud that you felt it. And I just remember being like, yeah, these people are this is some real shit going out here. This isn't like Kansas anymore. there's people who hate each other out here, and that will really want to. This land matters to people. That was a big deal too. Like noticing that. You're right, and the checkpoints and stuff. Like it's not like when you're going through New York to New Jersey and you just check through. No. This is you might get patted down. They might jump in your car and look through your car, make sure you don't have anything.
Yeah.
When you drive through Amon and Jordan and Israel or different locations like that, the West Bank, stuff like that. It's all checkpoints and it's all different people doing it with different interests. You know?
I was up north in a rental car, and I drove through a checkpoint and into a restricted area up on the Golan.
Yeah.
And within 60 seconds to a minute, an entire Humvee with a machine gun on the top just came out of nowhere, and the guy had it pointed right at me. I was just like, oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong area. You know what I mean? Oh God, they took us out and questioned us, and it was one thing and another. But that's part of the air. That's part of the air over there.
Well, the air is, if you really want to talk about the air, go to Jerusalem, go to the Temple Mount. You will feel it in the air. That is where everyone is uptight. What are you here for? What are you filming? What are you looking at? Everybody there is wondering who you are, or what religion you are, or what do you worship, and what side you're on. Like that's what it felt like there. And that to me was so weird. It's so weird how we're in this place that it's a beautiful place, beautiful, beautiful temple that the Muslims built. And you think this would be a national park and everybody should be celebrating history, but no, we're waiting for the end of the world, and this is going to be we're going to be the chosen ones. Watch, just wait, and you'll see. It's going to be us. We're the ones that have the right book, and the right language. It's like, but it was interesting. It was interesting to experience that, though. I'm not going to lie.
Did you stay in Jerusalem?
Yeah, we were staying in Jerusalem for 4 days.
Did you notice, in addition to that environment, the Jerusalem syndrome and everything, where you get religious people that flock there?
Yeah, people accuse me of that because I posted some videos there. I'm like,
oh, is that right?
Not me, dude. Sorry, I ain't feeling that right now.
They get it when they go to the Garden of Gethsemane. You went to the garden.
Yeah, the garden. You're right. People were freaking out there. The Christians, no one else besides the Christians were there. No Muslims or Jews care about Garden of Gethsemane. That means nothing to them. There was only white people there, only American tourists. That's it. That's all you saw in the Garden of Gethsemane. You're laughing because you know what I'm talking about. It's like going back in America when you walk there. Like you go to if you're getting tired of being abroad, go to the Garden of Gethsemane. And you'll be around a bunch of Americans for a little while. But they're all there. They're all sitting there crying. Like, this is where Jesus was the night before he got handed over. You and I have a different reason why we wanted to go there. And you know why I wanted to film there. That's where the naked boy was. That's where the naked boy was. And all these people are crying over this location. This is where he got arrested with a naked boy who ran away with a towel. Why doesn't anyone talk about that?
You could have looked for him. At least you could have looked. Did you look for him?
There was a lot of. Well, here's the thing about that. There's 3 Garden of Gethsemanes, and they all looked exactly the same. They all have the same amount of tourists, and they're all just as sure they're the right one. So it's so funny because you don't know if it's the right one or not. There's like different spots that could be it. It's one of the 3. Yeah, they do have it down to a 3. Like, it's okay, they got it down to that. Who knows which tree he was standing at? Like, no one knows that shit.
It's always a magic tree. There's
always like, this is probably the tree that he stood at. And why do we think that? Well, in the text it says that the tree had a curve to the right a little bit. Well, this one has a slightly same curve. We think it's 2,000-year-old tree. So yeah, we found it. It's like, shut up. But Seth High has a super chat. Thank you, Seth High, for the super chat. Beware of those Egyptian hotels. Yes. So, just a quick little story about that. When we went there, we were going to share a room. That was the plan. The room was already paid for. And I was with a female, in such a conservative country, and they're like, "Do you have the documentation of marriage?" No, we're here. We're traveling with friends. No, 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 no. You cannot. No, no, no. You cannot have room. No, no. You need documentation of marriage. And I'm just like, wow, this is. Hey, it's not my house, so we had to cough it up. We had to cough, and then the next day when we went down to eat breakfast and get some coffee, and the person who had paid with the card wasn't mine, didn't have my name on it, and they're like, "What's your name?" "Oh, my name's Neil." "And why does it say this?" "Because that person's paying." "But that's not you." "No, no, it's not me." And like, don't you understand? Someone pays, we both pay. Like, someone paid for both of us. Do you not want our money? And they're like making a big deal out of like people splitting a bill. That was weird, man. So whatever. I'm talking shit right now, but sorry. That's just my experience. That's just the way it felt. It felt weird.
When you were in Qahira,
Thank you for that super chat, Seth.
when you were in Cairo, did you go sit in a cafe at about 5-6 p.m. when everybody goes out and smokes their pipes and their hashish and drink your tea?
Cairo's like being in the 70s. Yeah. It was like being everybody had old cars, old vans, old like it was like the 70s. Everyone's smoking inside.
Did you love the
very conservative though? Very conservative.
Did you love the Egyptian people? I loved the
honestly,
Egyptian
yes,
people.
I did. I like that. I like everybody there. There was some. I met this guide, and turned out to be one of the most helpful people I've ever met ever. And he helped me out got me a travel guide that was a scholar who was studying ancient Egyptian stuff. He brought me to Saqqara, took me to all the different spots, brought me to Djoser's pyramid, brought me to Assisi's pyramid, brought me to all these different spots, and showed me everything. And I was like, this was so helpful. I would have never found this stuff on my own, but I had I found a nice guy who did it for like obviously I paid him, but this person wasn't even asking for it. It was just doing it, and like it wasn't like, here, give me this much money and I'll do this. It was more like, here, let's go there, and then I would go there and I'd be like, wow, that was great. Here, let me pay you what I think is fair, and they were happy with it, and we just kept doing that for the whole time, the whole week basically, and it was worked out great. Like they were awesome. They were awesome people. There was a lot of people hustling though. There was like people with their hands out with, give me money, give me money. You can't even walk by somebody's house. You step on their property, they might want a tip for that. Like everything's for sale. If you want to know if you want to know what happens with capitalism with no regulations over a long period of time, go to Egypt and you'll find that is the final product of capitalism with no hold bars, with no regulations, trash everywhere, and everybody selling shit on the streets. It's not fun. Not saying the people aren't good, but it's not like you want some regulations in your world. Trust me, you want that. And then the person that you might think is an asshole who told you to pick up your litter, those people are saving this country from going to shit like that. Just saying. But
you gotta dig too. In Egypt, I used to hang out on the Nile, and there within the impoverished community there, you can actually meet really cool people, and I got taken to a village that way. Would have never gone otherwise. In order to score an evening of smoking on the Nile River, which, I mean, who would pass that up?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, of course. It was great. Things we should know. Thank you for the super chat. In Jerusalem, was anything to you actually otherworldly? Otherworldly? Yeah, I'll say this. What's otherworldly was how in Jerusalem the traditions are in your face. Like you go to if you're in the Jewish section by the wall, it's, you better put on that thing. They put the here, we'll give you one. You don't have one? Here, take one. Hey, women, you go on that side. Men on this side. That's, to me, that was otherworldly. Then walking through on the other side of Jerusalem, where every five times a day, where the speakers turn on, and it's the loudspeaker, the whole city can hear the praying. And so there you have that too. That's otherworldly because that's not what that's not what you normally see in any city. That's in Jerusalem. So I would say that's the closest thing I would say to otherworldly. Yeah.
I used to love to listen to that. A lot of people
I liked it.
Yeah,
it was
after a while, it gets you into. I'm telling you, you got to be sitting in the cafe.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to be absorbed.
I know
into
exactly
it,
what you mean.
You got to be taken into your body. What they're taking in, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I get it.
That's the culture. Yeah, yep, that's the culture, and that's just that's what they want to do, and I respect those type of things. I want people to have culture and have their and celebrate their past and have their traditions and worship their religions. I just hope that people can balance that off with progression in the world and not hating people because they don't believe in the same thing as you. That's it. That's right. That's the only thing I'm asking for. And everything else, I think.
Yeah, hail Satan to that for sure.
Hail Satan to that. Apollo, thank you for the $2 super chat. I like that that thumbnail too. That's a dope thumbnail. The Apollo with the, I saw a few of those in some of the museums out there. There's a couple just like that. The Israel museums are huge, dude. Israel. What was the one we went to at the end, down in the south? Yeah, that one was huge. They just had so much stuff from the different periods, Roman period, Greek period, all these different periods, and there's just so much history in this place. So even just being in the museums in Israel was kind of, I got a lot of film in there too. All the different ossuaries and all the different Egyptian and Assyrian, Babylonian stuff. All of that. These are things that have been dug in Israel that people found there, and they bring them to the museums. They're not stolen and taken out by Hobby Lobby and sent to some museum in America. People don't realize this, but every major city in America has a museum. And then you go to that museum, you're going to find Egyptian mummies, you're going to find artifacts from Israel, and that's not from, they didn't get it there the right way. Because those countries want those to be in their museums. They don't want it to be in America. But somehow people do shady shit, and it ends up in a, Memphis museum or a New York museum or something, or England's museum. England's museums are huge.
Yeah, I was going to say the Elgin marbles taken from the Parthenon, right? Yeah, that was loot.
Or the French during the time of Napoleon just swept through and went to Egypt and Israel and took a bunch of took whatever, loaded it up on during those times.
Those jerks with Napoleon.
They stole it. That's straight up what they did. They stole it. I'm just saying.
Those jerks with Napoleon shot off the nose of the Sphinx. I'd like to resurrect every one of them and boil them.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Jason Sobek, Lord of the Four Corners. Welcome back, Amon. Good to see you. Didaskalos.
Didaskalos. Yes, Sobek, thank you. And thankfully, Neil was able to tell us about the Jordan, Neil. Tell us about, the people wanted to know. Sobek is going to know why is the Jordan River associated with Aphroditic sexuality?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't never heard that before, but I will tell you this. This is if you don't believe me, I don't know I'll prove it to you. I have screenshots. Ask Derek. Ask Derek's wife. Ask James Tabor. Ask anyone there I was with. Me and Derek were joking around. We went into the Jordan River. He was going to baptize me. And he did it again to his wife, too. While we were in there, it gets a little bit shady for a second. Don't think nothing of it. It got shady. Maybe there's a cloud over the sun. There was a partial eclipse while I was getting baptized. Get this, on my birthday, on my 33rd birthday in Jordan, while Derek was baptizing me, there was a partial eclipse. Spooky. When we found this out, we were just like, what? there's no way this is true. We looked it up and looked at the time and everything. Like, yeah, we were in the water at that time. Wow. Like, it's just one of those weird coincidences that happen once in a while. Think about it. Maybe I am the chosen antichrist.
That's the most Gnostic thing I think I've ever heard.
It's the most Gnostic thing of all time. A guy who calls himself Gnostic of farming gets baptized at age 33, and then there's a partial eclipse. Of course that would happen. Of course that would happen.
You guys saw it right here. Birth of the Antichrist.
I got receipts to prove it. I got receipts to prove it. If you don't believe me.
Would it be so bad to be the Antichrist? I mean, would it?
I would be very well honored. You know, someone's got to do it. You know, if I was the chosen one for that, I'll be talked about forever. You know?
Yeah.
Shit, I'll be famous for that one.
Bring it.
I'll take it.
Bring the beast.
Judas is probably cool with how much fame he got for what he did. You know.
Yeah. Right.
Shit, I'm Judas, man.
How can you go from Antichrist to Judas? There's no comparison.
I'm just saying, like, the bad guys in history.
That puck took coin. He took coin. Antichrist doesn't take any coin, bro. His art is just his art.
No,
you know what I mean?
No super chats necessary for the Antichrist. Speaking of that, there's another super chat. Paul Kickling, thank you for the super chat. You should read how the king of Georgia convinced. Does that mean convinced? Convinced, because I'm thinking the G is next to the convinced himself to convert to Christianity, involved in eclipse. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I'm the second king of Georgia.
What do you think the power of the eclipse was, Neil? So
it was an omen.
You know, when Jesus is baptized, he opens up Uranos.
Yeah.
Right. And from it comes the dove or the Holy Spirit, which we all know as Gnostics is Sophia. We all know that. And he receives her in this kind of, you know what I mean? And there he goes. He's walking the way with Mary Magdalene. You know, oh my God. What do you think the influence of to answer this question, what do you think the influence of that eclipse is? What does that mean? If you went to a Pan's Grotto and you talk to the priestess and you said, what does this mean? This is what happened. What would she tell you?
I think it's in the Sibylline oracles what these mean. The Sibyl has an answer to all this stuff. Whenever there's an eclipse on a certain day, or the Sibylline oracle, you're supposed to, if you read like Livy, the Roman historian Livy, he'll be like, and so the consul resorted to the Sibyl on what to do next. Like they're like they couldn't do anything without resorting to what the Sibyl told them next. And by the way, the Sibyl, that Sibylline book religion, which was the Roman imperial cult, later becomes Christianity eventually. The Sibylline books there's Jewish Sibylline books, and then there's Christian Sibylline books, and it's the weirdest thing, because I was talking about how Mount Hermon is like this like place where all these mythologies collide. Well, the Sibylline oracles, the books where mythologies collide, right? It's the one thing in all of ancient religions where you can point to and say, yeah, there's pagan Sibylline books, there's Jewish Sibylline books, and there's Christian Sibylline books. They're all called Sibylline books, and they all have the same sort of function: prophecies.
What does Celsus? What does Celsus tell us, Neil? You read the text. What does Celsus tell us the Christians were first called? Sibyllus.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did say that. Yeah, Sibyllist. Yeah, I forgot about that. Because I'm thinking of something else. Because Celsus is a great read because he really takes it to the Christians and says, "You guys don't know. You guys don't know what you guys are a degradation of the true way. The true way is this, and we have it figured out. You guys just stop. You're acting crazy. You're ruining everything." Like Celsus is great. You got to read Celsus, man. You got to read Celsus. He really hammers. He really takes it to the Christians in that time period. They must have hated him. They must have hated Celsus in the 2nd century. Because he was really like going, like he was like, "Are you serious? Like, you really think that we're supposed to worship some guy who got crucified? Like, are you out of your mind?"
It's probably why
It's kind of funny to think about.
When you say he was probably hated, when you say he was probably hated, yeah, that's why they burned his books after he, and
Yeah.
we only have them through.
Oh yeah, they did not preserve his text. Origen wrote a commentary, but he had so much commentary on Celsus's book that we could now remake Celsus's book. So just by a mistake of trying to refute him, he preserved him. That happens a lot with Christian texts. Like they try to refute stuff and then they end up passing it down instead. And then we get cool shit like the Nassines and the Ophites and the Carpocratians, people who they tried to forget about, but we now have them because they fucking talk shit. That's what happens when you talk shit about someone. You're just promoting them. You know what I mean?
You seem to me to be most impressed by Pan's Grotto and kind of how it transported you to a different place and time. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? You said you implied to us that this is something that over millennia is recognized by the people there, that this place has a power. It's a gateway to Hades. Okay.
It was definitely a holy spot for sure.
Yeah. And who do you think is the god of that holy spot? If we have to access that spot, we got to go through the god, right? So who is that?
Well, don't forget, you have the temple to Augustus right there. So it was, you could say Venus there, because the Caesars, even though they're deified, even though they're daemons, they're sons of Venus and they're under the Venus line.
Right.
So Venus is reigning heavily over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And then the what you might want to call now Gnostics or Christians, those people at the time were worshiping those divinities, right? They're activating those oracles. That's why there's a Sibylist, there's a Pythia priestess that follows Paul around, saying, "This is the Christ. This is the guy who follows the Christ."
Yeah, that's in the Book of Acts.
Everybody's like, "How did she get onto his?"
That's one of those. Look, I like that story because it's so weird. It makes no sense if someone's just making it up.
Right.
It makes you wonder if it's based on an actual story that somebody told about Paul, because it's just so weird. Some girl following him around, and then what happens? She ends up like, what does he end up doing? He tries to save her or something, or get her converted?
She follows him for several days.
Yeah,
he's the promoter of the Christ, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
She's in the mysteries. She knows how they work.
Right. Yeah.
And so anyway, he gets pissed off about it and commands her demon to come out of her, and it pisses off the people in the community, and they throw him in jail for a while. Anyway, it gets worked out. He gets gets beaten up and sent out of town. Don't come back, sir. Yeah, it makes you wonder why he didn't get that power that Peter got. Because I don't know. He got crucified though, so apparently upside down. But doesn't matter. What's important is that you've purged the rest of your visit because you had such great observations about counterpart.
Yeah, Jason makes a good point here, though. If you are somebody who's making a YouTube channel and you're doing counter apologetics, if you want to steal some great ideas, go read Celsus. Go read the new, like the reconstructed version of Celsus that's on Amazon, and you will be fine. Just steal his ideas. I'm just kidding. No, make sure to give him credit for it. But yeah, like Celsus really does like even though I wasn't a Christian anymore reading Celsus, I remember thinking, if I was a Christian and I was reading this, this might have shook my faith a little bit. Like he's really hammering at this thing. Like he's really debunking this thing. Like that, it's that good. Like he was that good at like oration and conversation and making good points.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, and you can understand why they call the Christians atheists, right?
Yeah.
Because imagine if you're promoting this underground thing that people suspect is Bacchic, right? And they're even writing about it as Bacchic, and you've got people using the communions from the bodies and the body fluids. Where is everything going? And it's going toward that grotto, right? We're putting ourselves in a position it's satanic. I love this stuff. you've just, I mean, how satanic? Here's the question I want to ask you. How satanic was this place that is the entrance to the underworld?
It was so satanic that I'm not kidding this when I say this. When I walked in there, there was another group of people following a tour, and the guy had a microphone. And the only word, he was speaking Hebrew so fast, the only word I heard him say was Shatan. He said he was pointing at it like he's basically saying Pan is Satan to them. Like he's no different. He's the same thing. And I'm just like thinking like that's funny because that's where you get this idea. This might be. I'm just guessing right now. I don't know if this is true or not. But this might be one of the locations where Pan gets identified with Satan and where you get this devil horn Satan from. Because think about it. There's no text in the Bible that says Satan has horns or has a goat legs or plays a flute. Nothing doesn't say anything like that. But it does for Pan. And now when you go to Israel and you go to Pan's Grotto, now you're like, that's why they do that. I see now. So, and by the way, remember what I said? This is the same location where the fallen ones in Enoch are fallen from. They fall on Mount Hermon first thing first. And that's where they make their packs. That's where they start teaching people how to use metals and all this crazy stuff. And so that connects itself to a Hebrew version of the text that we get from Prometheus, where Prometheus, instead of being the fallen one, he's the good guy. He's the creator. He taught men how to have, take care of themselves and how to save themselves from Zeus, who's going to drown them all out. Like you see it's like the same mythology with inverse. So I think there's a lot of that happening in the ancient world.
So what you don't see,
the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, right? You have like this tree of knowledge of good and evil, and like on one side and one story that's bad, but to other groups, gnosis is a good thing. Gnosis is how you get saved. Gnosis is how you become a god, right? Like how else are we gonna make it? We need to progress. We need gnosis. We need knowledge, science, right? It's interesting how that played out like that,
One of Pan's epithets, that's a title that they give him in the Orphic hymns. You'll find is Prometheus.
Yeah.
Right. So, and people don't read these religious texts. There are all these religious texts that remain untranslated because people aren't interested in them. They're really esoteric. They have a lot to do with drugs. Speaking of the sons of God and on the mount and the fall. And I wanted so much tonight. I don't have time, but I wanted so much tonight.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff I got to do tonight too. So we're gonna wrap this up pretty soon. But yeah, no, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
To talk about the devil's penis because it's in the Apocalypse. It's in the Apocalypse, and you see him use it. Apocalypse 12 is a love story that is covered. It's an old pagan love story that is covered over with the detritus of stinky man sweat and a movement away from or a rejection of the divine virgin.
Well, what I was going to say was, because Plato even talks about this esoteric, the real true meaning behind all these myths, these mythologies. There's an esoteric, there's opposing viewpoints being hashed out within these myths, within these scripture. And like Plato, when he talks about how he doesn't like Homer, he's against Homer. He talks shit about Homer. He's like, the way Homer depicted Achilles in Hades crying and saying, I wish I was back on Earth. Because, this is in the text. This is in the Odyssey. Homer, or in the book of the Odyssey, because Achilles is the hero, one of the heroes in the Iliad.
Because
in the next book, Achilles is dead. He's in Hades. Yes. And when Odysseus goes and meets him, what does he say to him? He says, I would rather be the lowest person on Earth than be the highest person here down in Hades. And he's acting like a little bitch about being in Hades. So Plato says that's not how the underworld should be. That's not how the afterlife should be. The afterlife should be something that only good people should look forward to because you and your family are going and all the bad people aren't going. And you see how Platonism and Judaism go collide in Christianity, and they all go hand in hand, and they all agree on certain things. This whole idea of piety, and those ideas all are like one stream, and then the other stream is like the Bacchic and revelry, and we're going to Hades, so let's live it up now. We're all going to be in Hades one day. Who cares?
And
there's two different viewpoints happening in mythology.
And the resurrection in these texts that I'm reading right now, untranslated, the resurrection is huge. The fact that the necromancer can pull up from the underworld, can pull up into the air, the ghost, the spirit, and reanimate, that's a huge deal. And it's part of that drug craft that those giants were teaching. They present it this way, as if around you are the images with which you can use to make a quantum machine. And that quantum machine can do things for you. It can transport you through time and space. It can create a vantage point for you to be able to
the Ark of the
determine
Covenant. It's like the Ark of the Covenant.
Past, present, and future. Right? It's amazing.
Let me ask you this. Next time we go live, probably in 2 days from now, did you say you wanted to do some Revelation stuff?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that in the chat? Revelation. How about we do some translating of Revelation 12, what the Greek really says?
Yeah.
Let's do Revelation 12, the women and the child and the dragon.
I have to warn you, it's a little bit dirty, especially.
It's gonna be dirty. That's what we're gonna do. Me, you, and Ariel. We're gonna do Revelation 12. The women was clothed with the sun, with 12 rays. What is it? 12 stars around her head.
Yeah.
And she's got a baby in her hand, and she's got the moon at her feet. We're gonna go through this and try to figure out what it all means.
And supposedly, if we do it right, the images from it can initiate you.
I want to know what the Greek says. I don't care what the English says. Let's go to the Greek.
Yeah, no, fuck the English. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I almost went the whole time without.
No, it's okay. I probably won't get dinged for that.
All right.
You'll be all right.
All right.
But yeah, this was great, and I know you got work to do, and so do I. I want to get some of this editing done so I can get this content out there for everybody who's watching. So everybody watching, thank you for the super chats. You guys are the best. Always good seeing everybody in the chat. Always good seeing Sobek and everybody else, and Logan and Mitzvos, Juan, Yellow Psych, Patricia, Ramina, all of you. I always love seeing everybody here. So thank you for that, and we'll be back soon. And just stay tuned for the content that I'm editing, that I'm trying to get out there. It's coming. I just got over the sickness, and you have attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.